Chapter 1. Year 7 of Emperor Xen, Human Race, City of Chowga. In the early spring season, the weather was unseasonably warm, yet still tinged with chill. The world had yet to awaken from its slumber, and even the imperial palace appeared somewhat desolate. In a secluded corner to the east of the palace stood a solitary courtyard. Both the weathered walls and the dilapidated roof tiles seemed to starkly contrast with the resplendent grandeur of the imperial residence. At noon, just after the court had adjourned, Emperor Xen, clad in a deep black ceremonial robe, hurriedly made his way toward the small courtyard. A half-exposed bamboo slip, already polished with age, clutched in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo, revealing a few faint characters. Year 7 of Emperor Xen, before the incense offering at Nuwa Palace, to pay homage to the ancestor. This bamboo slip had been passed down from Shang Tang. Boasting a history of 600 years, no one knew the significance of the inscriptions until Emperor Yi bequeathed the throne to Emperor Xen. Initially, Emperor Xen was skeptical, but today, a remark made by Shang Rong in the Nine-Hall Palace caused his heart to skip a beat. The ancestor could not have left such a message without reason. Thus, the truth was clear. Tomorrow would undoubtedly not be an ordinary day. Standing before the small courtyard, Emperor Xen adjusted his ceremonial robe several times. Then, feeling a tinge of nervousness, he knocked on the large door of the courtyard. It was said that the ancestor resided within this small courtyard. Yet the ancestor cherished solitude for 6 centuries. No one had ever entered this courtyard, nor had the ancestor ever emerged from it. Consequently, although this courtyard had stood for 600 years, it had never been renovated, standing in stark contrast to the opulence of the entire palace. As for the fate of the ancestor within, whether alive or deceased, no one could say. The sound of the knocking was not loud, yet in the tranquil courtyard, it resonated a bit too prominently. Even Emperor Xen could not help but retract his hand slightly, as if startled by the sound. Creak! The large door of the courtyard opened automatically. Emperor Xen's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, the ancestor was still alive. However, upon entering, he saw no one within, which left him somewhat disappointed. Yet he had more pressing matters to attend to, and quickly reined in his emotions, striding forward into the courtyard. The small courtyard was strewn with leaves that had fallen over the years, and in the shade of a corner, there lay a thick layer of unmelted snow from the previous year. A flagstone path leading to the door of the house had become overrun with moss, which had taken root long ago now. In the cold weather, the grass and trees had yet to sprout, and the moss bore a dull gray hue, rendering the courtyard even more dilapidated. He approached the door with a commanding stride, no longer knocking, and with a thud, he knelt down. With utmost reverence, he bowed 3 times. Ancestor, this humble Emperor Xen is to pay homage at Nuwa Palace tomorrow. I wonder if the ancestor has any instructions? After uttering this, Emperor Xen anxiously lifted his gaze toward the door. Even at this moment, he could not comprehend the meaning of the words passed down 600 years ago, nor what awaited him on the morrow. Understood. You may withdraw. A voice, slightly youthful yet imbued with the weight of ages, emanated from within the house. There was no explanation, no directive, merely a plain statement. At this moment, Emperor Xen's curiosity reached its zenith, his mind ablaze with countless questions. Yet, as the Emperor of the Shang, he understood the necessity of composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inquisitiveness, and bowed deeply. Indeed, ancestor. Having spoken, he turned to exit the courtyard, thinking to wait just one more day. What did a moment matter when tomorrow all would be revealed? Creak! As he left, he thoughtfully closed the courtyard door behind him. What a considerate emperor this generation had. Within the house, a young man, whose appearance was entirely at odds with the voice just heard, sat cross-legged, seemingly untouched by the passage of over 600 years, appearing even younger than Emperor Xen. Huh! He exhaled softly, vapor swirling before him, transforming into a mist. Upon opening his eyes, a myriad of chains of order flickered within his pupils. It has been over 600 years, he mused, countless memories flashing through his mind like a film reel. He was not a native of this primordial world. He hailed from an incomplete universe, known as Jyotinshiti. To be precise, he was Limuda, born on a planet called Blue Star, where he met his demise beneath the wheels of a construction vehicle. only to traverse to Jiutian, becoming the great emperor of the human race, defying the odds for 10 lifetimes and waging war for 100,000 years. Yet, the laws of Jiutian were flawed, and he could never transcend nor attain immortality. Thus, until his final breath, he could not fulfill his desire to return to that azure planet and gaze upon his cherished memories once more. In the twilight of his last life, he dragged a prepared coffin to the edge of the universe, believing he would finally find solace among the ancient stars yet. Unexpectedly, as he closed his eyes, he found himself inexplicably transported to another world. This new world was filled with boundless immortal substances. A few breaths were sufficient to sustain his existence, yet amidst his euphoria, he suddenly realized that this world held not only the immortality he longed for, but also countless formidable beings. This was the legendary primordial realm. Since the dawn of Pangu, this world had borne witness to countless powerful figures, the vast majority of whom still thrived, concealed within the hidden corners of this realm. Here, his strength, which had once allowed him to breach forbidden zones, seemed utterly insignificant. Just as he prepared to seek out a secluded sanctuary for cultivation, the arrival of the Xian bird prompted him to lend a hand to Shang Tang, after which he was subsequently placed upon the altar of the great Shang. The incense offerings would bolster his power, so he reluctantly agreed, leaving behind a bamboo slip, hoping that at this pivotal juncture in history, it might aid the descendants of Shang Tang, altering the fate of the human race. After all, having arrived, one must do something to justify living this life anew. Clenching his right fist, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through his limbs, converging in his palm in that moment. He felt immensely powerful, as if a single punch could shatter the very heavens. Li Mudan nodded in satisfaction. Over 600 years, drawing upon his experiences from that world, he had restarted his cultivation in this realm of complete laws, refining his strength to better align with this place. Now, he had mastered the power of the laws in this world. He should be considered of quasi-saint caliber. Tomorrow should suffice. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, before Emperor Zin's royal procession arrived at Niwa Palace, a concealed beam of light descended into the palace, transforming into a figure. This figure, stepping upon the void, extended a finger to draw a line through the air, creating a visible portal, the space around it rippling like waves upon water. Without pausing, the figure stepped through and vanished behind the portal, which then disappeared, restoring Niwa Palace to its original state as though nothing had occurred. Half an hour later, before Niwa Palace, royal procession, halt. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Niwa Palace. A burly general, clad in resplendent silver armor and riding a multicolored divine ox, hastily approached from the rear of the procession, dismounting with agility and kneeling on one knee. His presence exuded an aura of martial ferocity that could unsettle even the most fearsome spirits. This was none other than the legendary King Huang Feihu, the stalwart right arm of Emperor Xan. From the royal procession, Emperor Xan, garbed in a deep black ceremonial robe, rose to his feet, the vivid image of a Xian bird emblazoned on the back of his robe shimmering in the sunlight. With an impassive expression, Emperor Xan descended from the royal carriage, taking his position before Niwa Palace. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed with the incense offering. Another voice chimed in at some point. Shang Rong's figure had appeared beside the royal carriage. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully presenting a stick of fine sandalwood incense, thick as a child's arm, with both hands. This sandalwood, a tribute from distant lands, was rare and precious even unlit. Its solemn and rich aroma wafted through the air, intended specifically for venerating ancestors and ancient deities. For reasons unknown, despite Shang Rong's serious demeanor, Emperor Xan inexplicably sensed a peculiar joy emanating from him. Accepting the sandalwood incense from Shang Rong's hands, Emperor Xan strode confidently toward Niwa Palace. What was there to fear? He was, after all, the Emperor of humanity, born upon the tides of human fortune, impervious to malevolence. Moreover, with the ancestors' protection this time, nothing could be amiss. Within Niwa Palace, The figure concealed in the interstitial space observed Emperor Zin's entrance, nodding in approval, eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, Emperor Xn possessed the bearing of a true emperor, even more so than Shang Tang, the founder of the Great Shang. His visit was not in vain. Yet, alas, it is a pity your time has not come otherwise. You could have extended the lifespan of the Great Shang by several centuries. As he spoke, he shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face, as if he could see clearly the destined conclusion awaiting Emperor Xn. Nonetheless, the ancestor was benevolent, granting him a divine position, allowing for longevity after death, which was certainly preferable to a mere century. Upon reaching this thought, a sorrowful expression enveloped his visage. Before the statue of Nuwa, Deng Xen reverently clasped incense in both hands, paying homage to the goddess Nuwa. May the goddess Nuwa bestow her blessings upon my human kin, granting us favorable weather, health, and peace. May my people. Once Deng Xin completed his prayers and placed the incense within the censer, he finally had the opportunity to raise his gaze and scrutinize the statue of Nuwa. Now is the moment. With a flourish of the figure's sleeve in the interstitial space, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the Nuwa palace, lifting the drapery that obstructed the goddess statue and delivering a subtle spell to Deng Xin. Deng Xin had never anticipated that this time a sage would personally intervene. Moreover, it was merely an inconspicuous spell of desire, emanating a minuscule ripple of magical energy, so much so that even the fate of humanity was momentarily deceived. And as fate would have it, he unexpectedly fell victim to it. When he glanced back at the statue of the goddess Nuwa, he was astonished to find that the stone figure had come to life, transforming into an unprecedented beauty who gracefully approached him, captivating even the illustrious emperor of a prosperous era, causing him to swallow hard. "Bring me a pen." Under the influence of the sage's spell, Deng Xin had become a mere shadow of his former self. With a flourish of exuberance, he seized the pen from the attendant's hand, unleashing his innermost desires upon the wall with reckless abandon. In that instant, all the mighty beings across the myriad realms who witnessed this spectacle could not help but silently break into a cold sweat for this frenzied emperor. This figure within the palace was notoriously vindictive. The emperor was doomed. The figure in the interstitial space wore a satisfied smile. What unfolded today within the Nuwa palace would undoubtedly stand as his finest masterpiece, unparalleled by any other. Deng Xin's performance filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Yes, just like that, a bit more madness. Only such fervor can truly incite Nuwa's wrath, he murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He envisioned the catastrophic upheaval, the Eastern world engulfed in chaos, with humanity suffering in dire straits, precisely as he desired. Only when the Eastern world was muddied would the Eastern sages be preoccupied, allowing him to seize the opportunity. This was a tactic he had employed numerous times before, even formulating his own strategies. Only when humanity dwelled in turmoil, rising as saviors, could they garner the most devout followers and harvest the purest of faith. As for who ignited this blaze, such details mattered little. No one would take heed, and the ignorant human race would remain forever oblivious, lacking the capacity for discernment. Lost in his triumph, a smile graced his face. On this day, the protagonist of the primordial world, the emperor of humanity, lost all dignity before the mighty beings of the myriad realms. On the same day, the goddess Nuwa, visiting the fire cloud cave, was left fuming, her face a stormy hue, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. As the matron of humanity, she too suffered a severe loss of face. Yet, none dared to mock the goddess Nuwa. After all, she was a sage and a woman of formidable power. When a woman possesses absolute strength, she becomes an entity no one dares to provoke. Now, within the fire cloud cave, the three sovereigns were left only with 4 smiles, including the heavenly sovereign Fushi, who was no exception. Even though in a previous life he had been the brother of goddess Nuwa, she continued to show him great respect even to this day. However, at this moment, reason admonished him against provoking a woman teetering on the brink of an explosive outburst. She was no longer the exalted saint, but merely a woman, poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, The three sovereigns had long since berated DXIN in their hearts for making enemies of the human race. How could he be so consumed by lust? Just as everyone speculated whether DXIN had taken the wrong medicine, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted from Li Mu Dao's eyes within the imperial palace. He had pinpointed the bizarre source of the power that had driven DXN to madness. "You dare to scheme against our human emperor? What audacity!" His voice, laced with fury, resonated like thunder throughout the city of Chaogu. Simultaneously, the sky above Nuwa Palace darkened, and a colossal hand materialized, descending with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as Nuwa Palace was reduced to dust beneath that strike. From the spot where Nuwa Palace once stood, two figures emerged. One was the Exen, seated on the ground, while the other was a figure standing in the void, utterly bewildered. This strike not only obliterated Nuwa Palace, but also shattered the spatial layers. Before the echoes of his words faded, Li Mu Dao vanished from the small room. He reappeared above the palace, his footsteps landing with a golden bridge extending from beneath him toward Nuwa Palace. With a resounding rumble of the golden bridge, Li Mu Dao swiftly ascended above Nuwa Palace. At this moment, DXIN's eyes had regained clarity, the events that had transpired vividly replaying in his mind. His face was etched with sorrow and indignation. The mighty human emperor had been reduced to a mere joke. "Old ancestor, I have been deceived." He looked up at the golden bridge overhead, his expression filled with reluctance. Since his ascension, he had diligently served the human race, never daring to shirk his responsibilities, and had never wronged anyone. Yet today, he found himself so thoroughly mocked. How could this be? Was it merely because these celestial beings possessed immense power that they could toy with the fate of humanity at will? "Old ancestor, I will seek justice for you." As words fell, two beams of killing intent shot from Li Mu Dao's eyes, locking onto the shadow before him. The calamity of the Fengshan was set to commence from this day onward. This individual was the root of all misfortunes, and having identified the instigator, he was destined to perish. "Who are you?" An aged voice emanated from the shadow, thick with suppressed rage. He had anticipated many things. Yet he had not foreseen the emergence of such a formidable figure from the human race. The great emperor of humanity, Li Mu Dao, articulated each word deliberately. "Impossible. The human race has never harbored someone like you." His eyes burned with rage at the disruption of his plans. "Who are you?" "I am your lord," Li Mu Dao retorted, raising his palm high. In an instant, countless rays of light ignited within his palm, coalescing into an overwhelmingly powerful force, causing fissures to appear in the space surrounding his hand. This was a manifestation of power so great that even space could not endure it. The essence of the 3,000 great Tao laws materialized in his grasp, and he swung his palm directly toward the figure. "Let me see who you are to dare scheme against the emperor of humanity. You are nothing but a deluded fool." The golden barrier of law materialized, encasing him securely within. "Ignorant insect, do not presume that possessing quasi-saint cultivation grants you the freedom to act as you please. Today, I shall demonstrate that there are forces in this world you cannot provoke." In the eyes of the shadow lay disdain and mockery. Yet, in the next instant, the resounding slap echoed throughout Nuwa Palace, freezing the disdain and mockery on his face. The magical fluctuations that had concealed his presence vanished, revealing a figure before all. This was a gaunt Taoist, his hairpin of emerald bamboo askew atop his head, a vivid red handprint glaring on his face. This was none other than the legendary quasi-saint of the Western Church, the second sect leader, Kunti. In an instant, countless mighty beings who had cast their gazes here could not help but gasp in astonishment that a saint had personally struck against the human emperor. What could his intentions possibly be? Within the Eight Scenes Palace, at the moment the golden bridge appeared beneath Li Mu Dao, Laozi, wielding a palm leaf fan, flicked his wrist, causing the flames beneath the Bawa furnace to surge uncontrollably, erupting with a resounding boom as black smoke billowed from the furnace. The aloof Laozi, having opened his eyes, glanced indifferently at the alchemical furnace, realizing that the refining process had been interrupted. This batch of 9 revolutions golden elixirs was ruined. What transpired in Xuandu? Laozi's tone remained placid, as if nothing could rouse his interest in this world. "Return to your master." A formidable being has emerged among our human race outside Chaoga City. The voice of Xian Du, the sole disciple of the human religion, echoed from outside the alchemy chamber, infused with palpable excitement. Laozi understood immediately, forming a magical barrier before him, when he beheld Li Mu Dao raising his palm. The palm leaf fan slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. "This is impossible." A cry of disbelief escaped his lips, and apart from his usual impassiveness, an unusual emotion finally surfaced on his face. Could it be that a human could gather the 3,000 great Daos? In the Yusu Palace, the usually proud Yuan Shi Tianzun observed the scene within the light barrier. Murmuring to himself, what if one gathers the 3,000 great Daos without fully comprehending a single one? It is merely a show for the masses, ultimately unable to become a true Dao. There was surprise in his eyes, but more so disdain. He had not anticipated that someone could achieve such a level. It was merely that superficial glory without substance. The human race was still far too ordinary, never falling within the scope of his discipleship. With the exception of Jiang Zia from the back mountain, he had other purposes for him. In the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu nearly uttered a curse. He stroked his chin while considering the feasibility of visiting the human race to recruit a batch of exceptional disciples. After all, many of his disciples were officials in the Great Shang, making it quite convenient. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, the three sovereigns exchanged glances, equally perplexed. They were unaware of when the human race had produced such a transcendent figure. Was he truly of our human race? And why was he so elusive? Shenong scoured his memories, but could find no trace of Li Mu Dao in the annals of human history and could not help but voice his question. "I have no recollection either," Xian Yuan followed, shaking his head, curiosity etched on his features. However, his cultivation method differed from all others, revealing that he was indeed a human emperor forged from the crucible of battle. Even from the imagery alone, he sensed Li Mu Dao's distinctiveness. "Brother, do you know who he is?" Niwa seemed to have forgotten the earlier absurdities in Niwa Palace. Turning to Fushi, the already shifting 8 trigrams disc came to a halt in Fushi's hands as he raised his head. Worry etched across his face. His origins are inscrutable. Even I do not know whether he is a blessing or a curse for our human race, but a mysterious figure had emerged within the human race. Niwa felt compelled to journey to Chaogu City to inquire about his true identity. Just as Niwa's voice faded, her form began to blur, and she vanished from the Fire Cloud Cave. "Brother, what should we do?" The gazes of Shenong and Xian Yuan fell upon Fushi. Fushi, renowned for his unparalleled divination abilities, usually had the final say in matters that could not be resolved. Yet this time, even he was bewildered. "Let us observe for now," he sighed, shaking his head. The once infallible art of divination had faltered this time. The divination signs were nothing but a blank void, leaving him uncertain of the forthcoming developments. The heavens of the entire world had transformed. In the outer chaos, the elusive Zixiao Palace, where saints were seldom found, suddenly saw Hongjun Laozu open his eyes, with a slight gesture of his fingers. His countenance shifted dramatically. The heavenly machine had been obscured. From this moment forth, even he, the Dao ancestor who had achieved unity with the Dao, could not discern what had transpired. How could this be? The future of the Honghuang world has become a complete enigma, and even I cannot glimpse a fragment. "So, it is Cunny. I did not expect you would dare to scheme against the human emperor." Li Mu Dao's gaze narrowed, and a battle blade slipped from his sleeve. You think the leader of the human religion is dead?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the powerful beings present could not help but gasp in astonishment. The audacity of this human race was astonishing. Having already offended the saint of propriety, they dared to single-handedly draw another saint into the fray. Did they not fear the wrath of the Taoist Supreme, who could easily eliminate them as well? In the 8 Scenic Palace, the Taoist Supreme's face darkened at these words. Originally, he could have feigned ignorance, but it seemed that if he did not intervene now, it would be difficult to justify his status as the leader of the sect. With a mere thought, auspicious clouds appeared above his head, and the dragon-headed staff soared forth, vanishing into the void before him. The crimson mark on his face had yet to dissipate when the saint of propriety trembled with rage upon hearing those words. He had not realized how insidious the intentions of this human race were. daring to sow discord between him and his elder brother. However, before he could utter a word, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, striking the Saint of Propriety heavily upon the back. Simultaneously, the voice of the Taoist Supreme reverberated throughout the land. The Saint of Propriety has come unbidden to my eastern realm, seeking to ensnare the emperor of the human race. This strike serves as a warning. There shall be no second offense. I thank my elder brother for his guidance. The Saint of Propriety, his face flushed with anger, rose to his feet and reluctantly bowed towards the 8 scenic palace, recognizing that his elder brother valued face and that proper etiquette must be maintained before the myriad powerful beings. Otherwise, the issue would not merely be resolved with this single strike. The azure light of the dragon-headed staff vanished in a thin air. The Saint of Propriety turned to glare at Lima Deo, his teeth grinding in frustration. What a disgrace. Today he felt as though he had lost all dignity to so. You wish to kill me. He spat. As he spoke, Lima Deo took a step forward, his aura of vitality saturating the sky. And behind him, the 3,000 laws of the Tao manifested, exuding an overwhelming presence that made him appear more saintly than the disheveled Saint of Propriety. Do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall show you that a saint is not someone you, a mere human, can casually insult. The sleeves of the Saint of Propriety billowed as he regained his composure, a canopy of auspicious clouds forming above him, with a towering Bodhi tree descending, its branches radiating protective white golden energy. A vibrant, multicolored branch fell into the hands of the Saint of Propriety. It was his renowned treasure, the 7 treasures Meow tree. Since the matter was already exposed, there was no need for further concealment. Below the saints, all are but ants. Now let us see what this ant-like human has to rely upon. Under the saint's command, a powerful aura of saintly pressure surged toward Lima Deo in the face of this overwhelming force. Lima Deo stood undeterred, his wrist twisting as a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted. With the backing of the 3,000 laws, he surprisingly matched the Saint of Propriety's might. Before the hall of Niwa, you have conspired against the emperor of the human race and insulted Lady Niwa. Today, in her absence, I shall act in her stead to teach you a lesson, you audacious madman. What do you think you are, to dare speak such wild words? Upon hearing this, the face of the Saint of Propriety darkened once more. Just a moment ago, a single sentence had summoned the Taoist Supreme, and he feared that this utterance would similarly bring forth Sister Niwa, leading to another fierce confrontation. With a wave of his 7 treasures Meow tree, a ray of multicolored light shot forth, aimed directly at Lima Deo, for he wished to hear none of Lima Deo's words. Old friend, we can fight side by side once more. Today, let us witness the capabilities of this saint, who only knows how to plunder and deceive. His hand brushed along the blade of his war sword. A drop of imperial blood dissolved upon the edge, awakening the Tao spirit within the sword, causing it to tremble lightly, its power having been pushed to the utmost limit. This war sword, forged from the essence of all things and the fire of 10 generations of Tao fruits, was a pinnacle imperial weapon. With the enhancement of this sword, his strength surged by another 30%. Heaven slaying, a thunderous roar erupted as the Taoist inscriptions of the emperor ignited upon the sword, a blood-red streak hurtling towards the multicolored light. After all, he was facing a saint, the zenith of combat prowess in the primordial world, and he did not dare to underestimate the confrontation in an instant. The world dimmed, the only illumination emanating from the brilliance of their 2 strikes. Just as all eyes were drawn to the clash, a ripple in space appeared above the hall of Niwa, and a pair of long legs emerged from the void. It was none other than the legendary Lady Niwa. Saint of Propriety, how dare you act with such impudence in my hall? As soon as she appeared, her brows furrowed in fury as she directed a fierce reprimand at the Saint of Propriety, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Sister, let me explain. The Saint of Propriety trembled in fear at the sound of her voice, inwardly lamenting his predicament, and his resentment towards Lima Deo intensified. Today, it seemed he was destined for calamity. In the moment of distraction, the attack from the 7 treasures Meow tree was shattered by the blade's energy, the residual force severing a corner of his Taoist robe. However, at this juncture, he had no time to concern himself with his battle against Limadeo and hastily turned to plead, "Sister, I have my reasons." "Reasons? Pray tell. What reasons do you have?" Lady Nuwa's palm twirled a red embroidered ball, her expression a mix of amusement and ire. She had not anticipated that the saint of propriety would dare to bully her. Did he truly believe she had no temper? "Sister, you know me. I harbor no desire to harm anyone, but we require justification." His face bore a look of sincerity and helplessness, as if he had been wronged in all this. "So, I should thank you, then?" Lady Nuwa was directly incensed to laughter. She had not expected the saint of propriety to be so shameless. "Sister, there is no need for thanks. It is all for the greater plan." He waved his hand, exhaling a breath of relief, and habitually flattered her. "Humph!" Lady Nuwa snorted coldly, and the red embroidered ball vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the saint of propriety was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The red embroidered ball crashing into the spot where he had just stood, shattering the space inch by inch. "Saint of propriety, we shall fight in the chaos." Lady Nuwa's expression turned ashen, and as her words fell, she soared towards the chaotic void, for this was the domain of the human race, where a saint could not fully unleash their power in battle. The saint of propriety, hearing her words, wore a wry smile and abruptly halted. Turning to follow her into the chaos, I asked for fleeing. He dared not entertain such thoughts. Could a monk escape the temple? The change came too swiftly, and it was only then that Limadeo, who had been relegated to the background, reacted that, a battle in the chaos. How could I possibly miss this? I have no intention of letting the saint of propriety off so easily. With a single step, he too vanished from above the hall of Nuwa. Yet when he reappeared, his countenance was steely, and with a flick of his wrist, the war sword materialized once more. "Who are you?" A wave of murderous energy emanated from the sword. Expanding into the unfamiliar space surrounding him, Limadeo stood on guard, surveying his environment. This instinct, honed from experiences in another world, kept him alert. Had he sensed even the slightest hint of malice, he would have already struck. The spiritual energy here was far denser than in the outside world. Before him, a spring erupted from the underground spiritual veins, continuously gushing forth water-like spiritual energy, forming a small pond. It was evident that this was a blessed land. Limadeo could not help but inwardly curse. After a lifetime of hunting, he never expected to be hunted today. He had intended to follow the saint of propriety into the chaos, only to find himself unwittingly transported to this place. "Young friend, do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm. This is the Fire Cloud Cave, and we three are the three sovereigns of the human race," spoke the eldest of the trio, his head adorned with a faintly visible bagua pattern above. "So you are the legendary heavenly sovereign Fushi?" Limadeo inquired. "Indeed, that is correct," the elder replied with a smile. As the bagua pattern above became increasingly distinct, streams of mysterious yellow light cascading down upon him. This mysterious yellow light was none other than the legendary aura of virtue, a treasure of virtue. It cannot be mistaken, Limadeo thought, finally feeling at ease. "Please excuse us for the oversight in transporting you here without prior notice." Another member of the trio interjected, a small and exquisite medicinal cauldron floating above his head, the legendary Shinnong cauldron. "You are the Earth's sovereign, Shinnong." Limadeo's face was filled with reverence. "It is I." Shinnong displayed a benevolent smile. Limadeo turned his gaze to the final individual. Above his head, an ancient bronze sword hovered, exuding sharp sword energies that spiraled around it. Could this be the legendary Xianyuan sword? Indeed, the human emperor Xianyuan nodded, gesturing towards Limadeo. "May I inquire why the three esteemed seniors have transported me here?" Limadeo asked, his expression one of confusion. He still needed to deal with his adversaries, and if he delayed, he feared he might miss his chance to confront Juni. "That we three are quite curious about you, young friend. Would you be willing to share your origins?" After seeing Limadeo in person, the three sovereigns had confirmed his identity as a member of the human race, yet they were puzzled about his background. If he were from the primordial world, with such formidable strength, how could they remain unaware of his existence? Even if, for some reason, they did not know of him, Why could even Fushi's great powers not divine any information regarding him? This was abnormal, hence the three sovereigns had chosen to bring him here. They were oblivious to the potential impact Li Medeo's arrival could have on humanity. Although his initial appearance had already exposed Jundi's conspiracy, which was undoubtedly beneficial to the human race as the leaders of humanity, they had to approach him with utmost caution. Every decision they made bore the weight of the future of the entire human race, and negligence was not an option. Upon hearing the three sovereigns' inquiry, Li Medeo felt a slight headache. His origins seemed rather peculiar, and he was uncertain if they would believe him. The thought that the three sovereigns might view him unfavorably due to his background had never crossed his mind. The three sovereigns had always acted selflessly for the benefit of humanity, and his goals aligned with theirs. Thus they had no reason to act against him. And my name is Li Medeo, and I hail from. Li Medeo seated himself in meditation, preparing to recount his absurd origins. However, as he began to utter a few words, a rumble of thunder resonated from outside the fire cloud cave. Fushi lifted his head, and in his eyes, countless intricate hexagrams rapidly appeared and vanished. As though he could pierce through space and time in the blink of an eye, he withdrew his gaze, his brow furrowed tightly as he interrupted Li Medeo. Enough, young friend. You need not continue. Li Medeo looked up in astonishment, for he had yet to say anything. What ails you, elder brother? Xuanyuan's stern countenance was similarly creased with concern, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Fushi waved his robe sleeve, and a luminous barrier materialized before them. The space encompassing the fire cloud cave had been shrouded in ominous dark clouds for some unknown period, hanging low and oppressive. Nearly touching the cave's peak, the only illumination within this space came from the flickering arcs of electricity dancing within the clouds, rendering it akin to an apocalyptic scene. The thunder continued to brew within the dark clouds, and the three sovereigns could sense their formidable presence merely from the imagery before them. How could this happen? Xuanyuan rose abruptly. The human emperor soared above him, emitting a resonant hum. His eyes were wide with astonishment. Since entering the fire cloud, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, which was utterly inconceivable to him. The heavenly Tao warns us, Fushi slowly articulated, casting a complex gaze towards Li Medeo. He could hardly fathom why such an event transpired. Unless Li Medeo bore a significant karmic connection, so immense that even their status as the three sovereigns could not obscure it. This is all due to you, young friend. Shinong's gaze shifted towards Li Medeo. His eyes filled with surprise that in their eyes. Li Medeo was indeed special, but they had not anticipated the extent of his uniqueness. Initially, Li Medeo had intended to disclose everything he knew, hoping they could unite to carve a path for humanity. Yet it seemed such aspirations were now unattainable. It appeared that all he knew concerning the Fengshen would remain solely with him, unable to be shared with anyone else. This path seemed destined to be a lonely one. Much like his existence in that other world, he even began to doubt whether his arrival was merely a coincidence or if some mysterious force had orchestrated his presence in this realm. As of now, he remained unaware of the ultimate purpose behind this power. Seemingly perceiving the despondence in Li Medeo's eyes, Shinong offered consolation. Young friend, should you require assistance in the future, you're always welcome to visit me at the Fire Cloud Cave. I am most grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder, Li Medeo replied, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment while he respectfully bowed to Shinong. Regardless, the three sovereigns deserve the utmost respect from all of humanity. Their contributions have been monumental in achieving the current prosperity of the human race. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Li Medeo said, cupping his hands in farewell as he prepared to exit the Fire Cloud Cave. His mind still preoccupied with the battle and the chaos. If you still wish to venture into the chaos, there is no need, Fushi spoke as he observed Li Medeo's departing figure. Li Medeo halted, turning around with a look of confusion. What prompts your statement, Heavenly Emperor? In the absence of a means to eliminate the saints, engaging in unnecessary battles with them serves no purpose. We should not squander our time on actions devoid of value. The human emperor Xuanyuan articulated, his words imbued with the clangor of clashing swords. Countless sword energies surged within his gaze, indicating a long-standing resentment towards the saints. Thank you for your guidance, Human Emperor. Limadeo replied respectfully with a bow. The Human Emperor also harbored a fierce spirit. Perhaps this journey would not be as solitary as in that other world. Fushi shot a reproachful glance at Xin Yuan, then turned back to Limadeo with a hint of apology. I regret that you had to witness this. There is no need for such concern, Heavenly Emperor. The Human Emperor speaks with sincerity, and I find merit in his words. Limadeo acknowledged, returning a respectful gesture before making his way out of the fire cloud cave. As Limadeo took his final step out, the fire cloud cave vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind the vast sky of the primordial world. Despite Limadeo's efforts with his great powers, he could find no trace of it, as though the fire cloud cave had never appeared at all. So it exists in another space, Limadeo mused, gazing at the void behind him, unable to suppress a murmured thought. It seemed that unless the three sovereigns wished it, no one could locate the fire cloud cave. Turning his gaze northward, he felt as though he could perceive everything transpiring at the northern sea. Since I have emerged, I shall journey to the northern sea. How audacious of Yuan Fudong to contemplate dividing the human race. Utterly unaware of the peril he invites. And oh, sooner had he spoken than a golden bridge rose beneath his feet, extending toward the northern sea. With a single step, the sound of the grand path resonated upon the golden bridge. On this day, a golden bridge spanned the territories of humanity, flamboyant and unyielding, yet none dared to impede its passage. Before Northern Sea City, the banners of the great Shang camp fluttered in the wind. Investiture, astride his black Qilin, furrowed his brow as he surveyed Northern Sea City. It had been over a month since he initiated his campaign against the city, yet he had yet to capture even a single fortress. Who would have anticipated that such remarkable individuals resided within this seemingly insignificant Northern Sea City? Even the city was fortified with protective formations, rendering any direct assault futile. Glancing at Northern Sea City, which glimmered golden under the sunlight, Investiture's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Upon the city walls of Northern Sea City, Yuan Fudong, a rotund man with a bald head, respectfully stood behind a Taoist. Master, I have a question. With our tremendous strength, why do we not directly subdue Wenzhong rather than engaging in a war of attrition here? Yuan Fudong's face was filled with admiration for his master, a figure of immense power hailing from the west. In just a year, he had multiplied the strength of the 72 cities of the Northern Sea several-fold. The extraordinary individuals battling against the Great Shang were all summoned by this master, possessing abilities that defied comprehension. Even he has laid down protective formations for every city, to the extent that even the illustrious Wenzhong of the great merchants finds himself at a loss against these grand arrays. Our aim is to keep Wenzhong here. Only then can my master act in the city of Chaoga. The Taoist turned around, his ample belly prominent, and his face adorned with an unyielding smile that seemed to melt into the air. Anyone who beheld that visage would feel as if they were basking in the gentle warmth of spring. If Li Mu Dao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this Taoist bore an uncanny resemblance to the Maitreya Buddha from his memories of a previous life. Say for the hair, Fudong, to your service, master. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fudong hurriedly approached, bowing his head and standing beside the Taoist. Attend to your own duties. The rest is not for you to ponder. Do you understand? As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Yuan Fudong's bald head. Yuan Fudong, seeing the Maitreya's outstretched hand, eagerly leaned forward. A golden light descended from the Maitreya's hand onto Yuan Fudong's head. And feeling the warmth of this golden glow, a look of pure enjoyment spread across his face. Go forth. As the golden light dissipated from the Maitreya's hand, he waved farewell to Yuan Fudong. Yes, master. Yuan Fudong, his face alight with satisfaction, made his way toward the city wall. His master could never be wrong. Thus, if his master wished to proceed in this manner, there must be a reason behind it. And all he needed to do was cooperate. That moment, all that remained on Yuan Fudong's face was profound reverence. On the city wall, the Maitreya remained standing, though the smile had vanished from his face. Replaced by a chilling greed that sent shivers down the spine, he inhaled deeply, a satisfied expression emerging on his face, as if even the air here were sweet. Oh, the east, a land so rich in prodigious figures and natural beauty. One day, it shall belong to us in the West. All of it will be my master's. With that, he opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the very mountains and rivers. Heaven knows how intense their longing and desire for this land were compared to the barren West. This was the territory they yearned for but could not attain, for it was prosperous and abundant. Where every step could lead to treasures of heaven and earth, he would never forget the first time he set foot on this land, nor the unwavering gaze of his master. Thus, one day, this place would be theirs. This was the lifelong aspiration of the Western sect from top to bottom. Looking down at Wenjong, who rode the ink Qilin and constantly peered into the city, a disdainful expression appeared on his face. How could a mere third-generation disciple of the Hope to unravel this grand array? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Remember, this grand array was bequeathed by his omnipotent master. To ensure Wenjong remained here, he possessed dozens of similar formations at his disposal. As the Mithra spread his palm, golden lights danced from his fingers, revealing miniature arrays that had already been set in place. Preparations made by his master for Wenjong. He found it somewhat puzzling why his master placed such importance on this insignificant human. After all, what was Wenjong, or even the entire human race, but mere pawns in the grand game played by his master? Humans, just ants. Wenjong, your fate has already been priced, yet you remain blissfully unaware that a sense of lofty pity crept onto the Mithra's face. Unlike the oblivious Wenjong, he was already privy to the hidden truths of the divine calamity. The Western sect was not involved in the calamity, and this realization instilled in him an inexplicable sense of superiority. Watching the weak and powerless human struggle, only to descend into helplessness, was a most intriguing spectacle. Enriching his cultivation with the myriad experiences of life, with a step into the void, he descended from the northern city wall. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by this small ant, hoping he could help alleviate his boredom. Although he could not kill Wenjong to avoid drawing the attention of to toy with him was certainly permissible. Wenjong, prepare to meet your fate. With a thunderous shout, he did not even require any magical artifacts. A massive foot came crashing down towards Wenjong's head. He found the prospect of humiliation far more amusing than mere slaughter. After all, Wenjong hailed from one of the orthodox sects of the Xianmen. The thought of a disciple, who had always held himself aloof, being trampled beneath his feet brought him a thrill of pleasure. Though in terms of seniority, Wenjong was indeed his junior, a fact he conveniently chose to overlook. All 6 holy figures of the primordial age sprang from the same master. But what of it? The world is vast, resources are finite. In the face of such realities, all notions of camaraderie among sects are mere trifles. The West's ambition to flourish and invade the East was an inevitability. This awareness had long been ingrained in the disciples of the Western sect. The momentum of that descending foot was fierce. Wenjong, wielding twin whips, braced himself, while the ink Qilin beneath him fidgeted anxiously, only regaining composure after being squeezed between his legs. Crack! With a shake of his arms, Wenjong's dual whips transformed into 2 soaring dragons, striking directly towards the Mithra's thigh. However, the Mithra paid no heed to Wenjong's assault. Foolish child! With a light reprimand, golden light radiated from him, forming a protective celestial glow around his body. The twin whips struck heavily against the golden light, their force palpable even from the sound of impact. Yet the Mithra's footing remained unshaken, as the power of the whips was entirely absorbed by his protective aura. It seemed the disciples of the were not as formidable as claimed. With a smirk, the Mithra felt a surge of delight. How many times had they been humiliated in the East during past debates with their master? Today, he had finally managed to reclaim a measure of dignity. With this thought in mind, he increased the pressure of his foot, intending to stomp Wenjong into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Such an act was truly a step too far. Observing the impending footfall, Wenjong could hardly be oblivious to the Mithra's intentions, a flicker of anger crossing his face. In the next instant, the third eye between his brows slowly opened, containing within it the power of countless thunders. Though a human, Wenjong was born extraordinary. This third eye was his most distinctive feature. During his time training under the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he had excelled in lightning techniques, and over the years, All the lightning arts he had cultivated had coalesced within this EY.IT was the first time he would employ this power since descending the mountain. After all these years of accumulation, he was uncertain just how formidable the lightning within that I truly was. Boom! The eye merely opened halfway, yet it summoned an extraordinary phenomenon. The previously clear sky darkened, clouds gathering, and bolts of lightning crackled to life. In the face of this celestial occurrence, the Mithriya remained unfazed. To him, the power contained within this phenomenon was hardly enough to tickle his fancy. As the Mithriya's foot drew perilously close, when Zhong could wait no longer. He channeled all his magical energy into the eye on his forehead. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning burst forth from his eye, and under the converging forces of the celestial event, the space above Wen Zhong transformed into a veritable sea of thunder. Simultaneously, Wen Zhong squeezed his legs, urging the Ink Qilin to swiftly retreat, distancing themselves from the Mithriya's impending strike. Indeed, that maneuver is quite impressive. It can catch one off guard, but it is utterly ineffective against me. That a voice echoed from within the sea of thunder, and the next moment, boundless golden light erupted from the tempest, extinguishing the lightning in its wake. With a resounding thud, the Mithriya stepped forth, 1 foot at a time, emerging from the sea of thunder. His Taoist robe bore scorch marks from the lightning, indicating that this strike had not been entirely without effect. Congratulations, Wen Zhong. You have finally managed to provoke me, as he spoke. Auspicious clouds unfurled above him, and a bowl materialized, radiating a purple-gold glow as it descended toward Wen Zhong's head. Be suppressed. Faced with Wen Zhong, the artifact he had personally crafted was more than sufficient. When Zhong gazed at the descending bowl, a sense of gravity filled his eyes. Although merely a postnatal treasure, it exerted an immense pressure upon him. As a third-generation disciple of the Jiejiao, Wen Zhong was indeed distinguished among his peers. Yet when confronted with a direct disciple of a sage, his strength seemed utterly inadequate. With his dual whips raised, morphing into 2 serpentine dragons, he entangled himself in a struggle against the bowl, all the while his mind raced to devise an escape. He could scarcely fathom how such a formidable cultivator could arise from a mere city in the North Sea. You are a member of the Western sect, secretly infiltrating my eastern territory. Do you not fear the retribution of the sage? Wen Zhong exclaimed with a commanding voice. Upon hearing this, the golden bowl hovering above him trembled noticeably, and an even greater oppressive force descended. This matter does not concern you. Focus on your own predicament, came the reply from beneath the bowl. Beneath its shadow, Wen Zhong found it increasingly arduous to defend himself. As the 2 serpentine dragons diminished in size under the overwhelming power, teetering on the brink of suppression, the fate awaiting Wen Zhong mirrored that of his dwindling dragons, as he remained at a loss for a solution to his dire circumstances. As long as I can suppress you here, no one will know of my infiltration into the East. The 72 cities of the North Sea are intricately linked to the designs of the Western sect. This place will serve as the fulcrum for the Eastern transmission of our doctrines, a critical juncture that cannot afford failure. Mused Mithriya, now adopting a serious demeanor. As long as I draw breath. This land belongs to the human race. Your ambitions are but folly. Although Wen Zhong was unaware of the Western sect's true intentions, he sensed they could bring no benefit to humanity. Is that so? A dangerous glimmer flickered in Mithriya's eyes. The Eastern transmission of the Western sect was the lifelong aspiration of all its disciples, and Wen Zhong's words had struck a nerve, igniting his murderous intent. Do you dare to threaten me with death? Mithriya's aura of malice enveloped Wen Zhong. Under this chilling presence, the North Sea city fell into an eerie silence. However, such intimidation was of little consequence to Wen Zhong. Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. I, Wen Zhong, am not one to be cowed. The human race has always stood resolute. Why would we fear your threats? His eyes blazing with righteous fury. Wen Zhong, a venerable minister of the great Shang dynasty, radiated an indomitable spirit. Fear not, I shall not end your life just yet. I intend to confine you here, forcing you to witness the disintegration of the human race. To watch as the Shang dynasty crumbles piece by piece. Mithriya's lips curled into a cruel smile, his murderous intent simmering beneath a veneer of restraint. He was unwilling to jeopardize the grand scheme of the Western sect by alarming the true loyalists. After all, he understood the true vulnerability of such devoted followers. Wenzhong was a cherished disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and Methria did not wish to rouse the serpent and disrupt the plans of the Western sect. The bowl above continued its relentless descent, while Wenzhong's dual whips had already been reduced to mere wisps, suppressed beneath its weight, leaving him to await a similar fate of oppression. The ink qilin beneath him galloped with lightning swiftness. Yet it could not escape the bowl's confines. Resign yourself to fate, Wenzhong. Before me, you are but a mere mouse, Methria declared with a gleeful expression reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. For the first time, he had reclaimed the advantage over a second-generation disciple of the Jiejiao. That's so. I find it hard to believe, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Upon hearing this, Methria's countenance shifted dramatically as he spun around. Before he could comprehend the situation, a colossal golden foot descended from the clouds, heading straight for the North Sea city, with a resounding crack. The once impenetrable formation he had relied upon shattered before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a golden bridge had materialized in the sky, and a figure emerged slowly from its depths, surrounded by the chaotic energies of myriad laws. The booming resonance of the Tao reverberated, transforming into a harbinger of doom for Methria. Paralyzed by fear, he stood motionless, sweat soaking through his garments. Swallowing hard, terror filled his gaze. Who are you? As a quasi-saint. He understood the significance of the laws surrounding him. To comprehend even a single law was the criterion for becoming a quasi-saint. The sheer number of laws converging around this figure was unfathomable. Leaving him in awe of their terrifying power, Dixon calls me ancestor. What do you think I am? The speaker wore a smile, yet coldness glinted in their eyes. With a mere thought, the laws behind him coalesced into a hand that blotted out the sky. Reaching for Mithridat, I am a disciple of the sage. Do you dare to harm me? Mithria shouted in alarm, the bowl that had hovered over Wenzhong now shielding him as he swiftly retreated westward. He realized he was in the presence of someone he could not provoke in this primordial world. Ever since Pangu split the heavens and the earth, countless epochs had passed without anyone knowing how many extraordinary beings existed within. As for the claim of being DXN's ancestor, he could never accept such a notion. A mere human could not possibly possess that level of strength. The bowl, predictably, was shattered into fragments by Li Medeo, who then continued his pursuit of Methria without pause. Though Methria was swift, he proved insufficient against the grasp of the LAW. In plain sight, he was ensnared within the grasp of that hand. Drawn back to the North Sea city, a force of law shielded him, preventing his immediate demise at the hands of Li Medeo. I am a disciple of the sage. Should I perish here today, my master will surely exact vengeance on your behalf. If you are wise, you will release me at once, Mithria shouted, his voice frantic. He could hardly believe how rapidly the tide of fate had turned against him. He was still the mouse, yet the roles had reversed. Now, he was the one being toyed with. Feeling Wenzhong's penetrating gaze upon him, he could not suppress his shame and fury. Your master must be cunning. Is it not? Li Medeo feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Indeed, release me now, while there is still time. Mithria, upon hearing Li Medeo's inquiry, found himself momentarily less urgent. Being a direct disciple of the sage was a status worthy of pride. How many would regard him with esteem solely due to that title, and how many would beg for mercy upon hearing the name of the sage? He had witnessed such occurrences countless times. With this in mind, he regained his composure. Release me and offer your apologies, and I shall consider this day as though it never transpired. He was not foolish. Rather, he had experienced this too often to think otherwise. Instinctively believing that in this world, the sage held the highest authority, no one dared defy a sage. A habitual thought process began to take shape within him. And what if I refuse? Li Medeo's voice echoed in his ears, igniting a flare of anger within Methria. Then prepare to be hunted down by the sage. You will find no refuge, neither in the heights nor the depths. Confidence radiated from his face. This was not mere bravado. He was certain his master could achieve anything. But I shall not be swayed by such superstitions. As he spoke, Li Medeo exerted his will, causing Mithria's remaining thread of law to embed itself within him, leaving him perilously close to death. "You will regret this," Mithria gasped, his face flushed as he struggled to utter a few words. Yet, Limadeo showed no sign of relent, continuing to tighten his grip. Poor Mithria had never anticipated encountering such an audacious existence. It is known that only a sage can rival another sage, yet all sages share a fraternal bond. Thus far, he had never encountered anyone willing to employ lethal force. Boom! Just as life and death hung in the balance, a distinctly sage-like aura erupted from Mithria, shattering Limadeo's grasp in an instant. A golden phantom of Kanti materialized above Mithria, who slightly bowed to Limadeo. "My friend, spare this disciple of mine, and consider it a favor owed." It turned out that Kani had bestowed a fragment of his divine essence upon each of the direct disciples of the Western sect, a protection that had finally proven useful today. "You are doomed." Mithria once again rose to prominence. Yet before he could bask in his glory, the cold voice of Limadeo resounded once more. "Not at all." Simultaneously, a colossal hand coalesced, unceremoniously striking towards the head of the illusion of Zhuan-Ti. "Since my fellow cultivator fails to recognize the gravity of the situation, he shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The expression of that illusion stiffened, and at the center of its palm appeared the ethereal image of the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree. With a sweeping motion, a surge of law's power shot forth, hurtling straight towards Limadeo's great hand, in stark contrast to the chaotic and disordered laws condensed upon Limadeo's hand. This manifestation of law's power was remarkably solid. "Mere trifles," Limadeo uttered disdainfully in the face of Zhuan-Ti's assault. Having already clashed with the true Saint Zhuan-Ti before the palace of Niwa, he had felt no fear then, so how could he be intimidated by this mere incarnation? Below the saints, all are but ants. How dare you utter such arrogant words before my master? Today marks your demise. Hearing Limadeo's words, Mithria retorted sharply. Although Zhuan-Ti was the weakest among the saints, he was still a saint, not to be compared with ordinary beings, and he held absolute confidence in his master. Yet in the next moment his mouth fell agape. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Zhuan-Ti's strike was utterly shattered. The great hand descended without hesitation, and as he felt a chill above his head, the spirit incarnation of Saint Zhuan-Ti was cleanly and decisively obliterated, just as the massive hand was about to land upon him. Mithria finally reacted, but it was too late to evade. Before he could utter a sound, the hand had already descended. With a mere touch, the force of law reverberated, and Mithria felt as though his very essence had been shaken. In the next instant, the quasi-Saint Mithria was extinguished. The calamity of sealing the gods had yet to commence, and the Western sect had already lost a treasured disciple. Neither Mithria nor Zhuan-Ti could have anticipated such an occurrence. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Wentaisher awestruck, watching as Mithria dissipated into the air. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses and carefully bowed to Limadeo. "Might I inquire about your relation to the Great Shang?" he asked, confusion etched upon his face. As a veteran of 3 dynasties and a trusted official, he prided himself on his knowledge of the Great Shang. Yet, in his memory, there was no trace of Limadeo. However, from the current circumstances, it seemed that he was not an enemy of the Great Shang, that I am the ancestral figure of the Great Shang. Descending from the air to stand before Wentaisher, Limadeo's eyes brimmed with a sense of time's passage and nostalgia. After all these years, he had finally encountered a familiar figure, Taisher Wenzhong. A loyal and steadfast minister of the Great Shang, was known to him from the previous life's Investiture of the gods. Who would have thought he would meet him in the flesh today? With his head bowed, Wenzhong ruminated, nearly racking his brain before recalling. Even he, usually composed, could not help but display a look of surprise. Could it be that you are the esteemed ancestor from the palace's small courtyard? It was precisely because he had once been the esteemed teacher of Emperor Xian that he was sufficiently familiar with the palace. Otherwise, even he would have struggled to recall Limadeo's existence. Limadeo nodded. "Today, I come to assist you in breaking the 72 cities of the Northern Sea." Turning his gaze towards the Northern Sea city, he spoke with an unmasked, killing intent in his voice. The decline of the Great Shang began here. Wen Zhong had been trapped in the 72 cities of the Northern Sea for 15 years, as three demons infiltrated the palace, inciting the emperor to slaughter loyal subjects, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Great Shang and emperor's position being usurped by GFA, who had then degraded himself to a mere son of heaven. Had Wen Zhong remained in Chaoga City, coupled with the king's golden whip in his possession, he could have suppressed the emperor, preventing him from going astray, thus averting the tragic fate that lay ahead. This was the first step in Li Medeo's plan. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." With the sound of armor clinking, Wen Zhong rose to his feet. "You go to assemble the army. I shall proceed ahead." El Amedeo waved his hand, and in the next moment, he appeared above Northern Sea City. On the city walls, Yuan Futong drew his sword, pointing it at Li Medeo, his eyes filled with nothing but hatred. After enduring great difficulty, he had finally glimpsed the hope of immortality, only to see it crushed by Li Medeo today. "You killed my master. Today, I shall slay you," he declared, stamping his foot and summoning a cloud to charge at Li Medeo. The fool, brainwashed by the Western sect, still dared to dream of dividing territories. How unworthy to be among humanity. With a cold snort, Yuan Futong's cloud shattered beneath him, and his body involuntarily plummeted. El Amedeo casually flicked his wrist, unleashing a surge of vitality that transformed into a blade, cleaving Yuan Futong in twain. His corpse crashed heavily to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. He had not even had the chance to unleash the powers bestowed upon him by his teachers before being so easily dispatched. He could not accept it in the next instant. Before Li Medeo could make another move, several demonic clouds rose swiftly, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. It turned out that all those extraordinary individuals brought by Methriel were demons. Upon witnessing the fearsome presence of Li Medeo, they had long been terrified and dared not linger. El Amedeo's gaze swept across, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since they had been discovered, he would not allow them to leave so easily. Before him, these demonic clouds were not much faster than a turtle. "Since you have come, do not think to depart," he bellowed. With a sweeping motion of his great hand, a torrent of vital energy manifested, and all the fleeing demons were snatched back by Li Medeo's grasp. In his palm, these demons shrank to minuscule proportions, trembling in fear as they kneeled and bowed, pleading for their lives. However, observing their resentful demeanor, Li Medeo knew they had inflicted harm upon many and could not be spared. Any hint of hesitation would be a disrespect to the countless human lives lost because of them. They had harmed others. Had they not acted, they would not face this day. Emerging from the crucible of slaughter as a great emperor of humanity, he would not show mercy. Yes, he spoke, with a flick of his wrist. The demons dissolved into crimson mist, swiftly extinguished that a final glance revealed that only ordinary people remained within Northern Sea City, and he no longer needed to intervene. The forces led by Wen Zhong were more than sufficient to handle the situation. With a shift of his form, he continued onward to the next city. On this day, above the 72 cities of the Northern Sea, a golden foot manifested, crushing the 72 grand formations of the West and slaying countless demons. When he returned once more, Wen Zhong had successfully reclaimed the first city. El Amedeo reappeared, this time at Wen Zhong's side, accompanied by the 4 generals of the demon clan, who towered even higher than the city walls. Precisely as depicted in the television series, having never seen Li Medeo before, the 4 generals of the demon clan grasped their magical artifacts, their expressions wary. Yet Li Medeo's attention had never strayed to them. "I await you in Chaoga City. It requires your steadfast presence." As soon as he spoke, Li Medeo's figure vanished once more. This place no longer needed his intervention. When Zhong's army was adequate, I bid farewell to the esteemed ancestor. When Wen Zhong completed his bow and lifted his head, Li Medeo had already disappeared without a trace. Witnessing Wen Taisher's respectful demeanor, Imo Li Qin could not help but inquire, "Taisher, who was that person just now?" The other 3 brothers also pricked their ears in curiosity at the question that he is the ancestral figure of the Great Shang, a being of unparalleled existence. Outside the city of Chaoga, Li Medeo reemerged. The bustling throngs within the city were as vibrant as when he had departed, filled with the warmth of human life. Yet, When his gaze fell upon the palace, his brow furrowed deeply. The demonic aura was overwhelming. And there were even 3 sources. It was more severe than recorded. Did they seek to hasten the downfall of the great Shang? He could not comprehend why, having unveiled the conspiracy of Saint Juanti before the palace of Niwa. Such a calamity as the demons invading the palace to harm the emperor could still occur. Even this moment is significantly ahead of the recorded timeline, suppressing the impulse to storm the palace with a forceful slap. Limadeo, laden with perplexity, made his way back to the imperial palace, eager to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, the Divine Mother Niwa had long foreseen the impending calamity when the 6 sages jointly sealed the divine list within the Zixiao Palace. Her fury this time stemmed solely from the unexpected conflagration ignited by the sage Juni, which had now engulfed her as well. In ancient times, she refrained from intervening when the demon race forged the slaughtering witch sword, leaving the human race with a lingering dissatisfaction. Hence, she wished to remain uninvolved in this quagmire at this juncture, on that fateful day, after Niwa vented her ire in a clash with the sage Juanti amidst the chaos. The other sages promptly followed suit into the tumult. After deliberation, they ultimately resolved to let the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb infiltrate the palace to disrupt the human emperor, to vanquish the Shang dynasty. A justification steeped in righteousness was essential to silence the murmurs of the human populace, and targeting the human emperor was deemed the most advantageous starting point. The emergence of Limadeo instilled fear of unforeseen variables, prompting the entire scheme to be hastened. Fortunately, had Limadeo ventured into the chaos that day, the fate awaiting him was all too apparent. Although he was the emperor of the human race, how many nails could a rusty ship drive? Unbeknownst to him, the 3 sovereigns had inadvertently saved Limadeo's life. Within the palace, Limadeo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought as he pondered the best way to deal with the 3 demons. Suddenly, Emperor Xian approached him with an expression of profound gratitude. Having met the ancestral figure, he realized that had it not been for the ancestral intervention that thwarted the sage's conspiracy, his misconduct towards the human saintess could have become a scandal throughout the human realm. As a revered human emperor, such a calamity was utterly intolerable. It would be detrimental to both the Shang dynasty and the human race, and he had no desire to be remembered as a pariah. "Rise," Limadeo said, suppressing the urge to strike him. Having just resolved the troubles stemming from the incense of Niwa's palace, he found himself entangled with the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb. Truly, it was an unending cycle of chaos surrounding Emperor Xian. Naturally, he understood this was not Emperor Xian's fault. Being targeted by the sage was a most unfortunate fate indeed. What was the ancestral figure observing? Emperor Xian sought to cultivate a rapport with Limadeo. Neither he nor the lineage of Shang emperors held any clear impression of this ancestral figure, as no one knew his temperament or preferences. "You have 3 spirits in your harem," Limadeo remarked, raising 3 fingers in curiosity as he awaited Emperor Xian's reaction to his knowledge. This human emperor was not particularly lecherous. Unbeknownst to the ancestral figure, there are 3 auspicious beings bestowed by the Divine Mother Niwa as compensation for the frightened inhabitants of her palace. Emperor Xian said, a sheepish grin adorning his face. This expression rendered Limadeo momentarily speechless, as it was entirely contrary to his expectations. Could it be that Emperor Xian's lack of interest in human women stemmed solely from his preference for spirits rather than his disdain for humanity? Taking a breath, he recalled that one of the 5 emperors, Diu, had once taken the 9-tailed fox of the Tushan clan as his wife, and at that time, the 9-tailed fox was indeed regarded as a sign of good fortune. No wonder Emperor Xian appeared so self-satisfied, yet somewhat bashful. However, what he did not realize was that these 3 demons had come with a purpose: to sow discord in the realm of Shang. The ancestral figure believed it inappropriate, assuring, "Rest assured, I am not fond of human women. I possess sufficient self-control." Emperor Xian patted his chest, no longer perceiving himself as a lofty emperor, but rather as an ordinary descendant in the presence of the ancestral figure. "Very well, I shall await your performance," Limadeo replied, patting Emperor Xian's shoulder. Suddenly, he changed his mind. It was unnecessary for him to act personally, for someone would inevitably rise to the occasion, aware of the ancestral figure's preference for tranquility. Emperor Xn, after making his presence felt, returned to his own affairs. As the human emperor, his daily responsibilities were indeed numerous. Watching Emperor Xn hurry away, Limadeo felt a sense of relief regarding his own life. After all, the emperor dealt with an unending stream of human affairs, bearing burdens akin to those of ordinary workers toiling from 9 to 5. Having spent several days in Chauga City without significant events transpiring, and with the spirits in the harem causing no mischief, Limadeo temporarily set his mind at ease. He surmised that the demons would likely wait until they had firmly established their position in the harem and gained Emperor Xn's complete trust before making their move. Standing outside Chauga City and gazing toward Shichi, he perceived things invisible to others. Their new current of human fortune was slowly emerging, with a rapid expansion on the horizon. The source of turmoil within the human race began from that point, and if possible, he wished to act preemptively. Ultimately, it was the common folk who always suffered in the wake of any conflict. While he did not comprehend why the three sovereigns had not intervened to prevent the unfolding of these events, he was unperturbed about becoming a bloodied executioner. With a resolute step forward, his figure vanished from Chauga City, and he resolved to send the Shibwa Ho family on their way ahead of time. As long as he could avert a civil war within the human race, he was willing to bear such infamy that a ripple of spatial distortion occurred, and when he reappeared, he found himself outside Shichi City. In the unseen void, Limadeo sensed a presence of a sage. During the impending calamity, the sage Yuan Shirtianzun had chosen Shichi as his domain, and it was evident that this aura belonged to him. Although he might not be a match for Yuan Shirtianzun, Limadeo still yearned to test his mettle. With a flick of his wrist, his battle blade slipped from his sleeve into his hand. This time, he was prepared to unleash his full strength, for he knew this opportunity might be his only chance. With a firm push of his foot, he soared toward Shichi City, only to be met in the next instant by a greenish light barrier that appeared before him. Entry is forbidden here. The ethereal figure of Yuan Shirtianzun materialized, holding a grand banner, emanating a formidable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It was evident that this was the renowned innate treasure. The Panga banner, known to be a fragment of the divine axe wielded by the primordial deity Pangu during the creation of the desolate world, was said to contain unmatched power of chaotic divine thunder, making it the most formidable weapon in Yuan Shirtianzun's arsenal. Before the calamity had officially commenced, Yuan Shirtianzun had already placed Shichi under his vigilant watch. Limadeo's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he did not waver. Instead, he took a step forward. If I am unwilling, what will you do? The space around him warped as his aura reached its zenith. Behind him, a terrifying, murderous intent manifested as a vision, revealing a figure trampling across a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, ancient demonic beings lying vanquished. While bloody, it exuded a fierce and unyielding aura that seemed to transcend time itself. Since becoming the emperor of the human race, he had never retreated a single step. He had not done so in the past, and he would not do so in the future, for behind him stood the vulnerable human race. If he were to retreat, the human race would be left with the fate of slaughter. All these visions were born from his relentless fight for the human race. Today, even if a sage stood before him, he wished to ascertain the sage's true essence. In his lexicon, there was no notion of retreat, only the resolve to advance, to place oneself in peril for the sake of survival. The malevolent forces that slaughter the populace would meet their demise today. Yuan Shirtianzun's ephemeral visage bristled with energy as he forcefully slammed the Panga banner to the ground, unleashing an aura of sage-like intensity. In the next moment, both figures vanished from outside Shichi City. When Limadeo's vision cleared, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Above him lay a dazzling galaxy, countless ancient stars casting hues of light, surrounding them in a void that extended infinitely in all directions. Yet under the brilliance of the myriad stars, this void did not seem overwhelmingly dark. He was unaware of where Yuan Shirtianzun had transported him, but it suited his intentions perfectly, given the might of both himself and Yuan Shirtianzun. Should they truly have been in front of Shichi City, Even a mere fraction of their power could obliterate the city entirely. He intended to eliminate the Shibwa Ho and prevent civil strife within the human race. Yet he never wished for the innocent populace to suffer alongside them. Human race, what does your formidable power matter if you neglect the great path, disrespect the sages, and know only slaughter? Today, let me act as the hand of heaven to administer your punishment. A thunderous roar echoed, prompting Limadeo to turn his head. Before him stood the primordial heavenly venerable, who waved the Panga banner in his hand, unleashing a chaotic divine thunder that soared forth. Wherever this divine thunder passed, the void collapsed, indicating that its power was beyond the capacity of space to endure. After casting this chaotic divine thunder, the primordial heavenly venerable remained composed, as if in his eyes. This single bolt of chaotic divine thunder was sufficient to claim Limadeo's life. Under the lock of his vital energy, Limadeo understood that evasion was futile. He could only brace himself to confront it head-on. Facing such formidable divine thunder for the first time, he dared not be careless. With a flick of his wrist, a grand imperial formation pattern on his battle blade was activated, radiating brilliance as a unique wave of Tao laws emanated from the blade. He slowly swung the battle blade, as if it bore the weight of 1,000,000 pounds. As his movements unfolded, the spiritual energy across the vast expanse began to take shape, moving in tandem with the battle blade. Even the celestial river above began to sway, as ancient stars trembled. This power evidently surpassed the limits of a quasi-saint. Even the primordial heavenly venerable across from him displayed a serious demeanor. Yet prideful as he was, he remained motionless, showing no intention to shake the Panga banner again. Sliced through, with a thunderous roar, the chaotic divine thunder approached, leaving no time to delay. The battle blade gleamed with unparalleled brilliance, rendering all other lights colorless in its presence. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, he swung the blade directly at the chaotic divine thunder and the primordial heavenly venerable behind it. The clash between the chaotic divine thunder and the blade light was fierce, pulling several massive stars above into the fray, resulting in a resounding explosion. The great image was formless, and the mighty sound was but a whisper. A visible shockwave radiated from the center of the explosion, yet Limadeo heard not a sound. This shockwave ruffled the primordial heavenly venerable's ethereal visage, only to dissipate silently thereafter. Witnessing this scene, Limadeo's pupils constricted sharply. The forces were evenly matched, and this was merely a manifestation of the primordial heavenly venerable's primordial spirit. He had underestimated the situation. Compared to the primordial heavenly venerable, Zhuanti was merely a trivial contender. After their encounter at Nuwa Palace, he had gauged the gap between himself and the saints. Yet he had clearly miscalculated. Zhuanti was not a valid measuring unit at all. This primordial spirit of the primordial heavenly venerable was at least 1.5 times stronger than Zhuanti, and one could not dismiss the influence of the Panga banner. After all, it was a relic of the Pangu great deity, utilized during the creation of the heavens and the earth, whereas Zhuanti possessed no comparable treasures, not even his own Tao attainment treasure. Nevertheless, Limadeo harbored no intentions of retreating. With a firm stamp of his foot, numerous imperial formation patterns visibly emerged, extending from beneath him to encompass the entire world. A torrent of potent blood energy surged from his crown, disrupting the celestial river. Merely standing there, the surrounding heavens seemed on the verge of collapsing, and the space began to distort. Streams of golden blood energy, accompanied by crimson clouds, overflowed from his body, encircling him. Buzz, the battle blade, emitted a soft hum, its body beginning to tremble slightly. The blade's spirit within was stirring, for it had been an eternity since Limadeo had fought with all his might. Lines of Tao patterns illuminated the blade, totaling more than 10, manifesting the fruits of his 10 lifetimes of cultivation. His physical strength had grown so formidable that only the ancient ancestral witches could rival him. The primordial heavenly venerable observed the escalating momentum surrounding Limadeo, but refrained from intervening. He was the authentic Pangu and a saint, possessing his own pride. He scorned the notion of ambushing another. The path of becoming a saint through physical means was merely that, a path that even Pangu had failed to traverse. Did Limadeo believe he could succeed? If I become a saint, I shall be Pangu, Limadeo bellowed, and in the next instant, his aura surged tenfold, I in this world brimming with spiritual energy and complete Tao laws. Few delved into secret techniques. Yet, in the primordial chaos of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, myriad secret techniques flourished. With the 9 secrets upon him, even Limadeo was unaware of how formidable he had become. Not good. Sensing the sudden surge of Limadeo's aura, the primordial heavenly venerable's complexion changed drastically. However, before he could shake the Panga banner once more, a blade light had already cleaved above him. The 9 secrets not only enhanced his cultivation, but also multiplied his speed tenfold. After all, this was merely a saint's ethereal projection, not his true form. Thus, before he could fully comprehend the attack, the blade light had already descended upon him. As the blade light struck, the saintly projection split into 2, without so much as a flicker of surprise on his face, before dissipating into smoke amidst the heavens and earth. Limadeo barely had time to exhale in relief when the scene before him suddenly shook violently, shattering like broken glass. The azure sky reappeared, and upon lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find himself hovering above Shichi City. A golden opportunity. His eyes sparkled with determination as he suppressed the fatigue brought on by the 9 secrets. He knew the primordial heavenly venerable would not grant him much time. He swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the tallest and grandest mansion at the heart of the city. The 4 characters Shibwa Hofu glimmered prominently, ensuring Limadeo could not miss it. What a contemporary saint, merely a fraud masquerading as the genuine article. Upon entering the mansion, Limadeo's steps faltered, overwhelmed by the opulence of the decorations and furnishings. What appeared to be an ordinary mansion from the outside concealed a realm of wonders within, leaving him momentarily dazzled. Here, apart from its slightly lesser grandeur than the imperial palace, it surpassed the palace in luxury. If the palace of Emperor XN was solemn and dignified, this place could only be described as extravagantly lavish. Gold, silver, and various gemstones adorned every corner. Scanning the entirety of the mansion with his divine sense, he pinpointed the locations of Ji Chong and GFA. However, his expression turned peculiar. The brazen indulgence in broad daylight was no wonder this Shibwa Ho had 100 sons. Indeed, he had a taste for revelry in that moment of astonishment, he felt a powerful, saintly pressure rapidly approaching from afar. His complexion changed. He knew he could no longer afford to wait. Once the primordial heavenly venerable's true form arrived, he would be unable to slay the Shibwa Ho. Standing firm, he extended his right hand, pinching the void. Bang, bang. 2 successive shattering sounds echoed in the vicinity of his divine sense. Both Ji Chong and GFA's heads were crushed by his grasp. Sensing the impending, saintly pressure drawing nearer, he realized he could not linger any longer. With a swift motion, he vanished from Shichi City, in but a fleeting moment. He had fled thousands of miles away. At that moment, he felt an explosive surge of saintly pressure emanating from the direction of Shichi City, accompanied by a fierce rage, an emotion that Limadeo also sensed, halting in his tracks. He glanced back to see dark clouds gathering above Shichi City, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, leaving him utterly astonished. It was said that a saint's emotions could influence the heavens. Witnessing it today was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that if he wished to shoulder the future of humanity, he had a long road ahead. To sway the heavens with one's emotions was a manifestation of comprehending the will of heaven, a feat he had yet to achieve. Turning away, he pressed on, continuing toward Chauga City. He knew not the extent of the saint's powers, but he was keen to avoid being pursued. He lacked the strength to engage in another battle with the saint. Above Shichi City, the primordial heavenly venerable's face darkened as he surveyed the remnants of Ji Chong and GFA's shattered heads, inciting a deep-seated anguish. These were the representatives he had chosen for the Fengshen calamity, and they had perished without a sound. His inner fury reached a boiling point, yet he had no outlet for it. The projection of his primordial spirit had been slain by Limadeo, dissipating into the cosmos, leaving him with insufficient clues. Moreover, Limadeo was inherently unpredictable, and combined with the influence of the calamity's aura, the primordial heavenly venerable could not calculate his whereabouts, ultimately resigning himself to abandon the pursuit. With a flick of his sleeve, the entire Shibwa Hofu fell into stillness. The primordial heavenly venerable, with a grim countenance, entered the mansion and approached the two figures. In truth, he was reluctant to entangle himself in such matters. But who was it that linked the fates of these two individuals with his grand design? With a mere gesture, a stream of ethereal jade-like essence erupted from his fingertips. The next moment, the two figures regained their original, unblemished forms that he then retrieved a cerulean gourd from his sleeve. Upon uncorking the gourd, he poured forth two resplendent golden pills. Yes, soon as these pills landed in his palm, an exotic fragrance permeated the entire Marquis's residence, causing even the flora and fauna within to appear more vibrant than before. It was, in fact, the most precious 9-turn golden pills of the sage. And astonishingly, he produced two at once. Such a pill, if it were to circulate in the outside world, would surely incite countless individuals to vie for it. A mortal fortunate enough to possess one could ascend instantly, while a mortal would gain an additional life or use it to transcend their current realm. Crafted personally by the sage in the 8 trigrams furnace, it was indeed a rare elixir for both domestic and travel purposes. However, today, for these two, it could merely salvage their lives. Naturally, being destined for greatness, they were entirely different from ordinary mortals. With a flick of his finger, the 9-turn golden pills transformed into 2 golden streams of light that directly entered their mouths, turning into a nourishing essence that flowed into their very lungs. The primordial supreme being, performing a hand gesture, bellowed with a voice that resonated like a mighty bell. If not now, then when? No sooner had the words left his mouth than both Ji Chong and GFA opened their eyes. Rising to their feet, they beheld their restored forms, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. For a moment, they could not discern whether the events that had transpired were mere illusions or actual occurrences. "You have both perished once," echoed the voice of the primordial supreme being in their ears, serving to clarify the confusion in their hearts. GFA, startled by the sound, suddenly realized that everything around him had fallen into a state of suspension, save for himself and his father, Ji Chong. In contrast to GFA, Ji Chong exhibited a far more composed demeanor that he quickly regained his senses and respectfully bowed to the primordial supreme being. "Thank you, immortal master, for your life-saving grace. May I inquire where you reside in your celestial abode, so that I may pay my respects in the future?" His eyes brimmed with genuine gratitude. Even the sage could find no fault in his demeanor. "Ji Chong, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. It is not in vain that I have saved you." Observing Ji Chang's comportment, the primordial supreme being felt a surge of satisfaction. Surrounded by several disheveled maidservants, Ji Chong managed to maintain his composure, acting as though he had seen nothing amiss. Such self-control was indeed rare. Had he not been observing Ji Chong for an extended period, even he might have been deceived by that expression. Such a person was a born leader, with the support of the teachings of the Chan. It was fitting that such a character could seize dominion over humanity. "That I am the primordial supreme being of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain," he declared, stroking his beard. In that moment, the calm demeanor on Ji Chang's face faltered, replaced by a look of perfect astonishment. He had not anticipated the presence of the sage himself. Ji Chong felt he had failed to extend an appropriate welcome and begged for forgiveness. As the words echoed, he fell to his knees with a soft thud. "What merit do I possess to warrant the sage's personal intervention? I humbly request that the sage permit our West Bounty Marquis to erect a temple in your honor, offering daily veneration." This heartfelt entreaty resonated deeply, even stirring a sense of comfort within the primordial supreme being. Observing Ji Chong and GFA kneeling before him, he felt increasingly pleased with his discernment. Such audacity was the hallmark of one destined for greatness. "Granted. Thank you, Sage. Ji Chong. Remember this. You are endowed with great fortune. In the future, you shall govern all of humanity. Do not allow the petty to take advantage of you." Upon hearing this, Ji Chong, though still kneeling, trembled with excitement. The words struck a chord deep within him. Sensing the ambition radiating from Ji Chong, the primordial supreme being nodded in approval. This mutual aspiration was precisely the outcome he desired. Justifying his journey from Kunlun Mountain. "I share a bond with you through the primordial summoning. As you offer daily veneration, in times of peril, I shall surely assist you. With a flick of his finger, a talisman exuding jade-like essence hovered above Ji Chang's head. Thank you, sage, for bestowing this treasure. Ji Chang reverently accepted the primordial summoning, and when he lifted his gaze once more, he found that the figure of the primordial supreme being had vanished without a trace. A distant voice reached their ears. I have erased all memories of the recent events from the entirety of the West Bounty Marquise. They shall remember nothing. The sage truly considers every detail. Ji Chang could not help but exclaim in admiration. Let it be known, establish a temple for the primordial sage in our West Bounty Marquise. With a command issued, a guard outside responded affirmatively. And the suspended time within the Marquise dissipated with the departure of the primordial supreme being. Reverently cradling the primordial summoning, Ji Chang personally set up an incense altar in his study, treating it with greater reverence than he would his ancestors. This was a life-saving treasure, and he understood its significance well. The GFA, who had been lingering behind him, struggled with unspoken words, feeling a deep discomfort. After offering incense to the primordial summoning, Ji Chang cast a glance at GFA and finally spoke. Do not hold back. If you have questions, now is the time to ask while I am in good spirits. Father, what did the sage mean when he said you possess great fortune and are capable of ruling all of humanity? His eyes shone with intensity, and as he posed a question, a spark of fervor ignited within him. Ji Chang smiled and turned to sit at his desk, gesturing for GFA to take a seat as well. Do you know who our G family's ancestor was? Instead of answering GFA's question, Ji Chang countered with a query. GFA, caught off guard by this unexpected question, furrowed his brow in thought. The more he pondered, the tighter his brows became as he traced back through the generations. He discovered an alarming discontinuity in their family history, which seemed nearly impossible. Have you found the issue? Ji Chang inquired. GFA nodded silently, awaiting his father's explanation. Our ancestor, Ji, was none other than the ancient human emperor Xianyuan. Had it not been for you, perhaps I would be the current human emperor. Ji Chang spoke to you with evident bitterness. The royal lineage. They were once part of the royal bloodline. But that wretched Yu established the Xia dynasty, severing the path to the throne for our Ji family. From the sage's words, it seems that the mandate of the current human emperor shall fall upon me. In the solitude of the study, no one else was present, and there was no need for pretense. In that moment, Ji Chang stroked his graying beard, his face radiant with pride. The ambitions of his Ji ancestors were finally on the verge of realization. Child, strive diligently. In 100 years, you should be the next human emperor. Observing GFA, who appeared stunned, he rose and earnestly patted his shoulder, though his tone was filled with nothing but pride. Human emperor. Ji Chang could hardly contain his excitement as he hurried to the ancestral hall, eager to share the good news with his ancestors. That it was only after a moment that GFA regained his senses. Sitting in his chair, his lips trembling with exhilaration, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, he began to envision the grand deeds he would accomplish if he were to wield such immense power. In an instant, he felt invigorated. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he shuddered, the exhilaration ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving only resentment in his gaze, sending chills down one's spine. Bo-e-cow. That cursed Bo-e-cow. Why must you be the legitimate firstborn and not I? His expression morphed into one of madness. Should Bo-e-cow remain alive, the throne of a human emperor would forever be beyond his grasp. Thus, the fantasies he had just entertained would never materialize. Therefore, Bo-e-cow must perish, a brother born of the same mother. It was, after all, his own blood. GFA wore a smile that was more semblance than sincerity. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly shocking, and in this moment, he felt as though he were on the brink of madness, that on one side lay familial bonds, and, on the other, the insurmountable power that commanded absolute authority over the human race that he wished to relinquish nothing. Yet in this world, there seemed to be no possibility of achieving both. The burden of being the legitimate heir was an obstacle he could never bypass. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reduced the armrests of his chair to splinters, lost in a tumult of thoughts, feeling utterly fatigued by the internal conflict raging within his mind, when he finally rose again. His shirt was damp with sweat, yet he had resolved his decision. After a brief adjustment of his robes, he remained the elegant young gentleman, the second son of the Shibuya Marquis, renowned for his empathy. With a resolute expression, he strode out. If Bo Ikao were to perish before inheriting the position of emperor, so be it. If he were still alive by then, he could hardly be blamed. GFA had known since childhood that he was a man of desires, willing to obliterate everything in pursuit of his goals. Elder brother, I do not wish for this. Yet should you truly obstruct my path, do not hold it against me later. I shall ensure you find a suitable resting place. Unbeknownst to him, Bo Ikao, whom GFA had cherished since childhood, was presently immersed in his studies, blissfully unaware that his elder brother longed for his demise. Truly, one may sit at home while calamity descends from the heavens. Far away, Limadeo had arrived in the heart of the human realm, feeling a palpable release as the aura of the saints dissipated. The calamities of ferocious beasts, the Dragon Han, and the Wu Yao were behind him. His steps grew lighter as he made his way toward Chaoga City, counting on his fingers, only to be left with a face of despair by the end. He lamented arriving in the primordial world too late, missing the opportune moments. With his foresight, had he been present during any of these calamities, he would have amassed great fortune, and strength would not have been a concern, whether it be the essence of ferocious beasts during the calamity of beasts, the blood of the three clans during the Dragon Han calamity, or the buried essence of the Golden Crow and the ancestral, which during the Wu Yao calamity. Any of these would have elevated his power immensely. It was only in his recent battle with Yuan Shi Tianzun that he truly grasped the disparity in strength between himself and the saints. The encounter before the Nuwa Temple had merely been a result of being misled by the Zhuan-Ti. He couldn't help but spit in disdain at the thought, feeling an additional pang of contempt for the figure who had led him astray. This fellow was indeed a schemer, causing him to misjudge the cultivation of the saints. Although he had swiftly carried away Yuan Shi Tianzun before the latter could react, it must not be forgotten that he had only faced a fragment of Yuan Shi's primordial spirit. Far from the full force of the entity, among the six saints, Zhuan-Ti was the weakest, likely having exhausted his resources. At best, he could only hope to match Zhuan-Ti. However, the remaining saints were beyond his reach. It was better not to mention Tong Tian Jiaozhu. He was self-aware enough to know that any of the four swords of exterminating immortals could easily reduce him to dust. He was no match for Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had already pushed him to his limits with merely a fragment of his primordial spirit. The Panga banner in Yuan Shi's possession was particularly formidable. As for the eldest brother among the saints, Laozi, he was not to be underestimated. Ji Ying, though seldom engaging, concealed unfathomable depths, akin to a divine anchor for the Western teachings, undoubtedly harboring unknown methods. As for the Virgin Mother Nuwa, being one of the earliest to achieve sainthood, he did not believe she was as easily trifled with as she appeared. Yet, among these six unique saints, with the exception of Tong Tian Jiaozhu, none aligned themselves with the Dazhou. Even Tong Tian was reluctantly drawn into the Dazhou camp due to his disciples' entanglements in the calamity of sealing the gods. All five saints, aside from Yuwa, had personally intervened. When all was accounted for, it seemed he had no means to protect the Dazhou. It appeared he must devise a way to bolster his strength. He had considered leveraging his foresight to pull the saints into the Dazhou camp. However, he placed greater faith in his own battle prowess. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he had carved his path with blade and blood, accustomed to such forms of communication. Only strength held true value. In the face of beings who had lived for countless eons, who could assure that their so-called schemes would not be seen through, Limadeo never envisioned a day when he, the emperor of the human race, who had vanquished all challengers and dominated an era, would find himself troubled by the need to enhance his power. Given sufficient time, he feared no one. Possessing the principles of the 3,000 Tao had already granted him a head start, a rarity in the primordial world, even if these principles were not complete. However, the time allotted to him was painfully short. From the descent of the fragrance from Yuwa Palace to the fall of the Dazhou, barely 28 years had passed. Time waits for no one. He needed to strengthen himself with utmost urgency. Only then could he safeguard the Dazhou during the calamity of sealing the gods and preserve the imperial throne for humanity. the emperor of humanity, have never known fear, he declared with fervor, his earlier despondence replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. Upon reflection, discounting the brief 20 years of his first life, he had lived for over 100,000 years. By the standards of ordinary people, he had already gained much. There was nothing truly insurmountable. When faced with challenges, he would rise to meet them. At worst, he would lose his life. Yet, at least he had lived, struggled and fought, and had no regrets. As he passed through the Yinshan Mountains, he halted. An arc of electricity danced around him, drawn inexplicably to the aura of the thunder principles emanating from the mountains. The Yinshan Mountains bore the scent of thunder. A spark of realization ignited within Limadeo. This was the future birthplace of Leizhenzi. According to unreliable legends, it was said to be the burial site of the thunder god, of whom Leizhenzi was a reincarnation. A smile spread across Limadeo's face. Leizhenzi was a disciple of Yun Zhongzi from the Chan sect's third generation, the 100th son of Jichang, a vanguard of the West Qi, and an adversary of the Dazhou. As long as he was an enemy, he felt reassured. With a single step, his figure vanished from the foot of the Yinshan. Following the scent of the thunder principles, he reappeared halfway up the mountain. Before him stood an ancient tomb, concealed beneath a lush canopy of trees. Had one not stood before it, it would be nearly impossible to detect. An archaic gravestone stood at the tomb's forefront, inscribed with ancient Taoist characters. Though he had never seen them before, a mere glance revealed their meaning. Thundermarsh, standing before the tomb, Limadeo's eyes glimmered with profound Taoist symbols, his gaze penetrating the ancient burial site and delving deep into the mountain's core. Indeed, this was the place. He perceived the very thunder principles that had drawn him in. Beneath the Yinshan, he could faintly discern an immense corpse, likely the legendary ancient thunder god. Leizhenzi, it seems in this life, you shall not see the day of your birth. As soon as the words left his lips, Limadeo's figure vanished from before the ancient tomb. When he re-emerged, he found himself within the mountain's bowels, where the allure of the thunder principles intensified. The lightning that danced around him radiated a brilliant blue-purple light, illuminating the entire cavern. It appeared that the thunder principles were indeed meant for his use today. With all his vital energy converging upon the thunder principles, he transformed into a tempestuous embodiment of destruction, occupying the entire mountain's interior, as a thunder pool gradually formed above him. This was the thunder principle he had comprehended during his previous trials. A sanctum for brewing thunder, innately irresistible to all thunder principles as expected. With the emergence of the thunder pool, the thunder principles swirling around the colossal corpse reacted, becoming increasingly agitated. Whoosh! The law of thunder transformed into a bolt of lightning. Racing towards the thunder pool, like a fledgling returning to its nest, a smile graced Limadeo's face. This unexpected smoothness was almost surprising. However, just as his vigilant heart began to relax, an abrupt change occurred. The lightning erupted violently before him, morphing into a colossal skull that opened its mouth wide, the jagged arcs of electricity expanding ominously before his eyes. Simultaneously, a wild voice reverberated within the mountain's belly, shaking loose stones from the cavern's walls. His astonishment. A fool like you has delivered yourself right to my door, a youthful body brimming with vitality, though it may fall slightly short of my previous incarnation. With a bit of modification, it could still suffice. I shall graciously accept it. This voice resonated from the depths of the soul, causing a surge of blood and energy within Limadeo. Utilizing a secret technique, his figure transformed into a streak of white light, continuously retreating to evade the threat. Are you the legendary ancient thunder god, Loise? Indeed, that is, I never expected anyone would still remember me. But even so, it does not alter your fate of demise today. I have taken a liking to your physical form. If you comply and leave your body, I might spare your life for reincarnation. As he spoke, the skull quickened its pursuit of Limadeo, eager to possess a youthful body once more. Lightning is among the swiftest phenomena in existence, and Loise, master of the thunder law, was even swifter as the distance between them diminished. It seemed he could almost seize Limadeo in one bite, while a flicker of soul fire leapt from his eye sockets. This nearly perfect body warranted a closer inspection. He had prepared himself for reincarnation and cultivation. Yet this fortuitous opportunity had unexpectedly arisen. The heaven's gifts, when ungratefully spurned, lead to calamity, a truth he understood. Thus, faced with such an extraordinary chance, he struck. His mouth gaped wide, descending heavily to bite down. Almost, just a fraction short. How could this fellow run so swiftly? Stop. Stand still so I may devour your soul. As if hearing Luai's internal scream, Limadeo abruptly halted mid-stride and turned around. If you were a sage, I would simply walk away, but a mere remnant of a soul, relying on the thunder law to cling to life. What makes you think I would fear you? Limadeo stamped his foot, and the grand imperial formations illuminated the cavern, forming a closed array that radiated imperial might. Concurrently, a torrent of blood and energy surged forth, manifesting a protective barrier before him. Just as Luai's skull descended to bite, it was repelled with great force. It turned out that Limadeo was not genuinely fleeing. With every step he took, he imprinted an imperial formation in the void, fearing that Luai's might escape. Damn it, a venomous glare emerged from Luai's eye sockets. A moment's reflection revealed he had fallen into Limadeo's trap. Cunning little wretch, but today you shall not easily absorb my thunder law. A wave of soul energy surged, and Luai sped towards the depths of the mountain. Where his corpse lay, he recognized this as his final opportunity. Yet, how could Limadeo allow him to succeed? With a single step, he positioned himself before Luai's, a torrent of blood and energy coalescing into a massive hand reaching directly for him. You wish to seize me? A delusion that Luai's soul quaked violently. Arcs of electricity striking towards Limadeo. However, in pursuit of a formidable body, Limadeo had often basked in thunder. Thus, such arcs posed no threat to him. Come to me. A domineering voice erupted from Limadeo's lips as he fixed his indifferent gaze upon Luai's. Grasping him firmly with the colossal hand, in that instant, he truly resembled a sovereign of humanity, commanding a realm. He tightened his grip. Luai's found it increasingly difficult to struggle. No, you cannot do this. I am Luai's, the primordial thunder god. I am an indestructible existence. You cannot kill me. I am an integral part of the primordial world. You shall never be rid of me. Should you slay me today, I will return to exact 1,000-fold vengeance. Release me now, and it may still be within your grasp. A flurry of chaotic soul energies surged towards Limadeo's head. Luai's, in a frenzied attempt. Sensed the scent of death. He knew that if he ceased to resist, he might never have another chance. In my name, awaken, O thunder god born of the cosmos. Realizing his resistance was futile, Luai's grew increasingly frantic. He began to burn his own soul, striving to awaken the decayed corpse behind him. That a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a stench of decay, causing Limadeo's heart to tighten. Boom! An even more potent surge of blood and energy radiated from him. His entire being felt like a blazing sun, and he tightened his grip on Luai's. Crack! The skull formed from the thunder law shattered, exposing the soul within to Limadeo's gaze. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Save, before Luai's could utter his final word. Limadeo preemptively crushed his soul, leaving only a pure fragment of the thunder law resting quietly in his palm. He had caught the mention of Yuan Shi Tianzun, indicating a hidden transaction between Luai's and the primordial deity. Yet, Limadeo was unconcerned. After all, Luai's was now dead, in the depths of the mountain. The massive corpse had just begun to stir. However, after Limadeo shattered Luai's soul, it returned to stillness as if it had never been revived. Limadeo released his hand, and the thunder law now faced no further issues, plunging into the thunder pool above his head. Upon its descent, the pool erupted with intense lightning brilliance, and the law inscribed its mark within. Merging seamlessly with Limadeo's cultivation of the thunder law, he could feel a tangible surge in his power at that moment. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have discovered a means to rapidly elevate his cultivation. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a bitter smile returned to his face. Master the laws. One must possess at least quasi-saint level cultivation. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the primordial world. to elevate his power in this manner was akin to a drop in the bucket. This time, he merely encountered lies, a being destined never to submit to the Shang. Had he met another with no grievances or enmities, he could not have acted so ruthlessly. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Exiting Yinshan, he continued towards Chaoga City, calculating that Wenzhong should soon arrive there as well. The day after Li Medeo's return, Wenzhong led his troops back to the capital. Emperor Exine personally welcomed him 30 miles outside Chaoga City. Surrounded by ministers and generals, this was his mentor, a protector of the Shang, deserving of such honor. The citizens of the city followed the emperor's lead, preparing rice porridge to line the streets in welcome. Their faces aglow with joy. These were the warriors safeguarding their peace. Without them, the populace would know no tranquility. A saying rings true: the happiness and security you enjoy are born on the backs of others. After meeting with Emperor Xen, Wenzhong promptly sought out Li Medeo. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, he observed the dilapidated walls and the incongruity of the surroundings with the imperial palace, causing him to furrow his brow. Truly, they do not regard the ancestor as a person. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was the ancestor's own request. Li Medeo held little concern for external matters. He gently knocked on the courtyard door. Bowing respectfully as he awaited entry, he had only encountered the Shang ancestor once, and was still unfamiliar with his temperament. Thus, it was wise to remain respectful, for courtesy is seldom met with reproach. "Come in," his soft voice resonated, and the courtyard door swung open of its own accord. "Thank you, ancestor." After offering a respectful greeting, Taisher made his way along the narrow path into the courtyard, following the stone steps directly to the dwelling of Li Medeo. Confronted by a face that appeared even younger than his own, he felt no inclination to underestimate him. He still vividly recalled the enormous foot that had descended upon Beihai City that day. The city, which had lingered in his mind for so long, seemed insignificant before the might of the ancestral figure. "Please take a seat." Li Medeo gestured toward the chair beside him. "Yes, ancestor," Taisher complied without hesitation, settling into the chair. "Enjoy some tea." Li Medeo gently nudged, causing a ceramic teacup to hover before Taisher. He gazed upon the seemingly ordinary teacup and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea. Taisher could not help but marvel at the simplicity of the ancestor's demeanor. Truly embodying a return to the essence of life, he decided to drink the tea before speaking. However, just as he set the teacup aside and prepared to speak, Li Medeo interrupted him. Although Taisher felt a great deal of discomfort from holding back, he refrained from contradicting Li Medeo's words and respectfully raised the teacup to his lips, draining its contents in one go. As he readied to speak again, a phrase caught in his throat made his face flush with embarrassment. An uncontrollable pressure emanated from within him, and soon, bolts of lightning began to dance from his third eye, enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a sphere of thunder. Li Medeo cast a calm glance, unperturbed. This was merely the fundamental effect of the Enlightenment tea. With a flick of his fingers, an egg-shaped barrier surrounded Taisher, shielding him within. Taisher had entered a state of enlightenment, and before he could master his newfound power, he wished to avoid any destruction to his residence, having lived there for over 6 centuries. A structure erected by the hands of Shang Tang himself, he held a deep emotional attachment to it. After all, those who had once inhabited the place were long gone, leaving only this small courtyard as a tangible reminder of the past. As the sun gradually sank in the west, Taisher realized he had spent half a day in this courtyard without uttering a single word. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed as if eggshells were shattering. Within the barrier, Taisher opened his eyes once more, awakening from his trance. As the barrier dissipated, he rose, his demeanor increasingly respectful. "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing upon me such a grand opportunity." During that half-day, his cultivation had surged, elevating him 2 whole levels. He understood the significance of this opportunity. That cup of tea was indeed extraordinary, and the ancestor's status in his eyes had grown even more enigmatic that a great calamity approaches. "You have rendered service to the Shang, and you are deserving of this cup of enlightenment tea. Remember to swiftly elevate your cultivation in the days to come, for only then can you hope to survive this impending disaster." Limadeo spoke with a calm demeanor. Now, do you have any questions? After addressing the serious matter, a smile returned to Limadeo's face, knowing that Investiture had been holding back for quite some time. Dare I ask, Ancestor, if you are aware of how many spirits have recently joined the Emperor Xine's harem? Investiture inquired, pointing towards the direction of the harem. He could not believe that someone with such profound cultivation as the Ancestor would be oblivious to the happenings within the Emperor's harem. Fearing that his actions might disrupt the Ancestor's plans, he had refrained from taking action and had instead come to consult the Ancestor first. One nine-tailed fox, one nine-headed rooster spirit, and one jade peepus spirit. Is that correct? Limadeo's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, while the nine-tailed fox may be acceptable as a good omen, what are we to make of the nine-headed rooster spirit and the jade peepus spirit? A hint of anger crept onto Investiture's face. Even if they were bestowed by the goddess Nuwa, it is still excessive. They represent the dignity of our Shang, embodying the face of humanity itself. We should not accept just anything, Investiture retorted indignantly. His emotions spiraled out of control, and in a moment of carelessness, arcs of electricity leapt from his body. Despite having only half a day to adapt to his rapidly increasing power, he still struggled to maintain control. Upon hearing this, Limadeo found himself momentarily stunned, as if his mind had stalled. He had initially assumed Investiture would be a rigid traditionalist, but to his surprise, he demonstrated a remarkable capacity for acceptance. It appeared that what bothered him was not merely the presence of spirits in Emperor Xine's harem, but rather their questionable identities. How reckless! Did ancient people truly engage in such wild pursuits? Limadeo coughed, nearly choking on his tea. Perhaps I am too traditional in my views, suppressing the strange emotions bubbling within him. Limadeo spoke slowly. Do not fret. We need not take action ourselves. In a few days, someone will arrive in Chowga to deal with those spirits. All we need to do is assist in promoting their arrival. May I inquire if the Ancestor might reveal any details? Investiture's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though he found himself even more restless after hearing Limadeo's words. In the presence of others, he would need to maintain an air of authority, but in front of the Ancestor, he felt entirely at ease, devoid of any pressure to perform. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged, Limadeo replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. In truth, he too felt a great burden in his heart, unable to disclose the entirety of the impending calamity. Understood, Investiture suppressed his curiosity, choosing to remain silent. As a cultivator, he understood that some things were simply beyond discussion. Much like the words his master had imparted to him when he first ascended the mountain, he had yet to fully comprehend their meaning. It was not that his master wished to withhold wisdom. Rather, some celestial truths could not be revealed. Calculating the passage of time, Limadeo gestured to Investiture. Enough time has passed. You need not wait any longer. Focus on elevating your cultivation, for that is your utmost priority at present. After a slight bow, Investiture gradually withdrew to the great calamity. He was aware of the impending calamity of the function. He distinctly recalled the last time he returned to Jinao Island when his master, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, had subtly warned him. Had he chosen to retreat at that moment and remain in quiet meditation on Jinao Island, he could have weathered the calamity under the protection of the saintly ancestors. Yet he had declined that he was human. This calamity ought to be faced by humanity, whether out of a desire to repay the trust of the emperor or out of a sense of duty as a member of the human race. He could not bring himself to withdraw. His master had once asked him, "Is it worth it?" To which he had replied, "I have no regrets." He owed no debts to the emperors of Shang, nor to the sages of humanity. He felt he had lived up to the heavens and the earth. Thus, it was worth it. This was the guiding principle of his life, that it was but a single life. The human race had endured countless sacrifices to reach this day. Had they ever retreated? No, if they had withdrawn back then, the flourishing state of humanity we see today would not exist if the ancestors were willing to sacrifice their lives. What right did he, Wenzhong, have to falter? In fact, he felt a profound sense of pride. Such an honorable task had finally fallen to him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his spine straightened with renewed resolve. Having grown under the protection of humanity, it is now my time to give back. even if my life is insufficient in repayment. Without regret, without fear, without shame, the following day dawned clear and bright. A cloud of auspiciousness descended upon the outskirts of Chowga City. As the cloud dissipated, a figure emerged. A young man, tall and upright, clad in a pristine white robe, adorned with a top-knot eye in one hand. He held a white whisk, while the other grasped a basket of water and fire flowers, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Yun Zhongzi, the most renowned deity of fortune and virtue from the Chan sect. As soon as he touched the ground, sharp-eyed citizens gathered around him. Esteemed Taoist, what brings you to our human imperial city? Someone eagerly inquired. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, fear, and longing that a celestial being. How rare it was to encounter one in the mortal realm. If they could exchange a few words, it would surely grant them a lifetime's worth of tales to tell in taverns, for they would have spoken with a deity. Perhaps, if the deity were to recognize their extraordinary potential and take them as a disciple, that would be even more fortuitous. The realm of immortals, a place of immense allure. Such occurrences have been known throughout history. Who would dare claim that today's immense opportunity would not fall upon them? Dreams are worth having, after all, and who knows when they might come to fruition. Fear not, for I am Yun Zhongzi, a disciple of the Chan sect from Yuzhu Cave on Mount Zhongnan. Through celestial observations, I have discerned that Chowga is plagued by malevolent spirits wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. Out of compassion, I have come today to eradicate these spirits and restore tranquility to the world. Yun Zhongzi was inherently blessed with striking looks, and coupled with his gentle voice, the moment he spoke, countless individuals were swayed by his words, showering him with admiration for his benevolence. That it was from his lips that the existence of a grand doctrine known as the teaching of expounding was revealed. Yet, who could fathom that beneath his charming exterior lay a soul far less virtuous than his rhetoric suggested? His motivations were not born from compassion for humanity, but rather from a task bestowed upon him by the primordial Lord. His aim was to tarnish the reputation of the human sovereign, laying the groundwork for the future rise of Shichi. If the people of the realm were to learn that the human sovereign had taken a demon as his consort, one could only imagine the scorn they would cast upon Dijuan, pondering the moral implications of such an act. A truly intriguing notion, as for the claim that the 3 demons were bestowed by the goddess Enhua. One could only speculate how many would choose to believe it. 3 individuals can easily create a tiger out of a rabbit. After all, what Yun Zhongzi sought was a rumor that, while seemingly plausible, would spread throughout the human realm, leaving the rest to the wild imaginations of the populace. I wonder where this demon originated. Someone inquired, peering forward. Indeed, it seemed that the number of clever individuals hoping to catch the attention of the divine was not limited to just one. There, Yun Zhongzi remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he gestured lightly. However, in the next instant, a chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd, causing all the onlookers to retreat several meters, as if Yun Zhongzi himself were a harbinger of plague. The glances directed at him now bore a hint of defiance. This was solely due to the fact that the direction he indicated pointed squarely towards the palace of the human sovereign. Taoist, I advise you to choose your words carefully. One may indulge in whimsical dining, but one must not speak frivolously. That is the palace of our great Shang human sovereign. Are you implying that the sovereign harbors demons? A voice laden with caution rang out, and as soon as the words left his lips, the figure vanished swiftly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding citizens shifted to one of collective indignation. The human sovereign was the guardian spirit of the human race, a protector of the people across the 9 provinces, and no one could tolerate such casual insult. Taoist, I implore you to tread lightly. Another voice chimed in, its tone starkly contrasting the earlier enthusiasm. Filled with cold indifference, the crowd that had gathered around Yun Zhongzi dispersed rapidly, all traces of interest in him evaporating with his careless utterance. TSK, after hearing that sound, Yun Zhongzi could no longer maintain his composure, his expression darkening instantaneously. This was his first setback since descending the mountain. Nonetheless, his composure remained formidable. In the blink of an eye, his countenance returned to tranquility, a smile re-emerging at the corners of his mouth. A smile that, to the discerning eye, appeared to be more skin-deep than sincere. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he He held his head high and strolled leisurely towards the palace. Today, this was his stage. The ephemeral lives of mere mortals held no significance in his eyes, and he deemed it beneath him to engage with their trivialities. Stopping before the palace gates, Yuan Zongzi waved his feather duster. Go and announce that a disciple of the saint has come to assist the human sovereign in ridding the realm of demons. Having said that, he stood there, unfazed, seemingly disinterested in exchanging further words with the guards. The two guards at the entrance exchanged glances, uncertain whether to relay the message. The Taoist appeared rather unhinged. Their eyes met, and, after a brief nod, one of them dashed towards the palace. Clearly, they were mere mortals who could not afford to entertain such a Taoist. As for whether to grant him an audience, that burden was best left to the sovereign. Within the Nine Chambers Hall, a voice of announcement echoed. Report, Your Majesty, a Taoist claims to seek entry to assist in exterminating demons. The moment the declaration was made, the hall fell into a hushed silence. In the next moment, Baigon rose, anger radiating from him as he flicked his sleeves. What nonsense! What demons could possibly infest the palace of the human sovereign? This must be the work of a charlatan, attempting to sully the name of our sovereign. Your Majesty, I request permission to venture forth and deal with this Taoist. Baigon was furious, his hair standing on end. However, Your Majesty, this Taoist claims to be a disciple of a saint. As the guard spoke, the hall fell silent once more, the gaze of all present resting upon Dijuan, awaiting his judgment. Were it a mere commoner, it would not matter, but the relationship between the saints and humanity was a delicate one. Not seeing him seemed somewhat improper. Although Dijuan's brow furrowed in displeasure, he maintained a facade of calm. Ever since being outmaneuvered by the saint of Zhuan-Ti, he had grown rather disenchanted with the so-called saints. Yet, to refuse an audience would only lend credence to the rumors that had circulated. Thus he deemed it necessary to meet with the Taoist. He banged his hand on the armrest of his chair and stood up decisively. Announce, today let me and my ministers witness the demeanor of this disciple of the saint. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the hall's entrance, seemingly anticipating the arrival of the saint's disciple. Though no one could discern his true thoughts, in the small courtyard of Limadeo, today, Grand Tutor did not attend court, but had instead come directly here upon hearing news of a Taoist arrival to capture demons in the palace. Now, before him and Limadeo, a luminous screen displayed events unfolding from the moment Yuan Zongzi had touched down until the present. Upon witnessing Yuan Zongzi proclaiming the presence of demons within the palace of the human sovereign to the citizens of Chaoga, his face darkened with fury. This is outrageous. He seized his dual whips, ready to storm out to slander the esteemed reputation of the human sovereign with such despicable tactics was beyond belief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have dared to believe it. After all, in his memory, that second Grandmaster was the epitome of decorum. Stop! Limadeo called out sharply. Where do you think you are going? I intend to give that Yuan Zongzi a thrashing. Grand Tutor replied indignantly, to insult the human sovereign is to strike a blow to the dignity of the entire human race. How could I possibly tolerate it? Do you truly believe you could defeat him? Limadeo pressed further. Even if I cannot prevail, I must confront him. It concerns the dignity of our people. Although Grand Tutor, when halted his advance, his demeanor still radiated a desire to confront Yuan Zongzi. By rights, you should address him as Shirshu. To act against your superior, how will you justify this to your master? We each have our own arguments. On the mountain, I am his disciple, but here, I am the Grand Tutor of the Shang. He is merely an outsider. Upon witnessing Yuan Zongzi standing upright in the Nine Chambers Hall, refusing to kneel, flames of indignation nearly erupted from his eyes. Such disrespect towards the human sovereign was indeed brazen to the extreme. Sit down, Limadeo commanded, his right hand gesturing downward, a weighty force settling upon Grand Tutor's shoulder. Though reluctant, he was compelled to take a seat. The ancestor not angry. Grand Tutor retorted, confusion evident in his voice. Today, the ancestor's demeanor was far too composed. As the patriarch of the Shang, should he not be more incensed by such occurrences? As a three-dynasty elder, Grand Tutor possessed wisdom that transcended that of ordinary men. But having been momentarily blinded by rage, he was only now regaining his composure. Why should I be angry? If Yan Zongzi had not come, I would have sought him out on Zhongnan Mountain. His presence is fortuitous. Who else would deal with these three demons poised to wreak havoc upon our race? Li Medeo maintained a demeanor of ease as he observed the unfolding events on the luminous screen, casually sipping his rough tea. In truth, it was merely ordinary tea. Due to the hurried journey from that realm, there were hardly any leaves of Tao enlightenment tea left on him. Each use diminished his supply. Hence, one must utilize precious resources judiciously. Grand Tutor would notice the teacup in his hand, and a thought crossed his mind, causing him to swallow hard. Li Medeo found amusement in this gesture. This is simply ordinary tea. The Tao Enlightenment tea is only effective the first time. The ever-composed Grand Tutor felt his face flush upon hearing this, but thankfully his naturally dark complexion concealed his embarrassment. Leaving Li Medeo none the wiser, Yan Zongzi retrieved the enormous sword from the basket of fire and water. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Li Medeo's eyes. Although it was merely an image, it lacked the vividness of first-hand experience. Yet he could still discern that this so-called great sword was merely a deceptive trinket. Indeed, Yan Zongzi's exorcism was never motivated by benevolence. It was merely a formality. However, now that he was present, events would not unfold according to the script of the primordial supreme, being Li Medeo's eyes narrowed slightly. Already plotting the next move. Wen Zhong, what commands do you have? Ancestor, Wen Taishu instinctively rose, his eyes alight with eager anticipation. 3 days hence, dispatch someone to spread the word that Yan Zongzi has slain the 3 envoys sent by Nuan Yangyang to assist the human emperor. Li Medeo spoke calmly. Frame another. Since Yan Zongzi had arrived, let him bear the brunt of this credit. Is that effective? When Taishu's eyes darted, quickly grasping Li Medeo's intent, yet he held a skeptical view of the plan. After all, saints are not easily deceived. Regardless, we intend to eliminate those 3 demons. Whether it proves useful is inconsequential. It poses no loss to us. If it does yield results, that would indeed be splendid. A mischievous smile danced in Li Medeo's eyes. Strike first, regardless of certainty. A fortunate turn of events might arise. After all, 3 can indeed create a tiger. Respectful ancestor, your orders. When Taishu replied respectfully, though he did not see much significance in this course of action, knowing full well that a saint could discern the entirety of the situation with a mere calculation. Also, once Yan Zongzi exits the palace, follow me for a brief excursion. What for? When Taishu raised his head. While he could previously discern the rationale behind the ancestors' arrangements, this last request left him utterly baffled. So far-fetched, it bore no trace of logic. Help you vent your frustrations. Though I cannot truly slay him, I can ensure he receives a sound thrashing. What Li Medeo did not articulate was that not only did Wen Taishu harbor disdain for Yan Zongzi, but he too found him irksome. However, faced with Wen Zhong's gaze, akin to that of an esteemed elder, he felt it was somewhat beneath him to voice such sentiments. Thank you, ancestor, for avenging me. Gratitude was evident on Wen Taishu's face. However, rest assured, he will not know we were behind this. With a wave of his hand, Li Medeo produced a piece of rusted, tattered cloth from his sleeve. What is this? Wen Taishu could not help but lean in closer, though he could not discern any remarkable quality. He understood that anything preserved by the ancestor was certainly no ordinary object, but a shroud, considered a battle standard of sorts. Li Medeo's eyes brimmed with nostalgia, seemingly recalling the glorious days of past conquests across the realms. It is sufficient to shroud the heavenly secrets. Yan Zongzi emerged from the palace, still exuding an air of arrogance. As he traversed the streets, the common folk, though maintaining a distance, gazed upon him with increasing curiosity. This fellow claimed to be subduing demons within the palace, yet had not been vanquished by the human emperor. Could it be that his words held truth? A seed of doubt was thus sown. Precisely the outcome desired by both Yan Zongzi and the primordial supreme being. The human emperor gradually began to lose the people's trust. As such rumors multiplied, the banner of the Western Cheese campaign against Shang would find legitimate grounding. Whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This is an immutable truth that has stood the test of time. When Taishu, concealed in the skies, witnessed this scene with gritted teeth, in a rush. We shall wait until we are far from Chaoga City. Li Medeo gently patted Wen Zhong's shoulder. The two trailed behind Yun Zongzi, following closely. Yun Zongzi, feeling triumphant, was oblivious to how easily the human emperor could be led astray. What a delightful experience this was! As he contemplated the rewards his master might bestow upon him upon returning to Yushu Palace, he suddenly felt a shadow loom above him. Looking up, he saw an immense dark canopy descending towards him. Radiating an ominous glow, a foul stench wafted from the fabric, assaulting his senses and clouding his mind. Trouble. I've been ambushed. Panic surged within him, but before he could react, a colossal foot descended from the canopy above. Ancestor, it is done, came a voice filled with excitement. In the next moment, Yun Zongzi was enveloped in darkness. I am a disciple of the saints. Who dares to plot against me? He shouted in desperation, frantically rummaging through his possessions for a magical artifact. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated. He never imagined anyone would so brazenly resort to underhanded tactics. What a disgrace! Had anyone suggested he would find himself in such a predicament, he would have scoffed, deeming it an affront to his status as a blessed celestial being. Yet as this day unfolded, he found himself flustered and disoriented, unable to utilize any of his usual tricks. Calm down, little rascal, do not shout so loudly. With the sound of the voice came a flurry of punches and kicks raining upon him, each strike landing with uncanny precision on his most sensitive spots. After finally extracting a magical artifact from his assortment, he realized it felt wrong. Inspecting it, he was dismayed to find it had been distorted by the force of blows. Though he sensed something was amiss, at this moment, Yun Zongzi felt an urge to curse. But before he could utter a word, another kick struck his face, silencing him. Utterly at a loss, he was ensnared beneath the filthy, rancid cloth, completely unaware of who was striking him. This tattered rag was undoubtedly a powerful artifact. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it. Explode for me! He bellowed in anger, pulling out a pearl from his collection, casting it without a second glance, fearing it would soon be ruined. After all, he had plenty of artifacts. Losing one was no concern. Boom! The artifact, harboring Yun Zongzi's hopes, detonated violently, creating a sizable breach in the fabric. The glimmer of hope sparked in Yun Zongzi's eyes, believing the moment for vengeance had arrived, just as he prepared to charge forth. Another fist came crashing down from above. His nose stung as he absorbed a punch full force. He had not anticipated the cloth to be so resilient. Even the self-detonation of his artifact failed to shred it to pieces. At that moment, anger boiled within him, and he felt flames erupt from his mouth and nostrils. Having always excelled in magical arts and artifacts, he was ill-equipped for hand-to-hand combat. Now, shrouded in the cloth, he found his limbs restrained, beaten from above to below, and back again, leaving him in a state of disarray. Are you satisfied? A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from beyond the fabric. Quite satisfied, when Taisha replied, cracking his knuckles. A look of exhilaration upon his face. He had long harbored disdain for the teachings of the Chan sect, and the audacious actions he had only dared to dream of were now manifesting before him. Delightful, truly delightful. It seems I must continue my association with the ancestor. A singular thought can yield boundless clarity. When Taisha felt that after this bout, his cultivation would ascend to new heights. As long as you're satisfied. Li Medeo wore a smile, acknowledging that Yun Zongzi had proven remarkably resilient. Today marked one of the most gratifying days since his arrival in this realm. Finally stretching my limbs, he mused, upon hearing this contented remark. Yun Zongzi could no longer suppress a sigh of relief. It appeared the ordeal was nearing its conclusion. Yun Zongzi, consider this merely a warning. Mind your own business when it comes to my demon kin. Should you dare to interfere with my family's plans again, even as a disciple of the saints, my kin will ensure you meet a grim end. Take heed. Mutioto's voice had taken on an aged and eerie quality. Merely hearing it would lead one to believe it belonged to a creature of ancient times. Even when Taisha, standing beside him, could not suppress a look of admiration, astonished by the vast knowledge possessed by the elder. Were it not for the aura of the ancestor enveloping him, had when Taisha learned of Li Mutioto's deeds in that realm, his eyes would surely have popped out in disbelief. We shall depart, Li Mutioto declared with a wave of his sleeve, and in an instant, he and when Taisha vanished from sight. Following closely, The tattered cloth that shrouded Yunzhongzi was also drawn into the void. At last, Yunzhongzi was able to behold the light of day, and an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. 4 full hours. Who could fathom the grit it took to endure such a trial? Scanning the space with his divine sense, he found not a single trace left by enemies. In frustration, he stomped his foot and continued his journey toward Yushu Palace. The affair with the demon clan is far from over. He remained oblivious to the identity of the orchestrator behind these events. Yet he clung to the last words spoken, attributing his ire to the demon clan for the time being. He would discuss it with his master later. After all, once his master deciphered the heavenly mysteries, he would undoubtedly seek justice for him. As long as a sage was determined, no one could evade their calculations, unless another sage intervened to obscure the heavenly secrets. Now, Yunzhongzi did not resemble a true immortal. His face bore bruises of various hues, resembling that of a pig's head. Even his once pristine robe had become sullied. However, Yunzhongzi refrained from using his powers to restore his appearance. He wished for his master to witness his disheveled state, a child who cries is fed. This much he understood. On the summit of East Kunlun, a magnificent palace loomed above the clouds. The edifice shone as white as jade, with beams of light dancing across its surface, as if it were alive. The plaque at the front bore the 3 characters Yushu Palace. The flow of Tao rhythm appeared to draw one into the depths of the great path upon a mere glance. This was the sanctum of the sage Yuanshi Tianduan. Outside the palace, a cloud descended, revealing a figure. I beseech my master to grant me justice. With a thud, the figure knelt before the grand entrance of Yushu Palace. It was none other than Yunzhongzi, bearing the marks of his recent altercation. Yet before his knees could touch the ground, a gentle force lifted him up. Enter, a soft voice beckoned, and the doors of Yushu Palace swung open. Yunzhongzi rose and stepped inside. Disciple Yunzhongzi pays respects to the master. He bowed respectfully before the cloud bed. Yuanshi Tianzuan placed great importance on etiquette and decorum, and Yunzhongzi dared not be negligent in this regard. Sit, Yuanshi Tianzuan gestured, and a mat materialized before Yunzhongzi. Was your journey smooth? What befell you to cause such injuries? Upon seeing Yunzhongzi's disheveled state, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow furrowed slightly, and even the air within Yushu Palace seemed to slow in response. In reply to the master, my journey to Chaoga City was quite smooth. However, I was assaulted on the way to Yushu Palace. Yunzhongzi replied, his face flushed with indignation. This was a matter arranged by Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. Any hostility should have been directed toward him, not toward Yunzhongzi. The thought left him feeling aggrieved. Listening to the account, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded frequently, but when he heard the assailants were of the demon clan, he paused in disbelief. Sister Nua would not be so foolish. Although I have yet to inform her of this plan, I beseech my master for justice. Yunzhongzi implored, bowing once more. Allow me to calculate. Yuanshi Tianzuan said, not daring to take this matter lightly, and began to perform his divinations. Yunzhongzi watched with eager anticipation, awaiting the truth. However, the more Yuanshi Tianzuan calculated, the slower his hands moved, until he ultimately halted in mid-air. Master, who is it? Yunzhongzi inquired. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes, and the two fixed their gazes on one another, silence enveloping them that I have discerned nothing in that moment. Even Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared perplexed. By rights under the heavens, there should be nothing that a sage could not ascertain, unless the heavenly secrets were obscured. Could it truly be the work of a sage? Yunzhongzi sprang to his feet. Upon reflection, the two had merely beaten him without taking his life, indicating they did not wish to escalate matters further. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this must be the handiwork of a sage. Thus, it seemed he could not exact vengeance. He sank back down, dejected. Master, he feigned a pitiful demeanor, unable to swallow his indignation. That I have prepared insights on artifact forging for many years, specifically for you. Yuanshi Tianzuan replied, slightly pained. Even he recognized that his disciple had genuinely been wrong this time. Fortunately, he had been prepared, and the insights on artifact forging were already set aside for Yunzhongzi. As expected, upon hearing the words artifact forging, Yunzhongzi's eyes brightened. Thank you, Master. As for everything else, it slipped from his mind. Yuanshi Tianun finally exhaled in relief. What Yin Zhongzi did not realize was that had it not been for the intent to frame him, they would not have spared his life, for he was quite possibly the one who would bring about Wen Taishi's demise. Meanwhile, Li Muda-Odo and Wen Taishi were en route to Chaoga City. Under Wen Zhong's astonished gaze, Li Muda-Odo casually crumpled the so-called burial cloth into a ball, disdainfully tossing it into his robe. Such a powerful artifact wielded with such nonchalance. Should it not be carefully nurtured within the Qiyun? Wen Zhong, remember, if you encounter Yin Zhongzi again, you must strike him down at once, by any means necessary. He is your destined foe, Li Muda-Odo instructed gravely, while Wen Taishi, already stunned by his attitude towards the artifact, merely murmured in acknowledgement. Whether he truly absorbed the lesson remained uncertain. Outside Chaoga City, the two came to a halt. Remember, 3 days hence, ensure the rumor spreads throughout the 9 provinces of the human race. Li Muda-Odo instructed Wen Taishi earnestly, for this was of utmost importance. Rest assured, the arrangements have been made. We are ready to act at any moment. Wen Taishi replied with grave seriousness, demonstrating that he possessed such capabilities as the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty. Very well. You may return. I have matters to attend to at the palace. With that, Li Muda-Odo waved goodbye, and in the next instant, his figure vanished before Wen Taishi's eyes that eye in the palace. The giant wooden sword carved from pine was, as expected, placed by Emperor Xan before the pavilion. Li Muda-Odo quickly discerned its presence, and in a flash, he was beside the sword. Observing this superficial blade, a smile crept across his lips. With a single point of his finger, the sword transformed entirely. His intention was to turn falsehood into truth. Should the 9-tailed fox and the other 2 demons be slain by this sword offered by Yin Zhongzi, one could only imagine the remarkable expression on Yua's face when the time came. After all, the sword was presented by Yin Zhongzi. While it was the sword that brought about the demise of others, he would be left without a defense. Thus, even if he could not truly sow discord between the 2 sages, he could still create rifts in their relationship, aiding the human emperor in eradicating demons. What could be more advantageous? Having completed these preparations, all that remained was to await the unfolding of the spectacle. Li Muda-Odo quietly returned to his humble abode, patiently awaiting the events to transpire. The following day, everything unfolded precisely as scripted. As the 9-tailed fox passed by the pavilion, a beam of white light shot forth from the giant's sword, striking her directly. This blow severed her foundation. Beware, your highness! As the maid approached, the 9-tailed fox had already collapsed on the ground, its eyes tightly shut, its face resembling golden paper, and its entire body trembling uncontrollably. One maid lifted the 9-tailed fox back to the inner palace, while another swiftly reported the incident to Emperor Xan. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Xan did not dare to delay. He hastily set aside his affairs and rushed toward the inner palace. After all, this was a being bestowed by the goddess Niwa, and he could not afford to be careless. Whether he liked them or not was a different matter entirely, but if they were to perish within the palace, it would not bode well for him. Emperor Xan hurriedly traversed the inner palace, and upon arriving, his heart sank. The situation was far more dire than what the maid had described. The maid had mentioned that the 9-tailed fox had fallen. Yet to his dismay, he found that all 3 spirits had collapsed. It turned out that when the maid delivered the 9-tailed fox to the sleeping quarters, the other 2 spirits had been unconcerned. Upon checking the pulse, they inadvertently triggered a burst of white light from the 9-tailed fox's body, injuring themselves in the process. Damn that Yin Zhongzi for causing me this trouble, Emperor Xian exclaimed. Nearly overcome with fury, he had intended to show some consideration to the saint of the Chan teaching. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Physicians came in waves, but all departed shaking their heads. They were accustomed to treating human ailments. How could they comprehend these spirits? In utter despair, Emperor Xan returned once more to the entrance of Limuda's courtyard. Knock, 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 that a series of knocks echoed. Come in. Limuda slowly opened his eyes as the door swung wide. Emperor Xan hurriedly stepped inside again. Having paid his respects to the elder, Emperor Xan scarcely took the time to adjust his robes before hastening to the front of the small room. Kneeling respectfully, "Enter and speak," Limuda gestured with a sweep of his robe, opening the door wider. "Yes, elder," Emperor Xan replied, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothes before entering in haste. This was his first time entering the elder's dwelling. A wisp of sandalwood smoke rose delicately, enveloping the entire room like a veil of mist. The furnishings were simple: a table, a few chairs, and nothing more. Limuda was not a man of material desires. "Sit," he instructed Emperor Exen, who was surveying the room. "Please assist me this time." "Elder," Emperor Exen deeply bowed. Suddenly, a fierce light erupted from Limuda's eyes, piercing Emperor Exen's vision painfully. "Have you taken a liking to these three spirits?" His gaze fixed intently on Emperor Exen, not wishing to miss even the slightest change in his expression. Emperor Exen's response was not only a matter of his own fate, but also that of the Great Shang and the entire human race. Limuda yearned to discern his true thoughts. Emperor Exen was taken aback by the elder's intense reaction. Stepping back 2 paces before regaining his composure, "To respond to the elder, it is not that I have developed an affection for those 3 spirits. They are servants of the goddess Nuwa. Should they perish within the palace, I fear I would incur the wrath of the saint, which will be detrimental to our human race," Emperor Exen hastily clarified. Though he did not understand why the elder had posed such a question, he respectfully answered, trusting that the elder would not wish him harm. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this answer that saved him. For the sake of humanity's future, Limuda had even contemplated replacing the human emperor. Compared to Emperor Exen, he believed his 2 sons to be suitable candidates, particularly since they eventually achieved divinity, indicating their exceptional potential. "Good," Limuda nodded in satisfaction. "N01 can save these 3 spirits. Go and retrieve that sword. Burn it in front of Nuwa's palace tomorrow, informing her of the entire truth. I believe the goddess is reasonable and will not hold this matter against you." Limuda spoke in a calm tone. Although uncertain whether Nuwa would believe him, this course of action held no advantage for humanity. He was more inclined to believe that the saints were not of one mind. Each had their own hidden agendas. Even if this incident bore no immediate repercussions, as such occurrences accumulated, they would eventually erupt. "Elder, will this truly work?" Emperor Exen inquired, feeling anxious. As an emperor, he could see through the elder's plans, yet he found them somewhat lacking in finesse. "How can you know it won't work unless you try? After all, there is no loss for our human race," Limuda replied with a gentle smile. "You still do not comprehend human nature. Whether Nuwa believes it or not is inconsequential. As long as a seed of doubt is sown in her heart, it will inevitably germinate and erupt one day." Emperor Exen nodded, feigning understanding, though whether he truly absorbed the lesson remained uncertain. However, today's interaction had stripped away the idealized perception he once held of the elder. "Emperor Exen, in this life, you shall face an unprecedented calamity, one that will not only challenge you, but also profoundly impact the Great Shang and all of humanity. Thus, in all matters, you must exercise utmost caution. Do you understand?" Limuda earnestly advised, fully aware that his words might bear little fruit, yet unable to restrain himself. Even if it only had a minuscule effect, it would not be in vain. The only regret was that he could not articulate the truth of the matter. Otherwise, he would have engaged Emperor Exen in a lengthy discourse to go now. Limuda waved his hand, losing interest in further conversation. Emperor Exen respectfully exited. "Cited, I am doing what I can, step by step at as for the final outcome that is left to the passage of time. Once a great emperor who commanded the heavens and earth, he had brought the alien races to their knees. Yet here, he was not the strongest presence he needed to elevate his own cultivation swiftly in the dead of night. Limuda sat atop the ridge for the first time. Gazing earnestly at the world, in his eyes, this world was not merely darkness following the sunset. Instead, the human race's 9 provinces appeared as numerous orbs of deep yellow light, each representing the fortune of a small nation. Indeed, as of now, the human race had yet to achieve true unity. Of course, the saints would not wish to see such a scenario unfold. As the protagonists of the primordial world, no one knew what would transpire should the human race unite. The Great Shang was merely the largest among all the small nations, and the fealty and tribute from surrounding smaller states were entirely different from the concept of human unification. In Limuda's eyes, the fortune representing the Great Shang shone particularly brightly, the most luminous among all. already taking on a distinct shape. The Xian bird, the totem of the great Shang. This totem arose from a saying, Heaven's decree. The Xian bird descends to give rise to Shang. Among these orbs of human fortune, wisps of fortune power seeped forth, ultimately vanishing into the void. Looking up, in the depths of the unseen void, Li Muda sensed two unparalleled forces contending with one another. One force sought to suppress the human fortune and return it to the essence of humanity, while the other continually drew upon it, evidently possessing greater strength. Within one of these forces, Li Muda recognized a familiar essence. From his observations and knowledge gathered in the initial world, Li Muda deduced certain implications as, this is the consequence of the human race's treasured artifact. The Kong Tong seal, falling into the hands of the sage Laozi. The fortunes painstakingly accumulated by humanity had become Laozi's personal garden, at his beck and call, while the human emperor could only bind himself, trapped in the fire cloud cave, seeking every possible means to suppress the fortune. Yet even so, the results appear to be rather unsatisfactory. Upon observing this, Li Muda retracted his gaze, his brow furrowing involuntarily in deep contemplation. The human race, unable to reclaim the Kong Tong seal, would remain perpetually under the control of Laozi, while the three sovereigns could only languish in the fire cloud cave, incapable of unleashing the full might of the human race. The saints! How they mock us! For as long as the saints endure, the great thief will continue his plunder. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. For the human race, these saints are akin to parasitic leeches, draining the very essence of fortune, as the protagonists of the primordial world. With such immense fortune at their disposal, the emergence of a saint should have been inevitable. Yet, even to this day, the fortune of the human race remains scattered and uncoalesced. A significant portion siphoned away by Laozi. It is no wonder they have been left with a fate akin to that of a puppet, unable to safeguard even the dignity of the human emperor's status. Drawing upon the laws of fortune from within himself, Li Muda deftly rotated his wrist, and a small seal materialized above his palm. He possessed no artifact capable of subduing fortune, nor did he possess the strength to wrest the Kong Tong seal from Laozi. However, he was the sole being in the primordial world endowed with the power of all laws. Thus, he could create something of his own to suppress fortune. Observing the square seal in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction, flicking his finger to send the diminutive seal into the chamber where Emperor Xian kept the jade seal, merging it into one with that jade seal. Having completed these actions, Li Muda nodded in contentment, dismounting from the roof and returning to his chamber to ponder how to swiftly elevate his strength. Unbeknownst to him, with his actions, the entire fortune of the human race underwent a transformation. Invisible waves emanated from the jade seal of Emperor Xian, spreading throughout the 9 provinces of the human race, coalescing in the void above into a vividly lifelike pattern of a mysterious bird. Beneath the auspices of this mysterious bird, the extracted human fortune was subjected to a filtering process before once again ascending towards the void. After this filtration, a third of the human fortune was intercepted. In the days to come, as time progressed, the integration of this seal with Emperor Xian's jade seal would become increasingly perfect, and its efficacy would continue to expand, potentially culminating in a complete usurpation of the Kong Tong seal's status. In the fire cloud cave, the 3 sovereigns suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with genuine joy. As the custodians of human fortune, they were particularly sensitive to changes in the power of fortune. What in the world has transpired? Fushi murmured, his gaze penetrating the void. Lost in contemplation, in his sight, the omens continuously shifted. Yet as time passed, they became increasingly chaotic, ultimately resembling a tangled web. Shaking his head, he relinquished the effort. In any case, this is a favorable development for the human race. Has Elder Brother divined anything? Shen inquired, approaching. Although Xian Yuan remained silent, his ears perked up in anticipation. The heavenly mechanisms have become obscured. Ever since the incense from the Nuwa Palace descended upon Emperor Xian, the celestial mechanisms have grown increasingly chaotic, suggesting that a great calamity is on the horizon. Fushi wore a bitter smile as he shook his head, acknowledging his diminishing role in the affairs of the human race. In no matter, Elder Brother, Could it be possible that this matter is related to Li Medeo? Shinnong sought to comfort Fushi while posing the question. The celestial mechanisms have indeed become more convoluted since Li Medeo's emergence. Let us not speculate recklessly. In any case, this matter bears no relevance to us, and we remain oblivious to what has transpired. Upon hearing these words, Fushi's expression turned grave as he solemnly replied, "Understood." Both Shinnong and Xianyuan nodded in agreement, equally grave. This matter holds both great significance and triviality, yet it benefits the human race. And they did not mind feigning ignorance for the time being. Within the 8 scenery palace, Laozi, engrossed in meditation, could not help but furrow his brow, drawing upon the fortune of the human race. His cultivation had always soared above all saints, thus he sensed the anomaly the moment the fortune shifted. Opening his eyes, he beheld the birth and demise of countless universes within his gaze. It appears the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave have recently made significant strides in their cultivation, managing to reclaim such a considerable amount of human fortune from my grasp. Speaking aloud, he lowered his gaze, penetrating the palace walls to scrutinize the direction of the Fire Cloud Cave. After a moment of observation, no anomalies were detected, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. Very well. During this period of calamity, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. I shall settle accounts with the 3 sovereigns after the calamity passes. With that, he closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditation. What does it matter if the human fortune diminishes? He is, after all, a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, benefiting from Pangu's legacy and possessing unparalleled comprehension in the primordial realm. He remains the unparalleled saint, the elder brother among them all. Upon Mount Suru, 2 Taoists sat cross-legged at the summit. Point 1, bearing a pained visage, sat beneath a 12-petal lotus of merit radiating brilliant light, while the other cradled a 7-treasure wondrous tree, his gaze continually drifting towards the east. "Elder brother, there has been a significant shift in the human fortune," he exclaimed, a look of delight illuminating his face. These 2 were none other than Jane and Junyi, the leaders of the Western sect. Jane opened his eyes in resignation. "Junior brother, what relevance does this hold for us?" Compared to Junyi, he believed that formidable strength was the true foundation that governed all. Thus, he patiently endured the solitude atop the mountain for eons, witnessing the ebb and flow of clouds and the vicissitudes of life. In his dreams, he continuously refined his path and methods, convinced that one day he would become the mightiest among the saints. When that day comes, the flourishing of the Western sect would merely require his word. Should there be dissent, he would compel their submission. "Elder brother, this indicates that the Master Laozi's control over the human race is waning, presenting an opportunity for our Western sect to seize the moment." Junyi exclaimed with fervor. He would not overlook any potential opportunity for the prosperity of the Western sect. "Junior brother, do not forget that not long ago, you just offended the human emperor." Jane doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "Do you believe the human emperor possesses the same magnanimity as us, to overlook past grievances?" A single remark left Junyi in a state of dejection. Had he known, in this world, how often does one encounter such foresight? The path to the Western sect prosperity remains long, arduous, and fraught with challenges. Surely not. Junyi hesitated. Even he was uncertain if he were in Emperor Xian's position. He would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment, for a dignified human emperor could not tolerate such a significant loss of face in front of the masses. He certainly lacked the capacity for forgiveness. "Junior brother, have confidence. Remove the word but from your vocabulary." Jane patted Junyi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. What could he say to this junior brother? He had done everything possible to cultivate the Western sect's prosperity, sacrificing dignity and wearing a smile as a saint. And Jane had witnessed all his efforts. Yet there was one thing he could never convince him of: to avoid entanglements with those Eastern brothers, particularly with the primordial lord. That fellow, proud and aloof, has never regarded them highly, clearly seeking to exploit him. Yet he remains obstinate. Even their master had once said that this calamity bears no relation to the West. Jane could not fathom why his junior brother insisted on dragging the West into it. Sigh, he could not help but exhale in exasperation, resigning himself to the fact that his words would fall on deaf ears. Rest assured, junior brother, the day of our Western sect's prosperity will surely come. Jean offered a rare word of encouragement. Elder brother, I will never give up. I have never abandoned hope. Juanti responded, instantly rejuvenated, as if infused with new life. The IT is fortunate that he possesses this indomitable spirit. If it were someone else, merely witnessing the desolate state of the West would likely plunge them into a deep depression, prompting a tragic end to their existence. The following day, before the temple of Nuwa, Dxin held the colossal K, sword in both hands, weeping profusely as he sorrowfully recounted the atrocities committed by the Chan sect. After a heartfelt prayer in front of the statue of the goddess Nuwa, he ignited the wooden sword. Only when it had burned to ashes before him did he feel a sense of relief, for he had finally eradicated all traces and left no evidence behind. The pitiful Xian Yuan tomb's 3 demons could never have anticipated that they would meet their untimely demise before they could revel in the opulence of the Shang dynasty or witness the beautiful prospects that Nuwa had foretold. A few days spent in Dxin's harem merely served to provide emotional value to the human emperor. As the emperor's royal carriage departed, the sky gradually darkened, and pairs of emerald green eyes flickered to life in the shadows. Once nightfall descended completely, they surged forth from the darkness. Astonishingly, several hundred figures knelt before the Nuwa palace, writhing in anguish. All these figures were foxes, descendants of the 9-tailed fox from the Xian Yuan tomb. Yun Zhongzi, Chan sect, we of the Xian Yuan tomb shall not let this matter rest. The leading elder fox suddenly spoke human words, displaying a distinctly human expression. If any citizens of Chaoga City had been present, they would likely have been struck dead by the sheer terror of this scene. Vengeance, echoed the voices of the kneeling foxes behind him, all wearing expressions of deep resentment. They had initially believed that with their ancestor entering the palace, they too would ascend to great heights and enjoy the emperor's wealth. However, they could never have imagined that within just a few days they would receive the devastating news of their ancestor's demise. Memories of their ancestors' kindness towards them flooded their minds, intensifying their hatred for the Chan sect and Yun Zhongzi, that we implore the goddess Nuwa to advocate for our Xian Yuan tomb lineage. The leading elder fox bowed deeply outside the Nuwa palace, aware that their ancestor had ventured to the imperial palace at the goddess's command, that we beseech the goddess Nuwa to champion our Xian Yuan tomb lineage. The sounds of bowing echoed continuously from behind, creating a symphony akin to falling rain outside the Nuwa palace. This chorus of reverence persisted throughout the night, and, as the first light of dawn broke, the leading elder fox, feeling faint, rose and gritted their teeth, stating, "Let us depart. Should they be seen by mortals, it would surely cause an uproar." With a flick of his hand, all the foxes, engulfed in sorrow, swiftly left the scene, leaving behind only the crimson bloodstains from their bows. When the first citizen arrived at the Nuwa palace and beheld these hundreds of bloodstains, they were nearly frightened to death, convinced that some supernatural event had transpired. Ultimately, these bloodstains became an unsolved mystery, discussed fervently among the populace for many years. Within the Nuwa palace, a figure clad in blue hastily entered. "Goddess, grave news!" This blue figure transformed into a young maiden upon landing, revealing herself to be Qing Wan, the goddess Nuwa's steed. What a disarray! Nuwa lifted her gaze and cast a heavy glance at Qing Wan, having admonished her countless times to remain composed, yet she still failed to remember. Qing Wan stuck out her tongue and hurried forward to pay her respects. Qing Wan pays her respects to the goddess. Nuwa snorted heavily through her nose and then inquired, "What is the matter?" "Goddess, the 3 demons you sent to the human emperor's palace have all perished." Nuwa's brows furrowed deeply. "How can this be? Did they not realize that those 3 demons were sent by me?" An aura of sanctity surged from her, enveloping the entire Nuwa palace. What angered her was not merely the death of the 3 demons, but the evident affront to her dignity as a sage. What exactly transpired? Speak the truth. When she raised her head once more, her eyes glinted with murderous intent. "Goddess, it was the Chan sect that acted." As Qing Wan spoke, she unleashed a spell, conjuring a luminous screen within the Nuwa palace that replayed the scene before the Nuwa palace. Starting from Dxin's weeping lament to the eventual retreat of the fox demons from the Xian Yuan tomb. This is preposterous, truly outrageous. The hand of Yun Zhongzi stretches too far. Nuwa's face darkened, and she slammed her hand heavily onto the table before her, rising abruptly. After enduring such a setback, to have the Chan sect so brazenly undermine me, am I not entitled to intervene in human affairs? Her eyes narrowed, and a palpable aura of hostility radiated outward, extending a full 3 feet, as for doubting the authenticity of these events. Such scrutiny was unnecessary. The sword that had been burned before the Nuwa Palace was indeed of Chan sect origin, the residual essence of pure jade still lingering upon it. With the inside of sage, how could she possibly mistake it? Taking a deep breath, she attempted to suppress her burgeoning fury. Qing Wan. Your command, goddess. Qing Wan's expression stiffened. Her demeanor instantly sharpened. At this moment, she dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Proceed to the Yu Su Palace. I must seek justice for my elder brother, Yuan Shi. As per your command, goddess. It was rare to witness the goddess Nuwa in such a state of anger, and Qing Wan bowed before hastily departing the palace. Just as she reached the entrance of the Nuwa Palace, she was suddenly called back by the goddess. Qing Wan, there is no need to go for now. You may withdraw. The goddess's expression was peculiar. Yes, goddess. Qing Wan, initially dumbfounded, quickly regained her composure and silently retreated. Once Qing Wan's figure disappeared, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Tai Ren of the Chan sect has come to pay his respects to the esteemed teacher, resuming her seat upon the cloud bed. Nuwa's expression returned to one of indifference. She coldly snorted. Enter. As she spoke, the great doors of the Nuwa Palace swung open of their own accord. Outside the palace, Tai Ren entered with utmost reverence. Disciple Tai Ren pays his respects to the esteemed teacher, wishing you eternal peace. Rise. What brings you to my Nuwa Palace? Nuwa inquired with a calm voice, her gaze lifting. Esteemed teacher, I have come at your behest to retrieve the Ling Zhu from the mortal realm. Tai Ren stood upright and spoke plainly. He sensed that the atmosphere within the Nuwa Palace was amiss and wished to avoid incurring the sage's wrath unnecessarily. I asked that all? Nuwa raised an eyebrow, and the temperature within the Nuwa Palace dropped several degrees. This question left Tai Ren momentarily speechless. After ruminating, it seemed that his master had not entrusted him with any further tasks. Esteemed teacher, is there anything else I should attend to? He cautiously inquired, lifting his head. Observing the expression on Tai Ren's face, Nuwa realized she had indeed misjudged the situation, and a surge of irritation welled within her, causing her to regard Tai Ren with increasing disdain. You may return. I have other plans for the Ling Zhu. But Tai Ren implored anxiously, yet before he could finish his sentence, Nuwa waved her sleeve, and his body was involuntarily propelled from the Nuwa Palace. Standing before the palace, Tai Ren scratched his head in utter confusion, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Tai Ren, please take your leave. My Nuwa Palace does not welcome you. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw Qing Wan, her expression grave, standing there. Junior, Sister Qing Wan. What troubles you? Tai Ren asked, puzzled by her demeanor. What else could it be but the misdeeds of your master Yun Zhongzi? Do not darken my Nuwa Palace's doorstep again with that. Qing Wan turned and walked away, refusing to acknowledge Tai Ren further. The Chan sect's audacity was truly excessive. They had just orchestrated the demise of the individuals the goddess had dispatched, and now they sought the Ling Zhu, truly underestimating the goddess's temper. Realizing he could glean nothing further, Tai Ren exited the Nuwa Palace and headed straight for the Yu Su Palace, determined to consult his master about the unfolding events. How could the once warm-hearted Nuwa, his esteemed teacher, have changed so drastically? Had Yun Zhongzi truly committed some grievous offense against her within the Nuwa Palace? Qing Wan stormed in, her expression one of indignation. Goddess, the Chan sect is utterly intolerable. Do they truly believe my Nuwa Palace is easy to bully? Her tone brimmed with dissatisfaction towards the Chan sect. What difference is there between this and a slap in the face? You must venture to the mortal realm, Nuwa commanded upon seeing Qing Wan enter. What is your bidding, my lady? Qing Wan inquired, a look of perplexity gracing her features. Assist the spirit pearl in its reincarnation. With a flick of her wrist, a petite and endearing figure materialized in Nuwa's palm, who obediently bowed and prostrated before her. The figure then turned to Qingwan and offered a respectful salute, saying, "I trouble you, Sister Qingwan." After uttering these words, the figure leaped and performed a somersault in mid-air, transforming into a radiant pearl pulsating with 7 hues upon landing back in Nuwa's hand. Both Nuwa and Qingwan gazed at the pearl with heavy hearts. "Must the spirit pearl truly depart, my lady?" There was a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. The spirit pearl had been her dearest companion in the Huang Palace, and it pained her to see this once obedient little one venture into the tumultuous mortal realm. "Fate has decreed it. He cannot escape the calamity of death," Nuwa replied, shaking her head. "Even if I protect him today, what of it? If this calamity is not transcended, it will only deepen with time. I can shield him temporarily, but I cannot guard him for eternity. Eventually, he must leave the Huang Palace to forge his own path. Then, does he still go to the human clan led by Li Jing at Chintang Pass?" Qingwan pressed further. "Indeed, that is his destined fate, immutable and unchangeable. To alter it would confuse the heavenly machinations, the consequences of which are beyond anyone's foresight," Nuwa confirmed with a nod. "Yet this is all known to Tai Junren. Is it not to ultimately benefit the Chan sect?" Qingwan's expression darkened with anger. "And no matter. I shall inform the human emperor in advance. If he can take the spirit pearl before Tai, then all will be well. If not, then it is simply fate." With a gentle push of her hand, the spirit pearl landed in Qingwan's grasp. "Go now." With a wave, Qingwan understood that Nuwa was weary and, cradling the spirit pearl, discreetly retreated. She was aware of Nuwa's frustration, yet what could she do against the formidable 3 purities? Alone, how could she contend with 3? This resentment would have to be swallowed for now. The demon clan had not produced a worthy individual since the witch demon calamity. And not only could they offer no assistance to Nuwa, but she also had to support the worthless Luya. His cultivation was such that even he scorned it, were it not for Nuwa's constant provision of elixirs. He would not have achieved quasi-saint status in such a short time. That it was only due to the legacy left by the former demon emperor and Dong Wangtai that had retained a few formidable treasures to uphold some semblance of dignity. She held the utmost contempt for those who merely lived off their parents' legacy, surviving by mere chance. If only Luya had inherited half of his father's prowess, he might have alleviated some of Nuwa's burdens. "Sister Qingwan, where are you headed?" A figure appeared, respectfully inquiring. The newcomer was none other than the worthless second generation she despised. "Mind your own affairs. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you," Qingwan retorted disdainfully, turning her head away and striding past him, not even sparing him a glance. Once her silhouette vanished from before Luya, he straightened, his gaze filled with an unshakable resentment as he watched her retreating form. "A mere servant. What right do you have to look down on me? Just wait. One day I will make you regret your attitude today. That it was all a fade in the Huang Palace." Luya's outward demeanor was merely an act, the youngest son of the demon emperor and the last heir of the demon clan. He had ambitions but had concealed them all along. To gain the protection of that woman, his father had personally delivered the summoning banner to the Huang Palace. From that moment on, the demon clan's power was usurped and authority was relinquished. Yet he, the sole prince of the demon clan, had become a mere joke. That he bore the title of prince, but had lost true control over the demon clan's authority to her. Though foolish and incompetent, he nonetheless possessed the same grand vision as his father. Hence, if he were to shed his disguise, he would likely have perished in some corner of the Huang Palace long ago. He was not foolish. On the contrary, his childhood experiences had granted him a deeper understanding than anyone else. Just wait. I will escape this Huang Palace one day. When that time comes, I shall soar through the vast sea, and the high skies will be my domain. The primordial wilderness is where he could realize his ambitions. One day, he would lead the demon clan to reclaim the glory they had lost and ensure that his name, Luya, would echo throughout the primordial world, earning the admiration of all who heard it. "I am the son of the demon emperor. Father, just watch. I will not disappoint you," he muttered to himself as his figure gradually faded into the shadows. His current restraint was merely a prelude to a future brilliance. That he was Luya, the last remaining three-legged golden crow in this world, the sole master of the true fire of the sun. An unparalleled existence. That woman truly believed that possessing the summoning banner would allow her to command the entire demon clan. She could not be more mistaken. When the true fire of the sun blooms in the primordial world, all demons will understand who their true sovereign is. Before the Jade Void Palace, Tai Junren descended from the clouds, his expression one of bewilderment. He pondered throughout the journey, yet even now he could not fathom why Nuwa, his master, would renege on their prior agreement concerning the Spirit Pearl. Disciple Tai Junren seeks an audience with the master. May the master enjoy eternal prosperity. Though his mind wandered, Tai Junren instinctively bowed. His master placed great emphasis on etiquette, and he dared not show any carelessness in this matter. Come in. The door of the Jade Void Palace opened from within, revealing the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting flash of irritation crossed his features before he regained his usual demeanor of authority. Tai, should you not be at Hua Huang Palace to retrieve the Spirit Pearl? Why have you suddenly returned to my Jade Void Palace? Upon seeing Tai Junren, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. I have come precisely for this matter, Master, Tai Junren replied, standing firm and recounting his experiences at Hua Huang Palace in detail. Once he finished, a chill emanated from Yuan Shi Tianzun. He could not believe that Nuwa, his junior sister, would be so capricious. Indeed, women were not to be entrusted with significant responsibilities. A trace of disdain crossed his face. Master, has Brother Yanzizi done something recently to displease Nuwa? Tai Junren asked. Do not rush. Let me calculate first. Yuan Shi Tianzun awkwardly deferred. He had begun to believe that the demon sent by Nuwa had assaulted Yanzizi. After all, he had not consulted with Nuwa regarding the plan to tarnish the human emperor's reputation. It was merely exploitation, as he pondered. His expression darkened gradually. The three demons have truly perished. This makes no sense. This was a scheme I orchestrated. Given Yanzizi's capabilities, he should not have failed at such a simple task. Stopping his calculations, Yuan Shi Tianzun's face shifted between various emotions. This time, he had indeed suffered a loss without gaining anything. The three demons had died within the human emperor's palace, thwarting the initial plan. Instead, it had angered Nuwa, and more critically, many plans that relied on these three demons were now stalled. The benevolent human emperor had no reason to attack the Shang dynasty. How then could he guide his disciples through this calamity? Just at this moment, the once reliable divination techniques had all lost their efficacy. Even now, he finds himself utterly bewildered, unclear about the true nature of this matter. It seems he has underestimated the peril of this calamity, which is far more treacherous than he had imagined. The tribulation has only just begun. Even before the great disaster has arrived, the heavenly secrets have already become so convoluted. When the catastrophe fully descends, he will undoubtedly find himself even more lost. I could see this moment. The primordial supreme being pondered deeply, his heart swelling with an added reverence for the cosmos. What he remained unaware of was that the current heavenly secrets had yet to become so obscured. Rather, each event he needed to calculate was intricately tied to an individual beyond the heavenly path. Limadeo de It was precisely due to his existence that the primordial supreme being could reach the end of his calculations, only to find himself empty-handed. Master, what is truly going on? Observing the increasingly grave expression of his teacher, even Tai Junren's mood began to fluctuate. In no matter, though you are not involved this time. The spiritual pearl has still found its way into the womb of Lady Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. Thus, when the time comes, you shall wait there, and naturally, you will be able to obtain a divine offspring. Upon opening his eyes once more, the primordial supreme being's countenance regained its calm, and he appeared as he once did, wise and composed. Yet unbeknownst to him, under the machinations of Limadeo and Master One, the reputation of the Chan sect had already spread throughout the realms of humanity. In one mentioned the Chan sect without gritting their teeth in resentment. The plan devised by the primordial supreme being to tarnish the reputation of a human sovereign not only failed to achieve its intended effect, but instead rendered the Chan sect infamous. Even Ji Chong, far away in Shichi, had learned of this matter, and the favorable impression left by the primordial supreme being had greatly diminished. What displeased him most was not merely the situation, but the extensive reach of the Chan sect, which dared to meddle in the internal affairs of humanity, that if left unchecked, they would gradually infiltrate and sway the will of imperial authority, a feudal lord. No one desires to witness the erosion of their power. From that moment on, the Marquis of Shibwa had begun to harbor a sense of wariness and caution towards the so-called great teachings. They could serve as tools in his hands, offering assistance, yet no one wished to see them become a substitute for themselves, dominating from above. On the surface, the primordial world appeared tranquil, yet the calamity had already commenced from the moment of the incense offering at the palace of Emperor Xian and Enwa. The boundless aura of tribulation slowly seeped out from the corners of the world, beginning to influence the entire realm. Night fell, apart from the flickering flames on the walls guarding Chowga City. All other places had plunged into darkness. Sitting atop the city wall, Limadeo watched as the sun gradually descended. Even as the world was swallowed by darkness, he remained there, savoring a moment of tranquility. What is the elder observing? Noticing the unusual demeanor of the elder, Masterwind also appeared on the city wall. The calamity, a great tribulation, is about to unfold in this world. Extending his finger, Limadeo gestured towards the distant darkness, regardless of whether Masterwind could perceive it. His eyes were filled with a sense of weariness as he contemplated the world, pondering how long the peace of humanity could endure without his imperial dominance. Fortunately, the forbidden zones of the 9 heavens and 10 lands had all been subdued by him, which likely afforded humanity a bit more breathing room. In any era, it is the common people who suffer the most. This impending calamity threatens humanity, and one cannot help but wonder how many souls will remain in this bustling realm of the 9 provinces. He had already taken proactive measures, yet no one could predict how events would unfold. This world would not bend to his will. Listening to Limadeo's words, Masterwind was also filled with profound emotions. The term calamity had caused many great beings of the primordial era to change countenance. Yet this time humanity could not evade it. Nevertheless, he would strive to protect the peace of the Dashang dynasty. The rest would have to be left to fate. After all, in this world, he was merely a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, not a sage, an existence hardly larger than an ant, unable to influence the workings of this realm. Both of their gazes fell into the darkness at the edge of the heavens, remaining silent for a long while. Wenzhong, could you allow me to meet your ancestral master, Tong Tian Jiaozhu? Limadeo withdrew his gaze and turned to Masterwind. The sages are the true power that can alter the dynamics of this world. A meeting might prove beneficial for the Dashang, and why Master has put me in a difficult position. Masterwind replied with a rueful smile and a shake of his head. You must know that when my master spoke, he firmly closed the cave, quietly chanting the Huang Ting. That it was evident that he wished to avoid the impurities of the mortal realm from the very beginning. That is of no consequence. I merely mentioned it in passing, that if it is not feasible, then so be it. Although Limadeo held hope, this outcome did not surprise him. After all, Masterwind was merely a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, a figure of little consequence. It was entirely normal that he could not secure an audience. May I inquire, Elder, is this related to the calamity? Masterwind ventured to ask tentatively. Yes, it may be beneficial for our kind. Limadeo nodded in response. He sought to find a formidable ally for humanity in advance, as he was still a step short of becoming a sage. Could you wait a few days? Elder, I am willing to return to Jinao Island to make an attempt. Masterwind's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Initially, all seemed well, but upon encountering Methria in Beihai City and then Yunzhongzi in Chowga City, his worry began to mount. Behind these individuals stood sages. It was clear that these sages did not favor the Dashang. If he could coax his master to stand behind the Dashang, the foundation of the dynasty, established over 6 centuries, would be secured. Thus, he was willing to make an effort. That sounds excellent. The glimmer of hope returned to Limadeo's eyes, which had previously been clouded with disappointment. However, it is best not to harbor excessive hopes, for my master truly wishes to remain uninvolved in the calamity. Though reluctant, Masterwind spoke candidly, fearing that Limadeo's expectations might lead to greater disappointment later on. That is of no concern, merely mention it casually. The outcome is beyond our control. so do not feel pressured." El Amadeo waved his hand dismissively, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the city wall. Tomorrow, he had pressing matters to attend to. The disaster faced by humanity had persisted for too long, and it was time to reason with the Dragon Clan. While he could not sway the grand tide of calamity, a mere Dragon Clan was hardly worthy of his concern. An old saying rings true. Having come this far, one might as well contribute something to this world, ensuring a clear conscience, without uttering a word. Master Wen bowed deeply in the direction where Limadeo had disappeared before returning to the Taisher mansion. He bathed and changed his garments, preparing for the upcoming journey to Jineo Island. He was determined to give his all. As a member of humanity, he must do something for his people. Even if there were no results in the end, at least he could say he had made an effort. The next day, as the dawnlight began to break, while Emperor Xn remained in slumber, both Limadeo and Master Wen had already set forth. Master Wen's inked Qilin's sword from the Taisher mansion, heading straight for the East Sea. Without a mount, relying solely on his evasion techniques, a round trip might take nearly a month. Within the Imperial Palace, the resplendent golden bridge that stretched across the sky still lay beneath Limadeo's feet as he too made his way toward the East Sea. How audacious for a declining Dragon Clan to stir up trouble within the realms of humanity. They truly underestimated the might of the human race. Upon reaching the shores of the East Sea, where the waves crashed against the shore, the horizon blended seamlessly with the sky, a picturesque scene that would soon turn ominous. El Amadeo stood in the void, stamping his foot, unleashing a tremendous pressure that plunged straight toward the seabed. "Old mud fish, come forth and face me." His voice echoed through the depths of the sea, ensuring that the Dragon King of the East Sea would hear it. Beneath this expanse of ocean, the densest concentration of water vapor lay within the Dragon King's palace. "How dare you, a mere human, disturb my aquatic lord?" A defiant voice rang out, followed by the emergence of two figures breaking through the water surface. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals, though they stood upright in armor, their true nature was evident at a glance. "Bring forth the Dragon King of the East Sea to meet me, and I shall spare your lives." Limadeo merely cast a dispassionate glance their way, sending the shrimp soldiers and crab generals into a panic. Just a moment ago, had Limadeo wished it, they would have met their demise countless times over. "I believe I just glimpsed my great-grandmother." The shrimp soldiers, uncertain, turned to the crab general and said, "Leave." Limu shouted loudly, causing the water surface before him to split open. The two creatures that had just appeared vanished from sight. After a brief moment, another figure broke through the water surface, appearing before Limu. With a respectful bow, the being announced, "I, the Dragon King of the East Sea, invite the great immortal to the Dragon Palace for a discussion." The newcomer maintained a calm demeanor, speaking and acting with unhurried grace. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was indeed a transformed giant turtle. "Summon Ao Guang to meet me," Limu said, his brow furrowing, a menacing aura radiating from him. His patience was wearing thin. Did they truly believe he would hesitate to strike down the Dragon King of the East Sea? No sooner had he spoken than the entire surface of the East Sea erupted in turmoil. "I am Gu, the Dragon King of the East Sea. What business do you have with me?" The water exploded, and a colossal dragon head, formed from the sea, surged upward, blocking Limu's view of everything else. As it leaned down, a roar erupted, sending towering waves crashing forth. Atop the dragon's head stood a figure with a human body and a dragon's head, clad in a dragon robe, gazing down at Limu with palpable authority. Limu lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ever since the Dragonhan calamity, the dragon race had fallen into decline. Had they not learned humility over the years? Or did they only choose to flaunt their power in front of humanity? "The affairs of my people, controlling the rain and clouds, are none of your Dragon Clan's concern?" Limu inquired expressionlessly. "Indeed," the Dragon King of the East Sea replied with a haughty nod. "So, has the discord across the 9 provinces led you to seek my assistance?" With this thought, Limu straightened his posture, understanding that if they were here to plead, they ought to exhibit the demeanor of supplicants. Even if the Dragon Clan had fallen, they were not to be trifled with by mere mortals. "So, the continuous disasters plaguing the waters of the 9 provinces are also caused by you?" Limu's brow arched. his voice rising in intensity. "That is due to the moral failings of your human emperor. What relation does it have to my dragon clan?" The Dragon King of the East Sea cast a disdainful glance at Li Mu, thinking it Navi to attempt to ensnare him with mere words. If he believed he could easily place the blame upon him, he underestimated him gravely. Is that so? Then what explanation do you offer, Dragon King of the East Sea? With a thunderous crash, a surge of blood energy shot skyward, dispersing the massive dragon head conjured from the sea. "You dare!" The Dragon King of the East Sea lost his balance and fell, his voice, laced with feigned bravado, cut short. The tumultuous energy transformed into a colossal hand that reached directly for the nearby Chintang Pass. Witnessing this overwhelming display, the remaining words of the Dragon King were swallowed back into silence. His earlier arrogance evaporating, he understood the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, amidst the countless powerhouses in the boundless East Sea, a mere Dragon King would not dare to be so brazen, lest he find himself buried beneath the weight of hubris. Moments later, the colossal hand retracted and struck heavily upon the ocean's surface. Several small dragons and a multitude of shrimp soldiers were hurled forth, dazed and disoriented as they stood up. Upon raising their heads, they immediately spotted the figure of the Dragon King and hastily bowed. "We humbly greet you, Dragon King." They kept their eyes lowered, unwilling to gaze upon the true form of the Dragon King, continuing to plead, "We were executing the Dragon King's orders among the humans, unaware of why we suddenly returned. Please forgive us, Dragon King. We shall return at once." "Father, you must stand up for us." A few young dragons, adopting a pitiful demeanor, prostrated themselves before the Dragon King. "Moments ago, we witnessed a vast hand that obscured the sky. Then everything went dark before we found ourselves here. Clearly, some malevolent force sought to harm us. And what of this?" Li Mu stepped forward, a murderous intent radiating from him, his energy firmly locking onto the Dragon King of the East Sea. In that instant, sweat poured down the Dragon King's face that he was directly caught in a trap. Yet, being caught was inconsequential. The critical realization was that he knew he was no match for Li Mu. The earlier colossal hand was beyond his capability to withstand. Li Mu's killing intent washed over the scene. The young dragons and shrimp soldiers sensed the shift in atmosphere, their necks growing cold, paralyzed in place, giving them a fierce glare. The Dragon King understood that this was not the moment to deal with them. With a heavy sweep of his robe, he stood protectively before the young dragons, raising his chin defiantly. "What if it was my dragon clan's doing? Do you dare to kill me?" He adopted an attitude of brazen indifference, unafraid to reveal, "I am now a servant of the Jade Emperor. The ancient pact between my dragon clan and your human race is void. We have no further ties." He looked at Li Mu with a defiant gaze. Admitting fault was out of the question. In front of so many powerful figures, he had to maintain his dignity. Moreover, he believed the humans would not dare to slay him. He acknowledged he was taking a gamble, but he trusted his judgment. He now had backing, the ruler of the heavenly court, the sage disciple Hao Qian, his new master. He was also a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, his status vastly different from before. Is that so? A wry smile crept upon Li Mu's lips as his battle blade slipped from his sleeve. The sound of the blade echoed, and the Dragon King of the East Sea seemed to see an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His legs trembled. Yet he knew he could not show fear at this moment, lest his previous bravado be rendered meaningless. To kill me is to oppose the Jade Emperor, to oppose the heavenly court. I advise you not to bring calamity upon humanity, he declared, his voice remaining firm, though his body began to retreat incrementally. What a coincidence. I, for one, do not heed advice, Li Mu replied, taking a step forward. His blade raised high, descending directly towards the head of the Dragon King of the East Sea. The blade hummed, a wave of exhilaration emanating, as if this blade had seldom tasted blood in this world. And today it would be baptized by the blood of this Dragon King. Surely, using the pure blood of an ancient dragon clan for the blade's first sacrifice would not tarnish its honor. As the battle blade loomed larger before him, a wave of bloodlust washed over the Dragon King of the East Sea, his face draining of color. He was but a lowly golden immortal. How could he withstand such might? With a desperate cry, He cast aside any thought of the young dragons and shrimp soldiers behind him and dove into the sea. Once submerged, he believed himself free. After all, the ocean was vast and boundless, and he doubted Mu could capture him. As the Dragon King of the East Sea plunged into the depths, the young dragons and shrimp soldiers, predictably, were obliterated beneath the blade. Mu showed no mercy, having witnessed the destruction wrought by the Dragon Clan upon humanity. Unfazed by the Dragon King of the East Sea submerging, Mu felt no trepidation. By seizing a wisp of the Dragon King's essence, how could he fear that he might escape? With a swift motion, he plunged into the depths of the ocean, enveloped by the laws of water. Standing within the sea, it felt as solid as land beneath his feet. Pursuing the trace of the Dragon King's essence, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing beneath the waves, for a being of quasi-saintly prowess. Catching up to the Dragon King of the East Sea was a trivial task that in but a short while, he beheld the figure of the Dragon King. Old mudfish, you might as well conserve your energy. As he spoke, tendrils of seawater coalesced into ropes that slithered towards the Dragon King of the East Sea. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Dragon King turned, his countenance betraying a look of horror. And with a swift motion, he transformed into a colossal dragon stretching thousands of feet in length. His tail lashed out violently, shattering the water ropes, before he surged towards the surface of the sea. A magnificent five-clawed golden dragon erupted from the ocean, roaring as it twisted into the clouds above. Dragons descend from the clouds. Tigers leap from the winds. Under his magical prowess, layers of dark clouds materialized, shrouding the entire sky above the East Sea and pressing ominously toward the water surface. The enormous form of the East Sea Dragon King spiraled within the black clouds as thunder and lightning crackled through the layers. Human race, do you truly wish to engage in a fight to the death today? As Limuda emerged from the sea, he beheld the dragon's head piercing through the dark clouds. His eyes, wide as stars, glinted with a fierce light. He had underestimated Limuda's strength. In the water, he moved with an ease that seemed to surpass even the Dragon King himself. It had been many years since he had felt so beleaguered. And what of it? Limuda retorted, wielding his battle blade as he stepped onto the surface of the sea, each footfall echoing in the void as he advanced toward the sky. His gaze remained fixed on the East Sea Dragon King. For those who had perished due to the calamities of the waters demanded an explanation. What do you intend to do? Do you not need my Dragon Clan to bring rain in the future? His voice was laced with a palpable desperation. The calamities wrought by your Dragon Clan upon my human race are far from negligible. Who would dare employ such a Dragon Clan to summon rain? Lest they fear my people perish too swiftly? Limuda scoffed, refusing to relent. Very well, very well. You are indeed formidable. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the might of my Dragon Clan. With a menacing declaration, the East Sea Dragon King's form vanished into the clouds. In the next moment, a cacophony of thunder erupted as streaks of violet lightning, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, descended directly upon Limuda. No need for speculation. This was the East Sea Dragon King's formidable skill, thunder magic. Unfortunately, he was all too familiar with it. Raising his right hand, it appeared to possess an infinite allure, drawing countless bolts of lightning toward his palm as if they had eyes of their own. These bolts coalesced into a pulsating sphere of violet energy that shimmered with tremendous power, compressing as more lightning converged upon it. Sensing something amiss, the East Sea Dragon King emerged once more, spotting the terrifying lightning sphere in Limuda's grasp, prompting him to exclaim, "What do you intend to do?" Before his words could fully escape, Limuda abruptly raised his head, flicking his wrist to send the lightning sphere hurtling forth. "Here, take it back," as the sphere raced towards him. The East Sea Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically. Escape was no longer an option. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated, accompanied by the anguished cries of the East Sea Dragon King. Despite his ability to command lightning, he was severely injured by the onslaught. Limuda showed no mercy, swiftly unleashing his battle blade, a colossal beam of light slicing through the sky directly above. In that instant, the heavens dimmed beneath the radiance of his strike. The brilliant blade illuminated the entire East Sea, cleaving the dark clouds above in twain. with an even more thunderous roar of agony from the East Sea Dragon King. Heavenly light cascaded down once more. Yet, the dragon's form had long since vanished, leaving only a few droplets of golden dragon blood and a severed tail hanging in the air. The clean cut suggested that the East Sea Dragon King had not suffered excessively. Ao Guang, remember this. Should you dare to stir trouble in my human realm again, I will raze your East Sea Dragon Palace to the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of the East Sea Dragon King, thus bellowing a proclamation that resonated throughout the East Sea, confident that the dragon would hear him. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he summoned the dragon's blood and tail into his garment. Such treasures were invaluable for replenishment. They must not go to waste. Even if he could not utilize them himself, they would serve well to bolster DXINAS, a sovereign of humanity. It was lamentable that he had but 2 offspring. Such a state was unacceptable. This was a lesson to be taken from Ji Chong. Indulgence in the light of day could indeed be a beautiful thing, for it was a matter of continuing the lineage, an endeavor of utmost importance acknowledged even by their ancestors. It was not excessive to say, so that Li Muda turned to depart, intending to traverse the realms of humanity's 9 provinces, for while the East Sea Dragon King had fled, there remained dragons and demons wreaking havoc in the human territories. He could not turn a blind eye to them. Along the way, he might even indulge in some spirited combat. After 600 years of seclusion, it was high time he stretched his limbs. However, just as he turned, a tremendous splash echoed through the air. Glancing in the direction of the sound, he beheld a massive wave rising from the sea, and a bird appeared in the sky. The wave had been stirred by her as she cast a boulder into the depths, clutching another immense stone in her beak, which dwarfed her petite form. Esli Muda observed. She opened her beak, sending forth yet another splash. Jingwei, his brow furrowed in recognition. Indeed, it could only be the legendary Jingwei associated with this bird. According to lore, she was the daughter of the Earth sovereign Shinnong, who had drowned while swimming in the East Sea. Unable to accept her fate, she transformed into a bird, tirelessly carrying stones to fill the sea, hoping to one day flatten the East Sea. With his cultivation, he could distinctly sense the deep-rooted resentment emanating from Jingwei, yet he did not believe that the girl had truly drowned by mere accident. As the natural daughter of the Earth's sovereign. The guardians surrounding her could not have been ordinary. Such a calamity could not have transpired without cunning manipulation. Sighing, he realized that everything had been orchestrated. It was evident that the girl had been schemed against. The path of humanity had indeed been fraught with hardship. The scion of the Earth's sovereign had fallen to such a state. What a disgrace today! Having encountered her, he would not allow such injustices to persist. Extending his right hand, he grasped the air as an irresistible force emanated from his palm, drawing Jingwei towards him uncontrollably. Accompanied by her startled cries, her form diminished as she descended into his hand, shrinking to the size of an ordinary bird. Fear not, for today I am here to rescue you. His fingers gently caressed Jingwei's feathers, soothing her trepidation. His gestures and voice resonated. Jingwei's anxiety gradually subsided, as if she could sense the kindness within Li Muda's heart. Indeed, he discovered within her not only resentment, but also an impediment that hindered her from regaining her human form. The methods of the saints were truly insidious. No wonder even the Earth's sovereign Shinnong, with his unconventional path to enlightenment, could not restore Jingwei to her true self. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the saints were indeed relentless in their schemes. Tenderly stroking Jingwei's feathers, a radiant glow began to emanate from his palm. With mastery over the myriad laws of the universe, he possessed the means to dissolve the constraints binding Jingwei. As he continued, she felt enveloped in warmth, even emitting soft coos of comfort. The light from Li Muda's hand radiated onto Jingwei, gradually enveloping her in a luminous aura of the laws. Rise! With a flick of his wrist, Jingwei soared into the air, her form transforming beneath the radiant laws. I have finally returned. Moments later, a youthful voice emerged from the brilliance, and as the light receded, a figure over a meter tall materialized before Li Muda, a little girl of 5 or 6 years, her hair adorned with 2 small braids. This was undoubtedly the original form of the girl. Jingwei, daughter of Shinnong. Thank you. esteemed elder of the human race, for rescuing me." She gracefully descended from the void, approaching Limuda with reverence, bowing deeply before him. Though she was unfamiliar with Limuda, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Despite having taken the form of a bird over the years, her memories remained intact. The feats her father, Shinnong, could not accomplish despite exhausting all means were effortlessly resolved by Limuda today. The Earth Emperor Shinnong had shed blood and tears for humanity, yet for so many years, no one had been able to restore her true form. This was indeed a debt humanity owed her. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Limuda released a soft power that lifted the kneeling girl tenderly as a descendant of humanity. Any hardships she faced paled in comparison to those endured by the ancient sages. Rising to her feet, though appearing youthful, her words carried a gravitas beyond her years. Noticing the excitement barely contained in her eyes, Limuda smiled and said, "Go, return to Huyan Cave. The Earth Emperor must be eager to hear this news. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed elder. May I inquire your name, so that my father may express his gratitude in the future?" Though her heart had already soared back to Huyan Cave, she restrained her yearning and remained in place. Gratitude and reciprocity were fundamental virtues of humanity. As fellow humans, no repayment was necessary. In truth, humanity owed the Earth Emperor even more to go now. As soon as he spoke, Limuda's figure was swept away by a gust of wind. He had already departed while conversing. Assisting humanity was his inherent duty, requiring no recompense from anyone. For a moment, Jingwei stood there, stunned, before finally regaining her composure. Shaking her head, she mused that he was indeed an eccentric elder. With a flicker, she transformed back in her avian form, her wings unfurling like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly vanishing into the skies above the East Sea. Beneath the waves, a pair of vengeful eyes lingered until Jingwei's figure had completely disappeared. Cursed humanity, our enmity has deepened. The owner of these eyes was none other than the Dragon King of the East Sea. Dragons possess the innate ability to alter their size, and when he wished to transform into a reptile and hide within the belly of a fish, even Limuda would be unable to locate him in such a short time. With that thought, the Dragon King flicked his tail, which shimmered in a color entirely different from before, disappearing into the depths of the East Sea. For one of his caliber, regrowing a segment of his tail was a trivial matter. Yet, to match its color to that of his dragon body would require time, that he decided to leave the tail as it was, as it could serve as a means to lament to the Jade Emperor. To fulfill the Jade Emperor's command. He had indeed sacrificed much. Reflecting on the offspring that had turned to ashes beneath Limuda's blade, he felt a pang of regret. Such promising heirs of the Dragon Palace had perished unexpectedly. What he thought would be a simple task had resulted in total loss. When the calamities arrived, he vowed to settle the score. The Dragon King of the East Sea harbored a fierce resolve. The Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with, and a mere human believed they could easily be bullied. At Shintang Pass, Limuda lightly brushed his fingers over the tremor bow, and with his motion, the bow erupted in a myriad of radiant lights. Of course, these phenomena were visible only to him. Otherwise, such an occurrence would have caused a sensation among humanity. He gazed at the bow and arrows in deep contemplation. Once, during ancient times, humanity had produced numerous formidable beings. It was astonishing that in the present day, humanity had diminished so greatly. He pondered the whereabouts of those once great paragons of humanity. Rarely were there any records concerning the earliest humans of ancient times. Few knew of them, and, at times, even Limuda questioned whether humanity's history had experienced a rupture due to some great power. In that era, sages of humanity emerged in abundance, whether it be Swearin, who discovered fire through friction, or the nest builders who constructed homes in trees, or the Z clan, among others. They were the greatest figures of humanity, yet now they were absent from the annals of human history. This was indeed peculiar. After his hand passed over the bow, the tremor bow reverted to its unassuming, dark appearance. When his gaze fell upon the residence of Li Jing, he discovered Lady Yin was already with child. Soon, when Neza is born, I shall return here once more. That he was curious to see the expression on Tai Jinren's face when he witnessed Neza as the vanguard of the Shang dynasty. He was quite looking forward to it. The transformation of the lotus flower. What What difference was there from a spirit tool? Such a splendid spirit pearl. This time he would not allow it to fall into the hands of Tai Junren. Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from Chantang Pass. In the 7th year of Emperor Xian's reign, no significant events occurred within humanity. He intended to traverse the 9 provinces of humanity. On one hand, he sought opportunities, while on the other, he aimed to eliminate those aquatic tribes that plagued humanity. The current state of humanity was steeped in turmoil. Since he had arrived, he had no intention of sparing those who caused harm. Limuda was also a meticulous individual. If he could not execute a warning to deter them, the calamities humanity would face in the future could multiply beyond comprehension. In the desolate world, countless beings sought to take a bite out of humanity. After Limuda's figure vanished from Chantang Pass, a remote mountain outside the pass trembled imperceptibly, and a faint murmur dissipated in the wind. Barely audible, as if uttering a phrase. Strange, when did such a powerful being emerge among humanity, and why am I completely unaware of his origins? Utilizing the heavens as a blanket and the earth as a mattress, he ambled along, losing track of time. Regardless, Limuda was in high spirits, as if he had returned to the cherished days of cultivation across the vast expanse. On one fateful day, when he appeared before a majestic mountain with several loaches hanging from his waist, he suddenly halted. The characters Wui Mountain involuntarily surged into his mind. The true name of the great mountain. Every renowned mountain and river possesses a true name, and when one stands before it, its name naturally manifests in one's thoughts. Wui Mountain indeed bore a splendid name. He merely wondered if the Dahong Pao still thrived there. A peculiar smile crept across Limuda's face. Having come this far, it seemed remiss not to pay a visit to the legendary falling treasure money. As for Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, they were merely incidental. His knowledge of their names stemmed solely from the illustrious reputation of the falling treasure money. With a sweep of his consciousness, he grasped the entirety of the Wui mountain range. On a flat area atop the main peak, 2 Taoists were engaged in a game of chess. They had indeed chosen a fine location. Yet it was fortuitous that, in a flash, Limuda vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood before the chessboard of the 2 men, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, 2 solitary cultivators of Wui Mountain, had inadvertently acquired a treasure known as falling treasure money. During the calamity of the Fengshan era, they had sought the renowned Yushu Palace and assisted the lantern-lighting sage, only to find themselves unexpectedly listed on the Fengshan roster. Their lives were mundane, yet their deaths were lamentable. However, they ultimately made it onto the roster, though it remained uncertain if this fulfilled their aspirations. Though they would later lose their freedom, it could be seen as a roundabout means of salvation. Entering the ranks of civil service and becoming part of an official structure, as the old saying goes, at the end of a universe lies the examination for official positions. These 2 had seemingly grasped the essence of this phrase years ahead of time. At least they were guaranteed a stable income. Observing the intricate black and white pieces before him, Limuda felt utterly bewildered. He recognized the pieces, yet they did not recognize him. He had never been one for refined pastimes. And the sight of the game irritated him. He found it more troublesome than wielding a blade. Daoist friends, do you understand chess? Noticing the nodding Limuda, Xiao Sheng turned to him. Having engaged in this game for several hundred years, he was intrigued by the arrival of someone willing to observe. I do not. Limuda shook his head rapidly, a look of embarrassment on his face. He had been so lost in thought about how to obtain the falling treasure money from the 2 that he had momentarily lost focus. Truly, he should not have let himself be so distracted. What interests you, fellow Taoist? Qiao Bao also became curious about Limuda. Barbecue. Limu Dao, with an air of satisfaction, patted the small pouch at his waist. When it came to culinary skills, he took immense pride in his prowess, having honed it through countless ingredients over the years. Glancing at the few tiny loaches dangling from his belt, Xiao Sheng couldn't help but grimace. Such crudeness was utterly appalling. With a flick of his sleeve, he could not conceal the distaste on his face. However, Limu Dao remained unfazed, chuckling to himself as he produced an array of bottles and jars before them. As the saying goes, to achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. He was earnest about barbecuing. These seasonings were treasures he had meticulously collected over many years. As he spoke, he opened each jar one by one, revealing honey, chili, cumin, and more. His claim was far from exaggerated. He had traversed much of the 9 provinces to gather these precious items. Just the thought of loaches seasoned with cumin made his mouth water. Rubbing his hands together, a flame ignited in the air. Controlled by his will, reaching the perfect temperature, he then leisurely drew out a loach from his waist. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted as the loach transformed into a true dragon. Thrashing violently, aware of his impending doom, it struggled desperately, knowing that if it ceased, it would have no chance of survival. The roar startled Xiao Sheng, causing his hand, which held the chess piece, to tremble, nearly dropping the white stone onto the board. With a swift motion, Li Mu Dao drew his battle knife from his sleeve, delivering a clean and decisive strike to the dragon's vulnerable scales. The head severed from the body, the dragon's roar abruptly ceased. Discarding the head and retrieving the body, he skillfully controlled the blood and skinned it in a matter of moments. What was once a living dragon became a glistening mass of flesh in Li Mu Dao's hands. Shimmering with a faint glow, strikingly beautiful. With a flick of his fingers, a long spear materialized in his grasp. The once prized artifact had become tarnished and blackened, causing Qiao Bao to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Li Mu Dao had forgotten whose treasure it was, but it was perfectly suited for skewering, so he had kept it. Skillfully threading the dragon onto the spear, he put his true fire to use. "Aren't you afraid of retribution from the Dragon Clan?" Qiao Bao could not help but inquire. "Afraid? I fear they won't come at all. Once I've consumed these few dragons, I will be left with nothing," Li Mu Dao replied, pointing to his waist, a look of lingering trepidation on his face, as if the absence of this dragon meat could cost him his life. Even Qiao Bao was taken aback by his words. Where did such a delicacy come from? It is indeed a rarity. As they spoke, the dragon meat on the fire began to sizzle and emit Li Mu Dao, not daring to slacken his efforts. Conjured a small brush, expertly coating the meat with honey, followed by an assortment of spices, and finally, cumin. The tantalizing aroma was irresistible. The dragon meat was tender. A brief grilling was sufficient, for prolonged exposure to heat would diminish its exquisite flavor, masking the inherent sweetness of the dragon itself. As he spoke, Li Mu Dao's saliva involuntarily dripped down, a rare flaw of his. The enticing scent, coupled with Li Mu Dao's words, momentarily extinguished any desire for Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao to continue their chess game. Despite their years of abstaining from food, lacking the necessary tools, it was worth noting that the dragon meat was best when stewed, as it would truly bring out the essence of the ingredients. Suddenly struck by a thought, Li Mu Dao felt his mouth water once more. Occasionally reminiscing about past hardships was quite pleasant, and at that moment, Li Mu Dao felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Unburdened by the weight of being a human emperor, he was merely an ordinary person seeking to amuse Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Of course, should they attempt to seize the dragon meat from him, he would not hesitate to retaliate, but he felt no moral qualms about such a response. If they struck first, he would bear no psychological burden. Qiao Bao's hand had already ventured into his robe sleeve, indicating that an opportunity was approaching. Li Mu Dao narrowed his eyes, ready to spring into action to defend his treasure. A thunderous boom resounded before Li Mu Dao, causing the ground beneath him to tremble thrice. Looking up, he beheld a massive tripod, towering 3 feet high before him. Confusion etched across his face. "Friend, what is the meaning of this?" Qiao Bao, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and replied, "Friend, do you think this medicinal cauldron is suitable for stewing dragon meat?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. So you're also a gourmand. How did I not notice this before? Li Mu Dao rose with a roasted dragon meat in hand, surveying his surroundings before nodding in satisfaction. The fragrant aroma of medicine wafted through the air, promising a fine medicinal dish. Li Mu Dao nodded approvingly, then turned his head to inquire, "But friend, are you truly willing to part with it?" "Willing? There is nothing I would hold back," Qiao Bao declared grandly, though Li Mu Dao could clearly see the flicker of reluctance on his face. Nurturing a fine medicinal cauldron was no easy task, yet for the sake of tasting dragon meat, he was willing to make sacrifices. Since Qiao Bao did not mind, Li Mu Dao decided to overlook the matter entirely. After days of consuming barbecued meat, his palate craved a change. That moment. Xiao Sheng grew anxious as well, but he lacked a medicinal cauldron like Qiao Bao asked that. After pondering for a while, he finally produced an item from his sleeve that I have Wui Mountains de Hong Pao. Steeped in boiling spirit spring. It has its own unique flavor. He revealed a small tea set, which expanded before him, complete with a kettle, cups, and even a teapot, everything one could desire. Friend, do you not find it crude? Qiao Bao teased. Not at all. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are indeed exquisite treasures. Xiao Sheng laughed heartily, brushing off his embarrassment that a love for elegance is a common fault among scholars. It is hardly a serious flaw. Limu Dao was momentarily taken aback, realizing the situation had deviated from his expectations, and it seemed today as plans for fishing and law enforcement would not come to fruition. However, that was of little concern to him, as he was not a stingy person. With a swift flick of his wrist, he divided the dragon meat into 3 portions, bestowing them into the hands of the 2 men. You 2 friends shall eat first. Once you are finished, I will prepare another, Limu Dao boasted, proudly showcasing the 2 remaining loaches at his waist, as if avenging the countless innocent lives lost at their hands. Friend, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Delicious, indeed, quite delightful, the 2 men exclaimed as they devoured the meat ravenously, not forgetting to praise Limu Dao, leaving him speechless. Goodness, they look as if they haven't eaten in centuries. Limu Dao's guess proved correct. The 2 were locked in their chess match, which had apparently spanned 500 years without conclusion. As for the tea set and a Hong Pao, they were left neglected and ignored. After a while, the 2 men finally lifted their heads. Please excuse our rudeness. They felt somewhat embarrassed. Friend, do come and taste my Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. As he spoke, Xiao Sheng had already used true fire to boil the spirit spring. The crystalline water cascading into the transparent tea cups, the deep red tea rising swiftly. Accompanied by a rich aroma, Xiao Sheng gently pushed the cup forward, presenting it to Limu Dao. Looking down, he saw the tea leaves unfurling at the bottom of the cup, rising and falling like a miniature mountain range. Taking a whiff of the fragrant tea, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. Indeed, it was excellent tea. Limu Dao had never encountered such a refreshing tea brewing technique in this primordial world. It was no different from the practices of later generations. Delicious, friend, do indulge in more. Xiao Sheng smiled and remarked, at that moment, the previous awkwardness among the group was entirely dissolved. After finishing his drink, Limu Dao stood up once more. He was aware that the 2 desired dragon meat. And without hesitation, he drew forth another piece from his waist. The dragon, feebly struggling for a few moments, soon realized it could not escape Limu Dao's grasp and resigned itself to lying flat. Limu Dao, however, paid no heed to the dragon's thoughts. It ought to have known that its fate was sealed when it aided in the oppression of humanity. Those who take lives are ultimately hunted in return. Such is the way of the world. With a swift motion, he deftly bled and skinned the creature. As he worked, he chattered on, imparting his culinary wisdom to the 2. The blood must be drained completely. Otherwise, the dish will be unpalatable and reeking. Speaking thus, he skillfully squeezed out the last drop of dragon's blood. This scene caused Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Slaying a dragon as one would butcher a chicken, he truly was a master butcher. Premium ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods to truly savor their essence. This is the pursuit of those of us who cultivate the Tao. Spring water, come forth, Limu Dao gestured, causing the spiritual spring water beside Xiao Sheng to leap up, washing the dragon meat thoroughly before he tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. With another wave, the spring water cascaded into the cauldron, filling it in an instant. Ignite. Rubbing his hands together, a blaze materialized beneath the cauldron, and the cooking commenced. Limu Dao then retrieved an array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from his sleeves, tossing them into the cauldron as if they were worthless trinkets. The sight made the 2 men wince in pain. Compared to someone like Limu Dao, a being nearly on par with a saint, their lives as wandering cultivators were indeed arduous. Otherwise, in their previous lives, they would not have been so eager to curry favor with the cold shoulders of the Chan sect. 9-leaf, immortal ginseng. 7 treasure spiritual mushrooms. These were all thrown in by Limu Dao to accommodate the 2, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the potent treasures and hesitate to partake. Though heavenly materials are exquisite, they require significant cultivation to refine. Otherwise, even a humanoid heavenly material could pose a threat, not to mention the energy contained within could potentially overwhelm them as more and more heavenly materials were added. Waves of misty energy began to rise from the cauldron, coalescing above it into an extraordinary phenomenon. A melodious dragon's roar resonated, and within the ethereal mist, a miniature azure dragon soared, as if the cauldron were its realm. In the mist, its clouds for riding. The spring water began to boil, the snowy white dragon meat rolling within the cauldron, releasing an aromatic fusion of dragon meat and medicinal fragrance that wafted into the air. Both Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao could not help but inhale deeply. Fragrant, truly fragrant. Indeed, it was dragon meat, exceptional in every way. Without the companionship of their Dao friend, they would never have had such a culinary fortune. Praise flowed freely, yet Li Medeo did not lose himself in their accolades that he reflected, questioning whether his bait had been too humble or if his performance lacked authenticity, pondering why he had not achieved the desired outcome, and instead had been easily deceived into catching 2 dragons. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of having to take action now. Another dragon's roar erupted, and the azure dragon, swirling in the mist, let out a long cry. Preparing to soar beyond the cauldron amidst the clouds, that it was done. Perfectly cooked. Alimedeo's hand descended, scattering both the mist and the azure dragon, merging them into the cauldron. Finally, he added a touch of soul and salt. With a cheerful smile, he pinched a bit of white powder from a jar on the ground and sprinkled it into the medicinal cauldron. In the next moment, an even richer aroma surged forth, causing Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao to uncontrollably salivate. Come, let us eat. Li Medeo expertly produced bowls and spoons from his sleeves, eagerly distributing them to the 2 MENAS for the matter of treasure. They could ponder that after the meal, in this world, only good food and love should not be taken for granted. The chorus of ravenous sounds filled the air as both men buried their heads in their bowls, scarcely pausing to speak. Another bowl, pleased in mere moments, they both extended their bowls towards Li Medeo in unison, then exchanged shy smiles. All right, another bowl it is, Li Medeo responded generously, serving them 2 more bowls of dragon meat. The 3 of them engaged in no further conversation, the sounds of spoons clinking against bowls echoing on the gentle hillside. When they finally raised their heads again, the medicinal cauldron lay empty. With their bellies full and lying on the grass, the 3 wore expressions of blissful contentment. However, in just a short while, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao's expressions suddenly changed, and they leaped up from the ground. Their faces flushed crimson, and their bodies began to radiate light. Something's not right. Why do I feel so hot? Xiao Sheng's eyes were filled with panic. I feel the same, Xiao Bao echoed, his gaze fixed intently on Li Medeo. Dao friend, what is happening? He trusted that Li Medeo would not harm them. After all, there was no need to treat them to a meal of dragon meat if he intended to kill them. Your fortuitous transformation has arrived. Do not speak too much. Quickly circulate your techniques to refine the dragon meat. Li Medeo laughed heartily. Though he had not extracted treasure from them, the encounter itself was a form of fate, and he was not stingy with this dragon meat. Even if they were to meet again on the battlefield, he would not fear the treasure. In fact, it would allow him to claim it rightfully. Feeling the heat coursing through them, the 2 men ceased their chatter and promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate their cultivation techniques. As time passed, a surge of potent magical energy erupted from them, their auras becoming tumultuous and volatile. This was a manifestation of their rapidly expanding magical power, which they struggled to fully control. As night fell, Li Medeo sat beside them, guarding their cultivation. I imagine they might be quite moved by this. Perhaps they will bow down in gratitude. That I wonder if I should take them in, he mused, lost in self-indulgent contemplation. Thus, the night passed in silence. That on the following day, just as the sun began to rise, a dragon's roar echoed overhead, and a phantom dragon figure appeared before vanishing swiftly. As the dragon's cry faded, the 2 men opened their eyes simultaneously. Leaping to their feet, they surveyed their surroundings, finally calming down upon seeing Li Medeo, to whom they bowed respectfully. Thank you, Dao friend, for your assistance. That night, their cultivation had crossed a significant threshold, as they had finally ascended from the realm of Xianxian to Jingxian after years of stagnation. Though they had merely entered the initial stage of Jingxian, it marked an immense leap forward. Heaven knows how many beings in the primordial wilderness remained trapped at this juncture for their entire lives without progress. For wandering cultivators like them, this was akin to a miraculous transformation. Dao friend, what kind of dragon was the one we consumed yesterday? Chao Bao inquired cautiously at this moment. Even a fool would realize that the two dragons they had feasted upon were extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not have experienced such a significant breakthrough overnight. This Dao friend is no ordinary individual, he thought. Yet even now, he could not discern the depth of Li Medeo's cultivation. Suddenly, he became much more reserved, his words devoid of their previous nonchalance, revealing an air of caution, as he dared not show any disrespect. If it had been anyone else in Li Medeo's place yesterday, the outcome might have been quite different. From the East Sea Dragon Palace, offspring of the Dragon King, Li Medeo gestured towards the East Sea, speaking in a calm tone. What? Chao Bao felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, while Xiao Sheng's reaction was no better. Both of them felt a thunderous roar in their heads, momentarily halting their thoughts. Offspring of the Dragon King. After a considerable interval, the two finally came to their senses. Chao Bao, trembling and hesitant, spoke up, casting a pleading glance at Li Medeo, fervently wishing to hear him utter the words that this was all a mere fabrication. However, it was evident that the outcome would not align with his desires. As Li Medeo nodded with a smile, he seemed to have discovered an alternative means of safeguarding the two. It's over, Xiao Sheng muttered as he slumped to the ground, his legs giving way, his eyes devoid of life. This was not merely a serpent, but a genuine dragon lineage. Should the Dragon King of the East Sea learn that he had devoured his pure-blood progeny, he would undoubtedly meet his doom. The thought sent another shiver down his spine. What sins had he committed? Although he was now a golden immortal, how could a loose cultivator ever compare to the profound heritage of the Dragon Clan? He could already envision how the Dragon King of the East Sea would seek retribution, with the essence of a true dragon lingering upon him and countless water tribes across the realm. Where could he possibly hide? The fleeting joy he felt from his ascension to golden immortal vanished in an instant, leaving only an overwhelming dread. Friend, you have brought us to a dire predicament. When he glanced back at Li Medeo, his face was etched with bitterness. Meanwhile, Li Medeo maintained an expression of bewilderment, as if he was unaware of the turmoil unfolding. What do you mean, my friend? Was it you who wished to partake in the dragon meat? Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao could only nod in resignation, for his words rang true. Was it enjoyable? Li Medeo inquired further. The two nodded in unison once more. It was indeed pleasurable, yet it was a perilous indulgence. Little did they know that what they had consumed was the very bloodline of a true dragon, leaving them in a state of despair. Is this truly the end? Pleasure should be the essence of it, Li Medeo proclaimed as he clapped his thigh and sprang to his feet. Why the heavens? Who could have known that such pleasure would come at such a cost? Even Chao Bao appeared despondent, his expression reflecting a sense of tragic futility. The life of a loose cultivator was still a life, and one ought not to treat it so lightly. Are you truly afraid of that old mudfish in the East Sea? Li Medeo asked, as if just grasping the situation, though it was somewhat embarrassing. After careful consideration, they deemed their lives to be of greater importance and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Medeo fell silent. If that was the case, then it seemed he had indeed brought misfortune upon them. The two hurriedly nodded. After pondering for a while, Li Medeo spoke again. What if I were to show you a path forward? Please, friend, enlighten us. The two were once again invigorated, for after all, it was better to live, even if it were a wretched existence. They gazed at Li Medeo with eager anticipation for his next words. Join the great Shang as officials. Under the protection of human fortune, I doubt the Dragon King of the EC would dare to act against you. Li Medeo gestured towards the direction of Chaoga City. Yet, to his surprise, upon hearing this, the two shook their heads even more vigorously. Friend, you are unaware. Entering the mortal realm during a calamity period may lead to swifter demise. Chao Bao's face contorted into a grimace I could see that moment. Anyone who wasn't a fool could easily grasp this truth. Have you not heard the saying? Fortune lies in danger. This calamity is both a disaster and an opportunity. As loose cultivators, we lack the chances that those from renowned sects possess. If we do not possess a modicum of adventurous spirit, when will we ever rise to prominence? Or do you wish to continue living in mediocrity? Limadeo stood, his fervor palpable, nearly igniting his own blood. Though the calamity seemed perilous, who could say that Wu and Ti present an opportunity for us? Limadeo's eyes glimmered with fervor as he extended a hand toward Xiao Bao. Friend, rather than leading a mundane existence, why not live a life of splendor? You must understand, we cultivators wrestle against fate, and it is precisely that indomitable spirit we seek. All right, Xiao Bao, inspired by Limadeo's fervent spirit, reached out his hand, clasping it firmly in a brotherly bond as for Xiao Sheng. He observed the two with a conflicted expression that he wished to be as carefree as Xiao Bao, yet fear of the unknown gripped his heart. Limadeo turned to him, extending his other hand. Friend, there is nothing to fear even in death. With the divine path as our foundation, it is akin to a form of immortality, a way to evade the 5 declines of heaven and man. Limadeo's sincere gaze swayed Xiao Sheng, although a hint of hesitation lingered on his face. That I assure you, should the day come when you truly perish, you will surely ascend to the divine path. I swear it, Limadeo declared, thumping his chest, and then turned back to Xiao Bao. This promise holds true for you as well. With an air of prophetic certainty, Limadeo's words were uttered with unwavering conviction. Yet, Xiao Bao was left with a furrowed brow, pondering just how little faith Limadeo had in himself. Before we proceed, may I inquire your esteemed name? Which celestial mountain do you cultivate upon? Now that their emotions had stabilized, the two realized that they had consumed the flesh of 2 dragons, yet were still unaware of Limadeo's name, an oversight that felt rather disrespectful. Limadeo, of the Great Shang S lineage, currently residing in Chaoga City. Oh, think you are the Great Shang S lineage. We are indeed honored, the two exclaimed, their faces alight with astonishment. They had never imagined that Limadeo held such a significant background. After all, he was the ancestor of the human emperor, something they dared not even dream of. Would you both be willing to accompany me out of the mountain? The Great Shang is prepared to offer honorary positions. Awaiting your acceptance, Limadeo's eyes shimmered with a yearning for talented individuals. Though simply slaying the two and seizing their treasures would have been the simplest course of action, it did not align with his principles. Thus he preferred to invest more time in them. Of course, we would be honored. They both nodded eagerly to be personally welcomed by the ancestor of the Great Shang was an unimaginable honor, and they had no reason to refuse. Please prepare yourselves, and we shall depart shortly. We possess nothing of value. We can leave at once. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Sheng swept his sleeve, causing his chessboard to vanish into his robe. Xiao Bao mirrored the gesture, causing his fragrant alchemical cauldron to disappear as well. Looking at the cauldron, he couldn't help but smile wryly. With a single meal, they had sold their freedom. However, as they contemplated the impending calamity, their hearts brimmed with a renewed sense of anticipation. And one truly wished to merely survive. If they did, it was surely due to a lack of strength, with the divine path as their support. Their burdens had been lifted. They were ready to gamble, with victory elevating their status and yielding earthly honors, while defeat led them to the divine path. There was nothing left to fear. Friends, let us be on our way. As he spoke, he stamped his foot, summoning a golden bridge that spanned the air, extending directly toward Chaoga City. As soon as they stepped onto the golden bridge, they became entranced by the resounding echoes of the Grand Tao. They exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotions. The strength of the ancestor of the Great Shang surpassed their wildest imaginations. Had they known that on that fateful day before the palace of Niwa, had it not been for the appearance of the goddess, this ancestor would have already engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Saint of Purity, they would have been even more astonished. In less than a year, Limadeo had already crossed paths with 2 saints, though those encounters were hardly pleasant memories. After sorting through the affairs of the 9 provinces, he had dispatched the various water tribes. And now he was returning to Chaoga City. On this day, the previously arrogant Golden Bridge reappeared, crossing half of the human realm. Finally landing just outside Chowga City, El Amadeo had returned once more. The moment he stepped off the Golden Bridge, his expression shifted dramatically, and he couldn't help but curse by the heavens. How could you play such a game? Have you no shame? He beheld a figure standing there. One that should not have survived. Friend, who has wronged you? Shall I assist you in seeking vengeance? Chow Bao's head leaned in closer. In his hand, a gleaming sword appeared, its cold light shimmering mysteriously on the other side. Xiao Sheng also wielded a sword, his expression one of regret. He had arrived just a moment too late to seize the opportunity to perform, standing upon the Golden Bridge, spanning the territories of the human race. They bore witness once more to the formidable prowess of Limuda, accurately positioning themselves along this journey. They were but sycophants to Limuda, obediently following his every command. Limuda was the most powerful individual they had ever encountered, and they believed he would safeguard them throughout this impending calamity. The Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, Limuda's gaze fell instantly upon the man whose skull he had crushed with his own hands, now mounted on horseback, entering through the gates of Chowga City. The ritual of pilgrimage, occurring once every 4 years, was set for today, and Limuda had returned just in time. "No need, let us depart," Limuda said, his countenance dark as he led the two men directly towards the royal palace. Without a doubt, he knew that a sage must have intervened. Otherwise, he could not fathom who would be willing to pay such a hefty price to resurrect Ji Chong. It seemed futile to consider killing him once more, for sages possessed myriad means of resurrection. It became evident that the path he had envisioned was no longer viable, and the calamity of the Fengshen could not be evaded. In that moment, Limuda's emotions grew complex. As the calamity loomed, it would invariably be the common folk who suffered. Yet he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, unable to intervene. That sense of powerlessness was laced with a feeling of despair. However, Limuda did not belong to this realm of despair. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head once more, his eyes brimming with determination, growing ever more resilient. Without such fortitude, how could he ever aspire to become the emperor safeguarding humanity in that world? In the Hall of Nine Chambers, this marked Limuda's inaugural appearance here. Upon seeing Limuda materialize, Emperor Exin nearly doubted his own vision, hastily springing from his throne without regard for the gazes of the court officials. Striding towards Limuda to pay his respects to Yi Shou, having encountered the ancestor, was perplexed as to why the ancestor had come in person. He mused that any matter could simply be relayed by another. Sparing the ancestor the trouble of this visit, his obsequious demeanor startled the entire assembly, even causing Grandmaster One, who was aware of Limuda's identity, to darken his expression. Such behavior from a generation's emperor was unbecoming. Yet he chose to overlook it for the sake of the venerable ancestor of the Shang dynasty. "Let this not occur again," he admonished, casting a stern glare at Emperor Xin before turning away with a stoic expression. Following Limuda, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao observed the man exuding the aura of an emperor approach with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Despite being merely mortals, the emperor's presence was enough to render them lesser than ordinary men. This was the realm of humanity's emperor, a domain where he held sway. Witnessing the emperor's reverence towards Limuda, they could not help but silently marvel. Indeed, this individual was the ancestral figure of the emperor, wielding an astonishingly elevated status. "What instruction does the ancestor have?" Emperor Xin inquired, lifting his gaze once more, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Having momentarily indulged in excessive joy, he now recalled the dignity befitting an emperor. Though his glance towards Limuda held a hint of regret for his earlier exuberance, the courtiers, mimicking Grandmaster One, averted their gazes, unwilling to steal a glance. After all, this was the emperor of the Shang dynasty. Should word get out, they too would face humiliation. Seeing no one daring to look, Emperor Xin cleared his throat, his expression finally returning to normalcy. "Xiao Sheng, Qiao Bao, practitioners of the Outer Realms, are willing to serve as offerings to the Shang dynasty. If there is no task, they shall receive the protection of the human race as fortune. If war arises, they shall assist the Shang dynasty in defending against enemies beyond our borders. Today, I have come to request a decree from the king." Limuda gestured towards the two men behind him, succinctly stating his purpose. "I had thought it to be a grave matter, Such affairs are within the ancestors' purview, and I grant my approval." As Emperor Xian's voice fell, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao felt an inexplicable sense of destiny envelop them, deepening their understanding of this emperor. Though merely mortals, he spoke with the authority of the heavens, rendering them far from ordinary. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two men respectfully bowed towards Emperor Xian. Despite Emperor Xian's earlier fawning demeanor, it was reserved solely for his ancestor. They dared not exhibit any insolence in this presence. With such fortune bestowed upon them, not even the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea could dare to act against them. Any outsider contemplating such an action would first need to weigh the consequences of entangling themselves in the affairs of humanity. Rise, if thanks are to be given, let them be directed towards the ancestor. Emperor Xian waved his sleeve grandly, dismissing the two men's formalities. "Ancestor, upon your return, do you have any other matters?" Emperor Xian inquired inquisitively. His gaze fixed upon Limuda. It was no wonder he pondered this. Every appearance of Limuda had heralded significant events for the human race. "And other matters. I shall take my leave now. You may resume your duties." Limuda waved his robe and turned to depart, leaving no room for hesitation. This was the hall where Emperor Xian conducted affairs, and it was not suitable for him to linger. Yet, as he reached the hall's entrance, he suddenly paused. By the way, did I in that instant? All the courtiers perked up, eager to hear what this venerable ancestor might decree, though they were not intimately acquainted with him. They knew he would never speak without purpose. "During my recent excursion, I acquired the tale of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and several drops of his blood. Have someone fetch a large cauldron and deliver it to me. When you conclude your court session, I shall reward you." After stating this, he did not wait for a response and swiftly exited the Hall of Nine Chambers. Behind him, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao followed Limuda, their expressions blank, their minds preoccupied with the words tale of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and blood, echoing in their thoughts. To be frank, as independent practitioners, their experiences were somewhat limited, and those few words left them profoundly shaken. As the three figures faded from view, the hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. How many had never even heard of such a figure in their lifetimes? They were astonished that this time the ancestor had managed to acquire his tale. However, upon hearing the ancestor's words, they regarded Emperor Xian with peculiar expressions. Several courtiers hesitated, their gazes making Emperor Xian's face flush with anger. "If you have something to say, say it. Do not hold back. It is uncomfortable for me to witness." "Your Majesty, did the ancestor imply that you are currently unwell?" Finally, someone could no longer restrain themselves and posed a question. It is bygone. This old rascal, speaking while casting furtive glances at certain parts of Emperor Xian's anatomy, seemed to seek out some indication of a problem. "I am in my prime, strong and vigorous. All is well. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts." Emperor Xian, flustered with anger, waved his sleeve and returned to his throne. The courtiers nodded in agreement, though their lack of enthusiasm rendered their acquiescence insincere. They shared a tacit understanding to avoid looking at Emperor Xian, yet he could still sense their furtive glances. Today, 800 lords have come to pay their respects to the Shang dynasty. Do you have any other matters? If not, this court session will conclude here. Seeing no response from the assembly, Emperor Xian, slightly disheveled, swept out of the Hall of Nine Chambers, the flesh of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Merely contemplating it was a rarity. As emperor, he had yet to experience the taste of Dragon King's flesh. His pace quickened with anticipation. In the days that followed, the 800 lords attending the court were mired in trivial formalities, which Limuda found uninteresting. So he chose to seclude himself once more in his small courtyard. Daily, he and Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao prepared their own feasts. After all, he had captured quite a number of aquatic creatures during this outing. The only regret was that the dragon race had no reserves left. Yet, the Eastern Sea Dragon King was a coward, unable to seek vengeance for the many offspring Limuda had captured. Even the 9 provinces of humanity had returned to their previous harmonious state, leaving Limuda with no excuses. Within the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings had gathered, each bearing expressions of fury. Following Limuda's sweeping actions, it was not just the Eastern Sea that had suffered. Even the other 3 Dragon Kings have suffered significant losses. Each of them has had offspring slain by Limudeo. Brother, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Our dragon clan is a venerable ancient lineage. Today, we have been insulted by a mere human, and I cannot swallow this humiliation. Indeed, brother, think of my child, who, at merely 100 years of age, was brutally killed by that human. His death is utterly tragic. The dignity of our dragon clan must be upheld. We cannot allow this precedent to be set. If we do nothing, will we not become easy prey for others in the future? Yes, brother, you must speak up. The Dragon King of the Northern Sea gazed at the Eastern Sea Dragon King, who remained seated in the prime position, showing no sign of reaction, prompting him to urge him further. After all, the Four Seas Dragon Kings have always looked to the Eastern Sea Dragon King for guidance, and now it is high time for him to express his stance if you choose to remain aloof in this matter. Do not blame your younger brother for withholding respect in the future, the Western Sea Dragon King declared, his countenance filled with disdain as he angrily flicked his robe sleeves. This time, his most beloved son had met his demise at the hands of Limadeo. Now, he yearned to flay him alive, devour his bones, and extract his soul to light the heavens, allowing him to wail in agony for countless eons. Only then would his heart's resentment be assuaged. I've already clashed with that human, the Eastern Sea Dragon King stated calmly, his tone devoid of any tremor. Upon hearing this, the entire Dragon Palace fell into silence. Brother, what was the outcome? All eyes turned to the Eastern Sea Dragon King's face. Even the maidservants at the side could not help but perk up their ears. That it is with great shame that I admit I miscalculated a move, the Eastern Sea Dragon King replied, his face reddening in embarrassment. Fortunately, it is not his true form. Otherwise, the incident of his dragon prestige being severed would surely be difficult to conceal. Brother, we cannot simply suffer such losses in vain. What are your plans? The Western Sea Dragon King's gaze was intense as he looked at the Eastern Sea Dragon King. He was the one most eager for revenge. A mere human was nothing, and even in the past he had not bowed to the Eastern Sea Dragon King, were it not for his inability to defeat him. The Four Seas Dragon Kings would undoubtedly now be following his lead. Wait, the Eastern Sea Dragon King said, leisurely tapping his fingers against the table before him, exuding an air of confidence. However, this single word left the other three Dragon Kings dumbfounded, unsure of its meaning. Yet, seeing the Eastern Sea Dragon King's assured demeanor, they found themselves at a loss for ideas, and one knew what scheme the Eastern Sea Dragon King was concocting. Brother, are you not attempting to deceive us? The Western Sea Dragon King exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. What does that single word mean? A mere dismissal, a display of mystique. The Eastern Sea Dragon King shot him a sidelong glance, immediately discerning his inner thoughts. Had it been in the past, he would have slapped him soundly. But times have changed. He is now the Eastern Sea Dragon King and must persuade others with reason. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising irritation, he spoke slowly. The calamity is approaching. Logically, our dragon clan should not engage in human disputes at this time. Upon hearing the words calamity, the other three Dragon Kings collectively gasped, a sense of fear washing over them. The Dragon Clan once basked in glory, being one of the most powerful races in this world, but a single Dragonhan calamity had cast their ancestors into the dust. Even now, they had yet to recover from its aftermath. Mentioning those two words, how could they not feel trepidation? However, I have already reached an understanding with that prominent figure, securing an opportunity for our Dragon Clan to exact revenge. The Eastern Sea Dragon King did not elaborate, but gestured toward the sky above, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. Observing the Eastern Sea Dragon King's apparent connection to someone above, the others dared not voice any further questions. They were aware of certain taboos. Some names of prominent figures were not to be mentioned. Merely uttering their names could invite unwelcome attention, detrimental to the Dragon Clan. Brother, where and when is this opportunity? The Western Sea Dragon King inquired, furrowing his brow. There are certain things that cannot be mentioned or questioned, yet he still sought clarification to avoid being deceived by that old trickster Ao Guang again. If it were true, waiting a few days would not be a burden. If false, he had his own means to achieve his goals. If the Eastern Sea Dragon King proved unreliable, he would act according to his own intentions. After all, that figure had extended an olive branch to him long ago, and it was time for him to make a choice. The Eastern Sea Dragon King rose, confidently pointing toward the direction of Chintang Pass, then extended 3 fingers. The other 3 Dragon Kings' eyes brightened. Indeed, their elder brother had a plan. Thus, they could afford to wait a little longer. Very well, disperse. I shall summon you when needed. The Eastern Sea Dragon King waved his hand. The other 3 bowed respectfully before retreating to their respective palaces, watching the 3 Dragon Kings depart with reverence. The Eastern Sea Dragon King could not help but smirk coldly within. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Otherwise, it would have been he who faced embarrassment today. None of these Dragon Kings were trustworthy. They all coveted their own positions. Ultimately, it was clear that the Eastern Sea Dragon King had outmaneuvered them all. For the moment, the affairs of the Dragon Clan were set aside. In the city of Chowga, Li Medeo had secluded himself in his courtyard for over a month since his return, following the departure of the visiting lords to their respective territories. After witnessing the appearance of Ji Chong, he seemed to have been struck by a blow, confining himself to his small courtyard, engaging only in discussions with Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, devoid of any other activity. If one were to encapsulate his state, it could be described as lying flat. On this particular day, while taking a brief rest, he suddenly sprang upright from his bed, his eyes ablaze with a chilling, murderous intent. "I've been waiting for you. I did not expect you to dare to come. The audacious demon dares to wreak havoc in my Chowga city. Truly, they know not how to write the word death." A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the city of Chowga, causing even the bricks on the city walls to shed a layer of dust. Above Chowga, clouds were dispersed by the force of the sound, revealing an awkward figure riding a jade Qilin emerging from the mist. Beneath him lay the back garden of the Wang residence. In the garden, winds howled furiously, casting a dim yellow hue, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of Jiashur. The heavens surely weep for her. She was merely an ordinary woman who had come with her son to admire the flowers, only to be caught off guard by a sudden gust of wind. After which she realized her child was missing. She struggled against the tempest. Moving even a single step felt like an insurmountable challenge, let alone rising to search for her son. Suddenly, Li Mutiode appeared amidst the gale, catching the 3-year-old child who had been swept towards the revered Qingshu Taoist. Huang Tianhua, the eldest son of the martial king, Huang Feihu. Seemed the teachings aimed to sever the roots of the Huang family. Upon landing, Li Mutiode returned the unconscious child to Jiashur, offering a few words of comfort before reappearing directly opposite Qingshu Taoist. Meeting the Taoist gaze, which burned with a desire to consume him, Li Mutiode remained silent, twisting his wrist to conjure an enormous hand from thin air, descending with the might of the laws to suppress Qingshu Taoist in broad daylight, amidst the clear skies, to abduct a child and cause familial disarray. Surely, few in the world would dare to commit such acts. Disciples of the sage, It was astonishing that Yuanshi Tianzuan had accepted such individuals, and yet he dared to criticize thee as a mere brood of misfits, when the actions of his own disciples seemed even less honorable. The sound of the Tao echoed over Chowga, and witnessing the colossal hand descending upon him, Qingshu Taoist felt a mix of shame and fury. Ashamed that his deeds were laid bare before all, enraged that this unexpected obstacle had disrupted his plans. However, now was not the time to settle scores. He quickly retrieved a fan from his sleeve, waving it to transform the air above into a realm of fire. Flames of wood, stone, and man surged forth from the fan toward the descending hand. The Wuhua Qichin fan, a treasured artifact of the Xiang Cave in Qingfeng Mountain. The power of this fan was immense, raising the temperature of Chowga in an instant. It was also the first time Li Mutiode experienced the might of a treasure up close. Fortunately, these individuals were restrained from acting against ordinary humans. Otherwise, a single sweep of that fan could have sent an entire city into reincarnation. Unfazed by the raging flames, Li Mutiode summoned a surge of law from his colossal hand, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force of attraction emerged, absorbing the entire might of the fan. "This is impossible." Qingshu Taoist gasped in shock, involuntarily stepping back. The Wuhua Qichin fan had always been invincible, as a disciple of the sage. This was the first time he had suffered such a loss. Glancing at Li Mutiode's unfamiliar face, He was certain that among all the renowned figures in the primordial world, there was no one named Investiture. Just as his confusion peaked, the hand descended, pinching him within its grasp. The jade Qilin let out a mournful cry, instantly crushed in half and falling from the sky. Investiture felt a pang of regret. He had applied too much force, wasting a splendid opportunity for a feast. Do not worry. We are here. Just before the Qilin hit the ground, two figures darted forward, capturing its severed halves into a spatial realm. Then, they stood beside Investiture, swords in hand, united in their enmity. Who were these wild cultivators daring to wreak havoc in Chowga? Did they not know the renown of the two great merchants' devotees? Their swords were eager for action. After all, they had only just been conferred as great merchants' devotees when such a situation arose. Had Investiture not arrived first, it was likely that this rogue would have succeeded. They could not afford to lose face. Outside the Jujin Hall, upon hearing the winds, Emperor Xin and the entire court of civil and military officials emerged, all craning their necks like quails to behold the spectacle above. Only when Taisher cast a glance before his expression darkened, retreating back into the Jujin Hall, he instantly recognized the individual pinched in Investiture's grasp as a second-generation disciple of the Yusu Palace, whom he should refer to as Shirshu. Aware of Investiture's capabilities, he dared not allow the so-called Shirshu to see him. Fearing that he might be compelled to beg for mercy, he had no desire to lose face for despite its many faults, it had not produced such an individual that in mid-air. Qingshu Dao's face flushed crimson, half from being squeezed by Investiture's hand, and half from embarrassment that a sage's disciple, exposed to the gaze of the entire city of mortals. This was surely a first in history. Boss, just tell me how to deal with him. My brother and I will handle it ourselves. Xiao Shang's eyes blazed with fury, incredulous at the audacity of the man. Indeed, boss, you give the orders. Qiao Bao twirled his sword, echoing the sentiment. They were not here to be idle. Today, they would demonstrate their worth. Let us seal the Nirvana Palace first. Investiture stated nonchalantly, is that all? Qiao Bao appeared incredulous. He turned his head, questioning whether this approach was too lenient, and no need to rush. We shall seal him first. If he manages to escape, we will have nothing left to play with. The boss makes a valid point. Before Qiao Bao could make a move, Xiao Shang surged ahead. Upon hearing that his powers would be sealed, and witnessing Xiao Shang charge toward him, Qingshu Daoist truly panicked. Without his powers, he would become a defenseless lamb. How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? He shouted, struggling desperately. Yet against Investiture's colossal hand, he remained utterly immobile. I care not for your lineage. In Chowga, if you are a dragon. Coil, if a tiger, crouched at, I have dined on true dragon flesh before. Do you think I would fear a wild cultivator? Since tasting dragon meat, Investiture found that these two had grown bolder, whether it was due to the meat's properties or their own recklessness. He could not tell. Nonetheless, it was a positive development, and he chuckled that I am from a Yusu Palace, a disciple of the sage. Qingshu Daoist, seeing Xiao Shang drawing closer, could no longer hold back, hastily revealing his identity. All that remained was to await Xiao Shang's apology, for he had navigated such predicaments many times before. The name of the sage still held considerable weight. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Shang's face. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he surged forward with greater speed, his face consumed by rage. Slap. A resounding slap struck Qingshu Daoist across the face, sending stars dancing before his eyes, shocking evenly Investiture behind him. Had he always been this courageous, such a reckless fool, daring to impersonate a sage's disciple? What kind of sage's disciple would engage in petty thievery and mischief, risking their master's reputation? His expression was one of exasperation. As he spoke, a finger pointed firmly at Qingshu Daoist's Nirvana Palace. Investiture stood in stunned silence, realizing the misunderstanding. Well then, it seems we were mistaken. Well done, Brother Xiao. This is how it should be. We, as scattered cultivators, must retain our dignity. Qiao Bao angrily shook his fist. The reputation of scattered cultivators had been tarnished by such scum. Ha! Spitting contemptuously on Qingshu Daoist's face, Xiao Shang flicked his wrist and turned to leave. As though even a moment's gaze was an affront to his dignity, not dare to claim you are a scattered cultivator henceforth. You are unworthy. With a flick of his sleeve, he left behind those words. Flowing like a stream, he returned to Limudeo's side, clasping his fists in salute. Boss, I have not failed you. The next steps are yours, for I fear he may tarnish my hands. Limadeo gazed at the still dazed Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was best not to reveal the truth to the two of them, for he feared that such a revelation might frighten them to death. Die, I want you to die. Finally regaining some composure, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, with disheveled hair and eyes aflame with rage, could hardly bear such humiliation as a disciple of a sage. The only eye that still functioned was filled with an indelible resentment. Very well, I shall remember you too. One day, I will return to exact my vengeance. His gaze bore down fiercely upon Limadeo. Release me now, or I shall ensure that you regret ever entering this world. What an audacious fool, thinking yourself a sage's disciple. Just look at my temper. Even I wish to strike you now. Chao Bao's eyes narrowed, and he turned on his heel, striding towards Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, rolling up his sleeves as he approached. Chao Bao, Limadeo said calmly. Boss, what are your orders? He quickly pivoted, a smile plastered across his face. Come back. Do not let him dirty your hands. This matter should be left to Wang Wuqing to resolve. Understood, boss. While speaking, Chao Bao retreated swiftly, casting a fierce glare back at Qingshu Dao Jinjuan that you've been spared for now. The current Qingshu Dao Jinjuan was seething with rage, yet powerless in Limadeo's grasp. Rendered utterly unable to move. Just wait. Soon enough, you shall tremble in fear. Murmuring to himself, he forced his head up and shouted towards the direction of Yushu Palace. Master, save me. This was the last resort he could conjure. How dare they liken him to those lowly loose cultivators? Just wait. You are in for significant trouble, Dada. So there are accomplices, Chao Bao remarked, turning around. With an air of arrogance, he declared, but so what? Our Dashi worshippers are not to be trifled with. As his words fell, a powerful pressure descended from the horizon, and the three of them instinctively looked in that direction, at a jade glimmering with a pearly light swiftly approached from the direction of Yushu Palace. As the artifact drew closer, Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng's expressions gradually turned grave. The nearer it came, the more they sensed the overwhelming power emanating from this treasure, a force unlike anything they had ever encountered. Boss, what exactly is this fellow's background to have such a formidable master? Xiao Sheng's complexion shifted. It appeared they had stirred a formidable figure this time. Fear not. He is not as powerful as you imagine. Last time, I cleaved him in two with a single strike, Limadeo reassured, patting Xiao Sheng's shoulder with a sincere demeanor. While he spoke no falsehood, Limadeo neglected to mention that he had only severed a fragment of the opponent's primordial spirit, which was vastly different from the main body. Then I shall feel at ease. Xiao Sheng straightened his back, feeling emboldened. Moreover, now that you are also worshippers of the human race, you possess the protection of human fortune. Not just anyone would dare to bully you. Boss makes a valid point. No sooner had he spoken than a cry from a mysterious bird resonated, and a gigantic dark bird, conjured from the power of the human race's fortune, manifested itself, spreading its wings to shield the entire Chaoga city beneath its feathers. It too sensed the impending threat from the horizon. You are finished. Just wait, my master shall surely slay you. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan's face broke into a satisfied expression. Showing no concern for his current predicament, he knew his master would come to his rescue. After all, he was one of the 12 golden immortals of Yushu, a source of pride for his master who would not allow him to perish. How noisy! Limadeo slightly furrowed his brow. Boss, you take care of him. The rest we brothers will handle. As for treasures, there is none we fear. Xiao Sheng vowed. Thumping his chest, in his palm, a copper coin with wings was tightly clenched. The falling treasure coin, his unwavering source of confidence. Chao Bao nodded in agreement, indicating he was also prepared. Point one would cause the treasure to fall, while the other would pick it up. They had worked in perfect sync for countless years without faltering. Limadeo nodded without dispelling the notion. In truth, he too was curious whether the falling treasure coin could ensnare a sage's treasure. If it could capture a sage's artifact, that would indeed be most intriguing. As if struck by a delightful thought, A smile played at the corners of Li Medeo's mouth as he grasped Qingshu Dao Jinjuan by the nape of his neck and marched straight out of the Jujin Hall, where Wang Wucheng, Huang Feihu, awaited. Should this strike be executed by Huang Feihu, it would likely sever his ties with the Chan sect, though there was a high probability that in this life, Huang Feihu would not betray Dashi again. He still felt the need to take precautions. After all, he had no inkling of the myriad schemes the Chan sect might conjure. It was better to eradicate the Chan sect's ambitions entirely. Get down. With a forceful toss, he hurled Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, now in a wretched state, before the lords. You dare to insult me. You shall undoubtedly meet a wretched demise in the future. As he saw his master's rescue drawing near, yet found himself subjected to such indignities, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan was incensed to the utmost. Ancestor, what is this? Dixon inquired, bewildered. Truth be told, until now, he and the entire court had been so engrossed in the spectacle that they were unaware of the actual events unfolding. This man sought to employ sorcery to plunder the offspring of our human race's Wang Wucheng, Li Medeo accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, his tone rife with disdain. Despicable. Upon hearing this, not only Dixon, but the entire court erupted with fury. This was an affront to their very principles. If they allowed these outsiders to run amok, how could the realm of humanity maintain order? Your Majesty, may I have permission to slay this demon? Bygone was the first to react, kneeling before Dixon. Your Majesty, please grant me permission to execute this demon. Voices of agreement echoed as ministers kneeled en masse. Such a demon must be punished to set an example for others. Clang, clang. The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out as Huang Feihu drew his treasure blade and glared at Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. To attempt to seize his children was to threaten his very lineage. Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to take action. Otherwise my wrath shall not be quenched today. A murderous intent brewed in his eyes. That was the only male heir of the Huang family. Did this demon intend to render him childless? As he contemplated this, his expression darkened further. If it were possible, he would gladly tear this man limb from limb. I am a disciple of a sage, General Huang. You must listen to me. I share a bond with your Huang Tianhua. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan retreated anxiously, calling out in desperation. Having lost his powers, he clung to his identity as a sage disciple, hoping it might save his life. Seeing the court's unwavering hostility, he finally felt a pang of panic. How laughable! Is this so-called bond merely a pretext for stealing one's offspring? Bygone stepped forward, furious, demanding, is this what the so-called sage's conduct entails? If so, then this bond is a curse. It is better left unacknowledged. Yang Run flung his sleeves disdainfully, his face marked with revulsion. He had always detested evil, and his loathing for the so-called sage of the Chan sect had reached its zenith. That it was unfathomable that even the national protector Wang Wucheng faced such treatment. How many children of the human race suffer such fates each year? Contemplating the agony of parents who had lost their children, he could not help but tremble with rage. Your Majesty, this man must perish. Otherwise, the people's fury will not be quelled. One by one, the ministers stepped forward, pointing accusatory fingers at Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, who had clearly incurred the wrath of the masses. Even Fei Zhong and Yu Han had taken a stand. Your Majesty. Huang Feihu panted heavily, his eyes blazing red as he glared at the true monarch of Qingshu. As for the so-called sage, it held no significance for him. All he knew was that this person had nearly abducted his eldest son. Very well, let be before the ancestral temple, where I shall offer this demon as a tribute to my forebears. Thank you, Your Majesty, he muttered, yet there was no hesitation in his actions. Grasping the true monarch of Qingshu by the scruff of his neck, as one would a chick, he strode purposefully toward the ancestral temple. He was well acquainted with the imperial palace. Many years ago, he had trained under Investiture alongside Emperor Xian within its walls. Their relationship was less that of ruler and subject, more akin to that of sworn brothers. Behind him, the entire court of civil and military officials bore expressions of united hostility, all hastening to follow as they reached the courtyard outside the 9 halls, where no one was present, when Taisher's figure stealthily emerged behind Li Medeo. Old ancestor, is it appropriate to confront a sage so directly? There was an unmistakable concern in his eyes. Compared to others, he understood the nature of the sage best, when a sage is enraged. The heavens and earth tremble. Does humanity truly possess the capability to withstand the wrath of a sage? There is no question of appropriateness. When Zhong, you must comprehend this. Even if we tread carefully to avoid provoking the sage, they will not spare us or the great Shang, replied Li Medeo, turning to meet Wen Taishi's gaze with intensity. Thus, we in the great Shang have no choice. Rather than cower, why should we fear them? A brilliant light ignited in Li Medeo's eyes, and in that moment, he resembled a sword capable of piercing the very fabric of the world. What then do we have left to consider? If they desire our demise, let us engage in a fight to the bitter end. A formidable aura surged from him, and in that instant, he was once again the great emperor of humanity. One who could command the world with a mere expression of anger. A piercing scream echoed from the direction of the ancestral temple, and with a sweep of his consciousness, Li Medeo's face broke into a smile. Indeed, there were still righteous individuals among humanity, undaunted by the termsage. The current true monarch of Qingshu was nearing death, his neck sliced open by Huang Feihu's sword, blood pouring forth as if he were a mere chicken being bled. At that moment, Huang Feihu's face was splattered with blood, rendering him somewhat ferocious. Yet to the eyes of the entire court, this was a manifestation of courage and valor. The true monarch of Qingshu's eyes glazed over, the world before him appearing inverted. He had never imagined that one day he would observe the world in such a manner. He was a disciple of the sage, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Yet now he was merely an ordinary man being held and bled. Darkness enveloped him. His pupils dilated, and he succumbed to death that a gray soul escaped from his head, drifting aimlessly before it was irresistibly drawn toward the body, still held aloft by Huang Feihu, who was now dragging one of his legs. Exhibit the corpse on the walls of Chaga City for 100 days as a warning to others. Your Majesty's command, Huang Feihu declared, continuing to drag the corpse as he strode toward the palace. To dare lay hands on his offspring warranted such consequences. What of the sage? One must understand that when a warrior is enraged, he can leave a trail of corpses in his wake. Moreover, he was no ordinary warrior. He was the martial king of the great Shang, the protector of humanity. Under the auspices of human destiny, even celestial beings would think twice before acting against him. In the skies above, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao stared anxiously at the approaching Yu Rui. They had never encountered a treasure of such caliber and were momentarily paralyzed by apprehension that it's getting closer. Getting closer, old Xiao. Act now. Qiao Bao's hand struck heavily upon Xiao Sheng's shoulder, startling him into alertness. Understood, he mumbled, his expression swiftly turning serious. He clutched the falling treasure money in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist exclaimed, "Go!" With that utterance, the falling treasure money transformed into an enchanting golden arc, unfurling its wings as it soared toward Yu Rui. Old Qiao, the next part is up to you. Whether we achieve success hinges on this moment. The pressure on Xiao Sheng dissipated as he playfully nudged Qiao Bao. He had already gathered his strength and awaited the opportune moment to surge forward. These two naive youths remained blissfully unaware that what they sought was the sage's proof of enlightenment. The 3 treasures of Yu Rui, the falling treasure money, drew ever closer to the 3 treasures. The hearts of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao hung in suspense. After all, the effectiveness of such a powerful artifact was uncertain. Ding-dong, that a clear sound rang out, and both youths released sighs of relief. Indeed, the falling treasure money did not disappoint, firmly attaching itself to the 3 treasures of Yu Rui. All that remained was to await its descent. With the interference of the falling treasure money, the Yu Rui in mid-air began to wobble uncontrollably. Old Qiao, the next part is yours. Xiao Sheng slapped Qiao Bao's shoulder with a sense of grandeur. Rest assured, Qiao Bao's gaze remained fixed on the 3 treasures of Yu Rui, his hands constantly rubbing together in nervous anticipation. In truth, he was equally anxious. This was their first battle for the great Shang, and he did not wish to embarrass himself or give the impression that they were merely here to feast at others' expense. Although they did not speak of it, both harbored a fervent desire, eagerly awaiting an opportunity such as this. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign abruptly rose from his cloud bed, eyes wide open, two beams of divine light shooting forth like solid arrows. An overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. What audacity to set one's sights upon a sage! Truly a death wish. The primordial heavenly sovereign's hair and beard stood on end, clearly incensed. O covetous sage's treasure. It is perhaps the first such act since the dawn of the primordial world. To him, this was nothing short of an affront. Perhaps too much time had passed since he last traversed the primordial realm, and all had forgotten his former renown. With narrowed eyes, a powerful pressure radiated from him. Outside the Jade Void Palace, the white crane boy, who had been dozing off, suddenly sprang to his feet. He looked around in confusion, and upon finding nothing amiss, he finally exhaled in relief, regaining his senses. He realized that the oppressive aura emanated from within the palace. Shaking his head, he pondered which fool had once again provoked the Master Ancestor's ire. He recalled the last time the Master Ancestor was this furious. He had stormed out wielding the Panga banner on that day. The entire primordial realm trembled under the weight of his presence. However, none of this concerned him. Dusting off his clothes, the white crane boy dutifully returned to his previous position, resuming his watch while continuing to doze off. Unbeknownst to him, above the Jade Void Palace, a phantom of the primordial heavenly sovereign had already set off, bearing the Panga banner. In Chauga City, falling treasure money. Go! The two artifacts remained locked in midair. Xiao Sheng, Chao Bao, and Li Medeo all fixed their gazes intently upon them. Xiao Sheng's cheering had been learned from Li Medeo, as it was said to amplify the artifact's power. Although he felt it was of little use, it was better than doing nothing. What astonished Li Medeo most was that he had not anticipated the falling treasure money to possess such formidable strength. Though it had yet to secure the artifact, it was important to note that this was no ordinary treasure. It was the sage's proof of enlightenment. The current results were already quite remarkable. You possess great audacity to covet the sage's treasure. A voice filled with fury echoed from the heavens, resonating like a massive bell. The sky above transformed into a colossal figure wielding the Panga banner. Glaring down at the three, "What did he just say?" Xiao Sheng stammered, pointing shakily at the figure above. "It's merely a sage. There is nothing to fear." Patting Xiao Sheng on the shoulder, Li Medeo had somehow acquired the battle blade. Stepping forward to shield his companions, the pressure of the sage was not something mere mortals could withstand, especially for wanderers like them. A mere name could send shivers down their spines. That my goodness. In an instant, Xiao Sheng's mind went blank. Following this leader was indeed exhilarating. That was a sage of being once unimaginable, now standing right before them, and to top it off, it was alive as they gazed at the back of their leader. He couldn't help but silently add, "Leader, do you truly not know how to write the word death?" If Li Medeo were aware of his thoughts, he would surely scoff and retort, "It's not like I haven't killed before." As for the fact that it was merely a manifestation of a sage's primordial spirit, he had long since chosen to disregard it. After all, strategically, it was something to be underestimated. A crisp, ringing sound interrupted Xiao Sheng's reverie, and he snapped back to reality. It turned out that with his momentary distraction, the falling treasure money had lost its ability to restrain the three treasures Jade Rui, which was now suspended above the figure, casting down mysterious beams of light. Exchanging a glance with Chao Bao, both men's eyes were filled with astonishment. They were awestruck not only by Li Medeo's strength, able to remain unmoved under the oppressive presence of a sage, but also by the fact that they had encountered a sage, a figure of legend. The moment they stepped out of the mountains, the bitterness in their hearts deepened. It seemed they had truly bitten off more than they could chew this time. As long as they lived, it was likely that the sage would have them in his sights. It appeared that in this lifetime, they were bound to the great Shang, destined to walk the same perilous path as Li Medeo. Yuan Shi Tanzun, this is the imperial city of my human race. How dare you unleash chaos here? Li Medeo raised his battle blade high, pointing it at Yuan Shi Tanzun, and began to scold him. Upon hearing the name Yuan Shi Tanzun, Xiao Sheng's heart sank. That was one of the three pure ones, the true orthodoxy of Pangdu. Their leader was indeed fearless. His gaze towards Li Medeo now brimmed with admiration. In the realm of courting danger, surely no one could surpass him. "Ants, how dare you shout before me?" A booming voice echoed once more. and the figure waved the Panga banner, causing a chaotic divine lightning to visibly coalesce within it. Descending directly towards them, that in his eyes, these three were already as good as dead. Under the overwhelming might of the chaotic divine lightning, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao had long since collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Their gazes were fixed upon Li Medeo, hoping he might devise a way to survive. Indeed, Li Medeo did not let them down. He remained upright, his wrist twisting, the blade facing outward, emanating a faint golden glow. This light seemed to ignite the very essence of the battle blade. A continuous humming resonated. 1, 2, 3 in their sight. 10 special patterns were activated, although they could not comprehend their significance. Instinctively, they guessed it to be a manifestation of the great Tao. Leader, he is glowing. Following Xiao Sheng's pointing finger, Qiao Bao saw that a similar faint golden light was rising from Li Medeo, where a golden lotus appeared at his dantian. Surrounding that lotus was an endless golden ocean. At that moment, it seemed both of them could hear the sound of rolling waves, the golden lotus from the sea of suffering. This was the first wondrous phenomenon that Li Medeo manifested at the beginning of his cultivation, a sign that opened the path of his training. Under the blessing of such a phenomenon, he had once subdued the proud heroes of his era. Of course, it was precisely this extraordinary talent that had drawn the ire of various alien tribes. Fortunately, he was the one who ultimately survived. Ah, how nostalgic. Gazing at the manifestation before him, Li Medeo's eyes were filled with reminiscence. As if transported back to those early days, a surge of battle intent erupted from within him. However, it was still insufficient. As his voice fell, 10 full moons rose from the sea of suffering, and a misty energy ascended, transforming Li Medeo's sea of suffering into a realm of immortality. In that world, he had not discovered the entrance to the celestial realm. Yet in this realm, he found it. However, this so-called celestial realm was not as idyllic as he had imagined. He needed to fight tooth and nail for it. Visions of ancient demon gods materialized, spanning the skies above Li Medeo's sea of suffering. Their towering figures, billions of zhang high, expanded the sea of suffering to unprecedented vastness. Sounds of murmurs echoed, the most ancient of voices from time immemorial. Li Medeo emanated an aura of antiquity. Just standing there, it felt as if he was a world unto himself. Leader, what kind of monster is this? Li Medeo's figure remained diminutive, yet an overwhelming aura radiated from him, rendering even Qiao Bao speechless. He could hardly fathom why such an ancient essence and phenomenon would manifest in Li Medeo, something he had never encountered in the primordial world. If someone were to tell him that Li Medeo was a demon god from the most ancient temporal river, he would nod without hesitation. Raising his head, a smile graced Li Medeo's lips. Now, this is sufficient. Accompanied by the cries of the mysterious bird in his ear, Li Medeo moved, swinging his blade. Slash! This strike dimmed the heavens and earth. The blade light expanded after leaving his hand, eventually reaching the very edge of the sky, aiming to cleave through the firmament and show this world a bit of color. After all, it was only a projection of the Panga banner. The might of the chaotic divine lightning was less than a tenth of its true power. Under the blade light, it split without a ripple, vanishing without a sound. Leader is truly defying the heavens. Xiao Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his emotions fluctuating with the light of Li Medeo's blade. He had never imagined that he would one day come to know such a leader. From the moment the sage appeared, they thought they were on the brink of death. Yet now, witnessing the blade cleave through the chaotic divine lightning, their spirits soared like a roller coaster. Their gazes followed the blade light upward. Though it seemed improbable, hope still flickered in their hearts, yearning for this strike to sever the heavens. Presumptuous! Another voice resounded from the heavens, yet this time it lacked the previous assurance, tinged instead with a hint of desperation. The figure frantically waved the Panga banner, attempting to block the blade light, but ultimately, all hopes were in vain. Wherever the blade light passed, the massive figure in the heavens was cleaved in two, dissipating in reluctant defeat. In that moment, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao's emotions reached a zenith. They had witnessed the slaughter of a sage. Their leader had actually slain a sage, How astonishing was this event! They trembled with excitement, unable to conceal their exhilaration. Who among the young did not harbor dreams? Today, that audacious dream had been realized by Li Muto. As the blade light passed, the three treasures Jade Rui emitted a mournful cry, transforming into a beam of light aiming towards the Jade Void Palace. However, at that very moment, Limadeo's foot came down heavily upon the three treasures Jade Rui. Go back and tell your master. This realm is not something he can meddle in at will. After speaking, he paid no mind to whether the artifact understood. Turning to leave, the true Yuan Shirtanzun was still beyond his reach. Nonetheless, one day, he would wield his blade to the Jade Void Palace. Seeking justice for the human race, to covet the matters of the human race was an overreach, even from the birth of humanity. The reason for its perpetual disunity must surely involve the scheming of the sages. He could not believe that since the ancient times, no great leader had emerged among humanity. Returning before Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, he observed their eager gazes and calmly extended his hand, lifting them from the ground. Slaughtering a sage, leader, your great deed today will surely be widely celebrated throughout the primordial world. Their excitement was palpable. Their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lima Deo. Years of cultivating a tranquil mind were shattered today, yet they felt every moment was worth it. They were witnesses to history. Relax, that was merely a primordial spirit of a sage. It amounts to little. Imuda gently patted the shoulders of the two, yet this simple gesture could not quell their fervent excitement that a different kind of leader. Today you have achieved the miraculous. Qiao Bao's face flushed crimson as he brushed aside Li Muda's hand, defiantly yet earnestly explaining, this is just the beginning. When the moment is ripe, I shall lead you to slay the true sages. Li Muda's gaze drifted into the distance. No one knew where he was looking. The notion of slaying sages was merely talk, or perhaps in his heart, he had already devised a genuine plan that remained unknown to anyone. As long as the sages live, the great thieves will persist, posing a grave threat to the human race. Li Muda firmly believed that the day would eventually come for the slaying of sages. Though it was not now present, he still lacked the strength and needed to remain in seclusion for a while longer. While safeguarding the great Shang, he sought methods to enhance his own cultivation. In that world, he had reached a stalemate. Yet in this realm, countless possibilities awaited his exploration. He had yet to reach the limits of this world, and now he possessed ample time to undertake all of this. Within the Yusu Palace, sensing the message transmitted from the three treasures Jade Rui, the primordial heavenly sovereign was filled with wrath. Old ancestor of the great Shang, Li Muda, very well. Let us settle the score in this calamity and see who truly possesses the superior strategy. His gaze seemed to erupt like a volcano. Never had anyone dared to be so audacious before him. This was the first and would be the only instance. Were it not for the calamity period, he would have already rushed to the human race's Chowga city, brandishing the Panga banner. Master, something terrible has happened. Accompanying this voice, a flustered figure burst into the Yusu Palace, filled with terror. It was the White Crane Boy, who had previously been dozing at the entrance. What a disarrayed display! The primordial heavenly sovereign glared, an aura of authority instantly radiating from him. The White Crane Boy felt as though the temperature within the Yusu Palace had plummeted several degrees. Involuntarily shivering, and only then did he realize, standing there in utter silence, his head bowed low, not daring to move. Speak, what could have you so flustered? The primordial heavenly sovereign flicked his sleeve, regarding the White Crane Boy with an expression of disappointment. Reporting, Master, the soul lamp of Uncle Qingshu has extinguished. He cautiously raised his eyes to glance at the primordial heavenly sovereign. While answering, he could already envision the storm he would face next. After all, Uncle Qingshu was one of the Master's most valued disciples. Very well, I understand. You may leave. The primordial heavenly sovereign waved his hand with an air of impatience that, yes, Master. The White Crane Boy was initially taken aback, then quickly retreated. Though he did not comprehend why the Master had not erupted in anger this time, it mattered little to him. What was important was that he knew he had escaped calamity. In times past, whenever the Master was angry, he could never evade punishment, and at times he even wondered if he resembled a punching bag, which was why the master had accepted him as a disciple. In the Yusu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign let out a long sigh. With a flick of his sleeve, a soul emerged from within. Qingshu pays respects to master. The soul bowed deeply, respectfully performing a greeting before raising its head once more. I beseech master to take charge for the disciple. Even now, he remained in a state of indignation, never believing he had become a disciple of the Chan teaching was a fortune that could not be attained over several lifetimes. Yet a mere mortal warrior dared to be so unappreciative. Enough, cease your words. Fortunately, I departed in time. Had I been delayed, you would have entered the cycle of reincarnation, and then even I would have been unable to assist you. As if recalling something, even the primordial heavenly sovereign displayed a pained expression. That old hag, the Queen of Hearts, is not to be trifled with. The main issue is that as long as we are within the 6 paths of reincarnation, we cannot contend with her, which makes the situation exceedingly troublesome. Glancing once more at the divine list nourished by the fortunes of the Chan teaching hovering above the Yusu Palace, he cannot help but narrow his eyes. Soon, once Ziya descends the mountain, the divine list shall come into play to that time. I shall no longer need to regard that old hag's countenance. Come, accompany me to your master uncle's abode, that I may procure a 9-turn golden pill for you. With a flourish of his sleeve, the soul of the Qingshu Taoist master vanished once again into the primordial heavenly sovereign's robe, and his figure disappeared from the Yusu Palace in Chaoga City, within the royal palace. In Limuta's courtyard, Limuta and Dxin sat apart, while Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao stood at their respective sides, dutifully acting as guardians. Old ancestor, I have a matter I am uncertain whether to inquire about. The large crimson robe had lost its flavor, and Dxin finally raised his head, his tone somewhat hesitant. There is no need for concern. I shall share what can be disclosed. Limuta regarded the last human emperor with a sense of empathy, that he appeared to embody wisdom and martial prowess. Entirely at odds with folly, it seemed that someone had deliberately altered history to tarnish this emperor's reputation. Dare I ask, old ancestor, is there someone intentionally targeting the great Shang? His brow slightly unfurled, his gaze fiercely fixed on Limuta. Since the scent from the Nuwa Palace had descended, he had harbored this premonition, which had only intensified with time. Indeed, Limuta nodded, without the slightest hesitation. Were it not for certain heavenly secrets that could not be divulged, he would have laid bare all he knew to relieve the burden in his heart. Does the old ancestor know who it is? His palm struck the table. Leaning forward, his tone tinged with urgency, Obi toyed with by an unknown adversary had long since vexed him. A human emperor was not to be trifled with. The one before Nuwa Palace is the Western sex Saint Kuni. Today, the one seeking to abduct Huang Tianhua is the Qingshu Taoist master under the Chan teaching, a disciple of the primordial sage. And in the future, there may be more sages targeting the great Shang. Limuta cast a meaning-laden glance at Dxin. How preposterous! Am I truly so easy to bully? Leaping to his feet, a powerful aura of aggression erupted from him, that he was filled with a desire to immediately mobilize troops to annihilate these 2 great sage factions. Though Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, standing behind Limuta, remained silent, their eyes were wide with astonishment. Within a brief span, they had heard the names of 2 sages. What on earth had the great Shang done to provoke such wrath? The 2, who had just been thrilled at finding such a formidable ally, now felt as if cold water had been doused over them from head to toe. Caught in such a whirlwind, had they not grown tired of living? However, it was too late for words. They were destined to be unable to escape. Yes, it seems you are indeed regarded as easy prey. Limuta's words nearly choked Dxin. Old ancestor. Dxin's chest heaved violently. He had never endured such humiliation before. His expression a mix of rage and helplessness. Sit down. Limuta did not even raise his eyes, merely tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. This is merely the beginning. There are many matters I cannot disclose to Dxin. Otherwise, he would likely explode with fury as a sovereign. One must not allow emotions to surface, remaining steadfast even when faced with calamity. What can your current demeanor resolve? Yes, old ancestor, I have learned my lesson. Taking several deep breaths, DXN finally suppressed the anger within and returned to his seat. Since the beginning of the year with Wen Zhong's campaign against Beihai, our great Shang has been targeted by the sages. Do you know what sort of beings occupy Beihai City? Are they not those ungrateful wretches led by Yuan Fudong? DXN spoke heavily, noting Wen Taishi's timely return. Thus far, he had never harbored any doubts. If it were merely Yuan Fudong, why would I, the old ancestor, need to make this trip personally? Li Medeo lifted his gaze and glared at DXN. Under the weight of his stare, DXN, who was usually fearless and ready to draw his sword against the sage, couldn't help but shrink his neck. What is that? The anger in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by curiosity. The Western Church. The demon race. Damn it, DXN clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for the ancestor, he might never have learned the truth about this matter. I could see the time. When Taishi returned smoothly. He hadn't paid attention to it. Their aim was to confine Wen Zhong in the North Sea, rendering him unrestrained in the court. What exactly did they intend to do? To dismantle us from within, piece by piece, and bring about the downfall of our great Shang. Medo's voice was devoid of emotion, filled only with indifference. Upon hearing this, not only DXN, but even the figures of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao standing behind him couldn't help but feel a chill of trepidation. Indeed, they were quite fearless, plunging headlong into the eye of the storm. It was utterly absurd. He was the emperor of humanity, and he and the sage could never coexist peacefully. DXN's eyes ignited with uncontrollable fury once more. Beneath the sage, all are, but D, you truly believe that my human race could stand against the sage? Li Medeo's words fell like a bucket of cold water, drenching DXN from head to toe. Regardless of whether he wished to admit it or not, it was an undeniable truth, and DXN shook his head in bitter dissatisfaction. He was indeed the emperor, and the rank of the emperor paralleled that of the sage. Yet he was merely a mortal, lacking the strength to match the status of the emperor. He had considered various means, but despite exhausting the records of the human race, he had never found a cultivation method suitable for the emperor. It was as if an unknown force had severed the path of cultivation for the emperor since the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Please, teach me. Ancestor, in that moment, he lowered his proud head. No longer the emperor, but simply a junior of the human race seeking aid from his ancestor. Endure, before our human race possesses sufficient strength. We must first feign submission. Li Medeo stated deliberately. He too wished to rise and overturn the table. But the human race currently lacked the strength and qualifications to do so. How long must we endure? DXN raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Not long now, at most no more than 30 years. Li Medeo's tone was peculiar. Counting from the descent of Nu Hua's incense to the downfall of the Shang, only 28 years remained. He had not miscalculated. Is that true? A look of joy spread across DXN's face. Indeed, Li Medeo was somewhat speechless. Silly child, it is not that the human race requires such a long time to rise, but rather that this is all the time left to you. Truly, ignorance is a blissful state. He could hardly imagine what would happen if DXN were to discover the full truth. He might crumble under the weight of such pressure. Alas, in the end, he would have to bear it all alone, for he was the sole emperor of the human race. Come closer. I have much to impart to you that will benefit our human race. Li Medeo beckoned. DXN hastily rose, respectfully half-squatting before Li Medeo. Recognizing him as the ancestor of Shang, feeling no sense of impropriety, Li Medeo's fingers rested upon DXN's forehead. Streams of memories from the first era gradually flowed into his mind. Strangely, since attaining cultivation, memories of the first era had become increasingly vivid. Even things he had merely glanced at in the past he could recall with clarity now. Perhaps, indeed, there was a divine being who had pushed him to this point, allowing him to benefit this world. From the 4 great inventions to the curved plow, and then to the cultivation methods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the memories were all intricately detailed. By the time Li Medeo withdrew his fingers, the sun had set, and for the first time, fatigue appeared on his face. Although DXN was protected by the luck of humanity, he was still merely an ordinary man. Thus, even transmitting these memories proved to be quite laborious. He feared that an influx of memories in a short period might overload DXN's mind, leading to a catastrophic failure. and he would become a sinner in this world. Feeling the sudden influx of information in his mind, DXIN's eyes shone brighter, to the point where one could perceive a glimmer emanating from them. Ancestor, I may be able to use this cultivation method. He was eager to advance. As the Emperor, he knew all too well how crucial immense power was to him. If he possessed strength comparable to that of a sage, how could the sage dare to repeatedly provoke the human race without restraint? You may attempt it, but I cannot guarantee the outcome, Limadeo replied after a brief pause for thought. He had observed the Emperor's physique and found nothing amiss compared to others. However, the long-standing belief that the Emperor could not cultivate was not without reason, and he could not assure what might transpire should DXIN attempt to cultivate. Thank you. Ancestor DXN bowed again, this gesture sincere and respectful, representing not just himself but all the people of the world. He understood the immense value of these memories and the substantial aid they would provide to the human race. Go, and may you soon train an invincible army for our KINT that time. Our human race shall no longer fear anyone. El Amadeo waved his sleeve. DXN ceased his words, bowing deeply as he exited. The human race was on the verge of transformation. He could hardly contain the urge to summon all the ministers to the Nine Chambers Hall for an all-night discussion. Yet, recalling the ancestors' teachings, he suppressed such thoughts, keeping his emotions in check. Sage, I, DXN, shall not coexist with you. As he grasped a fragment of the truth, DXN began to slowly darken, though this darkness remained concealed within. Yet to reveal its fangs. Clenching his fists, he struck the air with a forceful punch. The sound of friction echoing through the stillness. DXN was inherently extraordinary, having once pulled 9 oxen and lifted up pillars. Even Limadeo had not anticipated that the cultivation method he imparted would resonate so profoundly with DXN. Even the founder of the decree forbidding the Emperor from cultivating had never imagined that despite all precautions, DXN would acquire a cultivation method from beyond the primordial world, in the harem. DXN sat cross-legged, quietly attempting the new cultivation method, opening the sea of suffering. This was of utmost importance. Whether he could cultivate depended on this moment. The sea of suffering was the origin of all power, the source of it all. Only by solidifying this foundational step could he master the various powerful spells to come. In a location of his dantian, chaos reigned, concealing a universe within. What DXI needed to do was to cause this chaos to explode, transforming it into an infinite world, which would serve as the source of all his future power. Within his consciousness, he perceived points of spiritual energy appearing, swirling around him. Yet for some reason, no matter how he tried to draw them in with his mind, these points of spiritual energy only revolved around him. Unable to enter his body, as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on DXIN's forehead. If he could not draw the chi into his body, it would doom him to a life without cultivation. Thus, he sat in silence, time slipping away bit by bit. The pitch-black night gradually brightened, yet DXIN's cultivation showed no signs of progress. With intense concentration, he began to feel fatigued, despair creeping into his heart. He was unwilling. Having caught a glimpse of hope, how could he let it slip away so easily? Yet he had exhausted every method he could think of, and the results remained unsatisfactory, in the past. He might have accepted this. Over the years, he had tried countless times and given up just as many. But today was different. After conversing with his ancestor, his unwillingness reached its peak. He needed formidable strength to protect the human race, safeguard his people, the world entrusted to him by his ancestors, and the dignity of the Emperor. Screech, a voice echoed in his mind, causing DXN to suddenly shudder. A faint golden light appeared within his consciousness, slowly spreading towards the direction of his sea of suffering. That moment, DXN was so frightened that his breath nearly ceased. He had no idea where this subtle golden light originated. Yet he understood that it might be his only chance to seize. His heart was filled with fervent prayers and hopes. Finally, the golden light descended straight into the sea of suffering. Boom. IT seemed to trigger a chain reaction, engulfing his ears in a thunderous roar. As the chaos residing in his dantian erupted, IT was akin to the opening of the heavens. The chaos contracted inward, and when it reached a critical limit, it exploded outward with tremendous force. DXN's astonished gaze, This universe expanded to an unimaginable scale. Although it remained confined within his dantian, he felt utterly diminutive within it. Even exhausting a lifetime would not suffice to reach the boundaries of his cosmos. Was this what the ancestor referred to as the sea of suffering? As this question surfaced in his mind, he abruptly perceived the sound of spring bubbling. Looking around, he beheld a spring emerging at the center of the universe. Golden water gushing forth in torrents. And no one knew how this spring had come to be. Not even Dixon, the one who had opened the sea of suffering in a brief span of time. This golden water formed a puddle, and Dixon felt an inexplicable power rising within him, rendering him stronger than before. What was merely a puddle could hardly be called a sea of suffering. Yet, just as this doubt arose, it was swiftly replaced by the joy of being able to cultivate. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the outside world had brightened. Startled, he looked up and was initially taken aback, only to discover a seal suspended above him. The imperial seal? In an obscure haze, he seemed to realize what that strand of golden light in his consciousness represented. He had awakened, and it was time for court. A voice resonated, and he then noticed that the ancestor had already taken a seated position before him, wearing a broad smile. Ancestor, why is the source of power called the sea of suffering? He inquired curiously. Look, Limuda said, patting his shoulder, and suddenly he heard the sound of crashing waves. Lowering his gaze, he saw an endless ocean beneath him, its surface undulating with powerful waves, showcasing an immense force. Where is this, ancestor? My sea of suffering. The commanding voice emanated from beneath the waves, and then Limuda's figure surfaced, hovering above the water, which had transformed from tumultuous waves into a placid mirror. All of this is the source of my power. One day, your sea of suffering will also become like this, perhaps even more boundless than mine. Only by accumulating more power within your sea of suffering can you attain the strength to traverse the heavens and seize the stars. Now go. It is time for you to attend court. Dixon felt a light tap on the back of his head, and in the next instant he found himself once again face to face with the smiling ancestor, standing upon solid ground. Everything that had just transpired felt like a mere illusion. I must attend to my own matters now. Limuda's figure gradually faded before him. Ancestor, where are you going? Dixon could not help but call out. Was there anything more important than remaining in Chowga City to assist him in making the human race stronger? The seafood we brought back last time has been consumed. I need to procure some more. A distant voice floated back, but Limuda's figure had long since vanished. Dixon felt a headache coming on. Was there truly a delicacy in the world that was not available within the palace? Shaking his head, he dispelled such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the sun that had already risen, but a surge of ambition welled up within him. Armed with the memories imparted by the ancestor, he felt confident in effecting transformative changes for the human race. From this day forth, the human race would be entirely different from before. As the common people found peace and prosperity, the human race would grow 100-fold stronger than it currently was. At that time, he would ensure that the celestial sages were left utterly astounded. He would personally question them as to why the human race was merely regarded as ants in their eyes. He even envisioned drawing his sword against the sages who sought to manipulate the fate of humanity in the Nine Palaces Hall, as Dixon issued command after command. This vast and ancient empire began to operate swiftly. New changes appeared continually within the Shang territory, and the eyes of the common folk sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Their lives were becoming increasingly promising. In the unseen void, strands of golden light representing merit silently entered Dixon's body, fortifying his physical form. Since the opening of the Sea of Suffering, his cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably. Feeling his Sea of Suffering gradually transform from a small pond into a lake, a sense of accomplishment arose within him. However, when he thought of the ancestors' boundless ocean, a wave of despondency washed over him. When would he ever possess such power as the ancestor? He suddenly realized he had become somewhat overambitious. The armies of the Shang were also diligently training. What surprised him most was the fact that Huang Feihu, that troublesome individual, had opened his Sea of Suffering with such ease, frequently boasting before him. If it were not for his own temporary ability to suppress him, he He would likely be riding on his neck by now. The estuary outside Chintang Pass. 3 figures sat with fishing rods in hand, attempting to catch fish. Except for the figure in the center, the other 2 bore looks of frustration. "Boss, how long are we going to fish?" Xiao Sheng lamented, completely devoid of the joy of fishing, finding the sound of the crashing waves quite annoying. Although Qiao Bao remained silent, he too was attentive, for he had come to feast on seafood, not to fish. They had been sitting there for a full 5 days, enduring the sea breeze without even catching a single fish scale. Now he felt as if his behind was pinned to the seat with nails, unable to sit still any longer. Never had he imagined that this elegant pastime would one day become such a torment. "Wait," Li Muda spoke calmly, presenting an enigmatic demeanor. In secret, his consciousness had already infiltrated the sea along the fishing line. Clearly, he was ill-suited for the art of fishing. He had often heard tales of great emperors fishing for the heavens, which sounded so grand. Yet here he felt like a fool braving the sea breeze. Surely, the fish in the ocean must be mocking him. There's a movement. His eyes lit up as his consciousness, probing the depths of the sea, detected a surge of demonic energy. Ha! Merely a tiny shrimp soldier. How terribly beneath my standards. Muda felt a tinge of disappointment, but when he noticed the shrimp soldier seemingly sensing danger and turning to flee, he grew anxious. A shrimp soldier was still better than nothing. With the allure of his consciousness, a bizarre scene unfolded in the depths of the ocean. The shrimp soldier halted in its tracks, turning around in a daze, and slowly approached Li Muda's bait, raising its large pincers to hook itself onto his fishing line. "I've got a catch." A glimmer of joy flashed across Li Muda's face as he sprang to his feet, exerting force on the fishing rod, which elegantly arced through the air, and the shrimp soldier leaped from the water. Where? Excitement erupted in the eyes of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao as they eagerly scanned the surface of the water. The last dragon meat had not been enough. They had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Yes, they waited in vain for something more substantial to leap from the water's surface, only to be greeted by the sight of a mere shrimp soldier. Both individuals could not help but roll their eyes in disappointment, sinking back into their seats. Their palates had been spoiled by Li Medeo's indulgence. To be frank, they found the little crayfish beneath their notice that a glance revealed Li Medeo's irritation manifesting in the twitching of his lips. It seemed these 2 had grown entirely unafraid of him. This was but a modest beginning. They would surely catch more seafood later. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. That is the rule. He felt no shame for his previous actions. Rather, he took pride in salvaging his dignity. "Boss, perhaps we should return to Wui Mountain. We know where the divine birds and exotic beasts are," said Xiao Sheng, leaning into a splendid idea. Qiao Bao concurred with a nod. He had long coveted the Zhuqian that resided in the mountains. If not for the odds being against him, he would have roasted that creature long ago. The thought of its robust thighs, cultivated over countless years into a body brimming with spiritual energy, made his mouth water involuntarily. "We have important matters to attend to on this trip. Wui Mountain can wait for another time." With a flick of his wrist, Li Medeo retracted his fishing rod, channeling it back into his being. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of Tai Junren lurking in the shadows. It was time to depart and escape this awkward situation. He vowed never to fish again, fearing the loss of face as a human sovereign, which would become an indelible stain on his history. Indeed, if possible, it would be best to silence these 2, ensuring that no one would ever know. However, upon reflection, he shook his head. It was best to let it go. "Let us be off." Ignoring the 2 behind him, Li Medeo stepped forward and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the clouds above Chintang Pass. There, a figure stood, eyes fixed intently on the general's residence. It was all the fault of that wretched Enhua for changing her mind. Otherwise, why would he need to wait here ahead of time? Upon sensing Li Medeo's arrival, the figure raised his head with a grim expression. This moment, he did not wish for any complications. "I am Tai Junren, a disciple of the Chan teaching. May I ask how this esteemed friend wishes to be addressed, and what brings you here?" Tai Junren inquired with a bow. "I have come for you," Li Medeo replied, his gaze steady upon Tai Junren. This marked the 3rd Chan teaching golden immortal he had encountered. The first had received a sound thrashing at his hands. The second had been captured and used by Huang Feihu for training. Now he pondered how to deal with this one as for killing him. The calamity had yet to commence, and he had no desire to resort to violence again. As long as the sage wished, he believed resurrecting Tai Junren would pose no challenge for the primordial heavenly sovereign, rendering any potential killing moot. Upon hearing this, Tai Junren was taken aback, though he masked his surprise with a calm demeanor. "You jest, esteemed friend." Yet unbeknownst to him, within the confines of his robe sleeves, one hand clutched a gold ingot, while the other held a blazing orb of crimson light, poised to strike. "You have come for the Qilin of the general's residence." Li Medeo did not expose him, but merely gestured below. Tai Junren's expression shifted dramatically. Li Medeo, feigning ignorance, continued, "How unfortunate. I too have come for him, bearing the spirit pearl from the Anhua Palace. A precursor prepared by Lady Anhua for the Deshang. Such utter nonsense." Unable to contain himself, Tai Junren waved his sleeve, unleashing a beam of golden light that shot toward Li Medeo's face like a flash of lightning. Today he had chosen to wield the most suitable weapon for ambush, the gold ingot. Openly, excellent. I was just lamenting what to present as a gift for my little disciple. Li Medeo did not flinch, but instead reached out to meet the incoming gold ingot with his hand. Humph, whose disciple remains to be seen. None dared to intercept those sought by the Yushu Palace. Tai Junren soared into the air, and a fiery orb erupted from his other hand, descending upon Li Medeo's head with a scorching wave. It was the treasure of the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover. Following closely, as if fearing this alone wouldn't suffice to vanquish Li Medeo, he stomped heavily, unleashing a decisive strike without reservation. Regardless of Li Medeo's origins, today, no one would thwart his resolve to take on a disciple. This was his assurance of surviving the impending calamity. He would not allow anyone to disrupt this meticulously crafted plan. As the great calamity loomed, all manner of malevolent beings dared to oppose the Chan teaching, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Die. Tai Junren's face was a mask of ferocity. In his eyes, Li Medeo was already a dead man. Li Medeo extended his hand, and in his perception, the swiftly approaching gold ingot appeared to move at a snail's pace. With a physical strength surpassing that of magical artifacts, he effortlessly caught the gold ingot with bare hands. Indeed, in the next instant, it seemed as if they had orchestrated a performance. The gold ingot landed squarely in Li Medeo's grasp, impervious to Tai Junren's attempts to manipulate it. How is this possible? He was first startled, then quickly regained his composure. The gold ingot was merely an ordinary artifact he had crafted with ease. Its loss was no great concern. However, the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover was a formidable weapon, and he could hardly believe Li Medeo would withstand its onslaught. In his view, 9 fiery dragons roared as they swiftly descended upon Li Medeo's head. The essence of earth fire transformed into dragons, imbued with the venom of subterranean flames. No one had ever escaped his artifact unscathed. Esteemed friend, I implore you to offer your life. With a soft chuckle, Tai Junren stomped down again, his eyes filled with scorn. As the great calamity approached, indeed, all manner of fiends dared to emerge and challenge the Chan teaching. Utterly unaware of their imminent demise, Li Medeo furrowed his brow, contemplating how he might claim the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover without damaging it, fearing that excessive force would shatter the artifact into fragments. "Boss, we have arrived." At that moment, 2 figures materialized behind him. "Boss, do not fret. We are here to save you." As he spoke, Xiao Shang sent forth a beam of golden light from his hand. Upon realizing the newcomers were merely 2 loose cultivators, Tai Junren scoffed dismissively, paying them no heed. "You have come at just the right time." Li Medeo's eyes brightened. Indeed, matters of acquiring artifacts should be entrusted to professionals. Merely ants, do they truly believe they can save you? Soon, they will meet their end as well. As he spoke, Tai Junren intensified his pressure, hastening the descent of the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover. Yet, as his words fell, his expression shifted dramatically. The 9 Dragons' divine fire cover unexpectedly halted in midair, an unprecedented occurrence. Before he could grasp what had transpired, the cover began to plummet uncontrollably, the previously fierce 9 fire dragons now rendered inert. Their flames extinguished. "This is impossible." Tai Junren's complexion paled. He had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. "Qiao Bao, it is your turn." From a distance, Shaoxing cheerfully nudged Qiao Bao's shoulder, affirming his prowess. "You dare to scheme before me? Prepare to pay with your life." Tai Junren abruptly raised his head, a sword appearing in his hand, eyes gleaming with a predatory light. However, before he could make a move, Li Medeo stepped in front of him. "Esteemed friend, where do you think you are going?" he said with a smile. "Step aside. This does not concern you." Tai Junren swung his sword at Li Medeo while simultaneously making a dash toward the two behind him. Faced with the glinting blade, Li Medeo's expression darkened. Instead of retreating, he boldly stepped forward, once more blocking Tai Junren's path. "Are you testing my patience?" Even the embodiment of the primordial supreme being dared to be vanquished by him. So how could he possibly regard a mere Tai Junren with any seriousness? With a sweeping motion of his hand, Tai Junren beheld an enormous palm rapidly enlarging before him, and shortly thereafter, darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to faint instantly. With that slap, Li Muda exerted all his might, witnessing Tai Junren's figure vanish into the horizon, leaving him unaware of where he had been sent. Clicking his tongue, the two individuals behind him wore smiles of delight. Such a leader was indeed commendable, for he would protect them. It felt gratifying to witness. Those who dared to look down upon wandering cultivators deserved to be reprimanded by a leader like him. Truly, the leader was formidable. As he spoke, Qiao Bao had already scampered over, delivering the 9 dragons' divine fire cover to Li Muda. It was evident to him that the leader had a fondness for this item. Otherwise, they would not have been allowed to intervene. Without hesitation, Li Muda accepted the 9 dragons' divine fire cover and declared, "Let us go and see my future great disciple." With that, he descended from the clouds, heading towards the general's manor. Within the general's manor, Li Jing held a treasured sword, confronting a 3-year-old child whose visage was as exquisite as jade. If the child were truly a monster, it would have been easier to comprehend. Yet this was clearly an adorable little one. In that moment, even the battle-hardened general, who had slain countless enemies on the battlefield, found himself unable to raise his hand against the child on the opposing side. Neza, with a finger in his mouth and his head tilted, blinked his large eyes, gazing vacantly at the elderly man before him. How vexing! Although he was aware that this was his father, he could not suppress the urge to strike him down with the universe ring. Moments ago, he had genuinely contemplated slaying him with a sword. Whether or not to take action was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Just as Neza grappled with his thoughts, Li Jing on the opposing side remained oblivious, completely unaware that he had nearly met his demise at Neza's hands during that brief interval. Despite his extensive experience in battle, he found himself utterly defenseless against the 2 magical artifacts wielded by Neza, bestowed upon him by the Saint Enhua herself as a safeguard against being bullied upon leaving the Enhua palace. "Neza, my son," a brisk voice rang out as a delicate arm swept Neza into an embrace. She glared at Li Jing. "My lord, what do you intend to do? Even a tiger does not consume its young. Moreover, this is your own flesh and blood. Do you truly intend to kill him?" The speaker was none other than Lady Yin, a woman of considerable prowess. In terms of martial skills, Li Jing was no match for her. She was a renowned general of the Shang dynasty, descended from the illustrious lineage of the royal family, particularly from the remarkable woman, Fu Hao. With a single glare, Li Jing found himself unnerved, offering a sheepish smile as he discreetly concealed his sword behind him. "My lady, what are you saying?" "I was merely startled by him. It won't happen again," he stammered, retreating toward the door. The mere sight of Lady Yin rendered him weak-kneed, let alone the thought of opposing her. That was far beyond his courage. As for the celestial techniques he once learned during his quest for immortality, he would never dream of employing them against his own wife. Such an act would strip him of his manhood. In the embrace of Lady Yin, the little one, Neza, rolled his eyes in disdain. "Men, not a single truthful word escapes their lips. Were it not for Mother arriving in the nick of time, those two would likely be at each other's throats by now. It seems my dear old father is rather afraid of Mother." Little Neza's eyes darted about, harboring unknown schemes. "My lord, my lady, there is someone outside requesting an audience." claiming to be the grand ancestor of the Shang. A sudden voice announced. Lady Yin's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly carried Neza outside. Quickly, let him in. News of this grand ancestor had long spread throughout Chaoga City as a member of the royal lineage. She was unaware of the purpose behind the grand ancestor's visit, but dared not display any negligence. In the council chamber, Li Jing had already donned his formal attire, standing there with a respectful smile. I did not know the grand ancestor was coming, and I beg your pardon for my failure to properly receive you. He trembled as he awaited the grand ancestor, reflecting on all that had transpired since he became a general, ensuring that there were no oversights, which provided him with a sliver of reassurance. Fear not, I have come for your son. Li Muda discerned the unease in Li Jing's heart and spoke soothingly. You mean my recently born third child? Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment, internally sweating bullets. Thank heavens he hadn't struck that child with his sword just moments ago. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to explain it to the grand ancestor. Listening to the grand ancestor's words, it seemed this child possessed extraordinary significance. His eyes darted about, pondering the implications. Indeed, your third son has a remarkable origin. He is the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl attendant from the Anhua Palace. Li Muda elaborated, gesturing toward the heavens. Li Jing could not help but gasp in shock. And no matter how he speculated, he had never imagined the child would bear such a grand destiny, and he nearly collapsed in fear. How fortunate that Lady Yin had saved his life once again. Had that sword truly struck the child, he would have met his end. He had never encountered anyone more formidable than his master, the transcendent doer Zhenren of the Western Kunlun. Had he truly slain that child, the saint would undoubtedly have shown him no mercy. His complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. In that brief moment, he felt as if he had danced on the precipice of death several times. The two individuals following Li Muda observed Li Jing's startled demeanor and could not suppress their disdainful glances. Such ignorance! How could he possibly be the Grand General of the Shang? He paled in comparison to the two of them. Yet, they had forgotten that not long ago, they were even less capable than Li Jing was now. As they spoke, Lady Yin entered, cradling the child. Being of the royal lineage, she had encountered the grand ancestor before. Lady Yin respectfully knelt, while Neza, unfazed, surveyed Li Muda with curious eyes. Fear not, I share a bond with your son. Li Muda said with a smile, waving his sleeve to gently lift Lady Yin from the ground. What does the grand ancestor mean by this? Lady Yin inquired, puzzled that I wish to take your child as my disciple. Would you consent? Li Muda asked directly, fully aware of who held authority in the general's manner. Of course. I would be willing. Lady Yin's confusion swiftly transformed into joy, laced with disbelief. Not only for herself, but for the entire general's manor. It felt as though a divine blessing had descended upon them. This was the grand ancestor of the Shang. Her child was destined for greatness. However, as the initial surprise faded, a look of concern crossed her face. But, speak freely, Li Muda encouraged with a wave of his hand. My child has only just been born. I cannot bear to part with him so soon, she expressed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Despite being a formidable general, she was at heart merely a mother, and such maternal love was not easily relinquished. She had not been able to keep her previous two sons close, and now, with the third, she found it difficult to let go. Yet, she also recognized the need to secure her child's future. She cast a pleading look at the grand ancestor, hoping for a few more days together, perhaps a month, or even half a month, or just a few days would suffice. Very well. I shall return in 3 years to take him for cultivation. Does that sound agreeable? Li Mu Dao let out a sigh of relief. He had anticipated some unexpected turn of events. Yet it turned out to be a rather straightforward matter. There was no need to rush into cultivation. His intention was merely to establish a name for himself, and that was sufficient. Moreover, he had no experience caring for an infant. If Neza were to accompany him now, he would be at a loss as to how to nurture the child. The ancestor's word, truly so. Lady Yin was nearly overwhelmed by the immense joy. To the point of momentary incoherence, she had not harbored much hope. Yet unexpectedly, the ancestor granted her a full 3 years. Indeed, it is true. Even he, who oversaw countless lives and deaths, couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion upon witnessing this scene. He reached out to take Neza from Lady Yin's hands, and as he gazed at the delicate child, he could not resist the urge to playfully tease him. Human infants are truly a wondrous creation, capable of effortlessly lifting one's spirits and dispelling worries. Has this child been named? Li Mu Dao inquired, lifting his gaze. Not yet. We humbly request the ancestor to bestow a name, Li Jing quickly interjected. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having just processed the overwhelming surprise, he realized that fortune was smiling upon him, with both his eldest and second sons having entered the fold of the great sage's teachings. And now, his youngest favored by the ancestor of the Shang dynasty, he felt that he was finally someone of significance, be it in the realm of humanity or the path of immortality. To receive a name from the ancestor was an unparalleled honor, one that even the current emperor might not possess. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze towards Li Mu Dao grew increasingly fervent. Let us name him Neza, Li Mu Dao declared after a feigned moment of contemplation. This was Neza's original name, and he had no intention of altering it, for he was not adept at naming and could think of nothing better. Neza is splendid. Thank you, ancestor, for the name, Li Jing exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. His obsequious expression nearly startled Li Mu Dao, and even Lady Yin found herself covering her face with her sleeve in embarrassment. In Li Mu Dao's arms, Neza wore an expression of utter disillusionment. With such a father, he feared that his face would soon be tarnished beyond recognition. Yet this was still his biological father. He could already envision the day he would be cleaning up after him. Alas, the burden weighed heavily on his heart, and he felt an impulse to escape it all. The situation orchestrated by Lady Nuwa was truly beyond words. He could not fathom what had drawn her to Li Jing in the first place. For our first meeting, I have prepared a gift for you. Oh, you like it? While lost in thought, Neza suddenly perceived a flash of golden light before him. Instinctively, he reached out his arms, only to feel his body grow heavy. And in the next moment, he rolled his eyes back in exasperation. What a calamity! Was his master somewhat lacking in wits? Such a massive gold brick nearly crushed him. Heaven have mercy, he was but a child, scarcely born. Playing with people was not meant to be this way. Although the golden glow was festive, it felt burdensome to him. He foresaw a grim future ahead, realizing that his master would be a source of endless worry. Standing behind Li Mu Dao, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao gaped at the scene, unable to suppress their admiration for him. Truly, their leader had just acquired a treasure and immediately presented it, as if it were his own carefully prepared gift. Showing no sign of embarrassment, the gold brick still bore the remnants of fingerprints from the earlier skirmish. Could you not be more professional? Observing Neza's rolling eyes, Li Mu Dao hastily lifted the gold brick off him. That was close. I almost forgot that this treasure has yet to recognize its master. The tea might be a bit heavy for your small frame. You know that? Neza thought to himself, rolling his eyes in response. At this moment, he was finally able to catch his breath, but just as he was about to focus on Li Mu Dao, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertip, and a drop of blood shot out, landing directly on the gold brick. Watching this unfold, Lady Yin's eyelids twitched. Had it not been for Li Jing's restraint, she might have charged at Li Mu Dao without a second thought, bent on avenging her child. How pitiful it was for her son to endure such tribulations scarcely a day after his birth. Although it was merely a trinket forged in haste, it required blood sacrifice for refinement before he began his cultivation. As Neza's blood began to seep into the gold brick, Li Mu Dao explained, "This is the process at last." Lady Yin's emotions began to settle. Once the last drop of blood vanished into the gold brick, a brilliant golden light erupted from in the next instant, it seemed to come alive, soaring above Neza's head, swaying side to side, restless as ever. Have you noticed? From this day forth, you can control this gold brick with your thoughts, directing it wherever you please. Are you satisfied with this gift from your master? Li Mu Dao exclaimed with pride, and in that moment, even he appeared more youthful. However, behind him, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Well, that's quite the display of confidence. But, dear leader, is this truly polite? You know that this treasure belongs to Tai Yizhenren. Just moments ago, you slapped him without a care, and now you're flaunting his treasure. Doesn't your conscience ache? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for they did not wish to tarnish the image their leader had painstakingly built. They noticed that both Li Jing and Lady Yin were staring, slack-jawed, at the floating gold above Nez's head, utterly captivated by Li Mu Dao's charisma. This gold brick excels in ambush. Just imagine that if one day you unknowingly find yourself behind someone, you could catch them off guard. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Li Mu Dao imparted the first lesson of life to Neza, who listened with wide eyes, babbling excitedly and flailing his chubby arms as if eager to try it out immediately. However, the words that reached the ears of the two behind him, as well as Li Jing and his wife, were anything but delightful. It was evident that Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were turning crimson. Just like that, the little semblance of dignity they had managed to establish was utterly shattered. The expressions on Li Jing and Lady Yin grew increasingly dark, with Lady Yin's fists subconsciously clenching. Her other hand dug into Li Jing's flesh, as if to channel her frustration. Was it truly appropriate to discuss such base matters in front of the child's parents? Yet, Li Mu Dao and Neza remained engrossed in their own world, one chattering away while the other waved his arms in excitement, creating quite a lively scene. In that moment, Neza suddenly realized that he may have misjudged. Having such a master in the future would surely lead to a life of immense joy. Unfortunately, it seemed his parents did not share this sentiment. Had it not been for Li Mu Dao's status, Lady Yin would likely have already drawn her sword to chase him away. As the sun sank slowly in the west, Li Mu Dao finally lifted his head, and Neza's eyes brimmed with reluctance. This master was far more playful than he had anticipated. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to the goddess later. Well then, I shall conclude our conversation here for today. 3 years hence, I will return for you. As he spoke, he retrieved an object from his sleeve, and the moment it appeared, the temperature in the hall surged dramatically. The sound of dragon roars echoed throughout Chentang Pass, causing the entire general's manner to tremble. Behave yourself, Li Mu Dao said, his expression darkening. With a firm grip, the 9-dragon divine fire cover emitted creaking sounds, silencing the dragon's roar and restoring the temperature to its previous state in an instant. You need to be disciplined. Li Mu Dao spoke coldly, shaking the 9-dragon divine fire shield with a serious expression as he pushed it in front of Neza. Disciple, in 3 years, you may face a great tribulation. Consider this a treasure I leave for you to navigate through it. Before the words had left his lips, an unsettling sensation surged within Neza. Indeed, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his finger, and a fresh stream of blood spurted forth. His blood began to seep into the 9-dragon divine fire shield, establishing a faint connection between them. This is a congenital spiritual treasure. Only when you truly cultivate can you wield its power. However, you have already formed the most basic link with it, and when necessary, it shall provide you with protection. Li Mu Dao enunciated each word with clarity, gently pushing, causing the 9-dragon divine fire shield to merge into Neza's body and vanish from sight. Congenital spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's gaze ignited with fervor. After so many years of life, he had not even laid hands on a single acquired spiritual treasure, let alone a congenital one. In that instant, he felt an uncharacteristic pang of envy, even though the recipient of the bestowed treasures was his own son. Good heavens, the ancestor truly is magnanimous. His knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel in reverence that he too desired to become a disciple of the ancestor. As for the relationship between him and Neza post-acceptance, he had already contemplated it. He would call Neza's senior brother, and Neza would refer to him as father. All right, this matter is settled. We must take our leave now. He patted Neza's little head. Little one, be sure to behave. As his words faded, 3 figures gradually faded into nothingness before Li Jing and Madame Yin. Clearly, these 3 had already departed, looking down at Neza cradled in his arms. Both Li Jing and Madame Yin felt as though they were dreaming. In just a single day, their newly born son had not only garnered the favor of the grand ancestor of the Shang dynasty, but had also received 2 treasures, one of which was even a congenital spiritual treasure. This was something they had never dared to imagine. However, glancing at the golden brick hovering above Neza's head, swaying gently, they could not help but believe this to be a reality. If they were to learn that the red ring and golden collar accompanying Neza at birth were also two immensely powerful congenital spiritual treasures, they would surely be even more astonished. My lady, I am destined for greatness. Ultimately, it was Li Jing who first regained his composure, pacing back and forth in excitement, uncertain of where to place his hands. Having climbed the formidable tree of the grand ancestor of Shang, he envisioned a bright path awaiting him. Humph, I shall settle the score later. Madame Yin snorted coldly. Embracing Neza as she left the council chamber, Li Jing paused, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed his wife still remembered the incident when he nearly struck down Neza. But it mattered not. He was adaptable, and if she needed to relent, so be it. Besides, given the circumstances at the time, how could he discern whether Madame Yin had given birth to a child or a monster? He had only wanted to protect her reputation. If it turned out to be a monster that he had slain, he could simply claim the child had not survived, allowing everyone to act as if nothing had ever transpired. Alas, his wife failed to comprehend his good intentions. Being a man is difficult, but being a good man who constantly considers his wife's feelings is even more challenging. Gazing out the window at the slowly rising moon, Li Jing felt a deep sense of bitterness. Why was there no one in this world who could truly understand him? Atop the city walls of Chintang Pass, Li Mu Dao halted before the Qiankuan Bao and Jintian arrow. This would one day be a formidable weapon that Neza might wield. Rise. With a soft command, he lifted the bow that had lain dormant at Chintang Pass for countless years. The bronze bow, paired with a seemingly simple bowstring, was surprisingly heavy. As he weighed in his hands, he realized it was over 1,000 pounds. No wonder it had remained untouched at Chintang Pass. Gently running his fingers along the bow surface, a profound sense of ancient time washed over him. No one knew how long this bow had existed since its creation. It was said to be the very bow used by the great archer Ho-E of the Witch clan to shoot down the suns. Though Li Mu Dao could not ascertain its authenticity, at least at that moment, he felt no special fluctuations emanating from it. To him, it was merely a somewhat heavier bow. A note of surprise escaped Li Mu Dao's lips as he noticed 3 ancient inscriptions etched into the center of the bow. Unfortunately, he could not decipher them. Never mind. I shall study them later. It is time to move on. With a flick of his wrist, the Qiankuan Bao and Zhantian arrow vanished before him. Unlike the spatial treasures of the celestial cultivators, his space resided within his body. Within him lay an immense universe, making the placement of a small bow and arrow a trivial matter. Amidst the crashing sea winds, 3 figures materialized in the night. Boss, you can't possibly want us to continue fishing here, can you? Xiao Shang's voice trembled slightly with fear. Like that moment, he had no desire to see the ocean. Feeling a bit nauseous, he had never imagined that a dignified minister Shang would one day be afraid of the sea. It was a considerable humiliation for him. What are you saying? Li Mu Dao's displeasure was palpable. I merely came to take another look. Truth be told, the taste of dragon meat was indeed quite delightful. No wonder there's a saying about dragon meat from the heavens. And then, Chao Bao chimed in from behind. Then we should take our leave. Speaking thus, he turned to depart without hesitation, though his tone carried a hint of vexation. Bah, that EC Dragon King is truly a coward. Afraid to even show his face, what a waste out of voice drifted with the wind, causing Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao to exchange glances. Boss, wait for us, they called out, their figures swiftly disappearing along the EC coast. In the Jade Void Palace, Tai Yijianren knelt before the cloud bed of Yuan Shitianzun, a mix of grievance and fury evident in his posture as he recounted his recent experience. This was the most significant setback he had ever faced in his life. He had failed to retrieve his disciple and had received a beating for his troubles, even losing 2 treasures in the process. The golden brick could be forgiven, but the 9-dragon divine fire shield was a congenital spiritual treasure, the most formidable treasure in his possession. To lose it so carelessly was utterly infuriating. Even now, recalling it brought a pang of pain to his chest. Yuan Shitianzun shot an intense glare at his disciple, but refrained from uttering harsh words. After all, this was a disciple chosen from among many, not to be compared with that useless individual in the back mountains. He could not bear to lose him. That waste had lingered by his side for 40 years without even achieving celestial status. Had it not been for his plans, he would have long since disposed of that useless one as a sage of the Jade Void Palace. He could not afford to lose face. Closing his eyes, he began to calculate once more. After all, this was his own disciple, and he had to devise a plan for him. Damn it. However, when he opened his eyes again, his face had turned ashen, aside from a haze of chaos. He had gleaned nothing from his calculations. Were it not for Tai Zhenren standing before him, visibly unsteady, he might have doubted whether these events had truly occurred. Rising to his feet, a storm of anger brewed in his gaze. In the primordial world, the only beings capable of concealing heavenly secrets were sages. He could think of no other possibility. Has my master already discovered the identity of that individual? Tai Zhenren, suppressing the fury within his heart, inquired with a forced calm. This grievance cannot go unpunished. He vowed to exact a profound revenge. Meeting Tai Zhenren's gaze, Yuanshi Tianzuan had words on the tip of his tongue. Yet he swallowed them down with great difficulty. An omnipotent sage. How could he admit to his favored disciple that he had failed to foresee anything? He could not afford to lose face. With the impending calamity approaching, even the most trivial matters could set off a chain reaction. This matter ends here. The rest shall be dealt with by me, so you need not concern yourself. Off you go. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand dismissively at Tai Zhenren. Thank you for your guidance, Master, but Master, my 9-dragon divine fire shield is... Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened instantly, and with a slight grimace, he fished out a treasure from his sleeve and tossed it to Tai Zhenren. Take it. Thank you for bestowing this treasure, Master. Tai Zhenren reverently cradled the artifact in his hands, and upon raising his gaze, his eyes lit up. It was the Yuanshi treasure box, a coveted artifact that even his senior brother Guang Chengzi had once longed for. Unexpectedly, today he found himself in such fortunate circumstances. With this thought, his anger dissipated in an instant. He felt that the punishment he had endured was indeed worthwhile. Though seemingly unremarkable, this artifact had a formidable history, for it was beneath this very box that Bi Xiao had once transformed into blood. Go. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand with slight impatience and continued, remember to seek out another disciple. Even if they are ordinary, it matters not. This concerns your survival through the impending calamity. Yes, Master. Tai Zhenren dared not utter another word and respectfully exited. This time, he had turned misfortune into fortune. That if his fellow disciples were to discover this, they would likely be envious for quite some time. Within the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan several times reached for the Panga banner concealed within the clouds, intending to journey westward to demand justice for his disciple. Aside from his 2 fellow disciples in the Western sect, he could think of no one else who would dare commit such an act. Yet, in the end, he relinquished the thought. What a troublesome time this is. With a long sigh, he realized that even he, Yuanshi Tianzuan, had his reservations, all due to his disciples. With a flick of his wrist, a small phoenix appeared in the palm of his hand, chirping melodiously. West Qi sought to grow strong, and it required careful planning to generate momentum. This was the first gift he prepared for West Qi. It was time to commence. With a swift motion, he cast the phoenix from his palm. As soon as it departed, the phoenix expanded dramatically, filling the skies of the Jade Void Palace, its wings flapping as it hovered in midair. Go, you know what I require of you. When you return, I shall bestow upon you the method of transcendence. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor before Tai Zhenren. He held his own pride, for aside from a few sages and his disciples, no one in this world was worthy of his regard. If understanding his intent, the phoenix nodded, spreading its wings and transforming into a streak of colorful light, vanishing from the Jade Void Palace. Since ancient times, the phoenix had been a symbol of auspiciousness, especially considering that the Great Shang dynasty revered the Xian bird. Tales of various divine birds had long since permeated the populace. Thus, he aimed to create a grand momentum for West Qi. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had followed the phoenix's silhouette to West Qi. The mandate of heaven's Xian bird descends to give birth to Shang. Does the phoenix's song upon Mount Qi not imply that the Duke of Shibua is the one destined to replace the great Shang? A smile spread across his face. But unfortunately, This moment was witnessed by none but himself. On the way to West Chi, Li Medeo was counting on his fingers. Lei Zhenzi had already been taken care of in advance at Yanshan. Neza had become his disciple, leaving only Yang Jian. However, it seemed a bit late. He should have already become the disciple of Yuding Zhenren. But that was of no consequence. The Peach Mountain had yet to be split, so he might still have a chance. "Boss, where are we going?" Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao follow behind Li Medeo, both looking utterly perplexed. "This is neither the path to Wui Mountain nor the way back to Chaoga City, and I'm taking you to catch a big wild game." Li Medeo replied without turning around, his voice echoing back. "What kind of creature?" Chao Bao's eyes brightened, saliva betraying him once more. If anyone were to say that this was the future Najin Tianzuan, perhaps no one would believe it. Forget about being a celestial being. This naive demeanor would make one wonder if he were a mere mortal. The Phoenix, having the foresight and awareness, had its advantages. No matter the situation, he could always perceive a step ahead, laying plans in advance. For instance, if he were to slay this Phoenix, one could only imagine how furious Yuanshi Tianzuan would become. The Phoenix, the one from the dragon's liver and Phoenix's marrow. This revelation left even Xiao Sheng momentarily speechless. Since the Honghan calamity, the three clans had become marginalized. After years of slaughter, very few remained. To have such a stroke of fortune was indeed thanks to following the right leader. The admiration in their eyes for Li Medeo deepened further, of course. Had they known that the Phoenix Li Medeo intended to slay was nurtured by Yuanshi Tianzuan himself, they would likely have lost their appetite in fear. Sometimes, ignorance is a form of bliss, much like the current state of Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao, whose thoughts had already flown to the Phoenix. Indeed, Li Medeo nodded, unfazed by their reaction, for he too harbored immense craving for the Phoenix in this world. Having come this far, how could he leave without tasting the flavor of the Phoenix? "Boss, how much longer?" Not much longer. Looking up at the West Chi city, which was now within sight, a smile graced Li Medeo's lips. He had not anticipated that he would return here for the second time in such a short span. However, this time, his destination was not West Chi City, but Mount Chi. "Boss, is that the Phoenix you mentioned?" Xiao Sheng's exclamation broke out, and following his pointing finger, Li Medeo beheld a gigantic phoenix, 1,000 feet in size, circling above Mount Chi. Its plumage was extraordinarily resplendent, with a tail extending 1,000 feet behind it, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Even the sun above could not diminish its radiance to the ordinary common folk. It appeared as a mythical creature. Chi, Chi Chi. The melodious and crisp calls reverberated throughout West Chi City, instantly captivating the attention of all the citizens, who pointed and praised the magnificent bird. "Father, rejoice! The phoenix sings upon Mount Chi. This is the greatest omen for our West Chi." At the Duke of Shibua's residence, standing atop the highest tower, Bo Yikao turned to Ji Chong, his face alight with excitement. In his eyes, the joy was palpable and uncontrollable. "Heaven bless our West Chi. Heaven bless our human race." Yet, he failed to notice that although Ji Chong wore a smile, it did not reach his eyes, which were slowly growing serious. He contemplated far more than Bo Yikao. Unlike Bo Yikao, who was somewhat of an idealistic scholar, as the true Duke of Shibua, he would not naively view this merely as an auspicious sign. The phoenix's song upon Mount Chi. One could only wonder how the Emperor Exin, far away in Chaoga City, would perceive this. For now, it did not seem to bode well for him. After all, the totem of the Great Shang was the Xian bird, and in terms of status, the Xian bird far surpassed the phoenix. Who could fathom what thoughts lingered in the king's heart? A wave of irritation surged within him, and he found himself looking at Bo Yikao with a hint of discontent. What a reckless display! Lacking any semblance of composure, how could I ever trust you to manage the Duke of Shibua's residence in the future? With a cold remark, Ji Chong flicked his sleeve and strode directly down the stairs. In contrast to Bo Yicao, he held a greater affection for his second son, Gfa, who had inherited all his admirable traits. Handsome in appearance, graceful in demeanor, mild-mannered, and reserved in personality, Gfa was the epitome of his father's ideals. When faced with an event such as the phoenix's cry at Qishan, he would merely cast a fleeting glance, unlike Bo Yicao, who would become overly animated and unable to contain his excitement. Sharing the same mother, he found it perplexing that such a stark difference could exist between his two sons. Regrettably, due to ancestral customs, the title of the Western Duke could only be inherited by the legitimate eldest son. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Left behind in a state of bewilderment, Bo Yitzhao stood blushing, and after a moment, he bowed respectfully. Father is right. It is I who has been disrespectful. Although Ji Chang's figure had long since vanished, Bo Yitzhao's bow remained impeccably formal. Meanwhile, Ji Chang arrived at his study, firmly closing the doors and windows and meticulously inspecting the surroundings in an inconspicuous corner. He turned a bronze crane lamp. A creaking sound echoed from the depths of the study as a door leading to an underground secret chamber slowly opened. He hurriedly stepped inside. Within the secret chamber, several luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, illuminating the space even more brightly than the outside world. He walked straight in, and at the farthest end of the chamber, he beheld an image being venerated. If Li Medeo were present, he would be astonished to find that the figure in the portrait bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor Xianyuan he had encountered in the Fire Cloud Cave. Indeed, the Ji clan of the Western Duke is a direct descendant of Emperor Xianyuan from ages past. However, the glory of their ancestors had long since faded, leaving them to reside in this remote corner of Shichi. Before the portrait stood a table adorned with a bronze incense burner, filled with fragrant ash, indicating that it was frequently visited for worship. Ji Chang, his hands slightly trembling, selected 3 large incense sticks from the table, ignited them, and reverently placed them in the 3-legged incense burner before the portrait. Kneeling on the ground, he performed 3 deep bows. Ancestors, great joy! The phoenix has cried at Shishan, and my Shichi is on the verge of flourishing. I beseech the ancestors to bless the descendants of Shichi, that we may soon restore the glory of our forebears. In his eyes, unmasked ambition shimmered, since the Ji clan's roots were planted in Shichi. They had never ceased to dream of one day reclaiming the former glory of Emperor Xianyuan, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Rising once more, he elegantly dusted off non-existent specks of dust from his robe and approached another wall where a massive map made of beast hide was hung. The map was densely inscribed with the topography of the entire human realm, marking the locations of all the Lord strongholds. This map was the culmination of the efforts of 5 generations of the Ji clan's ancestors. And it seemed that in his generation, its true potential could finally be realized. His fingers glided gently across the map until they settled at its westernmost edge, where Shichi was located. One day, he would commence from here, sweeping across the entire Shang dynasty, reclaiming the throne and establishing the Ji clan as the new royal lineage. Supplanting the Yin clan, he yearned to no longer occupy a mere corner, defending against the incursions of foreign tribes for the despicable Exin. They were born to be the exalted lineage of the emperor, not mere subjects at the whim of the Yin clan. He was destined to become the emperor himself. In fact, years prior, he had already keenly sensed that Shichi was transforming, though he was unaware of when this change would manifest into the envisioned reality. Today had finally fulfilled his desires. Taking a deep breath, his trembling hands retreated into his sleeves, and after a lingering glance at the map, he turned to exit the secret chamber. For now, he needed to bide his time, awaiting the emergence of new changes. In these turbulent times, an opportunity would arise. Shichi was not yet a match for the Shang. He was no fool. He understood that there were undoubtedly scheming individuals behind all of this, and he was waiting for that person to present him with a suitable chance. However, this moment was not yet ripe, though he believed that the opportunity would not be long in coming. The phoenix's cry at Shishan was a sign. Outside the city of Shichi, Li Medeo gazed at the phoenix soaring through the sky, his expression swiftly darkening. Aware of the approximate timing, he hurried, yet ultimately arrived just a moment too late. "Boss, shall we take action?" Xiao Shang's face was alight with eagerness, his eyes glued to the phoenix. The thought of the delicacies of dragon meat heightened his anticipation. "No, we shall wait until the phoenix departs before following." The city of Shichi is currently teeming with people, making it unsuitable for action. Suppressing his emotions, Li Medeo shook his head, returning to his previous demeanor. After 3 cries, the phoenix spread its wings and circled above the city of Shichi before soaring toward Mount Kunlun. still preoccupied with the promise of transcendence from the primordial supreme. Unbeknownst to it, death was already closely pursuing. "Let us follow," Lee Medeo commanded, watching the phoenix's vanishing figure. "Understood, boss." Xiao Shang stamped his foot, summoning a cloud. But before he could mount it, Lee Medeo pulled him back. "Follow me." With a thought, a spatial law materialized, and in an instant, the three figures vanished from outside Shichi. The phoenix, possessing unparalleled speed, quickly left Shichi far behind, appearing as but a fleeting trace. And with Xiao Shang's cloud-summoning speed, there was no hope of catching up. As a brilliant streak of multicolored light, it eagerly anticipated its return to the Jade Void Palace. For the sage had promised to impart the method of transcendence. Once fearful of being confined by the sage, it now found itself endowed with an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, every morsel and every sip is dictated by fate. If it were to be a bit bolder, it might even have a chance to become a direct disciple of the sage. After all, it had learned that beneath the primordial sage, there was also a leopard spirit. In comparison, its own lineage was surely superior to that of the Xingu leopard. Since the decline of the ancient Phoenix clan, many cultivation methods had been lost, and their fate had plummeted. Once among the three great races of the primordial world, they had now been reduced to mere mounts for others, and the lesser among them could even become fodder for others' meals. Thus, it had no choice but to contemplate its own destiny. Yes, it flew. It considered the possibility of becoming a direct disciple of the sage. Unwilling to miss any opportunity for ascension, IT understood the principle of heaven's gifts. If not seized, will bring calamity, and perhaps this was its destined chance. Lost in dreams of grandeur, it was entirely oblivious to the fact that from the moment it left the Jade Void Palace, it had already fallen into a calamity, with danger lurking unbeknownst to it. "Boss, can we act now?" The three silhouettes closely followed the phoenix through the desolate land, a perfect place for mayhem, and they could hardly contain their impatience. "Now is the time," Lee Medeo replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his palm turned upwards. Suddenly, the sky above the phoenix darkened. Looking up, it beheld an enormous hand descending towards it. "Wait!" The phoenix barely managed to utter a word before being seized by the neck, its remaining words swallowed involuntarily. Immediately, under the pressure of overwhelming power, its form shrank to that of a mere duck. IT was seized with terror. Even with all its strength, it could not escape the iron grip before it could fully comprehend its predicament. Three figures appeared before it. Humans? The phoenix's eyes widened in surprise, then relaxed. Initially, it had feared an ancient monstrosity hidden within the primordial world, but now that it recognized them as humans, it felt no cause for concern. It was common knowledge that humans were weak and feeble, their might limited to a few who dared not step out of the fire cloud cave, too afraid to offend the sage. "Humans, do you know your crime?" With an effort, it raised its neck high, projecting an air of superiority, for it hailed from the Jade Void Palace and could not afford to lose its identity. The three individuals who had just emerged from the void were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this proclamation. Even Lee Muda-Odo wore a look of astonishment, almost believing he was experiencing an auditory hallucination. This creature truly seemed oblivious to the concept of fear, or perhaps it simply failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Human race, I grant you one last opportunity. Release me now, and I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." IT continued to speak with an air of haughtiness. The astonishment of the three was not lost on it. Within its eyes lay an undisguised disdain. Indeed, such a feeble and cowardly race was easily intimidated by a single statement. "Boss, did I just hear that correctly?" Xiaoxing finally responded, though disbelief still lingered on his face. Could it be that this creature is truly foolish? Chao Bao stroked his chin, scrutinizing the phoenix-like creature with a serious demeanor, as if attempting to unravel some mystery. "You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish." The phoenix became infuriated, displaying a countenance of indignant rage. "I am a disciple under the sage of the Jade Void Palace, not a being you can provoke. Release me, or the sage will undoubtedly take his wrath upon you." That IT cried out in exasperation, feeling utterly humiliated to be in the hands of mere humans. "Just wait. Once I return to the Jade Void Palace, I will ensure these humans pay dearly. Behave yourself. You are precisely what we have captured. Odo, facing this creature that could not discern its plight, unceremoniously slapped it on the head, causing its head to spin several times. Had it not been a spiritual beast, that slap might have ended its existence. Even so, it was left dazed, stars dancing before its eyes, unable to utter another sound that's more like it. One must possess the awareness befitting their status as prey. Odo nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing the phoenix into a bag slung over his shoulder. Living creatures were not well suited for placement within his internal space, so he had fashioned this makeshift bag during his journey. He intended to take the phoenix back to Chowga, allowing Emperor Xin to experience something novel. After all, Emperor Xin had begun his cultivation and required such nourishing sustenance to rapidly enhance his prowess. Boss, what did that creature just claim to be? Xiao Sheng observed Odo's familiarity with the situation, and only after he stowed the phoenix in the bag did he react. Pointing at the bag behind him, a disciple of the sage from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace. Ensure Xiao Sheng comprehended. Odo kindly gestured towards Kunlun Mountain. In the next moment, two gasps echoed in succession. Without needing to guess, Odo was well aware that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao's faces had fallen once more. Boss, should we really be playing such high-stakes games? Xiao Sheng's expression was one of distress that the sage were dealing with. He wanted to live a few more days. After all, the be frolicking so brazenly beneath the sage's very nose. Wasn't he afraid of being crushed at any moment? What? Are you afraid? Odo's arms affectionately draped over their shoulders, wearing an expression that said, I know your fear all too well. How could we not be afraid? We are but humble cultivators. That is a sage of exalted status, capable of snuffing us out with a mere sneeze. Qiao Bao resignedly rolled his eyes. But do you not wish to taste the phoenix raised by this sage? Excellent point. In that instant, both of their eyes sparkled with uncontainable desire. And Odo even heard the sound of someone swallowing discreetly. It settled. A smile lit up Odo's face. He knew these two would be unable to resist. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Sheng's voice reached his ears. Is it truly delicious? His face still bore a hint of struggle, likely persuading himself in the process. Delicious? Is that even a question? Odo replied in an exaggerated tone. There was no choice. They would soon face the disciples of the sage. And when the sage himself appeared, these two needed a bit more courage instilled in them. After all, for the sake of the human race, he was genuinely concerned that it is not merely delicious. It is immensely nourishing. This is a phoenix, my dear brother, a creature of extraordinary lineage. Just consider it, from its feathers and flesh to its essence and soul. Each aspect is a coveted treasure, sought after by many. Odo's expression conveyed that they were about to strike it rich. And he raised the bag in his hand, raising his voice further. Moreover, this one was personally raised by a sage. There's likely no other like it in heaven or earth. Can you even fathom that? At this proclamation, not only Xiao Sheng, but even Qiao Bao's eyes began to shine with excitement. As for the sage, that concern had already been cast aside. That a sage? What of it? It's not as if we haven't dealt with one before. He said this while discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Besides, we have captured it. To forego this opportunity would be a disgrace. Qiao Bao declared fiercely, as if this declaration would bolster his courage and erase the last remnants of fear. That makes sense. Xiao Sheng pondered seriously, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with determination. Qiao Bao was right. They had already crossed paths with the sage in Chowga City. And any grudges should have been formed long ago. In any case, this meal would not be too much to pay. That's the spirit. Drink to your heart's content today. Tomorrow's concerns can wait, I assure you. Even if you perish, you shall undoubtedly achieve divine status. Go ahead. Fear nothing. Odo beamed with enthusiasm, his chest swelling with pride. The foresight he possessed offered him this singular advantage, even if it meant swearing an oath to pursue the path of the divine. He felt no trepidation. Yet, this phrase that once sounded quite pleasing now elicited a hint of disdain from the two men. Did that mean they were unworthy of living a life of celestial indulgence? Since aligning with Odo, their perspectives had risen considerably. They had begun to look down upon the path of divine status itself. With a bag in hand, the trio continued toward Chaoga City, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Both Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were struggling to contain their excitement, though the medicinal cauldron had been left behind in Chaoga City, in the Jade Void Palace. Upon hearing the sound of the phoenix's call from the direction of Shichi, Yuan Shirtian Zun finally wore a long-lost smile. Since the calamity, the heavenly mechanisms had become increasingly muddled, making predictions more challenging than ever. The phoenix's cry at Shishan was the only good news that had not disappointed him, providing him a moment of solace. As for everything else, he would gradually guide it back onto its original course. For the sake of his disciples, he had toiled endlessly to a piece of verdant jade talisman floated in the palm of his hand, containing a method of cultivation that he had prepared for the phoenix. During his travels in the primordial wilderness, he had acquired numerous beast cultivation techniques, and fortuitously, one suited for the Phoenix clan was among them. He would bestow it, for he was not one to go back on his word. As for the grand path the Phoenix desired from the sage, it was beyond its reach. It was not a mere beast that could aspire to such heights. He was not the celestial master. For the Tao is not lightly imparted. The Phoenix, still unworthy of hearing the profound truths of his teachings, was yet to attain such eligibility, standing before the cloud bed, watching as the sky gradually darkened. He frowned slightly. This Phoenix truly lacked appreciation, making a sage of his stature wait for it. Humph! With a flick of his robe, he returned to the cloud bed that a streak of emerald light shot forth from the Jade Void Palace. Landing before the White Crane boy, should the Phoenix return, he would hand this jade talisman to him and then dismiss him. The voice of the primordial supreme being, tinged with a hint of anger, echoed in his ears, startling the drowsy by he Tongzi into alertness. As the sound subsided, he hurriedly bowed in reverence towards the jade talisman, then cupped it in his hands as it settled into his palms. After bending his body for an extended moment, he ultimately did not face any reprimand, allowing him to exhale in relief. The drowsiness of spring and the fatigue of autumn plagued him. He always felt he could never get enough sleep, which made him feel a tad guilty towards his master. Label him merely as a gatekeeper would be an understatement. He was more akin to a mere ornament, perpetually asleep at crucial moments. Fortunately, his master was compassionate and had never punished him. As he pondered, he could not resist yawning again, rubbing his eyes and resuming his slumber. Since he could not control himself, he might as well embrace his laziness. After all, if the sky were full, there were tall figures to uphold it, and with his master presiding over the Yusu Palace, it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble. On the back mountain of Yusu Palace, a figure danced with a sword in the peach orchard under the moonlight. The cold light flashed, scattering countless fallen blossoms, prompting admiration from any onlooker for the skillful swordplay. After a while, the figure finally came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an elderly man, over 70 years of age, none other than Jiang Zia, though he had reached the age of 72. His movements remained as nimble as a youth's. Apart from his head of white hair, nothing about him suggested he was an old man. Such was the art of maintaining one's youth, with a flick of his wrist. The long sword pierced through the peach trees, embedding itself straight into the ground beside a humble cottage, a testament to his remarkable swordsmanship. Alas, after 40 years of cultivation, he felt a profound sense of solitude. A long sigh echoed through the peach orchard, laden with pent-up frustration. Jiang Zia, having diligently apprenticed under a sage without a moment's rest, found his path to immortality elusive, his grand aspirations unfulfilled. Despite his impressive swordplay, it seemed of little use. His ambitions lay elsewhere, yet the only skill he possessed was this meager talent. The ways of heaven appeared unjust. He couldn't help but recall his companion, Shun Gongbao, who had also entered the fold with him. Though they had both cultivated for 40 years, Shun Gongbao had long eclipsed him, racing ahead by leaps and bounds. He was even said to be in pursuit of Huang Long Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals under their master. This thought stirred a bitter pang within him. That man roamed the mountains and rivers, seemingly never seen practicing, yet achieving a level of cultivation Jiang Zia could only dream of. "Brother, are you still cultivating?" A voice suddenly broke into his musings from outside the orchard. Jiang Ziya's expression stiffened, a feeling of being caught red-handed washing over him. He lifted his arm to wipe the sweat from his brow. A wave of joy surging through him. It was none other than his junior brother Shen Gongbao, returning. As he spoke, he swiftly maneuvered around the peach trees, making his way towards the orchard's exit. Outside the peach orchard, a figure stood with his back to it, gazing up at the round moon in the sky. This peak of Kunlun Mountain, the moon appeared larger than anywhere else. With his hands clasped behind his back, the solitary figure exuded a sense of melancholy, unnoticed by anyone who might glimpse the bewildered expression on his face. Hearing footsteps approach, he turned around, his countenance suddenly filled with a beaming smile. "Brother Ziya, it's been a while." Shen Gongbao bowed respectfully, his demeanor impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. "Junior brother, it's been several years since we last parted. I trust you are well." Jiang Ziya stepped forward, warmly patting Shen Gongbao's shoulder and helping him rise, his face radiating sincerity and concern. "Indeed, I am well." Shen Gongbao straightened, appraising Jiang Ziya before nodding. "Have you had the chance to see Master?" Jiang Ziya inquired as they walked towards the thatched cottage. "I have visited Yusu Palace, but it seems Master remains somewhat displeased with me." Upon saying this, he paused, a look of wistfulness crossing his features. He recalled the faintly disdainful expression his master had shown him at Yusu Palace. Yet he could not fathom why his master harbored such sentiments towards him. Upon introspection, he believed he had done nothing to deserve such treatment. He had always adhered to his master's teachings. Yet he could not understand why he never received his master's favor. He dared not compare himself to the long-established senior brothers, but he knew he had surpassed Jiang Ziya in countless ways. Still, he remained overlooked by their master. His desires were modest. If only his master would treat him with the same regard as Jiang Ziya, he would be content. Yet, that remained unattainable. He was aware of his humble origins. He should have apprenticed at Jinao Island. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, encountering Jiang Ziya, who was nearly 40 at the time. Thus, they journeyed together to Yusu Palace and successfully knocked upon its gates, a prospect he had never envisioned. On that day when their master agreed to take both him and Jiang Ziya as disciples, he trembled with excitement. Even now, the memory ignites a fervor within him. Those who know their own circumstances understand. He was a leopard who had attained spirit. Thus, he never dared to hope, yet he ultimately became a direct disciple of the sage. From that moment, he silently vowed to carve out a name for himself, to bring pride to his master. However, for reasons unknown, he consistently failed to catch his master's It seemed the more he did, the less his master appreciated him. "Junior brother, do sit and rest." Jiang Ziya's words disrupted his reverie, eliciting a wry smile and a shake of his head as he realized he had drifted too far into thought. Raising his gaze, he beheld the thatched cottage where Jiang Ziya had resided for years, unable to suppress a chuckle. After several years, the cottage appeared exactly as it had when he last departed. Even the stone benches and tables at the entrance remained unchanged. His senior brother truly devoted all his time to cultivation. Yet sadly, he remained outside the gates of understanding. Even as a disciple of the sage, that bore little fruit. "Brother, your abode remains as it was in years past," Shen Gongbao remarked, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his eyes. Well concealed, if it meant earning his master's favor, he would willingly trade his own stagnant cultivation for that of his brother. But alas, the world seldom conformed to one's desires. "Why have you returned this time?" "Junior brother?" Jiang Ziya inquired, seating himself opposite Shen Gongbao. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept away the peach blossom petals that had settled on the stone table, rendering it clean. Another wave revealed a teapot and 2 cups on the table. As Jiang Ziya kindly poured tea for Shen Gongbao, "I've kept this pot of tea warm for you all day. Do savor its flavor." Jiang Ziya pushed the teacup toward Shen Gongbao, gesturing invitingly. Yet, as Shen Gongbao gazed at the fragrant tea before him, an inexplicable sense of irritation arose within him. He lifted the cup and drank the tea down in one gulp. Then, as if by sleight of hand, he produced a gourd from his sleeve, shaking it in front of Jiang Ziya, the sound of flowing liquid echoing. "Brother, you know me well. Tea is bland and tasteless. Why not indulge in something more invigorating?" Shall we drink to our heart's content today? He declared, producing 2 wine cups in the favored white jade color of the primordial supreme, being as he uncorked the gourd. A rich aroma wafted through the air, coalescing into a mist that lingered around 3 feet above the gourd. Excellent wine, Jiang Zia exclaimed. Merely catching a whiff, he felt his spirits lift considerably. Indeed, Shen Gongbao replied, his brow raised in triumph as the wine flowed into the 2 cups. Brother, please. With a flick of his wrist, the cups floated through the air, gracefully landing before Jiang Zia. Peering down, he saw the wine glimmering, reminiscent of the stars and moon above. Junior brother, please. Jiang Zia, a frequent wine drinker himself, found solace in the fine spirit to ease his troubled heart. At the tea that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. Brother, please. The 2 individuals raised their wine cups in a toast, drinking heartily under the moonlight. As their goblets clinked, they engaged in lively conversation, creating a harmonious scene reminiscent of brotherly camaraderie. However, as the wine flowed, their exchanges gradually diminished. In the depths of inebriation, both began to reminisce about melancholic memories, and the atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken sentiments. Junior, your achievements in the immortal path are truly enviable, transcending the mortal realm. One remarked. Senior, you speak too highly of me. Remain here on Kunlun Mountain. Absorbing the teachings of our master daily is something I can only long for, the other replied. They exchanged glances, raising their cups once more to you, my junior, to you, my senior. Each envied the other's unattainable aspirations. Destiny, it seemed, relished in playing tricks on them. Were it not for the impending calamity, their lives might have followed a different trajectory. Yet, from the very beginning, their fates had been meticulously orchestrated by unseen hands. The following day, as Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao were just emerging from their drunken stupor, they were startled to find the white crane boy standing before them, having appeared without their notice. Greetings, esteemed uncles. The white crane bowed respectfully, though a subtle air of detachment lingered in the formality. What does our master wish? Shen Gongbao abruptly stood, his gaze fixed on the white crane boy, a flicker of hope gleaming in his eyes. He had awaited this day for far too long. However, the next words from the white crane boy extinguished his hopes. In response to Uncle Shen, our ancestral master summons Uncle Jiang Zia. The boy's tone was laced with a hint of disdain. Oh, the yearning in Shen Gongbao's eyes faded visibly, and with a self-deprecating sigh, he turned to leave. It was evident that he had been overly optimistic from the start. Uncle, let us depart. We must not keep our ancestral master waiting. The white crane boy directed towards Jiang Zia. Very well. Jiang Zia adjusted his robe, and in an instant he vanished, a cloud of dust swirling where he once stood. Utilizing the earth escape technique, he, still unrefined in the ways of the immortal path, could not yet soar through clouds. However, this method of travel did seem to diminish the dignity befitting a disciple of a sage. Outside Yushu Palace, a flash of earth-toned light heralded Jiang Zia's reappearance. Disciple Jiang Zia has come to pay respects to my master, he announced, bowing respectfully at the entrance. Come in, came the response. With a creak, the doors of Yushu Palace swung open unbidden, and, as Jiang Zia looked up, he beheld a figure resting on the cloud bed at the innermost recesses of the palace. As the figure slowly opened his eyes, the profound truths of the eternal Tao flickered within. A glimmer of longing crossed Jiang Zia's gaze. This was the path that seemed within reach, yet remained perpetually unattainable. Bowing his head, he entered respectfully and seated himself on a mat before the cloud bed. Zia, disciple, is here. Although uncertain of his master's intentions, he straightened his posture at once. How many years have you been in my Yushu Palace? I have practiced here for 40 years, Jiang Zia answered without hesitation. The number engraved in his memory. Each passing day had been meticulously recorded, and he realized with a twinge of sentiment that 4 decades had slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a wave of reflection washed over him. It was a considerable span of time. Some of his peers had long since passed, while others were surrounded by thriving families. Yet he seemed to possess nothing but a complete failure. Ah, indeed, a worthless being. You are fated to be distanced from the immortal path. The gaze of the primordial supreme being pierced through Jiangxia, unraveling the threads of his life's journey. Yet this seemingly indifferent statement struck Jiangxia like a thunderclap. In an instant, he felt hollow. His mind void of thought, as if his very essence had dissipated. His body began to tremble. He found himself at a loss for what to do. The immortal path had been his lifelong pursuit. Yet now his revered master declared him unworthy of it. What had he squandered in these 40 years upon Kunlun Mountain and within Yushu Palace? Observing Jiangxia's dazed expression, the primordial supreme being's eyes flickered with disdain. He bore none of the demeanor expected of a sage-s disciple. Were it not for grand designs, he would never have accepted Jiangxia into his fold. Go forth and seek worldly riches. The voice of the primordial supreme being carried a tone of reluctant benevolence. Please, master, have mercy. My heart is set on the Tao, and I have no desire for worldly wealth. In a whirlwind of confusion, Jiangxia found himself bowing repeatedly in supplication. Beyond that, he was at a loss for what else to do. 40 years. Those friends and family had long since aged. In this vast expanse, where could he find a place to belong? Even if they still existed, what face would he have to return? What purpose would it serve but to bring shame upon himself? Leaving Yushu Palace was not an option. Alas, foolish child, the primordial supreme being sighed deeply. Jiangxia, kneeling, shivered at the sound. His ears perked to catch every word from his master. Go now. Descend the mountain. I have already devised a plan for your worldly fortune. When the time is ripe, I shall inform you that, if unwilling to witness the parting, he waved his sleeve, sending a gentle force that propelled Jiangxia out of Yushu Palace. Standing outside the palace doors, Jiangxia was left in a state of bewilderment. However, upon glancing back at the tightly shut gates, he understood that his master had made a final decision. He could no longer linger within Yushu Palace. Upon returning to the peach garden on the back mountain, he found that Shun Gongbao had long since vanished. He realized he was alone again, having departed this sorrowful place to wander the world once more. With a bitter smile, he recognized that he was now even less fortunate than Shun Gongbao. At least Shun had achieved the immortal path. While he was left with nothing in that moment, he could not help but envy his junior once more. Looking back at the dilapidated thatched cottage, aside from the long sword bestowed by his master, he was left with only a tattered raincoat he had woven in his youth. Truly, he was bereft and solitary. I shall depart, he uttered, exhaling a heavy breath as his voice echoed through the peach garden. Filled with a profound sense of desolation, grasping the sword hanging on the wall, he cast one last glance towards Yushu Palace before raising a cloud of dust. In silence, he vanished from the peach garden, leaving no trace behind, unnoticed and unmissed. Here, he was but a superfluous existence, and no one had ever cared for him. Even in the past, when his master occasionally summoned him, now even that was no longer the case. In Chaoga City, within the imperial palace, four figures eagerly encircled a massive medicinal cauldron, their mouths watering in anticipation. Alongside Li Medeo and Xiao Shengchao Bao, the contemporary emperor, Xen, had joined their ranks, upon witnessing the rare delicacies procured by the ancestral master. Emperor Xen found himself regretting the words he had spoken earlier. This was something he had never even laid eyes upon, let alone tasted. In that moment, he had to concede that his understanding was woefully shallow. Indeed, the ancestral master operated on an entirely different level. Ancestral master, what is this? He inquired tentatively. The calamity of Fengming Qishan. You are in for a treat. Today we shall feast upon it. He waved the delicacy before Emperor Xen, his demeanor calm as he patted Xian's shoulder, signaling him not to be anxious. Can we really eat this, ancestral master? Xian refused to acknowledge it. At that moment, he truly drooled. The colossal medicinal cauldron hovered in midair, scorched by the Dao fire of Limu Dao until it glowed a translucent crimson, reminiscent of glass. Inside the cauldron lay a plucked phoenix and a similarly featherless chicken, indistinguishable from one another. The glistening flesh and steaming broth churned within, releasing wafts of tantalizing aroma. Encircling the cauldron, a mist of ethereal vapor formed a miniature cloud. Occasionally, bursts of colorful light erupted from within, and a phoenix-like apparition soared and fluttered, emitting a series of cries. each resonating through the medicinal cauldron. Mu Dao understood that this was the inherent ferocity of the phoenix's bloodline being awakened. Yet no matter what, it could never escape the confines of the cauldron. The four of them sat around the cauldron, 8 eyes fixated on its opening. There were no emperors here, no venerable ancestors of the Shang dynasty, nor any offerings, only 4 gluttons, were it not for Li Mu Dao's restraint. The spectacle alone would have set the entire city of Chaoga abuzz. After all, it was a stolen phoenix, so one must maintain a modicum of discretion. Unable to resist, Xiao Sheng inhaled the rising steam deeply, nearly groaning in satisfaction. Truly, it was worth the long journey to procure. The mere fragrance invigorated one's spirit. The creations nurtured by sages were indeed extraordinary. He clapped his thigh, his eyes brimming with admiration. Though if the primordial supreme heard such words, he might have swiftly dealt with him. What a level of audacity to speak of sages as mere bird keepers. Enough, Li Mu Dao said nonchalantly. With a downward wave of his hand, all manifestations above the cauldron vanished in an instant, rendering it an ordinary pot of stew upon the ground. Yet only they knew how rare this meat was. Perhaps it was the singular cauldron of its kind in the entire world. DXN. Today you are indeed fortunate. With a profound meaning, Li Mu Dao pushed a large bowl before DXIN. At that moment, DXIN remained unaware of the significance of those words, merely responding with a smile. Soon, the small room was filled with the sounds of meat eating and soup slurping. Once a bowl of meat was consumed, DXIN suddenly felt an increasing heat surge through his body, a sensation he had never encountered before, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Ancestor, do not panic. Circulate your energy and cultivate, Li Mu Dao remarked, casting a calm glance his way while continuing to sip his soup. DXIN, not daring to be negligent, promptly shifted his position to a corner of the room and began to meditate quietly. As he turned his gaze inward, streams of vital energy surged from his flesh and blood, flowing through his veins like a roaring river towards the sea of suffering. All rivers return to the sea. He was taken aback, with no time for contemplation. He focused intently on guiding this vital energy. As time passed, the outpouring of vital strength from his flesh grew increasingly vigorous, and the sea of suffering expanded at a visible rate. In that moment, he truly grasped the deeper meaning behind the ancestors' earlier words. The phoenix meat represented a tremendous fortuity for him, condensing decades of arduous cultivation into the span of a single meal. A call echoed, causing DXN to tremble. The overwhelming vital energy rose from the sea of suffering, ultimately transforming into a phoenix. This phoenix radiated boundless ferocity, soaring above the sea of suffering before its gaze settled upon the sky above. To it, this was a cage, and to spread its wings, it must break free. Another cry rang out, and the phoenix charged resolutely toward the sky above the sea of suffering. In the next moment, DXIN's face flushed crimson as the aura around him became chaotic, the sea of suffering within him erupting into a tempest, with the vital energy beginning to flow backward under the influence of the phoenix. Boom, boom, boom. Within him, the phoenix repeatedly lunged toward the heavens, each fall followed by another ascent, becoming increasingly ferocious, while DXIN's complexion grew progressively redder. Boss, should we intervene? Chao Bao glanced at the corner where DXIN sat, unable to restrain himself from speaking. The emperor had only just begun his cultivation, and they worried whether he could refine this phoenix's power alone. What was initially a fortuitous opportunity could easily turn into a misfortune. If it did not enhance his cultivation, it might instead harm him. Mu Dao calmly surveyed the scene before shaking his head, continuing to sip his soup. No need. If he could overcome this trial on his own, it would greatly benefit him in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to intervene as the emperor of all humanity. If he could not surmount this minor hurdle, how would he face the tribulations to come? After the initial shock, DXN finally regained his composure. Observing the phoenix rampaging within his sea of suffering, intent on his demise, his gaze hardened with determination. This was his sea of suffering. It was not for you to run rampant. From the canopy of the sea of suffering, DXN emerged, wielding the emperor's sword /S. He beheld the phoenix charging once more, DXN swung his sword without hesitation, and with a single strike, the phoenix exploded into a torrential mist of blood. Yet before he could exhale in relief, the blood mist once again morphed into the shape of a phoenix. Man and bird clashed within the sea of suffering. DXIN possessed no supernatural abilities. He merely entangled himself with the phoenix using the sword in his hand. As time elapsed, more and more vital energy converged around him, moving in sync with his actions. DXN became increasingly formidable in battle, until ultimately, the vital energy in the sea of suffering obeyed his command, while the ferocious bird weakened progressively. Slash, and a thunderous roar erupted as DXN drew upon all the vital energy within the sea of suffering. And with a single strike, the heavens darkened, slicing directly toward the phoenix. Cry. Once more, the phoenix's cry echoed, seemingly aware that this was its final opportunity to struggle, transforming into an arrow that charged toward the sword light. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the sword light and the phoenix detonated in the sky, scattering a rain of blood over the sea of suffering. DXN stood in the void, and after a long while, the phoenix's form no longer appeared, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It is over. A wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Gazing upon the sea of suffering, now expanded beyond hundredfold, he felt it truly belonged to him. With a mere thought, he could summon all the vital energy at will. He understood that all of this was the fortuity bestowed upon him by the ancestor. Opening his eyes and rising, DXN approached Limu Dao and respectfully bowed. Go, you must be weary as well. Return to rest. Noticing DXIN's aura stabilizing and becoming considerably denser, Limu Dao realized at this time, the phoenix had not been wasted. Thank you, Ancestor. DXN felt so fatigued at that moment that he could hardly keep his eyes open. After bowing, he hastily made his way toward the rear palace. However, upon exiting the Ancestor's courtyard, he discovered, to his surprise, an unpleasant layer of grime had accumulated on the surface of his body. Washed feathers and marrow, he exclaimed in astonishment. He had already experienced this once before. And to his surprise, it had happened again. With each occurrence of washing feathers and marrow, the impurities within his body diminished, enhancing his potential, thereby increasing the likelihood of reaching greater heights in the future. Limu Dao watched as DXN departed, sipping his soup while continuing to sense the strands of law power hidden within the flesh of the phoenix. The divine bird inherently harbored a trace of law power within its blood and flesh. A gift from the heavens, innate and natural. This law power could be harnessed by Limu Dao, transforming into his own strength, gradually supplementing the law power he had already cultivated. His strength was steadily growing. What a pity! As the last morsel of meat disappeared into his mouth, Limu Dao expressed a hint of regret. If only such divine birds were abundant, he would possess the confidence to complete a comprehensive law in a remarkably short span of time. Once he harnessed a flawless law within his being, he would truly have the means to contend with the sages. Those acquainted with his affairs understood that his previous ability to stand toe-to-toe with Xuan Ti was attributable to the substantial law he commanded. It was a clever tactic rather than anything else. Should he truly engage in battle with a sage, it was likely that he would ultimately be the one to falter. The wisdom of focusing on a singular path rather than being scattered and impure was a lesson he grasped well. In that realm, the incompleteness of the laws actually afforded him the opportunity to comprehend all laws with relative ease, which was an advantage. However, the inability to fully grasp any singular law was a significant weakness that would undoubtedly disadvantage him in the final confrontation. It seemed imperative to seek out more rare and extraordinary beasts in the future, for only then could he elevate his strength swiftly within a limited time frame. Time was of the essence. Humanity could not afford to languish. 28 years had already slipped away, and he could not afford to wait any longer. If the West Chi were to replace them, his chances of recovery would be utterly extinguished. With a flick of his sleeve, the medicinal cauldron vanished from sight. This was an indispensable tool for future culinary endeavors, and he must not forget it. He sensed that he would frequently require it. Observing Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao, who had already settled into a meditative state in the corner, he noted their advanced cultivation. Consequently, they had consumed more of the divine bird's flesh than DXN, reaping greater benefits. The sounds of their bones cracking echoed intermittently, and their auras fluctuated continuously. El Amadeo recognized at this time they would gain immeasurable benefits. As independent cultivators, the divine bird-esque flesh would not only enhance their cultivation, but also elevate their innate talents to a new echelon. In the future, they would reach heights unattainable in their previous lives out of course. Due to Limadeo's presence, their fates had already diverged significantly from their past, embarking on an entirely different path. Subtle sounds of wind and thunder resonated within them. An extraordinary phenomena emerged behind them. With a casual wave of his hand, a barrier enveloped the two, despite being in the imperial palace of the human emperor. Limadeo prudently ensured their protection, as they would serve as great assets to the Dashang in the future, and any loss was unacceptable, especially with the falling treasure coins in Shaosheng's possession, which could yield miraculous effects when necessary. He had come to realize that as long as their strength was sufficient, these falling treasure coins could even rival the sacred artifacts of sages. However, for the time being, they could only dream of such capabilities, as they had yet to attain the ability to contend with a sage's artifact. However, the future remained uncertain. He had already regarded the two as his secret weapons, preparing to nurture them diligently. Yuan Hong of Maishan, a second-generation disciple of the Jiejiao, and the five-colored stone of Huagua Mountain. Counting them one by one, he felt he could still rally considerable support for Dashang. These individuals would one day contribute significantly to the protection of Dashang. As long as he remained steadfast and the sages refrained from intervening, there was absolutely no possibility of Dashang being supplanted by the West Qi. The next day, when Limadeo opened his eyes once more, he noticed that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, still seated in the corner, showed no signs of awakening, prompting him to disregard them. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped out into the courtyard. He pondered where in this world lay opportunities unknown to others that could bring him fortune. The western lands were barren. Even Zhuan Ti had to venture to the eastern world to seek favor, leaving no room for speculation. The north, ravaged by Nua's severing of the Xiangui's limbs, had decayed into a toxic wasteland, shrouded in poison that he had no interest in the demonic path, making that region irrelevant to him. As for the south, he realized he had no recollection of it, leading him to wonder if it might be a promising destination. Lost in thought, a sudden flicker of realization crossed his face. Song Jiazhuang. The air still resonated with those three characters, yet he had already vanished from sight. He understood that Jiang Zia was highly likely to go there. Thus, he had previously left a contingency in place. When Jiang Zia eventually arrived, he would be the first to know. According to records, Jiang Zia initially served in Dashang, only fleeing due to the Xin's incompetence. Therefore, he wished to test whether he could keep this destined figure within Dashang. He aimed to cut the root of the problem, that he was aware that Yuan Shi Tianzuan would undoubtedly have plans for Jiang Zia, yet he still wished to take a gamble. Not for any other reason, but because he was of the human race. He wished to bet on human hearts. If he truly sought the well-being of humanity, he would surely exercise his own judgment rather than blindly follow his master's designs. Of course, should the outcome prove unsatisfactory, he would have no regrets, at least knowing he had tried as for the thought of directly eliminating Jiang Zia. After the matter with Ji Chong, such notions had long since dissipated. It would be a futile endeavor. Yuan Shi Tianzuan possessed countless means to revive him. Even if he were to reduce Jiang Zia to ashes, it would hold no significance. Outside Song Jiazhuang, El Amadeo lingered in midair. Refraining from revealing himself, immediately he wished to observe what sort of person Jiang Zia truly was. Clad in travel-worn attire, his only companion was a long sword slung across his back, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would later become the pivotal figure in the downfall of Dashang? Presently, he stood at the gates of the manor, a frown etched across his brow. In truth, apart from Song Yiren, Jiang Zia knew no one else in this world. With no means of making a living apart from his cultivation, he found himself compelled to come here. After 40 years apart, he was uncertain whether Song Yiren would still recognize him. The closer he drew to home, the more anxious he became as the gatekeeper hurriedly rushed into Song Jiazhuang. Jiang Zia's eyes reflected both hope and unease. Meanwhile, in the sky behind him, Limadeo remained quietly observing, akin to a spectator detached from the world. Though he had yet to attain immortality, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Ziya, for he was the one who would bring about the demise of Deshang. After a while, an elderly man hurriedly emerged from Song Jiazhuang, and Li Medeo recognized him as the fabled Song Yiren. He couldn't help but marvel at the ancient values of friendship. Even after 40 years apart, Song Yiren still treated Jiang Ziya as if he were a brother. Watching the emotional embrace between the two, Li Medeo felt a swell of emotions, according to the records. Jiang Ziya ultimately fled from Chaoga City, yet neither Song Yiren nor Jiang Ziya's wife, Ma Shi, had any further accounts that it was clear that his brother had betrayed Shang, and it was inconceivable that he would meet a favorable end. Observing the two eagerly making their way in the manor, Li Medeo's figure vanished once more. For now, he had no intention of revealing himself. The next day, El Medeo, along with Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, arrived outside Song Jiazhuang, elegantly attired. Upon seeing their attire, the gatekeepers did not dare to be lax and hurriedly approached. "Might I inquire what brings such esteemed guests to our Song Jiazhuang?" As he spoke, he respectfully bowed. As a gatekeeper, he possessed a keen sense of discernment. "I have heard that a great sage visited your manor yesterday, and I have come to pay my respects," Li Medeo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's eyes brightened, quickly realizing whom they referred to. The only stranger who had entered the manor the previous day, Jiang Ziya. That was a close call, silently scolding himself. The gatekeeper quickly lifted his head. "Please, esteemed guests, wait a moment. I shall inform my master immediately." With that, he dashed back into the manor, disappearing in an instant, reflecting on how he had nearly laughed at Jiang Ziya's disheveled state the day before. He now recognized the folly of his earlier judgment. Fortunately, he had restrained himself. Outside Song Jiazhuang, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao curiously surveyed the manor, finding nothing particularly remarkable, which left them feeling perplexed. "Big brother, could there truly be a great sage here?" Pointing at Zhuangzi before him, Xiao Sheng was filled with disbelief. Although he was a solitary cultivator, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about the art of divination. It was implausible that such an ordinary place could harbor the extraordinary individuals spoken of by Li Muda. O disciples of sages count? Li Muda, aware of his skepticism, turned to inquire out of course. "They certainly do," Xiao Sheng replied, nodding vigorously. "What a joke! If disciples of sages are excluded, then surely there would be no great sages left in this world. Which sage's disciple is it, and how could they possibly be here?" The simpleton also approached, curiosity piqued by the question. "The one from Yusu Palace." Li Muda gestured with his hand, leaving the two dumbfounded. If memory served, they were certainly not on friendly terms with the Chan school. They had first slain the disciple of that sage, Qing Su Dao de Jinjun, then pummeled Tai Yizhenrun, and subsequently, not long ago, feasted upon the phoenix he had nurtured. Contemplating this, the two exchanged strange glances with Li Muda. Suspecting that their leader might have some enmity with the sage from Yusu Palace, that you seek to live or die, boss? Xiao Sheng could no longer contain himself and began to crack his knuckles. "Yes, boss, just say the word, and we will ensure it's done perfectly," Qiao Bao chimed in, patting his chest as the leader's assistants. They were well acquainted with his desires. Both wore expressions that suggested he need not hold back. This scene caused Li Muda's lips to twitch. "Fighting and killing is not the goal. I have genuinely come to seek wise men, not for the reasons you presume," he explained, exasperation evident on his face. He could not fathom how they perceived him as merely a violent figure. The two said nothing further, yet their gazes conveyed a lack of belief. During their exchange, two figures hurriedly emerged from Song family village. As they approached, Song Yiren wore a proud expression. Even Jiang Ziya appeared spirited. Initially, he believed he would be inconsequential among the human race, yet he never anticipated someone would come specifically to visit him. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but more so, he was filled with pride. Upon seeing the three elegantly dressed individuals outside Song family village, they slowed their pace, straightened their somewhat disheveled robes, and stepped forward. "I see that the three of you have come to seek me. Might I inquire as to the purpose?" Jiang Ziya asked, his expression imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. He was certain he did not recognize these individuals, Yet he exuded absolute confidence in any encounter. Him. 40 years of cultivation at Yusu Palace, while not insignificant, would undoubtedly overwhelm those present here. You are the ancestor of the Dashang? Song Irin, after a moment of hesitation, recognized Li Muta's somewhat familiar face. Overwhelmed with excitement, he promptly bowed. Song Irin pays respects to the ancestor of Dashang. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The events that transpired in Chaoga City had not been concealed from the ordinary human populace. Thus, it was likely that many had witnessed Li Muta's presence at that time, and evidently, Song Yiren was among them. Upon hearing this, even Jiang Zia felt a jolt within, his earlier arrogance dissipating. He had underestimated the trio, mistaking them for mere mortals, unaware that their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. Yet as he raised his head, confusion washed over him once more. What could they possibly want from him? Please do rise today. There is no ancestor of Dashang here. I have come solely to seek the wise. Li Muta stepped forward, gently assisting Song Yiren to his feet, then turned his gaze to Jiang Zia, directly posing the question, would you be willing to serve in Dashang and contribute to the human race? You jest, my abilities are well known to me. I hardly deserve such an invitation from the ancestor, Jiang Zia humbly replied. Bowing his hands, he simply could not comprehend what merit he could possibly offer in the presence of such a formidable figure. Nonsense. I am well aware of your exceptional talent. As long as you are willing to join Dashang, there will undoubtedly be a place for you to showcase your abilities. Li Muta's gaze was piercing, showing no intention of letting Jiang Zia slip away. Then I must express my gratitude. Ancestor, I am willing at that moment. Jiang Zia felt a wave of emotion, reminiscent of the unrecognized efforts he had experienced in Yusu Palace. Excellent. You are one of us. Having attained knowledge, you must contribute to our kind. Tomorrow, I shall have the Emperor issue a decree summoning you to the palace. Li Muta, like a seasoned elder, gave Jiang Zia a hearty pat on the shoulder. Even he had not anticipated the proceedings to unfold so smoothly that in truth, if you were willing to transition to my imperial cultivation method, transcending life and death would not pose a challenge, he added, casting one last glance at Jiang Zia. Leaving behind those words, he witnessed a fleeting glimmer of brilliance in Jiang Zia's eyes, only for it to vanish in an instant, as a disciple of a sage. Changing allegiances was a tremendous taboo. Thus, Li Muta was not in a hurry. For now, he would leave a glimmer of hope in Jiang Zia's heart. Amidst the disappointed expressions of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, Li Muta waved his hand and turned it apart. Boss, I've noticed something different about you today, Xiao Sheng remarked, his tone tinged with peculiarity. In what way? Qiao Bao interjected. You seem to exude far less killing intent than before. This marked the first occasion Li Muta had left home without shedding blood. Is that so? Li Muta's tone held a hint of exasperation, as if he were being unjustly labeled a bloodthirsty maniac. In truth, he too yearned for a peaceful existence, yet the world had not afforded him such an opportunity. For the sake of humanity, he was compelled to continue striving, even possibly opposing all celestial beings. Aside from the human race behind him, he stood against the world in the ensuing 3 years. Due to the presence of Li Muta and Master One, no significant events transpired in Chaoga City. Under Li Muta's guidance, Jiang Zia flourished, not only becoming a prominent official of Dashang, but also integrating seamlessly with many ministers of the dynasty. Furthermore, with Li Muta personally facilitating the arrangement, Jiang Zia and the Ma family were married without enduring the hardships of the previous life, and they treated each other with respect. Li Muta ensured that everything was arranged, yet 3 years had passed. And still, there was no offspring from Jiang Zia and the Ma family. Should they have children, even if Yuan Shi Tianzun were to summon him to Shiqi, he might very well refuse. After all, in Dashang, he had everything he desired. Although he did not hold the highest position in the court, due to Li Muta's influence, nobody dared to belittle him. Moreover, with Li Muta's assistance, Jiang Zia had made significant progress in the imperial cultivation method over 3 years. With persistent effort, he would eventually transcend the mortal realm. However, due to his apprehension regarding Yuan Shi Tianzun, he had only skimmed the surface, refraining from delving too deeply into the study. This was a source of disappointment for Li Muta. If Jiangxia were genuinely willing to devote himself to cultivation, Li Muda would have no qualms about imparting his teachings without reservation. After all, this would signify Jiangxia's true allegiance to the Shang and his rejection of Yuan Shitian Zun's decree. Historically, Jiangxia had descendants. It was inconceivable that 3 years would yield nothing in the small courtyard. Li Muda stroked his chin, pondering this issue earnestly. He could not shake the unease of Jiangxia not genuinely practicing his methods. If he could produce offspring, perhaps Jiangxia would truly find his place here. Perhaps it's time for me to make another trip to the East Sea, he mused. His expression bore a hint of cunning. The Dragon Clan was indeed a formidable ally. Had it not been for the fact that Emperor Xian had only 2 offspring, he was convinced that when he presented that segment of the dragon tail to Emperor Xian, the imperial harem would have been blessed with several more heirs. He firmly believed that the Dragon Clan could assist Jiangxia in resolving this dilemma. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure vanished once more from the small courtyard. It was time for him to revisit Chintang Pass. Neza must have been anxiously awaiting his return. Before Chintang Pass, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a tumultuous tide surged at the gates. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas loomed atop the clouds. Their faces twisted in ferocity as they gazed upon Li Jing, Neza, and the throngs of citizens below. These were prime offerings, and since the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race had not afforded them the opportunity to feast upon such blood delicacies. At long last, the day had come again, and it was justified. Just as recorded, the scene of Neza wreaking havoc in the sea unfolded uncontrollably. Li Jing, surrender Neza, or I shall make the citizens of this pass pay the price. The booming voice of the East Sea Dragon King echoed throughout Chintang Pass. His eyes glimmered with malice. Fortunately, he was aware of the Great Lord arrangements beforehand, or else another dragon offspring would have perished. Who would have thought that such a delicate child would wield such formidable treasures? Beneath his gaze lay an unmistakable apprehension, especially towards that petite fire hood, which was nothing short of a bane to the aquatic clan. A fragment of his own essence, transformed into a dragon offspring, couldn't withstand even a breath before that treasure. Truly terrifying. Atop Chintang Pass, both Li Jing and Lady Yin were clad in armor. Lady Yin looked at Neza with eyes filled with sympathy. While Li Jing's gaze was tinged with disgust and frustration, he had once had a promising future, but who could have foreseen that he would behave so recklessly, causing such a catastrophic incident? Presently, Neza wore the Qinquan circle upon his arm and the Hunyuan silk around his waist, wielding golden bricks that danced in his hands, contemplating whether he could strike those 4 boisterous Dragon Kings unexpectedly. By my hands? What a jest! That word does not exist in my lexicon. Brother Ao, please temper your wrath at my son Neza is a disciple personally chosen by the ancestor of the Shang, that I implore you. For my sake, to spare him this time, Li Jing said, pinching his nose and forcing a smile. Your face? Do you think it carries weight? Can your face exchange for my son's life? The East Sea Dragon King roared defiantly. What he sought was the disciple of the Shang ancestor to avenge the slaughter of his dragon offspring from years past. He desired nothing but Neza's demise, wishing to make Li Mu Dao experience the agony of losing a disciple. If he could not defeat Li Mu Dao, could he not deal with his disciple? The ferocity in the eyes of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings fixated upon Neza. That year, not only the offspring of the East Sea Dragon Palace perished. All 4 Sea Dragon Kings suffered severe losses in recent years. The number of offspring had only begun to recover, and their inner pain had slightly eased. You wretched child, Li Jing's face turned ashen with rage. Yet before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, he found himself powerless, unable to utter a word of authority, and could only vent his anger upon Neza. Father, I take responsibility for my actions. Release me. I shall vanquish those 4 old mudfish. In his other hand, the 9-dragon divine fire hood creaked ominously. Neza had never endured such humiliation. Kill them, indeed. Who do you think you are? What will happen to the citizens of Chintang Pass? Li Jing's face darkened with fury, nearly causing him to leap in agitation. He had thought he had secured a swift passage aboard the ancestor of the Shang's vessel. Yet unexpectedly, after 3 years, he remained in Chintang Pass, with no signs of promotion. While Neza became a source of trouble, Minor mischief was one thing, but now he had drawn the dragon tendons from the East Sea Dragon King's son, claiming it for a belt. What status did he possess to warrant such audacity? That he had not been scared to death was already a stroke of luck. Such misfortune he extended a trembling finger towards Neza, yet his anger rendered him speechless. Why, Lord, regardless of the circumstances. Neza is still our child. Lady Een interjected, seizing the moment. It would have been better not to mention it. Upon doing so, Li Jing nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. This filial piety he could hardly bear. What shall we do now? Are we to let the citizens bear the brunt of this wretched child? Li Jing turned to glare fiercely at Lady Een, nearly accusing her outright of coddling him. If the entire city of citizens perished today, not only would his career come to an end, but his very life would also be at stake. It is only because my master is not present. Otherwise, those 4 old mudfish would not dare to be so arrogant, Neza scoffed. Threatening the citizens of the city was no mark of manhood. If they had the courage, they should engage in a duel and see who would falter. That master, having met only once, was his idol. If his master could eliminate threats to the people, so too could he, and he would not allow his master to lose face even a little. Though he currently lacked cultivation, the treasures his master gifted him were indeed powerful. He felt no fear. Silence. Li Jing raised his hand high, yet he did not dare to strike. He too was afraid. That golden brick was no mere ornament. This little being was akin to a chaotic demon. Had it not been for Lady Yin's oversight, he knew not how many times he would have been struck by a brick in the past 3 years. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Li Jing slowly crouched down. Neza was like a stubborn donkey. One had to stroke him the right way. Neza, let me ask you this. If your master were here, would he involve the entire city of citizens in this calamity? Li Jing pointed towards the wall, where all the citizens looked up at the towering waves outside the city, a palpable sense of panic spreading through the crowd. Neza's expression grew complex as he turned to look. The citizens of the city, young and old, with elders sporting white hair and infants cradled in arms, had just been born and were unaware of the unfolding chaos. Should this deluge arrive, they would not even have had the chance to glimpse the world before being cast into another cycle of reincarnation, all due to his actions, though that dragon prince was indeed a rascal. Having stealthily consumed dozens of children from Chuntang Pass, he was ridding the people of a menace, yet he could not bear the weight of this outcome. His gaze swept over the faces filled with fear and unease, and guilt finally settled upon him. I take responsibility for my actions. I shall face my fate. When he raised his head again, only determination remained on his face. Good child, a man should bear such burdens. Li Jing raised his hand in commendation, ready to pat Neza on the shoulder, but his gesture was interrupted by a voice that froze him in place. Why, Lord, Neza is our child. How can you act thus? Lady Yin's voice brimmed with disbelief and anger. What would you have me do? Should I allow the entire city of citizens to perish today? Li Jing spun around, his eyes filled with a predatory glare. I'm Neza's mother. If a life must be paid, let it be mine. With those words, Lady Een resolutely advanced towards the city wall. You foolish woman. Li Jing stepped forward, swiftly striking her down before she could react. If Lady Een were to perish here while he lived, how could he face himself? Surely, Emperor Xian would not spare him. Though the lineage of the Wu family had declined, they were still of royal blood, incomparable to Li Jing. Thank you, father. Watching Lady Een fall unconscious, Neza's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Though he often misbehaved, he could not stand idly by while an entire city perished for his sake, seeing the clarity in Neza's eyes. Li Jing could not help but shut his own, gesturing with his hand to go. I will take care of your mother. Alas, the overwhelming fortune that Li Jing could not grasp, he could hardly blame others for it. He merely hoped that the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas might spare Chuntang Pass in light of Neza's demise. Turning back, Neza resolutely walked towards the city walls, before the lofty Dragon Kings. He felt no trepidation whatsoever as he walked. He lowered his head, removing one treasured artifact after another from his person. After all, he was about to depart from this world, and it was time to return the gifts bestowed upon him by his master. Old mudfish, just wait. One day my master will flay every last one of you. Standing atop the city walls, gazing at the tumultuous waves that had engulfed the pass, Neza spread his arms wide and lifted his gaze. "Come forth, spare the lives of the city's inhabitants. What harm is there in offering my life to you?" He remained but a child, yet his face bore an expression of serene acceptance. He had become an ordinary human devoid of any threat. Nevertheless, even in this state, the dragon kings of the four seas did not advance. "Brother, what shall we do?" the West Sea Dragon King inquired. Peering forth. Apart from the East Sea, the West Sea had suffered the greatest losses among the dragon kin, including his most cherished dragon son, and it was here that his deepest hatred resided. What to do? Let him take his own life. Must we truly intervene? His eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph, as if everything were under his control. Indeed, what of the esteemed ancestor of the great Shang? He would exact his revenge bit by bit, and no drop of dragon blood would be shed in vain. "You speak wisely," the West Sea Dragon King declared, his robes billowing, a cold glint shooting from his sleeve. Descending directly, "Neza, today you shall end your own life here, and my dragon kin shall hold no grudge." As the words echoed, a sharp light rapidly expanded before Neza, who stood motionless as the sword embedded itself into the stones at his feet. Its hilt level with the ground, a fine sword. Stepping forward, Neza exerted a bit of force, pulling the blade from the stone as the cut upon the ground gleamed as smooth as a mirror. With the sword horizontally positioned, he hesitated not a moment longer before placing it against his neck. A mere stroke would conclude his existence if there were any resentment. It stemmed from not having slain more dragonkin. Though he was small, he saw clearly. The dragon clan harbored ill intentions and would inevitably pose a threat to humanity once more. The slender figure of Neza atop the city walls caught the gaze of the citizens below. Within Shuntang Pass, a few sobs initially emerged, swiftly spreading like contagion among the populace, growing louder until it crescendoed into an earth-shattering wail. Though Neza occasionally exhibited mischief, it was merely the playful nature of a child. Everyone knew he was a good boy. How could one idolizing the esteemed ancestor of the great Shang truly be deemed vile? Regarding the slaying of the Dragon Prince, the citizens were all too aware of the truth. Over the past year within Chuntang Pass, more than a few dozen children had perished at the hands of the East Sea. Some had even witnessed the East Sea Dragon Prince luring children of humanity into the depths, ultimately becoming the prey of that beast. Regrettably, Li Jing turned a blind eye, always claiming that had the children remained within Chuntang Pass, such tragedies would not have occurred. Neza was ridding the world of harm. What wrong was there in that? Yet, faced with such a towering wave, they could not save themselves, let alone the small figure before them. The heavens were unjust, truly unjust. It was uncertain who initiated it. But the cries within Chuntang Pass grew ever louder. The cacophony irritated Li Jing, who opened his eyes with annoyance and cast a disdainful glance at Neza. He believed Neza was the cause of it all. Once Neza was gone, the noise would cease, the Dragon Kings would retreat, and Chuntang Pass would return to its former tranquility, with him still the commander of the pass. Neza turned his head, casting a lingering glance at the city that held 3 years of his cherished memories, thinking this would be the end. With a swift motion, the sword glided towards his neck. Wait! Just as the sword was about to sever his neck, a languid voice arose. It was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, standing amidst the towering waves. "You took my son, stripping him of his dragon scales and extracting his dragon tendons. To let you die so easily would be too lenient." His eyes widened in rage, barely concealing the malice within. Though the so-called Dragon Prince was but a projection of himself, the pain he endured that day was very much his own, and he could not allow this child to perish so effortlessly. "What do you intend?" Neza raised his gaze, devoid of joy or sorrow, his eyes filled with tranquility. The intensity of his gaze startled the East Sea Dragon King, nearly causing him to leap. He had never encountered such a look in a child. Yet, none of it mattered now. Today, death was inevitable. With this thought, a hint of anger mixed with humiliation crossed his face. "I demand you sever your limbs and carve out your own heart and entrails." "Very well." Neza's voice was as calm as a still lake, as though he were not the one undertaking such an act. Beneath the towering waves, his voice remained undeterred. The East Sea Dragon King, though astonished by his composure, felt it was merely a passing surprise, Nez's right hand moved slightly, and with a swift motion, his left arm was severed cleanly at the root. Blood gushing forth instantly, his face paling in an instant, yet he merely emitted a cold snort. His gaze remained fixed upon the East Sea Dragon King's face, as if even in death, he wished to etch the visage of his foe into his memory. This child must not be spared, the West Sea Dragon King remarked, visibly shaken. Beyond his artifacts, he was merely an ordinary human child. He did not expect him to endure so much if left alive. With a stroke of fortune, no one could predict the heights he might achieve. Clearly, the Dragon Kin had made an implacable enemy of him, that I am well aware, the East Sea Dragon King retorted, turning to glare fiercely at the West Sea Dragon King. Though he did not show it, he too was deeply shaken. Proceed. Observing Neza, who continued to bleed profusely, the East Sea Dragon King uttered coldly. Should too much time pass and Neza perish from blood loss, it would render the entire affair meaningless. Very well. Gritting his teeth, Neza managed to utter those words, with a flash of cold light. The sword arced towards his left leg. The blade was indeed sharp. With a single stroke, his left leg was severed at the root, and he could no longer suppress a groan. His vision blurred, and his face grew even more pallid. Yet his eyes remained wide open, as if striving to remember the four figures above in the sky. With a clang, the sword slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. However, in the next moment, the blade floated before him once more, perfectly within reach. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes sparkled with mockery, patiently awaiting his next move. Point one more leg. An arm, carve out your heart and entrails. Fear not, I shall assist you. I will not allow you to die so soon. This scene, far from repulsing the East Sea Dragon King with its brutality, ignited a thrill within him. This was the intoxicating sensation of wielding absolute power. As you wish. Neza struggled to form a smile, extending his remaining right hand to grasp the sword anew. Simultaneously, a rush of ethereal energy coursed through him, revitalizing his spirit. Of course, the East Sea Dragon King's intentions were not benevolent. He merely feared Neza might perish too soon, failing to reach the point of self-mutilation. With a flick of the blade, Neza severed his other leg at the root. Li Jing could not help but close his eyes and turn away, yet he could not muster a shred of resistance, murmuring to himself, "Do not blame your father. This is all of your own making. You have no one else to blame. In your next life, do not be so unruly again. The Dragon King of the Four Seas is not an entity he can provoke. Thus he must feign ignorance of all that transpires in Chintang Pass. Only the lowly sounds of weeping remain, as the townsfolk have long since lost their voices, rendered hoarse by despair. All eyes are fixed upon the lofty figure of the Dragon King of the Four Seas above, filled with an indelible hatred. Yet they are mere mortals, powerless to assist Neza. A soft murmur reaches Li Jing's ear, startling him, and he swiftly turns to deliver a precise strike to Madame Inez's neck, knowing she cannot withstand this scene. After taking several deep breaths, Neza feels his strength returning. He raises his sword once more, this time intent on disemboweling his foe. O Dragon King of the Four Seas, how audacious you are to harm my disciple. A voice reverberates from the heavens, and in the next instant, a golden bridge extends rapidly from the horizon, upon which a figure radiating murderous intent soars toward them. Master, Neza, having held his breath, finally relaxes, his vision darkening as he collapses, losing consciousness. Great ancestor of the Shang, observing the immense golden bridge and the figure upon it, the Dragon King of the East trembles, his legs feeling as if they are weighed down by lead. Memories of the terror he once felt under Li Mu Dao's dominion resurface, and he senses the lingering pain of his dragon tail, which he believed had healed long ago. How does he know? His voice trembles with panic, stripped of its earlier arrogance. Flee, flee, quickly. Shoving aside the other three Dragon Kings, he turns and rushes toward the East Sea, wishing he could sprout more legs to escape, but he senses that failure to flee this time would result in certain death. Though the looming figure remains far off, the palpable aura of murderous intent prickles his scales with discomfort. Brother, we cannot simply leave. That little creature is not yet dead, the Dragon King of the West exclaims, grasping the sleeve of the Dragon King of the East and pointing at Neza on the city walls. There, the fragmented figure lies in a pool of blood, pitiful and isolated, with a glimmering sword reflecting a cold light nearby. If you wish to kill him, go ahead, but now get out of my way. The Dragon King of the East expends all his strength to kick the Dragon King of the West aside, disregarding the torn sleeve as he frantically conjures a massive wave to propel himself toward the East Sea. He has personally witnessed the terror of that divine killer and has no desire to be served up on the banquet table of Shang. Brother, the Dragon King of the West gazes blankly at the torn sleeve in his hand, reaching out to grasp it once more, but in that fleeting moment, the Dragon King of the East figure has already vanished. The other three Dragon Kings are left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a drastic change in the Dragon King of the East, unable to fathom why he has become so uncharacteristically fearful. After all, what terror could a mere human possibly wield? The last time they slaughtered the Dragon Clan's offspring, they refrained from intervening due to their own guilt. Now that he has returned, they could settle old scores. Surely, the combined strength of the three Dragon Kings would suffice against this so-called great ancestor of Shang, even if they were to retreat 1,000 steps. Should they truly be outmatched, could he really abandon the lives of the townsfolk? They possess ample means to ensure he treads carefully out a glimmer of ambition flashes in the eyes of the Dragon King of the West. Should they succeed in defeating the human ancestor under his leadership, the Four Seas Dragon Clan would regard him with reverence. As for the cowardly Dragon King of the East, he would surely be looked down upon even by his own aquatic kin. Second brother, what shall we do now? The gaze of the Dragon King of the North falls upon the Dragon King of the West, awaiting his decision. Among the Four Sea Dragon Kings, the Dragon King of the East holds the highest status, followed by the Dragon King of the West, whose power is slightly inferior. Despite harboring ambitions to usurp the position of the Dragon King of the East, he has always been thwarted by his own lack of strength. The remaining Dragon Kings of the North and South are either timid or indecisive. Thus his opportunity has arrived. Go. You must dispatch that little creature first. I wish to make the great ancestor of the Shang experience the anguish of losing a disciple. The Dragon King of the West adjusts his attire and casts a glance at Neza. Though his aspirations remain unrealized, he has already assumed the demeanor befitting his ambition. He has awaited this day for an eternity, meticulously rehearsing his tone and gestures countless times. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Now his opportunity has come. However, second brother, the Dragon King of the North observes the swiftly approaching figure of Limu Dao, his voice tinged with trepidation. Humph, do you dare to disregard my words? The Dragon King of the West turns, emitting a cold snort that causes the Dragon King of the North to tremble. The imposing demeanor of this high-ranking figure is even more daunting than that of the Dragon King of the East. Respectfully, second brother commands. Gritting his teeth, he bows and channels his magic, causing the sword beside Neza to soar once more. Go, slay him yourself. Today we must establish our might against the human race, and let them know that we, the Dragon Clan, are not to be trifled with. In our eyes, they are no more than insects. The Dragon King of the West's gaze is icy, wholly dissatisfied with the earlier performance of the Dragon King of the North. With a clang, the sword slips from the control of the Dragon King of the North, crashing to the ground. The Dragon King of the North bows once more. Yes, I understand, second brother. After speaking, he swiftly descends toward the city walls of Chuntang Pass. The Dragon King of the South, observing the scene with a detached gaze, is filled with disdain. One cannot help but wonder if the North Sea Dragon Clan has truly fallen so low as to elect such a weakling as their king. South Sea, do you take issue with my earlier actions? The Dragon King of the West turns to regard the Dragon King of the South, wearing a smile that is more mocking than genuine. Nay, second brother speaks the truth. I, the younger brother, shall follow your lead. The Dragon King of the South responds with a sycophantic grin, appearing even more pathetic than the Dragon King of the North. They have forgotten that the current Dragon Clan pales in comparison to its former glory during the era of the Dragon Han calamity. Presently, even the mightiest among them, the Dragon King of the East, has merely reached the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation. Had one with true backbone been chosen as king, he would have perished long ago. In the primordial world, since its inception, no one knows how many hidden powers lie concealed within this vast expanse. These beings could extinguish the current dragon clan with a mere swipe of their hand. Without finesse, the dragon clan would have long since met its demise. If only you truly believe that, work diligently, and second brother shall not treat you poorly. The Dragon King of the West pats the shoulder of the Dragon King of the South with satisfaction. In a brief span, he has witnessed the benefits of power, and his desires swell once more. This time, he is determined to demonstrate to the Four Seas Dragon Clan who is truly fit to be their sovereign. As for the spineless Dragon King of the East, under his leadership, the Dragon Clan would face ruin. Without even mentioning the restoration of the glory of their ancestral dragon, it seems the entire Dragon Clan would be led to ruin by his lack of fortitude. Second brother, must we truly kill? A voice calls from the city walls. The Dragon King of the North has already seized the sword, yet as he confronts the rapidly approaching man, fear and hesitation grip his heart. Fool, summon the ferocity you once wielded in battle. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being a Sea Dragon King? The Dragon King of the West glares at the trembling Dragon King of the North, his anger flaring. What has become of the fierceness he once displayed while slaughtering the North Sea's human populace? With such a Dragon King, can one hope for the restoration of their ancestors' former glory? Act quickly, or it will be too late. The Dragon King of the West stomps his foot, unleashing his formidable presence upon the Dragon King of the North. Today, he intends to teach the North Sea Dragon King how to conduct himself. Yes, second brother. Cold sweat beads on the brow of the Dragon King of the North as he gazes down at Neza, sprawled in a pool of blood, appearing utterly lifeless, with no sign of movement. A sinister expression creeps across his face. Let the blame fall upon the Dragon King of the West. I am but a victim of circumstance. Muttering to himself, his wrist trembling, a glimmer of cold light flashed by. And Neza was flipped over by the tip of the sword, his abdomen exposed to the sky. He intended to continue the unfinished business that Neza had initiated. He knew this was what the Dragon King of the West wished to witness. Just moments ago, the Dragon King of the West nearly erupted in rage upon hearing a remark from the Dragon King of the North. However, upon observing the movements of the Dragon King of the North, he suppressed the impulse to kick him to death. The citizens of Chantang Pass, whose hearts had been filled with hope moments before, now looked upon the grotesque visage of the Dragon King of the North, their expressions instantly transforming into despair. Silently, they prayed for Limadeo to hasten his arrival, fearing that it might soon be too late to Perhaps due to the act of turning over, Neza was jolted awake by pain. Struggling to open his eyes, gazing at the Dragon King of the North before him and the two old eels suspended in midair, his eyes brimming with derision. With the last vestiges of his strength, he spat out a mouthful of blood, though regrettably, it did not land on the Dragon King of the North. Old eel, your end is nigh. You are finished. My master has arrived, and he will surely slay you all. Flay your skins. I wonder how delectable your flesh truly is. That a hint of regret crossed his features. After all, the last little dragon had vanished as a mere phantom after he had flayed it, and he had never had the chance to savor roasted dragon meat. This statement ignited the ferocity within the Dragon King of the North. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, dispelling any prior hesitation. With a flourish, he directed his precious sword straight toward Neza. Heart extraction and abdominal disembowelment were his specialties, having practiced them countless times on humans in the Northern Sea. However, today marked the first occasion he would attempt such an act on the child of the Grand General of the Deshan dynasty. The thought exhilarated him. He acknowledged that he was becoming increasingly excited. Fear not. I shall not allow you to suffer excessively. His brow arched as he regarded Neza, his gaze rife with bloodlust. Perhaps this emanated from the primal instincts of the dragon race. He looked down upon the Grand General of Chantang Pass, who had turned away, unable to bear the sight. If he could protect Neza, it would elevate his standing in the eyes of others. Yet, to push his own child forward like this was something he could never bring himself to do, even if he were in the same position, of course. He was not surprised that humans could commit such acts. After all, humanity is a complex race, comprising both noble souls willing to sacrifice everything for their kind and those of boundless selfishness. In summary, this race possesses an extraordinary potential, capable of reaching the zenith of the primordial world, yet also a dismally low threshold, capable of unspeakable deeds. Sometimes he found himself envious of this race, for the Dragonkin had never produced anyone willing to forsake everything for the sake of their kind. However, Li Jing was indeed one of the lower ones. Worthless. Such a being dared to call himself brother to the dragon race. As the cold light descended, his emotions surged, excitement reaching a zenith. He was no longer willing to wait. Lest the elder of the Deshang truly arrive. Facing the icy gleam descending upon him, Neza displayed no reaction. Perhaps he had succumbed to the pain, and additional cuts would bear little significance. The only lament was that he would not see his master one last time. In truth, he had only met his master once, and aside from receiving magical artifacts, there had been no opportunity for him to impart any cultivation techniques. Yet, from the formidable weapons bestowed upon him, he felt the love of his master. In the next life, perhaps he could once again be his disciple, and he vowed to truly appreciate that love. Perhaps it was a moment of clarity. In an instant, he perceived a vision before him. He even saw his master's face magnifying before him. "Master, is it you?" he murmured, his voice muffled. "I have not disgraced you. It is wonderful to see you before my end." That he struggled to force a smile onto his face, not wishing for his master to witness his wretched state, even if this moment existed only in his imagination. He sought to leave a favorable impression, for what if in the next life his master chose not to accept him? Yet in the next heartbeat, he felt powerful arms enveloping him tightly. "Good child, do not worry. Your master will not allow you to perish." A voice echoed in his ear. This was real, not an illusion. He had finally awaited his master. He desperately attempted to widen his eyes, to glimpse his master once more. But he had already exhausted his final ounce of strength. Rather than opening wider, his eyelids grew heavier, and he found it increasingly difficult to keep them open. "Good child, you have suffered. Rest now. When you awaken, all shall be well." Upon hearing this, Neza's vision darkened, and he fainted. Observing the chaotic scene, Limadeo's eyes brimmed with fury. He had not anticipated arriving just a moment too late, temporarily disregarding the trembling Dragon King of the North before him. He slowly bent down, carefully lifting Neza's tender arms and leg from the ground. That moment, he truly felt the anguish Neza had endured. After all, he was but a child, even accounting for the 3 years spent in his mother's womb. He was merely 6 years old. How could they dare lay hands on him? As for the old eels, he held no fear of their escape. Under the lock of his aura, any movement on their part would result in their swift demise by his thunderous might. Standing tall, he drew Neza's small form into his being for nurturing. He would reconstruct Neza's physical form. When he awoke once more, Neza would possess an incredibly powerful physique, and he vowed that never again would Neza endure such torment. Limadeo wore a calm expression, as though the previous murderous intent had never existed. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing, he exhaled slowly and turned away. He feared he might not restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow to Li Jing. "You, how do you wish to die?" He addressed the Dragon King of the North with a placid demeanor. Though Limadeo appeared calm, a profound terror lurked within his gaze. With a clatter, the Dragon King's sword clattered to the ground. In his eyes, the bloodlust had entirely receded, leaving only fear. Being closest to Limadeo, he felt the dread more acutely. Within those unfathomable eyes, the Dragon King of the North seemed to behold an endless sea of corpses and blood. Countless ancient demons lying prostrate at Limadeo's feet. The sounds of his trembling teeth echoed. Only then did he truly comprehend why the Dragon King of the East had appeared so alarmed and panicked at Limadeo's arrival. With a thunderous step forward, an unparalleled might emanated from Limadeo, and 2 palpable glimmers of murderous intent shot forth from his eyes, as though those 2 glares alone could pin the Dragon King of the North in place. "No, you cannot kill me." The Dragon King of the North, filled with terror, collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet, all the while shouting, "I, the Dragon King of the 4 seas, serve the Tao Ancestor's command to suppress the sea. Should you slay me, it would be a transgression against the Tao Ancestor's decree." The Dragon King of the North had never envisioned that what had once brought them such humiliation, the suppression of the sea, would become his last lifeline. "Is that so?" Limadeo's expression was one of mocking smile, yet beneath this facade lay an icy demeanor. Yes, that is correct." The Dragon King of the North hastily nodded in agreement. Never had his mind raced so quickly as it did today. He was terrified that one misstep would cost him his life. No, that is not quite right. The Tao ancestor requires the Dragon King who suppresses the CEI. Yet, this Dragon King does not have to be you. Does it? The smile of Limadeo appeared to the Dragon King of the North as more terrifying than that of a demon. Upon hearing those words, the color drained from the Dragon King's face. No, you cannot do this. He recognized that Limadeo spoke the truth. Yet his head continued to shake vigorously from side to side, fearful that Limadeo might crush him with a mere slap. Suddenly, as if a latent survival instinct had erupted within him, a wave surged beneath his feet, allowing him to stand atop it and swiftly ascend towards the direction of the West Sea Dragon King. He felt that once he reached that place, he would be safe. Limadeo, with an air of indifference, lifted his gaze to observe this scene. Since he had already descended, there was no turning back. No sooner had the words left his lips than an order chain, woven from the principles of water, materialized in Limadeo's hand. With a flick of his wrist, the chain surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the airborne North Sea Dragon King. Limadeo. The North Sea Dragon King's speed resembled that of a tortoise. Thus, it was only natural that the order chain shattered the wave beneath the North Sea Dragon King and subsequently ensnared one of his legs. In the midst of his terror, with another forceful tug, he was sent hurtling back at an even greater speed than before. Second brother, save me. Boom. Just as his plea escaped his lips, his entire being crashed heavily onto the battlements of Chintang Pass, causing the entire structure to tremble violently before settling into silence. If it were an ordinary person, such a fall would have reduced them to a mere pulp. However, the North Sea Dragon King was different. He still clung to life. Compared to the physical pain, the terror in his heart was far more daunting. He understood that this individual had no intention of allowing him to survive. Hearing footsteps approach from behind, he desperately clawed at the crevices between the bricks of the city wall, attempting to crawl forward and distance himself from the harbinger of death behind him. Yet the order chain that bound him was overwhelmingly heavy, rendering him incapable of even a single step. Raising his head, he could only beseech with his eyes, praying that the West Sea Dragon King would come to his rescue. Indeed, he had not misjudged. The West Sea Dragon King truly stepped forward, reigniting a glimmer of hope within him. Your Excellency, to torment my dragonkin in such a manner is rather disrespectful, is it not? The West Sea Dragon King's voice resonated with authority, asserting that regardless of Limadeo's formidable strength, he could not possibly disregard the lives of the entire city as populace. Those foolish ants below, now united in their enmity, glared at the three Dragon Kings with a shared fury. Were their gazes lethal, the trio would have perished countless times over. Alas, it was a pity that mere looks could not kill. Limadeo halted his steps, his brow furrowing as he lifted his head. Which Dragon King might you be? Observing the abyss-like gaze of Limadeo, the South Sea Dragon King instinctively shrank back, positioning the West Sea Dragon King in front of him, confirming through their exchanged glances that this individual was not to be trifled with. He, as a Dragon King well-versed in the art of situational awareness, was already prepared to flee at a moment's notice. The West Sea Dragon King, noticing the South Sea Dragon King's movement, felt displeased. Yet he understood that this was not the time to address the South Sea Dragon King. He silently made a note to remember this transgression. You shall remember, I am the West Sea Dragon King, sovereign of the entire West Sea aquatic realm. Upon uttering this, he unconsciously raised his chin high. However, after today, it was highly probable that a new ruler of the Four Seas Dragon Clan would emerge. Oh, is that so? So it was you who orchestrated all of this. He could surmise the West Sea Dragon King's intention to establish dominance over him. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore it, retracting his gaze to continue advancing towards the North Sea Dragon King. A mere West Sea Dragon King posed little threat. It was simply a matter of delivering an additional slap. And what if it is? The West Sea Dragon King puffed out his chest, his words lacking sincerity. In his pursuit of becoming the new sovereign of the Four Seas, he was willing to risk it all. Stay for a moment. Limadeo's tone was flat, as though he were discussing an inconsequential matter. During their exchange, he had already reached the North Sea Dragon King's side, seizing one of his legs and effortlessly lifting him with a strong scent of blood. It appears you have not refrained from taking lives. However, fret not. Since you have fallen into my grasp, I shall take it upon myself to purify you." As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from his wrist, and with a sudden, forceful shake, a surge of tremendous power coursed through the North Sea Dragon King's body, eliciting a look of horror. No, his voice barely escaped when it was drowned out by the cacophony of exploding bones. Under the immense force, every bone in the North Sea Dragon King's body shattered, transforming him involuntarily into a five-clawed azure dragon, dangling limply in Limedeo's grip like a boneless creature. "Live well. I do not wish to grant you such an easy end." With a flick of his hand, the North Sea Dragon King was tossed into the bag behind him. "Now, it is your turn." Faced with Limedeo's piercing gaze, the West Sea Dragon King could not help but swallow hard. Slaying the North Sea Dragon King had been as effortless as dispatching a chicken. Could he truly pose a threat to such a formidable being? At that moment, he found himself filled with regret. Yet it was too late to voice such sentiments. "What do you intend to do?" Even the West Sea Dragon King himself failed to notice the tremor in his voice, an emotion known as fear inexplicably blossoming within him. Like the North Sea Dragon King, "I shall send you on your way." As he spoke, he shook his wrist, and the order chain composed of water principles surged forth once more, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. The West Sea Dragon King's complexion paled as he beheld the approaching chain, summoning a water dragon to intercept it while shouting, "Stop! Do you wish for the entire populace of the city to perish alongside you?" The colossal waves beneath him lifted his form rapidly, yet the water dragon was rendered inconsequential before the order chain, unable even to delay for a moment. Limadeo paid no heed to the West Sea Dragon King's words. The order chain was nearly upon him. He had not anticipated that Limadeo would be so resolute, disregarding the lives of the city's inhabitants. "You have left me no choice," that a dragon's roar reverberated as the West Sea Dragon King vanished, replaced by a colossal black dragon, 1,000 feet long. Coiling above the spot where he had just stood, countless clouds swiftly converged around him, and the waves below grew even more turbulent. Boom! The thunderous roars echoed as bolts of lightning rained down, transforming Chontang Pass into an apocalyptic scene. This was the might of the West Sea Dragon King. Rise and drown Chontang Pass. His vertically slit dragon eyes gleamed with malice, viewing the city's populace as nothing more than ants. With his command, a monstrous tide surged forth from the East Sea. Should this deluge descend, it would not take long for Chontang Pass to transform into a vast marsh. Today, with Chontang Pass as my burial ground, I shall find worth in my demise. A sinister smile crept upon the West Sea Dragon King's lips. On the city walls, Li Jing gazed at this scene, bitterness swelling within him. He had finally been unable to evade the fate that awaited him. At that moment, he found himself harboring resentment towards Limadeo. Had it not been for him, the crisis at Chontang Pass would have long been averted. Indeed, that is the case. Whether it was bowing before the Dragon King of the East Sea in a display of humility or sacrificing Neza as a scapegoat, he committed no wrongs. This was a manifestation of the celestial forces. He had yet to attain the path of the immortals, and thus could not withstand such might. Only through these means could he save the lives of countless citizens. A course of action born out of desperation. Yet now, all of this has been ruined, all because of the old ancestor of the Shang dynasty. His tenure as the general of Chontang Pass has come to an end. Once today's tragedy reaches Chaoga, DXN will undoubtedly seek retribution against him. This much he understands clearly. However, there is solace in the fact that he has mastered several evasion techniques, which may allow him to depart in safety today. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, have begun to form the necessary seals. He will vanish from Chontang Pass the moment the sea water recedes, feigning death to escape. Thus evading this calamity, the layer of resentment has crept into his gaze as he looks toward Limadeo. All of this is the result of Limadeo's actions, which have obliterated the prosperous future he had strived for over decades. Lowering his head to glance at Madamine, he realizes that she is now beyond his reach. He cannot take her with him. She would only hinder his escape, and there lies the possibility that both could perish in this overwhelming flood. I am sorry. In our next life, let us be husband and wife once more. Silently uttering this thought, Li Jing gently lays Madame Yin down upon the ground. Though reluctant, A man of virtue must comprehend his responsibilities amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, and he must act decisively in times of peril. Below the city walls, despair spreads swiftly. The common folk instinctively understand that their fates are sealed. There is no escape for them. How could their legs outrun the floodwaters? Moreover, a colossal black dragon circles in the sky, its eyes as large as the moon, glimmering with a sinister crimson light. Even if they were to flee Chantang Pass, they would surely fall prey to that dragon. Of this there can be no doubt. Old ancestor of Ashang, all these sins should be laid at your feet. It is you who has wrought this calamity. The voice of the Dragon King of the West Sea brims with arrogance. How dare you oppose him? He shall make the haughty old ancestor of Shang pay dearly. That's so. Suddenly, a voice erupts in his ear. In the next instant, Lima Deo stands defiantly before the surging waves. The might of heaven and earth cannot be resisted by a mere mortal like you. The West Sea Dragon King's voice drips with disdain. This tidal wave is not merely a manifestation of his power, but rather a force drawn from the very fabric of the universe. And in this moment, even he lacks the confidence to halt this deluge. As the citizens of Chantang Pass fix their gaze upon the diminutive figure standing against the wave, they too hope for a miracle to unfold. Stop. A thunderous command reverberates through the heavens, causing even the tempestuous figure of the West Sea Dragon King to falter momentarily. Then, with indignation and shame flooding his visage, he realizes that even in this moment, he is still startled by the old ancestor of the Shang. Futile. Everything you do is in vain. I will make you witness the transformation of this city into a ghostly marshland, forcing you to live a lifetime burdened by guilt. Yet before he can utter his final words, he suddenly finds himself as if gripped by an unseen hand around his throat, unable to utter a single word. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Like a dog with its tail stepped on, a desperate cry escapes his lips. What has he seen? He truly witnesses a miracle unfolding before his eyes. Time seems to freeze in this moment. The towering waves halt mid-air, motionless, ridiculous. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that you know nothing of this world that a voice pulls him back to reality. Lima Deo radiates a luminous aura, standing in the void as myriad forces of the laws converge behind him. In this instant, Lima Deo embodies the very center of existence, retreat. With a gentle push of his hand, the sound of the waves resonates once more in his ears, and he watches in awe as the waters recede, the apocalyptic scene vanishing in the blink of an eye. Above, the clouds part like a curtain, revealing a gap that swiftly widens, golden sunlight cascading through, illuminating Lima Deo. In this moment, he is the sole deity of the world. Before Lima Deo, it appears as though steps have materialized in the void. He ascends towards the West Sea Dragon King, each step a blend of slowness and speed, before the astonished West Sea Dragon King can fully process the situation. Lima Deo stands before him. Raising his arm, he exerts pressure, lifting the once mighty West Sea Dragon King by the throat. The dragon rides like a fish out of water, struggling futilely against the iron grip of that hand. In Lima Deo's grasp, the West Sea Dragon King possesses no strength to retaliate. Humph, a cunning escape, but merely an illusion. Suddenly, a frown creases Lima Deo's brow. He scrutinizes the figure further, applying more force. Boom. The West Sea Dragon King explodes before him in a shower of flesh and blood. Lima Deo shakes off the remnants clinging to him and gazes into the distance toward the west. So, you thought you could elude me. The South Sea Dragon King, hidden among the clouds, is struck with terror at this sight. His figure shrinks to 3 feet, and he attempts to flee towards the North Sea. Yet, the moment he stirs, he senses a darkening overhead. Upon looking up, he sees a colossal hand descending toward him. Please, no, he realizes he has been discovered, his form trembling as he desperately tries to enlarge and escape, but is too late. An invisible force binds him, fixing him at 3 feet, and he is lifted before Lima Deo. South Sea Dragon King. Very well. I shall deal with you one by one. With a flick of his wrist, the South Sea Dragon King is cast into a bag at Lima Deo's side. And then Lima Deo's figure vanishes from the ramparts of Chantang Pass. Saved. The world returns to normalcy. The inhabitants of Chantang Pass feel as though their very essence has been drained, collapsing to the ground. Even the soldiers stationed there succumbed to exhaustion. The only one remaining upright is Li Jing, who stands in quiet bewilderment. He never anticipated such a conclusion. Chintang Pass still stands, and thus he need not flee. As he releases the seals he had maintained beneath his sleeves, he suddenly realizes that remaining here may not be wise. The old ancestor of the Shang has set his sights on him. What should he do now? Perhaps from the very beginning, protecting Neza was the right choice. After all, he's his own flesh and blood. No, it is not so simple. He does not possess Neza's fortune. Had he made that choice, he would have likely met his end here long ago. Yes, that is it. Therefore, he has done nothing wrong. Turning to glance at Madame, who still lies cold upon the ground. He squats beside her, gently elevating her upper body to rest upon his knees. Madam, I am sorry. I have erred. Perhaps only Madame can be a salvation. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, this resplendent palace, a rarity even in the entirety of the East Sea, stands as one of the few remnants from the era when the Dragon Clan reigned supreme. Deep within the palace, the East Sea Dragon King stands respectfully in a secluded chamber, offering incense to a statue. Old ancestor, save me. Only you can rescue me now. His tone is reverent, yet his body trembles involuntarily. The earlier scene at Chintang Pass, witnessed through the water mirror technique, felt all too real. He does not wish to end up like the West Sea Dragon King, crushed into a pulp by Li Mudeo. As the fragrant smoke rises, the statue before him comes to life, its eyes slowly opening. What is it that summons me? A commanding voice resonated, and upon hearing this familiar tone, the East Sea Dragon King knelt down with a thud. The Eastern Azure Dragon, one of the four holy beasts, stood as the most formidable living entity of the Dragon Clan, second only to the ancestral dragon that subdued the ancient sea. If there were to be any contender against Li Muda, this being was the only one he could conceive. There are those who wish to annihilate my Dragon Clan, the East Sea Dragon King uttered tremulously. Regardless of how many times he faced this ancestral offspring, he could never summon any desire for resistance, not only due to the disparity in power, but also because of the oppressive weight of bloodline. Who possesses such audacity? The voice emanating from the sculpture rose several degrees in intensity, and even the pressure that descended upon the area intensified. Humanity, the great merchant ancestor, Li Muda, the East Sea Dragon King, as if pouring bean from a bamboo tube, divulged every morsel of information he had regarding Li Muda. Strange, when did humanity gain such a powerful figure? And I remain utterly oblivious. The voice from the sculpture carried a hint of perplexity. The Azure Dragon had existed long enough to be unaware of Li Muda's past. Logically, such a person should have been renowned since the inception of humanity, yet he seemed to have emerged from nowhere, leaving no trace. What enmity exists between you? Speak plainly, and do not conceal anything from me. Do you comprehend? The Azure Dragon, discarding the previous inquiry, posed a direct question. With a formidable threat looming, there was no time for him to ponder who Li Muda was or whence he came. Yes, ancestor, the East Sea Dragon King replied, his face contorting in anguish. This elder was known for his fierce disdain for evil, a quality that had earned him a place among the four holy beasts. However, he now dared not withhold any truth. He recounted the events meticulously, standing in respectful anticipation of punishment, while an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. Just as the East Sea Dragon King felt a surge of anxiety, the voice of the Azure Dragon echoed once more, "You indeed deserve death." Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King's body trembled involuntarily. Nevertheless, given that he had already captured the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings, this could be considered a price paid by his clan. You have governed the East Sea for so many years. Though you have no merits, you have endured hardships. Enough, I shall bear this matter for you. He should spare your life for my sake. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily kneeling, his large head striking the ground with a resounding thud. However, let this be the last time. Should there be a next instance, you need not seek me. Simply end it yourself. At a sudden, overwhelming pressure bore down on the East Sea Dragon King, pinning him entirely to the ground, rendering him motionless. In an instant, his complexion turned pale, drenched in sweat. This oppressive force retracted swiftly, returning to the sculpture, and the East Sea Dragon King recognized it as a warning from the ancestor. Should there be a next time, his tenure as East Sea Dragon King would truly come to an end. A rumble shook the East Sea Dragon Palace, and even the chamber where the East Sea Dragon King resided was no exception. "Old Mud Eel, come out. Today, I shall flay you alive." A domineering voice penetrated the palace from outside. Eli Muda, already familiar with the East Sea Dragon King's aura, found it easy to locate him over the East Sea. It merely required some time. "Ancestor, he has arrived," the East Sea Dragon King said, his face filled with trepidation as he looked towards the sculpture, his entire body trembling in fear. "Understood," as the words fell. A figure emerged directly from the sculpture, manifesting as a spectral incarnation of the Azure Dragon's essence. "Look at your pitiful state. Not a single part of you resembles our dragon clan." Casting a disdainful glance at the East Sea Dragon King, he declared, "I shall first confront this great merchant ancestor." With that, the Azure Dragon's figure vanished in an instant. Outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, Limuda radiated a palpable aura of menace, causing even fish and shrimp within 1,000 yards to shy away. Around him, swirling eddies of water formed, varying in size, creating a whirlwind of lethal energy. At that moment, his murderous intent took on a tangible form, but a figure suddenly appeared, transitioning from illusion to reality, as Limuda's presence locked onto him instantly. "Who are you?" Limuda inquired. That he sensed the distinct aura of the dragon clan emanating from this being, yet it was entirely different from that of the East Sea Dragon King. This presence was deeper, older, and even infused with a hint of benevolence. "The Eastern Azure Dragon," the figure replied nonchalantly as he scrutinized Limuda in turn. The aura radiating from Limuda instilled a sense of wariness within him, and he found himself unable to fathom Limuda completely. Such a figure could not possibly be obscure, igniting his curiosity about Limuda's identity. "I wonder, what esteemed friend are you?" Confusion and caution flickered in his eyes. As one of the four holy beasts, he could candidly assert that few in this world could invoke his trepidation, whether due to strength or his own accumulated virtue. To speak boastfully, aside from saints. There was hardly anyone in this world for whom he felt the need to be wearied out of course. Even saints would not seek to trouble him, not due to strength, but rather because of his virtue. No one would willingly provoke him. Humanity, the great merchant ancestor, Limuda. Eli Muda articulated each name deliberately. He had no desire to confront a figure steeped in virtue. After all, he understood the implications of benevolence. Harming someone imbued with great virtue would bring him no benefit and could even render him a target of this realm. For him, it would be a matter of 100 harms with no advantages. "I have heard of today's events. It is indeed a fault of my dragon clan. However, now that you have captured the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings, could you grant me a favor and spare the East Sea Dragon King?" Upon encountering Limuda, the Azure Dragon realized the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Yet, having promised the East Sea Dragon King, he felt compelled to uphold his word. "No," Limuda replied, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. The Azure Dragon's expression froze instantly, taken aback by the unyielding refusal. "Our positions differ. If the roles were reversed, and someone forced your disciple to sever his limbs and carve out his heart, how would you feel? Would you remain as composed as you are now?" Limuda spoke slowly, refusing to yield, as his overwhelming aura erupted, pressing down upon the entire East Sea Dragon Palace. In that moment, even the Azure Dragon found himself speechless, uncertain of how to respond. He conceded that had he been in Limuda's place, he would have already stormed into the East Sea Dragon Palace. If not to avoid collateral damage, at least to flay the East Sea Dragon King alive. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and after a long pause, the Azure Dragon finally broke the silence. "However, I have promised the East Sea Dragon King that I would spare his life today. Could you not grant me this small favor? In the future, I, the Azure Dragon, shall surely repay your kindness." The Azure Dragon recognized that his request was somewhat unreasonable, yet he felt compelled to plead again. Not only had he made a promise to Ao Guang, but the Dragon Clan was also facing a talent crisis. If the East Sea Dragon King were to perish today, the EC would suffer a dire shortage of suitable successors. Whether he liked it or not, he had to consider the welfare of the entire dragon clan. "I'm sorry, but I cannot grant your request. I must seek justice for my disciple," Limuda stated firmly, shaking his head. "As for everything else, it is not my concern." As he spoke, a battle blade slid from his sleeve. Should the Azure Dragon refuse to relent, he would not hesitate to cleave him in two. Every individual held a differing standpoint. Why should he be the one to take a step back? "How obstinate you are, my friend. This is rather aggressively confrontational, don't you think?" The Azure Dragon's face betrayed his irritation. He had not anticipated Limuda to be so impervious to reason. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards the East Sea Dragon King. Having resolved to deal with him thoroughly once this matter was concluded, the Dragon Clan had long since fallen from its former glory, unlike the days of yore. Should he continue with such arrogance, one day he will inevitably lead the entire Dragon Clan toward annihilation. Step aside, or face death. El Amadeo advanced a step, his aura firmly locking onto the Azure Dragon. He was aware that this was merely an ethereal manifestation of the primordial spirit, incapable of withstanding a single strike from him. This time, he intended to convey to the world of the primordial chaos that his disciples were not to be bullied by anyone, not even the Dragon Clan. Not to mention the Azure Dragon. Even if the saint were present today, it would not matter. As long as he drew breath, he would protect his disciples if I do not allow it. At that moment, the Azure Dragon's temper flared. He could not believe that Limadeo would dare to strike him down, given the immense power of virtue he possessed. Then let him perish. El Amadeo's battle blade surged with energy, a radiant beam erupting from it. Not only did it envelop the Azure Dragon, but it also cast its ominous shadow upon the opulent East Sea Dragon Palace behind him. Tawamu. The words the Azure Dragon attempted to utter were abruptly severed by Limadeo's blade. Cleaving him in two, the blade's light did not diminish, continuing its relentless path toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. His dying breath, the Azure Dragon could not fathom that Limadeo would be so utterly devoid of martial ethics. Suddenly erupting in lethal intent, on this day, one of the four sacred beasts, the Azure Dragon, manifested in the eastern world, its roar shaking the heavens and the earth. After the roar, the Azure Dragon's form vanished once more, leaving all beings of the primordial chaos in ignorance of the events that had transpired regarding the Azure Dragon. A thunderous sound echoed. The protective array of the East Sea Dragon Palace, which had just illuminated, was instantly obliterated by the blade's light, and the entire palace was subsequently cleaved in two, magnificent structures collapsing in succession. The East Sea Dragon King emerged to face his demise. Today he had come to collect a debt. El Amadeo, wielding his battle blade, sought the aura of the East Sea Dragon King, stepping forward toward the hidden chamber. As he passed, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals hastily retreated, and the dragon offspring concealed themselves, fearing they would be captured by Limadeo. However, this time, Limadeo harbored no ill intentions toward these dragon descendants. He was not a killer, and each action he took was driven by necessity. Within the hidden chamber, the East Sea Dragon King collapsed to the ground, trembling more than a leaf in the wind. As he watched Limadeo approach step by step, despair filled his eyes. He had even invoked the ancestral Azure Dragon, yet he never expected to be cleaved in two. Trembling, he fumbled out a token from his sleeve. Perhaps this was the only person who could save him now. Though he was loath to seek this individual's assistance. "Ancestor, I am unworthy. I apologize for my unfilial descendants." Gazing at the token in his hand, the East Sea Dragon King wore a bitter expression. This was the last remnant of his ancestor's legacy, and he never imagined it would be so thoroughly squandered in his hands today. In that moment, he felt profound regret. Had he heeded that great one's counsel from the beginning, perhaps the Dragon Clan would not find itself in such dire straits. He had initially believed he would gain favor with the saints, yet it had ultimately brought calamity upon the Dragon Clan. How he loathed it! Had our Dragon Clan possessed the strength of our ancestors, how could we have fallen to such a state? Once, our Dragon Clan stood atop the world, a force to be reckoned with. A sound of footsteps drew near, halting outside the hidden chamber. The East Sea Dragon King swallowed hard, knowing that the one he despised was just beyond the door. Yet he dared not open the chamber door to confront him. The place where his tail had been severed still throbbed painfully. He did not wish to endure such torment again. This was all forced upon me. A fierce determination flashed across his face as he raised his hand, channeling a dragon-shaped magical force into the token, making it disappear. The next moment, a resonant voice emanated from the token. O Guang, have you finally come to terms with your loyalty to my heavenly court? In the wake of this declaration, a spectral figure clad in imperial robes materialized before the East Sea Dragon King. It was none other than Hao Yin, the current sovereign of the heavenly court. He had long sought to bring the Four Seas Dragon clan under the auspices of the heavenly court, and today he had unexpectedly been presented with the opportunity. I implore your majesty to save me. If I survive today, I shall lead the Dragon clan to pledge allegiance to the heavenly court. The East Sea Dragon King bowed deeply, paying his respects, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing his face. In the face of death, what worth was such pretense? Very well, Ao Guang. Remember your words. As the words left his lips, Hao Yin strode forward. Emerging from the hidden chamber, I have met this esteemed friend. Upon seeing Li Medeo, Hao Yin regarded him with curiosity. Were it not for him, how could the East Sea Dragon King be so pliable? He even contemplated expressing his gratitude to Li Medeo. However, alas, he was of the human race. Their differing stances condemned them to enmity. The Fengshan Cataclysm was a grand chess game laid out by the saints and the heavenly court for the human race. Once it concluded, the title of human emperor would become obsolete. Thus, they were destined to become adversaries one day. Hao Qian, Li Medeo raised an eyebrow, inquiring uncertainly. Though he had never seen him before, one could only assume that such a distinctive outfit belonged to the one seated upon the Jade Emperor's throne. The gatekeeper of Hongjun, a beneficiary of the heavenly court post the Demon Clan. Yet regrettably, his own strength was lacking, leaving him to be toyed with by those few Saint Masters. It seems my friend is aware of me. That makes matters considerably easier. Hao Qian maintained the demeanor of the Jade Emperor, speaking with an air of superiority. You wish to spare the East Sea Dragon King. El Medeo arched an eyebrow, adjusting his blade to a more suitable angle for striking. Indeed, though I wonder if my friend would be willing to extend such a courtesy to one as solitary as myself. Hao Yin felt a swell of pride, surprised to learn that his name had spread throughout the human race. Begone, or else I shall slay you alongside him today, El Medeo stated bluntly. Hao Yin's expression froze, unable to fathom that such a response awaited him. His smile split in half, a surge of indignation flooding his heart, rendering his expression exceedingly peculiar. It seems my friend is quite confident in his own power. I, Hao Yin, would like to test that confidence. That a formidable pressure radiated from him, his countenance settling into a mask of tranquility. Yet beneath that calm lay a fury akin to a volcano, ready to erupt. With his sleeves hanging down, his magical power coalesced into the shape of the Hao Yin sword, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Although he had been toyed with by the saints, it did not grant others the liberty to insult him. He was the Jade Emperor, the singular sovereign of the heavenly court. Silence. El Medeo frowned, his battle blade rising without hesitation. In the next moment, a blade of light shot forth, cleaving through Hao Yin's ethereal form, which vanished before the hidden chamber. Were your true self to arrive, perhaps we could engage in a proper duel. To merely be a specter is to overestimate one's own importance. El Medeo advanced a step, bringing his foot down with tremendous force, channeling overwhelming physical power into the hidden chamber. That a cacophony of crackling sounds ensued. The chamber first erupted with a spectrum of colors, then began to explode in succession. This single step obliterated all protective formations within the chamber. Boom, as the myriad lights faded, the entire hidden chamber collapsed, revealing the East Sea Dragon King, who had been stupefied, standing before Li Medeo. You are finished. This time, you are truly finished. That was Hao Yin, the Jade Emperor, the disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and the little junior of the 6 saints of heaven and earth. This time, no one can save you. The only phrase echoing in his mind was this, as if he were wholly dazed. However, Li Medeo harbored no sympathy for the East Sea Dragon King. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently from the start. He strode toward the East Sea Dragon King. Gesturing with his hand, a force of law enveloping the East Sea Dragon King. His body convulsed violently, and his eyes rolled back as he transformed into his true form, fainting in the process. With a flick of his foot, Lee Medeo stowed the East Sea Dragon King into his satchel. Next, only the West Sea Dragon King remained. Murmuring to himself, he rapidly ascended toward the ocean's surface. However, as soon as his head broke the surface, a domineering voice reverberated, shaking the entirety of the East Sea into tumultuous waves. Human race, surrender willingly, and I may grant you a swift end. A figure towering 100 zhang stands majestically upon the clouds, two equally colossal mountain-splitting axes resting upon his shoulders. Behind him, an army stands in formation atop auspicious clouds, encircling Lee Medeo in the center. Celestial soldiers, Lee Medeo's brow furrows, unable to suppress his irritation. How is it that these calamities seem to come one after another, like the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, with no end in sight? As he gazes at this ragtag assembly, he feels an overwhelming desire to ascend to the heavens and eliminate Hao Ian once and for all. Begone, or meet your demise. With a flick of his wrist, his battle blade reappears in his grasp, exuding an aura of ferocity. He has no time to squander here. Such audacious insolence. You are the first to dare speak to me. The giant spirit god, in such a manner. The giant spirit god glares, his axes pointed directly at Lee Medeo, a commanding presence emanating from him. Yet, this display of authority is merely a fade to intimidate the common folk. Such meager might holds no weight in Lee Medeo's eyes. He has faced far more formidable demons than these celestial soldiers, having witnessed countless grand spectacles. Without further ado, he swings his blade, a brilliant light bursting forth from its edge, cleaving a path through the encircling celestial troops, after which his figure blurs and vanishes beneath their very noses. General, shall we pursue? A junior officer approaches the giant spirit god with the question. Pursue? What nonsense! Do you truly believe we stand a chance against that individual? The giant spirit god irritably smacks the junior officer on the back of the head, wiping the sweat that has beaded on his forehead. That was far too terrifying. We were nearly struck down. He continues to pat his chest, reflecting on how narrowly he escaped. Had that blade been aimed in our direction, I would surely be dead by now. That was the most terrifying individual I have encountered in my service to His Majesty. While others might show some leniency out of respect for the Tao ancestor, that person had merely cast a glance their way, and he knew that man was genuinely intent on taking their lives. Thankfully, he departed. With their current strength, there would have been no match for him. Such a figure is not one that a mere giant spirit god can afford to provoke. How shall we report this to the Jade Emperor? The junior officer's face contorts in worry, resembling a bitter melon, as he voices his concerns. Have we completed the task assigned by the Jade Emperor too hastily? You know nothing. Learn from me and you might survive. Otherwise, one day you won't even know how you met your end. The giant spirit god rolls his eyes, steering the auspicious clouds down toward the sea. General, where are we headed? The junior officer, puzzled by the giant spirit god's direction, inquires, should they not be returning to the heavenly court to report and await the Jade Emperor's retribution, to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, to appoint the new Dragon King? The giant spirit god produces a decree from seemingly nowhere and waves it before the junior officer. A surge of celestial power washes over the junior officer, affirming the authenticity of the decree. Unbeknownst to him, the giant spirit god possesses 3 more such decrees hidden in his sleeves. What? The junior officer's jaw drops, nearly capable of accommodating a watermelon. When did the Jade Emperor issue such a decree? As the newly appointed aide to the giant spirit god, how could he be so uninformed? Gather the troops and follow closely. Remember, serving in the heavenly court requires WITD. Not presume that having exceptional cultivation allows you to look down upon others. You might find yourself dead before you comprehend how it happened. In the heavenly court, the essence lies not in slaughter, but in understanding human relations and discerning the will of the powers that be. The giant spirit god imparts this wisdom as he gestures in salute toward the heavenly court. This entire process seems far too refined for a simple brute, yet the giant spirit god executes it with remarkable ease, leaving the junior officer in awe. Indeed, No one serving in the heavenly court is a simple character. Understood, General. The junior officer finally reacts, raising his hand as the celestial soldiers dutifully follow the two toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Lee Medeo's skirmishes with the Dragon Clan may be numerous, yet it is ultimately Hao Qian who stands to gain the most from this encounter. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, how could he allow himself to be swayed by mere emotions? Dispatching a multitude of celestial soldiers solely to relieve his frustrations? This is but a pretext. He seeks to seize the opportunity presented by the chaotic state of the dragon clans before the great powers of the heavens can react, consolidating the four seas dragon clans under his command. Otherwise, once they awaken to their ambitions, they will seek to carve up the dragon clan's influence, leaving him with naught but scraps. Regardless, he still holds the title of the Saint's junior brother. Once he solidifies this as a fait accompli, even those who harbor discontent will dare not speak out. He is well versed in such matters. Without any means, how could he rise from nothing to become the master of the heavenly court? Moreover, this is a promise previously made by the Dragon King of the East Sea, providing him with a legitimate claim. Such strategies had not even crossed Lee Medeo's mind as a successful ascendant. His keen instincts have become second nature to the Jade Emperor, for he is a self-made in the depths of the sea, the Dragon Palace, as dozens of dragon sons and grandsons stand face to face with their immense armies vying for the position of the new Dragon King of the East Sea. The heavenly junior officer begins to understand why merely reading out a decree from the Jade Emperor necessitates the presence of so many celestial soldiers. Even now, the dragon sons and grandsons gaze upon them with blatant malice. If the giant spirit god were to arrive alone, he would be unable to quell the dragon clan's unrest, and none would heed the Jade Emperor's command. He fears the giant spirit god might end up being torn apart by these dragon offspring. While the giant spirit god busies himself organizing the appointment of the four seas dragon kings in accordance with the Jade Emperor's orders, a notable guest arrives at the West Sea Dragon Palace. An individual who can sit comfortably upon the dragon throne without fear of Lee Medeo's vengeance. The Western Saint, Zhuanti, a familiar face to Lee Medeo, has the West Sea Dragon King invited me here with the intent of integrating into my Western sect. Zhuanti, holding the seven treasures mysterious tree in one hand and stroking his beard with the other, wears a broad smile, for he has finally reaped the rewards of his perseverance. This is not merely about the West Sea Dragon King. It signifies a colossal force, comprising 1/4 of the entire dragon clan. For the impoverished Western sect, this is an unprecedented event. Not only does it bolster the Western faction with new manpower, but it also captures 1/4 of the dragon clan's fortune. Infusing it into the Western sect, all of our West Sea dragons can join the Western sect. I wonder what conditions the Saint will offer us. The West Sea Dragon King adopts a shrewd demeanor, his fingers surreptitiously rubbing together beneath his robe, even daring to cast a knowing look at Saint Zhuanti. After speaking, he straightens up and respectfully bows toward the heavens. You are aware that the heavenly court is also awaiting our West Sea Dragon clan's response. Saint Zhuanti nods with a knowing smile. It is fortunate that Zhuanti is so approachable. Had another saint been in his place, the West Sea Dragon King would not have dared to act so boldly. Rest assured, my Western sect will not neglect the Dragon Clan, that he speaks with confidence, bolstered by his status as a saint, offering terms that Hao Qian cannot provide as for the claim that Hao Qian is his junior brother. That is mere nonsense. He is simply a disciple of the Tao ancestor, not worthy of comparison with true disciples like them. Why the decree of heaven, the heavenly court's sovereign, Hao Qian, appoints Ao Bing as the new Dragon King of the East Sea. From this day forth, the East Sea's aquatic tribes shall be governed by the heavenly court. A harmonious sound resonates throughout the world. How is this possible? The Dragon King of the West Sea abruptly rose to his feet, his visage awash with astonishment. It had been less than a day since his return, and already the East Sea Dragon Palace had a new master. It was needless to say that he had already surmised the events that had transpired. Lee Medeo had ultimately been underestimated by all. His next step would likely involve the West Sea Dragon Palace. Clearly, he needed to hasten his pace, for without the protection of a sage, he would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the East Sea Dragon King. Sitting across from him, the sage Zhuanti could not help but twitch his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Hao Ian's influence extended so far, managing to draw the East Sea Dragon clan to his side so swiftly. It appeared he too must act with urgency. Both harbored their own calculations in their minds, and for a moment, the atmosphere was remarkably congenial. After partaking of 3 cups of tea, it was Zhuanti who broke the silence. The western lands, already barren, were ill-suited for attracting talent. Now that the West Sea Dragon King had displayed such intent, how could he allow this opportunity to slip away? Should your West Sea Dragon clan join my Western teachings, you would become my disciples. I will delineate a domain specifically for your dragon lineage, and all aquatic beings of the West shall be under your command. Should there be any dissent, they may come to confront me and my senior brother. A sharp intake of breath escaped the West Sea Dragon King. Though his expression remained unchanged, the title of Sage's disciple alone was sufficient to command respect in the primordial realm, not to mention the additional conditions laid out by Zhuanti. Observing the West Sea Dragon King's calm demeanor, Zhuanti could not suppress a flicker of surprise. Are you not satisfied? Furthermore, I grant your dragon clan 10 quotas, allowing you to visit my Shumi mountain to receive teachings at any time. Should you make your decision now, I shall present you with a 9-petal merit lotus platform. With a flick of his wrist, a miniature golden lotus platform floated in his palm, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. This 9-petal lotus was cultivated from the seeds of my senior brother's supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal merit golden lotus, and personally refined by him. Although it does not qualify as an innate spiritual treasure, its power is not in the least inferior. As Zhuanti tossed the miniature lotus, it soared to the ceiling of the great hall, enlarging to 3 zhang in size and emanating a gentle golden glow. Beneath this radiance, the West Sea Dragon King felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. The lotus not only offered protection, but also emitted a fragrance that would purify the mind and accelerate one's comprehension of the Tao, preventing one from veering into madness. Just as Zhuanti was about to continue his explanation, a voice interrupted him. Turning in astonishment, he beheld the West Sea Dragon King kneeling on the ground. Great Master, I beseech you to accept my loyalty. Without hesitation, the West Sea Dragon King bowed deeply. The look of surprise on Zhuanti's face quickly faded, transforming into a benevolent smile that he stepped forward, extending a hand to help the West Sea Dragon King rise. Fear not, my dear disciple. I shall never treat you unjustly. With a thought, the lotus platform descended gently before the West Sea Dragon King. This is a gift from your esteemed uncle. Following this, Zhuanti produced a leaf from a Bodhi tree, imbued with the unique aura of a sage. Wearing this will aid you in your quest for enlightenment, and should you encounter life-threatening peril, it may even save your life. With care, Zhuanti placed the Bodhi leaf into the West Sea Dragon King's hands, a token of his own spiritual power, a privilege afforded to each of his direct disciples. Thank you, Master, the West Sea Dragon King said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Zhuanti's kindness was genuine, though circumstances had forced him into this corner. Otherwise, had he waited a little longer, he could have extracted even more benefits. Nevertheless, it was worth it. He carefully placed these 2 treasures, crafted by the sage's own hands, into his consciousness. The 2 exchanged glances, finding each other increasingly agreeable. Master, when shall my West Sea Dragon clan relocate? He inquired, his gaze intense with anticipation. As for who would suppress the CI, he had long ceased to concern himself with that matter. The sooner, the better, Zhuanti replied, equally eager. Once the West Sea Dragon clan formally joined the Western realm, his final step would be complete, and the Dragon clan's fortune could be harnessed for the Western teachings. As for the suppression of the CI, the West Sea Dragon King's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Let the West Sea Dragon Palace remain here. I shall create an array to seal the CI. Zhuanti would not falter at this critical juncture. Then I am most grateful, Master. With that, the West Sea Dragon King felt an unburdening of worry. A wave of divine consciousness swept across the entire West Sea Dragon clan. And in a brief moment, the dragon offspring had gathered in the central hall. Children, from this day forth, our West Sea Dragon lineage belongs to the Western teachings. Come, let us journey to the West together. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, a mist of water rose beneath all the dragon's feet. Master, is your seal ready? Indeed, that as he spoke, Zhuanti reappeared beside the West Sea Dragon King. He surveyed the throng of West Sea dragons behind him, nodding with satisfaction. Master, there's an army of 100,000 aquatic beings gathered outside the Dragon Palace, ready to traverse to the west, that we rely on you. Fear not. This is a mere trifle for me. With a wave of his hand, Zhuanti's figure instantly materialized outside the Dragon Palace, and with a single motion of his sleeve, the entire army was enveloped within. The Western realm was sparsely populated, and he welcomed the addition of such aquatic beings. With the West Sea Dragon King trailing behind Zhuanti, ready to depart, he finally exhaled in relief. As long as Limadeo did not discover this place before his departure, he would have truly escaped. However, just then, a voice filled with murderous intent resonated from the surface of the West Sea. West Sea Dragon King, come forth to meet your demise. At last, Limadeo had arrived. The fury in his voice caused even the time-honored Dragon Palace to tremble. The West Sea Dragon King's countenance changed in that instant. Master, save me. He disregarded the dignity of his dragon lineage. Clutching Zhuanti, his eyes pleading that I end that moment, Zhuanti also realized he had been manipulated by the West Sea Dragon King, but it mattered little. Had there not been such a threat, the West Sea Dragon clan would likely not have submitted to the Western teachings today. At this moment, he found himself rather grateful to the one who posed a threat to the Dragon clan. Fear not, for I am here today. Let us see who dares to treat my disciples so. The last four words were spoken with particular weight. The identity of Sage's disciple had always been a symbol of status. In the primordial world, beneath the Sage, all are mere ants. Surely, no one would wish to provoke his wrath. Come with me, and today I shall let you witness the unassailable dignity of Sage. As he spoke, he took the West Sea Dragon King and soared towards the surface of the sea from whence the voice emanated. He aimed to assert his authority. Although he had forgiven the West Sea Dragon King this time, he also intended to teach a lesson to the one who dared to scheme against a sage. On the surface of the sea, Limadeo stood with his battle blade in hand. Awaiting patiently, he sensed the West Sea Dragon King's aura drawing near and was surprised to find that among the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, only the West Sea Dragon King exhibited a semblance of courage, refusing to flee. This earned him a measure of respect. Yet even so, he would not spare the West Sea Dragon King. To show mercy to him would render Nez's suffering in vain. In regard to his disciples, such leniency was unacceptable. Who dares to roar upon the West Sea? The West Sea Dragon King's aura approached the surface, and suddenly a voice resonated. Though soft, it traveled far. Imbued with a tranquil power, the voice faded. Zhuanti and the West Sea Dragon King simultaneously appeared upon the sea's surface. Truly, a sage, simply standing there imparted an air of being the very center of the world. Boundless Tao rhythm radiated from him, harmonizing with the universe while simultaneously exuding an aura of uniqueness that could not be overlooked. Esteemed Taoist, this is Zhuanti of the Western teachings. Greetings. Zhuanti, the saint, held a magnificent 7 treasures marvelous tree in one hand, nodding slightly. Uncertain as to how my disciple had offended you, I implore you to show mercy, considering my standing. Soon as the words left his lips, he raised his gaze, only to find the visitor was Limadeo, causing his expression to stiffen. What a coincidence, my friend, he managed with a forced smile. Indeed, quite fortuitous, Limadeo replied, twisting his wrist to illuminate the patterns on his battle blade. A formidable wave of energy emanating from it. If memory serves, our previous matters remain unresolved. Shall we not settle them today? Limadeo had not anticipated encountering Zhuanti here, but it was fortuitously convenient to address both old grievances and new. My friend, there exists no insurmountable enmity between us, with my disciple present. I beseech you to grant me leniency, allowing us to resolve our differences amicably. Zhuanti articulated with a nonchalant demeanor, yet his hands were already preparing for action. He had witnessed Limadeo's might. Though not a saint, he possessed the power to challenge one, initially aiming to establish authority. He was reluctant to lose face before the West Sea Dragon King today. You dare to conspire against my human emperor, believing a mere trivial phrase can absolve your transgressions. When did my people become so contemptible? Or do you, Zhuanti, truly consider those beneath the saints to be mere ants. Believing humanity cannot contend with you, Li Mu Dao's confrontational tone left the West Sea Dragon King aghast. Only now did he truly grasp the nature of the individual the Four Seas Dragon Clan had angered. Yet he secretly rejoiced at having allied himself with Zhuan Ti beforehand. Otherwise, he feared he might share the same fate as the North Sea Dragon King. Suddenly, he recalled that the East Sea Dragon King appointed by the Celestial Court was Ao Bing, not Ao Guang. He involuntarily inhaled sharply, disbelief written across his face as he looked at Li Mu Dao. You killed the East Sea Dragon King. Though reluctant to admit it, he had already surmised this outcome. Casting a sidelong glance at the West Sea Dragon King, Li Mu Dao spoke coolly, "Do not rush. It shall soon be your turn." "Humanity, you must not underestimate this saint," Zhuan Ti retorted with a cold snort. The aura of his Dao swirling around him as the Seven Treasures' marvelous tree radiated a tremendous pressure, advancing directly toward Li Mu Dao. The might of a saint is not to be trifled with, especially not in front of his newly acquired disciple. Saint? Pa, do you even deserve such a title? Li Mu Dao scoffed, his disdain evident in my eyes. A saint is not merely defined by strength, but also by virtues commensurate with their status. How shameful it is for a mere saint to conspire against a mortal emperor of humanity. Do you not feel any embarrassment? You possess audacity, yet you are unqualified to critique a saint. Allow me to teach you the essence of humanity. As soon as Li Mu Dao's words were uttered, Zhuan Ti could no longer contain himself. If he allowed Li Mu Dao to continue, all semblance of dignity for the saint would be lost. Although he had already lost face among the saints, he could not afford to lose it in front of lesser beings. A mere ant dared to presume to judge a saint. Zhuan Ti had already sentenced Li Mu Dao to death in his heart. The emperor of humanity could not be slain due to the aura of human fortune that protected him. And Zhuan Ti, establishing a great doctrine in the West, feared the backlash of that fortune. Yet Li Mu Dao was different. Though he claimed to be the ancestor of Deshang, he bore little of the human fortune. Thus Zhuan Ti had no reservations. Boom! Stepping forward, a towering golden figure appeared behind him. This golden figure bore 4 heads and 24 arms, each hand wielding a magical artifact, radiating brilliant golden light that eclipsed the sun. Its power was unknown, but its appearance alone was overwhelmingly formidable. "Ant, do you know your crimes?" The 4 heads, filled with authority, looked down upon Li Mu Dao, their voices resonating grandly as the 24 artifacts pointed toward him. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. The entire world vanished before Li Mu Dao, leaving only that colossal golden figure in this space. Boundless thunderclouds rolled in from all directions, encircling Li Mu Dao at the center. Should he continue to defy the saint, the might of the heavens would be unleashed upon him like this moment. It appeared as though the entire cosmos repelled him. The terror of the saint's might was profound. In contrast to these two figures, the West Sea Dragon King's presence seemed minuscule, gazing at the saint's manifestation with awe, quietly retreating to a corner. If given the choice, he wished he could leave this place immediately. Fearing that a true conflict would spell disaster for him, as he pondered, a radiant beam of 7 colors enveloped him, accompanied by a voice that reached his ears. "Oh, not panic. Do not fear. As my disciple, I shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing these words, the West Sea Dragon King felt an immense sense of relief, and in that moment, Zhuan Ti's image was exalted in his heart. A profound sense of belonging to the Western doctrine surged within him. This was the benefit of having a saint's protection. Had Zhuan Ti not arrived today, he might have already become Li Mu Dao's meal. He was well aware that those dragon sons and grandsons he had captured in the past had either been stewed or roasted. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a wave of frustration. When had the Dragon Clan fallen to such depths? However, that would not be the case any longer. He was now a disciple of the saint, and one day he would restore the glory of the Dragon Clan before the calamity of the Dragon Han. Empty in appearance, Zhuan Ti, do you think a mere golden manifestation can intimidate me? Boom! Within Li Mu Dao, amidst an expansive sea of suffering akin to the universe, a voice began to chant scriptures. Initially, the sound was but a whisper, yet as time passed, it grew louder. Eventually, the sound of chanting reverberated throughout the entire sea of suffering, each syllable capable of stirring monumental waves. Streams of vital energy surged forth from the sea, transforming into various manifestations. First, countless strange beasts emerged, surging like a tide, followed by a radiant moon rising in the sky, ancient demonic deities encircling it, and the echoes of ancient prayers resonating within his entire being. Slashed at a command escaped Li Mu Dao's lips. Though the sound was faint, it resonated in the ears of both Zhuan Ti and the West Sea Dragon King like the tolling of a great bell, causing them to shudder. Following this, Li Mu Dao swung his blade in contrast to Zhuan Ti's towering golden figure. Li Mu Dao's form appeared insignificant as an ant. Yet as he unleashed his strike, the West Sea Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended the nature of the entity he had provoked. A power rivaling that of Zhuan Ti surged forth from his blade-esque radiance, aimed directly at the colossal golden manifestation. To desecrate a saint is a transgression deserving of death. As Li Mu Dao moved, Zhuan Ti's manifestation revealed an expression of fury, and the 24 magical artifacts in his hands came crashing down. Faced with a scene as cataclysmic as a cosmic explosion, the West Sea Dragon King could not suppress a gulp. That moment, the once comforting seven-colored shield no longer provided him with solace. If possible, he wished to depart this place as swiftly as he could. It is no exaggeration to say that he feared being reduced to ashes beneath the residual forces of the two combatants. With no chance of reincarnation for his soul, Buzzty was unaware of the magnitude of the clash, only feeling a resonating hum in his mind, followed by an overwhelming golden light engulfing the entire cosmos. His vision was enveloped in gold, rendering him unable to perceive any other colors. It over. As these words echoed in his mind, Zhuan Ti's voice erupted in exasperation. Impossible. And this is not the power you should wield. Immediately, his eyes returned to normal, and he could once again perceive other colors. However, this sight nearly sent him into a state of sheer terror. What did he behold? First, he caught a fleeting glimpse of panic crossing the face of the saint. Zhuan Ti, before it vanished. As he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to see the saint's proud, golden form split in two from the center. The incision was smooth, and without needing to guess, he could surmise that this was the result of the earlier strike. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, even the lone reverse scale on his body stood on end, above the saint's form. He discerned a small black. It was none other than Li Mu Dao. With his battle blade held aloft, he appeared completely at ease, as if sensing the gaze of the West Sea Dragon King. He turned and flashed a grin. Then, with a powerful stomp, the golden form of Zhuan Ti collapsed with a thunderous crash. The West Sea Dragon King was so frightened that he fell to the ground in a heap. That smile in his eyes was more terrifying than that of a demon. It was over. The heavens were about to fall. Such pure saintly power would be a tragic waste if squandered. With a hearty laugh, Li Mu Dao's robe, sleeves billowed, and an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from his sleeves, drawing the collapsing golden form toward him, as if it were a primordial, divine mountain. This pure power would serve as a fitting gift for my disciple upon meeting. Li Mu Dao recklessly gathered it, completely disregarding the visibly pale Zhuan Ti. Ants, how dare you disrupt my divine form? Today, you shall not escape. Zhuan Ti waved the seven treasures wonderful tree in his hand, sending forth a radiant beam of seven colors toward Li Mu Dao. Simultaneously, the West Sea Dragon King felt a pull. Before he could react, he vanished into the saint's robe sleeve. Darkness enveloped him, and he could neither see nor hear anything. Now, he curled up anxiously within the saint's sleeve, secretly praying that the saint would subdue Li Mu Dao. Only then would he have a chance to survive. The surroundings fell into silence. It was then that he realized at some unknown point his body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. This moment, a dignified golden immortal found himself unable to control his own body. Following the beam of seven colors, Zhuan Ti stepped through the void, advancing directly toward Li Mu Dao, suspended in midair. His countenance was ashen, his hair bristling. After countless eons, he had never imagined he would suffer at the hands of an ant. When they stood together in the air, Li Mu Dao wore an expression of unfulfilled desire. This towering golden form still belonged to Zhuan-Ti. He had not even collected 1/3 of it, and the remainder had already merged into Zhuan-Ti's being. Facing the oncoming seven-colored light, Li Mu Dao did not hesitate. One hand pressed downward. Instantly, myriad colors appeared in the palm of his hand. And in that moment, countless paths resonated. Although these grand laws varied in length and were all incomplete, they totaled 3,000, a considerable number. With a squeeze of his hand, the beam of 7 colors shattered like glass. Dispersing into fragments, from his elevated position, he looked down upon Zhuan-Ti, delivering a brazen taunt. With such meager abilities, you dare call yourself a saint? The naked mockery was laid bare for all to see. Li Mu Dao's audacity reached its zenith. As a prominent human emperor, he had finally assumed an appearance befitting his status. Humanity, indeed, splendid. You're the most arrogant I have ever encountered. Have you prepared for your demise? Zhuan-Ti's face darkened to the point of dripping with venom, his divine light repressed. No one doubted that his fury was reaching its breaking point. The opportunity for a glorious head was right here, contingent solely upon your ability to seize it. Speaking thus, Li Mu Dao swung his battle blade once more. The essence of 3,000 grand laws surged into the weapon, illuminating the 10 fruits of the Tao. Time itself seemed to stall within the realm. All was still and silent. Even the sound of the wind vanished without a trace. I stand as the emperor of humanity, prepared to suppress all enemies of the realm, past, present, or future, in any world or here. I shall stand before millions of my kin, safeguarding our eternal peace. Murmuring softly, he radiated an aura of profound calm, utterly unlike one embroiled in a great battle. If you wish to enslave humanity, treating us as mere puppets, you must first step over my corpse. Yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, 2 beams of divine light shot forth from his eyes, and the battle blade emitted a resonant hum, causing the winds to rise once more. I wield a blade to restore the saint to his rightful place. The blade's light flared. Li Mu Dao became the center of the universe, overshadowing even the saint himself. The battle blade descended. The heavens dimmed, leaving only the brilliance of the blade in its wake, pretending to be divine. The final word failed to escape his lips as a surge of acute danger washed over him. Zhuan-Ti's expression finally shifted. Without further thought, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a green light that soared from within, transforming into a great azure banner that billowed in the wind, shielding Zhuan-Ti. This banner was none other than the legendary primordial spiritual azure lotus banner. At this moment, Zhuan-Ti regretted not interrupting Li Mu Dao, allowing his momentum to reach its peak. Layers of azure lotus flowers rose from the banner, only to be cleaved asunder by the blade's light. This rare defensive treasure could not withstand the onslaught. Sizzle. Not good. Upon hearing this sound, Zhuan-Ti's expression changed once more. His figure swiftly blurred before his eyes. In the next instant, the lotus flowers atop the azure lotus banner withered, and Li Mu Dao's strike cleaved a crack into the artifact. The remaining light of the blade flickered past, vanishing at the horizon of heaven and sea. Zhuan-Ti reappeared miles away, gazing at the nearly severed azure lotus banner, unable to suppress a pang of regret. The west was barren. This was one of his few defensive treasures. Nowhere are you in. Li Mu Dao bellowed, golden light emanating from beneath him as he pursued Zhuan-Ti, regardless of Zhuan-Ti's thoughts. He had no intention of letting him escape. Boldness. Zhuan-Ti was incensed to the extreme. To restore the azure lotus banner to its previous might would require him to nurture it within his auspicious clouds for thousands of years. He struck the crown of his head, causing auspicious clouds to appear, upon which a Bodhi tree soared into the clouds, showering golden celestial light that enveloped him, while beneath it, a stalk of bitter bamboo swayed in the breeze. With a wave of his hand, this bamboo transformed into a green light that fell into his grasp. Today, you shall experience the might of my 6 pure bamboos. The bitter bamboo became a fishing rod in his hands. Raised skyward, the mist of green energy enveloped Li Mu Dao, ensnaring him within. These 6 pure bamboos could seal the 6 senses, Should one fall within, they would likely lose themselves, becoming a mindless existence under Zhuan Ti's control. The moment he was ensnared, Li Mu Dao felt his ability to speak, see, or hear vanish. Even his perception of time dissolved into nothingness, as if exiled to a void. Over time, even if Li Mu Dao's heart were as steadfast as a rock, he would likely lose himself here after countless eons. However, he harbored no concern. All laws of the world possess their subtleties, but should a force arise, nothing is unbreakable. Observing Li Mu Dao, who stood motionless within the 6 pure bamboos, Zhuan Ti's smile had yet to bloom when a tremendous power erupted from within. "Break for me!" Li Mu Dao's fist, infused with 3,000 grand laws, resonated throughout the entire space. Immediately, the space surrounding him shattered like glass. Li Mu Dao reappeared before the Saint of Primordial Unity. The sight caused the Saint's brows to twitch involuntarily. This fellow is truly ruthless. Whether he likes it or not, he must acknowledge that he lacks the means to eliminate him. Wielding his battle blade, Li Mu Dao approached the Saint of Primordial Unity with a sinister grin. With each step he took, a grand imperial formation began to spread from beneath his feet into the void. Directed towards the Saint T this moment, the Saint of Primordial Unity regretted his decisions. Had he known Li Mu Dao was such a formidable being, he would have never provoked him. Continuing this entanglement would render him incapable of deploying any strategies in this calamity, jeopardizing the future prosperity of the Western Church. "Activate the formation," he uttered, and from above his head, countless leaves from the Bodhi tree cascaded down amidst auspicious clouds, floating in the air according to a peculiar pattern. As the saint's voice resonated, strands of magical power interconnected all the leaves, manifesting a grand formation before Li Mu Dao's eyes, causing the saint's figure to vanish once more. "Perhaps we should part ways here, my friend?" A voice echoed, followed by a figure being hurled into the scene. Outside the formation, the Saint of Primordial Unity finally let out a sigh of relief that "I refuse to believe this Bodhi formation cannot imprison you for a millennium." Speaking thus, he waved his sleeve, and a spatial rift emerged, banishing the formation along with Li Mu Dao into the void. The figure of the saint transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading westward. Although he had abandoned the Dragon King of the West at the last moment, he still reaped considerable rewards. As for the Dragon King, he could only utter an apology. He understood that if he were unwilling to sacrifice anything, Li Mu Dao would pursue him endlessly in the West, so he chose to be magnanimous this once, as long as the seal of fortune held by the Dragon Clan of the West remained in his grasp. The rest was merely about supporting a puppet. Within the Bodhi formation, Li Mu Dao observed the incoming figure, brandished his battle blade, and with a gentle downward strike of its back, the figure crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth before him sank, forming a deep pit of several dozen zhang. As Li Mu Dao lowered his gaze, he realized that the figure was none other than the Dragon King of the West. A cold smile crept onto his face. It seemed the saint had indeed forsaken the Dragon King. It appeared there was no need for him to exert any further effort. With a stomp of his foot, a surge of force coursed into the ground, propelling the Dragon King's figure upwards. This moment, the Dragon King had regained consciousness, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld Li Mu Dao's increasingly imposing figure. He was utterly unprepared to face this harbinger of death. "Saint, save me!" Despair echoed throughout the Bodhi formation, yet received no response. In utter desperation, he transformed into a colossal dragon, his tail thrashing as he attempted to ascend into the sky. However, Li Mu Dao would not grant him such an opportunity. Before he could take flight, a massive hand, akin to an iron claw, seized his neck. That moment, the Dragon King found it increasingly difficult to breathe, let alone escape. "You shall pay for this. The saint will not spare you. That I am his direct disciple," he managed to croak out, his voice filled with feigned bravado. He knew this was his sole chance for survival. How laughable. You even know where you are?" Li Mu Dao regarded the Dragon King with the gaze of a man awaiting a condemned soul, surveying his surroundings. The grand formation was indeed extraordinary. It felt like an entirely new world in the distance. Mountains loomed, clouds adorned the horizon, and had he not been forewarned that he was within a formation, an ordinary person would never discern the differences between this place and the primordial world. At the end of his sight, a majestic mountain range pierced the heavens. Standing here, Limadeo could only glimpse a portion of the range, with the rest hidden within the clouds, and a mystical mist enveloped the entire world, shrouding it in mystery. Within the Bodhi formation, the saint of primordial unity had fled, leaving the Dragon King for Limadeo's wrath. Your presence here is merely as a vessel for my vengeance. Limadeo's voice was calm, yet it struck the Dragon King with merciless cruelty. He recognized that Limadeo had no reason to deceive him, and a wave of despair washed over him. In Limadeo's grasp, escape was utterly impossible. At this moment, he truly regretted provoking this god of slaughter. Had he not sought trouble at Chuntang Pass with Neza, he would now be reveling in the Dragon Palace of the West or attending teachings under the saint of the Western Church. Closing his eyes, he shed tears of anguish. For him, the ups and downs of dragon life were too extreme. Observing the Dragon King's despondent demeanor, Limadeo lost all interest in playing. With renewed force, he tightened his grip, and amidst a muffled groan, the Dragon King's eyes rolled back. Losing consciousness, he casually tossed him into the bag slung across his back. With all 4 Dragon Kings gathered, he planned to keep them as his playthings for the future disciples in this world. Such was the arrogance of a great emperor. With his battle blade resting upon his shoulder, Limadeo traversed the golden bridge that emerged beneath his feet, advancing towards the imposing mountain range that lay before him. This place was undoubtedly the heart of the world's spiritual energy. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he looked up and was astonished by its grandeur. Above the clouds, a mystical mist enveloped it, and he could faintly discern a colossal entity lurking there. Stepping into the void, he ascended. The mountain range undulated, with towering trees and vibrant flora, while rare beasts galloped through the forest. Had he not known these were mere illusions conjured by the saint of primordial unity's magic, he might have been led astray, captivated by their beauty. This was merely a dead formation. If it were under the direct control of the saint, its power could likely increase tenfold. Truly, the methods of a saint were formidable. A single formation constituted a world, devoid of any flaws. As he pierced through the clouds, the sights of the mountain range finally unfolded before him. A Bodhi tree stood tall, piercing the heavens. This moment, he realized that the so-called mountain range was merely the rough roots of the Bodhi tree laid bare. Looking around once more, Limadeo surmised that perhaps beneath this world, the roots of the Bodhi tree sprawled throughout the earth. Above, golden specks of light appeared, descending towards the ground, resembling a shower of golden rain. Among these points of light, Limadeo sensed no hint of danger. He extended his hand, catching a golden speck that fell into his palm, which then vanished into his body. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and upon opening his eyes again, he found the entire world transformed before him. This blue star. He stood atop the highest point of the building, gazing upon a landscape dominated by towering skyscrapers, bustling crowds, and the cacophony of traffic that flooded his ears. Were it not for the weight of the battle blade resting on his shoulder, he might have almost believed he had returned to his original world. He could not deny that the grand formation possessed extraordinary qualities, capable of unearthing the deepest desires within a person and showcasing their most beautiful aspects. Enticing one to become entranced, a smile graced Limadeo's lips. Although he was aware that all of this was illusory, he felt that, at long last, the saint had done something commendable. Fine. Once I emerge, I shall refrain from seeking trouble with the saint for the time being. Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from the rooftop. He sought to rediscover the lost past, knowing full well it was forever unattainable. Still, here he could reminisce. Time flowed unceasingly as Limadeo wandered through countless places, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of this world, casting a lingering glance back one last time. But he recognized that he had far too many tasks awaiting his attention. He could no longer afford to linger in this moment. Break. The sound reverberated throughout the world, a blade of light illuminating the heavens and the earth. This world shattered before him like fragile glass. Collapsing into ruin, Limadeo returned once more to the Bodhi tree. Within this grand formation, he felt no trace of murderous intent. However, if it were employed to ensnare others, it would undoubtedly be formidable. One must ponder how many hearts in the world could withstand the probing of a sage. Countless golden specks continued to descend from the sky, each representing an illusory realm. El Amadeo no longer wished to experiment further. If I destroy this Bodhi tree, I should be able to escape, he mused, as his battle blade stirred restlessly in his grasp. Slash. Another strike cleaved through the cosmos, the blade's light soaring directly towards the Bodhi tree before him. Boomed out a sound that shook the very fabric of existence echoed, as Limadeo split the Bodhi tree in two, its upper half plummeting from the depths of the firmament. Amidst the swirling dust, the world began to collapse. Cracks appeared in the space, and powerful gusts of wind surged through these fissures. As these gales tore through, the entire world crumbled at an accelerated pace, where the wind swept by. Everything was utterly obliterated. El Amadeo finally broke free from the grand formation. Observing the vanishing world behind him, he felt no pangs of nostalgia. He had more pressing matters to attend to. All that lay before him, aside from the fierce gales, was a vast expanse of darkness and emptiness, a far cry from the place where he had been confined. Even he was uncertain of his current whereabouts. Here, he could see neither the sun of the primordial world nor the ancient stars studding the sky. There was no land, and even the spiritual energy felt so thin it was nearly non-existent. His consciousness expanded to its utmost limit, yet he sensed no trace of life. Where am I? Have I been exiled by Juan T? He muttered to himself, seeking a direction to move forward. The Deshang needed him, and humanity required his presence. He had little time to squander. Should he return to Chowga City only to find humanity under new dominion, he would truly be at his wit's end. Regrettably, in the primordial world, he had no anchor point, rendering him utterly disoriented. He reached into his satchel and retrieved an old loach. They had lived long lives. Perhaps they would know where he was. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of slapping echoed. The Dragon King of the East awakened under Limadeo's strikes, only to faint again upon seeing him. El Amadeo cursed and pulled out the Dragon King of the West from the bag. A few more slaps followed. The West Sea Dragon King trembled awake. Before he could succumb to unconsciousness again, Limadeo seized him by the neck and lifted him. Where is this place? The West Sea Dragon King opened his bewildered eyes, tears almost forming. He had no idea either. Speak quickly. El Amadeo tightened his grip, causing the West Sea Dragon King to see darkness for a fleeting moment, nearly meeting his ancestors' eye in the next instant. The pressure eased, and he finally regained his composure. Oh, dear heavens, he thought, genuinely frightened. If he did not respond, he might truly be doomed. Perhaps, maybe, he swore that never before had his mind raced so fast he racked his brain to organize his words carefully. El Amadeo scoffed, increasing the pressure once again. This is the edge of the world, the West Sea Dragon King hastily replied. What do you mean? Limadeo frowned, though he slightly relaxed his grip. The West Sea Dragon King, despite being a lofty Dragon King, felt less than a slave in Limadeo's presence. He possessed dignity, yet he dared not voice such thoughts. The outermost layer of the primordial world, where spiritual energy was nearly absent, was known as the land of exile. Since the dawn of the primordial world, all defeated beings during calamities, as long as they survived, were banished here to fend for themselves. The West Sea Dragon King spoke without hesitation. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Limadeo's eyes glimmered with skepticism. There were no reference points here. How could the West Sea Dragon King know this? Limadeo forcibly turned the West Sea Dragon King's head to glare at him. At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King's heart leaped into his throat. To be frank, I have no certainty. I have never been here before. I only heard such a legend from the memories of my bloodline. How dare you? My life hangs in your hands, the West Sea Dragon King said with a sycophantic smile, willing to endure anything to lessen his torment. Even if Neza stood before him, he would never have imagined that the once arrogant West Sea Dragon King would exhibit such a demeanor. You wouldn't dare. Perhaps you can sense the direction of the primordial world, Limadeo inquired again. Though these old loaches may not possess great strength, they carried ancient legacies, and perhaps they had some unknown means. The West Sea Dragon King nodded frantically, terrified that a misstep would provoke Limadeo, leading to his immediate demise. Then hurry, Limadeo said coldly. He realized that the West Sea Dragon King became more obsequious the more he was treated harshly, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. After uttering 3 good words, The West Sea Dragon King finally calmed his nerves. Closing his eyes, he focused all his energy on sensing the location of the West Sea Eye. For him, that was his anchor point, intricately linked to his being I in this pitch-black void, devoid of reference or time. He lost track of how long it had been before finally opening his eyes. That direction, he proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Within his consciousness, he detected a faint glimmer. That was indeed the location of the West Sea Eye. However, the distance was staggering, and even his perception was faint. "All right, understood," Medeo nodded. Applying pressure once more, causing the West Sea Dragon King to faint again, tossing him back into the bag, as if he were refuse. With a swift motion, his figure shot forth like a cannonball. Propelled entirely by the strength of his flesh, the spiritual energy here was scarce. Every bit of his internal power diminished with use, best saved for critical moments. Yet, relying solely on his physical prowess. Medeo's speed remained astonishing in mere moments. He had traversed countless miles, yet apart from a void, he saw no reference points. He had no way of knowing how long it would take to return to the primordial world. In the west, within the blissful world, Zhuan-Ti landed upon Mount Sumeru with a smile. The guiding sage, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes in that brief moment, countless worlds flickered to life and faded away in his sight. The lives of innumerable beings passing in an instant, dreaming of enlightenment. This was the path of the guiding sage. In his dreams, he became countless beings, living in myriad distinct worlds, experiencing and comprehending his own unique path through their lives. Though he referred to himself as a junior in the presence of the three pure ones in Yuhua, no one knew the true extent of his power. Even apart from Laozi, none dared claim they could defeat this junior. Of course, he had always been the most unassuming among the 6 saints of heaven, seated atop Mount Sumeru, never departing for countless eons. Upon the 12th grade merit golden lotus, he appeared supremely sacred, though a hint of sorrow marred his otherwise serene countenance. "Was your journey successful?" he inquired, turning his gaze. "Aside from not bringing back the West Sea Dragon King, everything else went smoothly," Zhuan-Ti replied after a brief pause. With a flick of his robe, 100,000 aquatic soldiers surged forth from his sleeves, landing in the void before the 2 saints. Having met Zhuan-Ti and the guiding sage, these aquatic warriors had only encountered the West Sea Dragon King in their lives. And now, confronted with 2 saints, their knees buckled involuntarily. "Rise from now on. This Western world shall be your home." A gentle and loving smile blossomed upon Zhuan-Ti's face. Meanwhile, gentle force emanated from him, enveloping the void, causing the hearts of all aquatic beings to settle into tranquility. Each creature felt as though the words of the Saint of Purity were directed solely at them, and a smile blossomed in response to their presence. In a fleeting moment, their gazes towards the saint transformed, imbued with an unprecedented reverence. This devotion proved to be more compelling than the commands of the Dragon King of the West Sea. "Go forth," proclaimed the saint, and in unison, 100,000 aquatic beings rose to their feet. With a mere wave of his robe, they vanished from sight. Observing this unfolding scene, even the guiding figure could not suppress a satisfied nod. His junior's mastery of the Tao was becoming increasingly natural. The fervent devotion displayed by those aquatic beings was not solely attributed to their reverence for their saintly figure. Rather, it was also due to the subtle, persuasive power that emanated from the Saint of Purity, capable of influencing others without a sound. This innate ability, honed through countless encounters with kindred souls from the West, had long since become second nature to him. "Your praise is unwarranted," the Saint of Purity replied humbly, his habitual smile ever present. "Yet, I cannot comprehend why you did not bring back the Dragon King of the West Sea," the guiding figure inquired further. After all, he was a golden immortal, a rare talent for the Western teachings. With the saint's capabilities, it seemed implausible that he could not have won him over. A minor incident occurred on the way. A formidable figure from the human race suddenly emerged. Had I not relinquished the Dragon King, he might have pursued me to the Western realm like an unyielding leech. Mentioning Medeo caused even the Saint of Purity to furrow his brow. The existence of such an individual was a persistent thorn in his plans, and it seemed prudent to consult his elder brother, Yuan Shi, in due time. "But the person you mentioned last time," Medeo, Indeed, there was something peculiar about this individual. My divination techniques faltered in his presence. The guiding figure's expression grew solemn, for they both understood the implications of this revelation. Anomalies, unforeseen changes, uncontrollable factors. In the midst of tribulations, all manner of entities emerged, yet it mattered not. One day, we shall bring him down. The saint of purity consoled the guiding figure. As long as your strength is formidable enough, one force can shatter myriad laws that, if he dares to come to the west, we shall strike him down, regardless of the peculiarities he possesses. Composing his features, the saint of purity waved his robe, and hundreds of dragon kin emerged from its folds, gradually transforming into their original forms. With a sorrowful countenance, he declared, "I was unable to bring back your dragon king." Upon hearing this, panic swept through the ranks of the dragon kin. Fear not, the saint has done his utmost. Unable to escape destiny was his fate. They knelt in reverence before the saint. Such was the power of a saint. Even if he were to crush the dragon king of the West Sea before their very eyes, they would not dare voice dissent. Moreover, this matter could not be entirely laid at the feet of the saint of purity. All that transpired was the dragon king's own folly, which nearly entangled the entire West Sea dragon lineage in disaster. Nonetheless, I am prepared to offer you compensation. The saint of purity shifted his tone, revealing a drop of resplendent golden blood within his palm. I could see the sight of this blood. All dragon kin collectively held their breath, their hearts pounding as if to burst forth from their chests. An audible gulp echoed throughout the assembly. What does the saint intend? One bold dragon kin ventured, his eyes filled with trepidation. Swish! All eyes, filled with fervor, were fixed upon the saint of purity, their ears perked in anticipation, not daring to breathe. The blood of the ancestral dragon. Should they acquire this precious drop, their destinies would be irrevocably altered. It is well known that dragon kin place great importance on lineage, and the blood of a higher being exerts absolute dominance over that of a lesser one. That this singular drop of blood, bestowed upon any dragon kin present, would elevate their lineage and amplify their potential to unimaginable heights throughout their lives. Regardless, my failure to bring back the dragon king of the West Sea remains my fault. Whoever among you can ascend as the new dragon king of the West Sea shall rightfully claim this drop of ancestral dragon blood as my recompense to your lineage. The West Sea dragon lineage expresses its gratitude to the saint. In that moment, all dragon kin trembled with excitement. They even felt that the dragon king of the West Sea had died a worthy death. Had more perished, perhaps they would not hesitate to offer up additional kin in exchange for further drops of ancestral dragon blood. With a single word from the saint of purity, they would strike as commanded, that a snap of his fingers sent a golden seal tumbling before the West Sea dragon kin. This was the West Sea water seal, to be wielded by the newly chosen dragon king of the West Sea. The saint's righteousness is unparalleled. At that moment, all dragon kin were wholly devoted to the saint of purity, a benevolent figure indeed. Aside from the failure to rescue the dragon king of the West Sea, the saint had provided them with ancestral dragon blood and returned the West Sea water seal, ensuring their lineage remained unbroken. All while demanding nothing in return that we, the West Sea dragon kin, pledge allegiance to the saint. The cries of the dragon kin resonated throughout the pure land, their only means of expressing gratitude in that moment. Listening to their voices echo within the pure land, the guiding figure could not help but reveal a hint of joy in the invisible void. A five-clawed dragon roared as it merged with the fortunes of the Western teachings. And in that instant, the fortunes of the Western teachings surged by more than a third. The guiding figure believed that with the saint of purity as his disciple, these fortunes would continue to rise. In the heavenly court within the Lingxiao Hall, bang! A teacup crashed heavily onto the hall floor as Hao Yin rose, his face a stormy shade of blue. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous, when that roar echoed from the Western realm. Hao Yin could no longer contain his fury. In the hall, all deities held their breath in fear, while the three newly appointed dragon kings trembled, heads bowed low. They were mere puppets, painstakingly selected by the giant spirit god. Had it not been for their unmistakable dragon kin aura, none would have associated them with the dragon lineage. When did the once proud dragon kin become a collection of cowering loaches? Purity, in former days I called you brother. Yet you dared to plot against me. inserting yourself into the carefully orchestrated affairs of the four-sea dragonkin. Beneath his robe, the veins on his hands bulged as he struggled to suppress his seething rage. The affair concerning Yao Ji had already been a calculation against the heavenly court, and now the matter of the four-sea dragonkin had once again entangled the court. Did he truly believe he was invulnerable? Your Majesty, calm your anger. A figure clad in white robes, with hair as white as snow, stepped forth, brandishing a feathered fan. Changgung, how do you propose I swallow this bitter anger? Hao Qian's eyes gleamed with menace. A wave of murderous intent emanating from him without restraint. He had endured enough of this. When would it come to an end? How long must he continue to bear the humiliation of being a turtle in its shell? They were all supposed to be his elder brothers, yet they were all exalted saints, with nary a one showing him the slightest respect. Your Majesty, we must deliberate on this matter. The heavenly court was once nothing, and we've gradually built it to its current state. Tai Bai Jinxing remained unperturbed by Hao Yian's murderous aura, instead gently offering words of comfort. He had witnessed Hao Yian's efforts to develop the heavenly court, understanding better than anyone the hardships he faced. Yet, none of it could change the reality. Strength was the most valuable asset in this world. Unfortunately, the Tao ancestor had granted Hao Yin authority over the heavenly court without bestowing upon him sufficient strength as a saint, leaving him unable to maintain control over the court. He had become a laughingstock in the eyes of the myriad worlds. Your Majesty, all will be well. The Fengshen calamity is precisely the opportunity left to us by the Tao ancestor. As Tai Bai Jinxing spoke, he gracefully saluted towards the chaotic heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, Hao Yian's anger dissipated in an instant, and he too offered a respectful bow in that direction. Your Majesty, after the calamity, disciples of the three teachings will enter my heavenly court at that time. Will you not have the power to command as you wish? In that moment, no one in my heavenly court shall dare to underestimate you. As Tai Bai Jinxing continued, his hands moved animatedly, as if he had already envisioned that grand scene. One must admit that Tai Bai Jinxing was a master of painting dreams. With his gestures, Hao Yian's inner fury gradually subsided, and even a slight smile crept onto his lips at Tai Bai Jinxing's comical demeanor. You speak truly, Tai Bai. By the time Hao Yin resumed his position upon the Jade Emperor's throne, his countenance had long since returned to tranquility. Your Majesty, we have waited for so long that we are indifferent to waiting a little longer. If we can endure for just a moment, in the blink of an eye, all will pass. When that time comes, you need only sit here and command with ease. Tai Bai Jinxing offered another bow, then discreetly gestured towards the three sea dragon kings still kneeling in the grand hall. Slowly retreating. Three sea dragon kings, rise. I've just acted inappropriately, Hao Yin declared with an air of authority. With a wave of his sleeve, the new sea dragon kings were lifted to their feet. Thank you, Your Majesty, they said, bowing deeply, too intimidated to raise their heads to gaze upon the most exalted being of the heavenly court. Since you have entered my heavenly court, you shall henceforth be the four sea dragon lords. Fulfill your duties, and remember not to be negligent. Why heavenly court rewards and punishes fairly. If you perform well, your reward shall be plentiful. Do you understand? We understand, Your Majesty, the Dragon Kings replied, bowing once more, their postures having yet to straighten since entering the Grand Hall. Very well, you may leave now. With a wave of his hand, a hint of fatigue appeared on Hao Yin's face. Tai Bai, take them to see the newly established residences we have prepared for them in the heavenly court. Let them stay here for now, and also bestow upon them the dragon blood I have prepared. As you command, Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing rose again, first bowing to Hao Yin, then making a gesture of invitation as he led the three youthful dragon kings out of the Lingxiao Palace. Within the palace, Hao Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the significantly strengthened fortunes of the Western teachings, a cold smile lingering on his lips. Zhuan Ti, one day, I shall make you regret everything you have done. His palms concealed beneath his sleeves, pressed against his skin, nails digging in, yet he remained blissfully unaware. His journey had been arduous, far from the omnipotent ruler of the heavenly court that others believed him to be. No one knew the humiliation and bitterness he had endured along the way. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he reassured himself, soon, the time of reaping rewards will arrive. There would come a day when he would stand at the pinnacle of this world. With saints groveling at his feet, he was determined to follow through on his words, lest all his struggles be in vain. Tao ancestor, master, watch closely. I shall not disappoint you. I promised out of course. He recognized the contributions of Yaoqi along this path. Had it not been for her, his steadfast resolve might have crumbled long ago. The peaches from the Pan Tao have ripened today. Yaoqi is hosting a banquet for the celestial beings. It is time for me to make my appearance. With these thoughts in mind, Hao Tian hastened from the Lingxiao Palace. In the place of exile, Li Medeo took a deep breath, pausing briefly before continuing his flight. He had lost track of how long he had been soaring through this void of darkness. Fatigue weighed upon him, not of the body, but of the spirit. He pressed on, for what other choice did he have? Upon his return, he vowed to leave a mark on DXN, ensuring such a predicament would never befall him again. If possible, he also wished to eliminate Junti. If it were not for him, he would not be enduring such torment. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. The calamity was imminent. He could not afford to squander time on Junti. What is that? Li Medeo's steps abruptly halted, his pupils dilating as if he had seen something unfathomable, standing frozen in place. The void before him transformed. Instead of an abyss, countless dimly glowing specks of light emerged. From those points, he sensed the aura of laws, though they were shrouded in an overwhelming miasma of death that filled all visible space before him. It resembled a graveyard. Good heavens! Even Li Medeo, an emperor of great renown, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. He accelerated once more, but as the distance closed, he halted again. True to his expectations, this was indeed an endless graveyard. As he drew closer, he discerned that these were colossal corpses, larger than stars themselves. They floated along some peculiar trajectory, abandoned in this void. Even Li Medeo could not fathom how many powerful beings lay entombed here. Not a single one bore human form, and he did not recognize any familiar races from the primordial world. What, then, was the nature of this place? Beast calamity, a sudden realization struck him, and upon surveying the corpses, he became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. This was the aftermath of the first calamity in the primordial world. Could it be that the legendary first calamity occurred here after the primordial world was established? As he felt the lingering aura of laws emanating from the countless corpses of ferocious beasts, he could hardly imagine the magnitude of their power in life. Just how terrifying was that calamity? Li Medeo's expression grew peculiar as he considered another possibility. Perhaps this place was the original center of the primordial world, reduced to ruins by the calamity of ferocious beasts, thus becoming the desolate land it was today. Upon further reflection, this notion did not seem entirely implausible. Simultaneously, another question surfaced in his mind. Who were the foes of the ferocious beasts back then? He could hardly fathom the overwhelming power that could entomb a calamity in this manner. The thought sent a chill down Li Medeo's spine. The depths of the primordial world were unfathomably profound. He dared not dwell on it further. However, this was not the matter he ought to be preoccupied with. He needed to assist the Deshang in overcoming the current calamity of deification. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Though he was a great emperor of humanity, having witnessed countless absurdities across the heavens and the earth, standing here still sent shivers down his spine. It was best to leave this place for now. With a decisive movement, he quickened his pace. Logically, such a place of great peril would give rise to malevolent entities. Yet here, the spiritual energy was nearly non-existent. Thus, Li Medeo found himself unable to ascertain whether any great calamity would arise in this place. Nevertheless, remaining here was never a source of joy for him. Having lingered too long amidst the oppressive atmosphere, he feared he might unwittingly become tainted by its pervasive gloom. As he ventured deeper, he discerned a pattern. The further he traversed, the larger the carcasses of the ferocious beasts he encountered, their remnants exuding an increasingly potent aura of death and the laws of nature. Captivated by these various monstrous remains, he failed to notice the faint wisps of black mist rising from the colossal corpses behind him, as if animated by a life of their own. Trailing in his wake towards the depths of this sea of corpses, S's figure drew nearer to the innermost recesses. The radiance of the outer carcasses began to fade, and the black mist thickened ominously, becoming so dense that it seemed to coalesce within the dark void, remaining inconspicuous at the deepest point of the sea of corpses. Limadeo paused once more. Before him floated an incomprehensibly massive body. He could scarcely fathom the sheer might it must have possessed in life. Even straining his sight, he could not perceive the entirety of this corpse. In that moment, he noticed that all the ferocious beasts revolved around this largest of corpses, as if it were their sovereign. The beast sovereign, Shen-In, Amadeo's expression turned peculiar as a legendary name surfaced in his mind. Whether such a beast sovereign truly existed was a mystery even to him. Frankly speaking, he was merely conjecturing. Who calls upon the great beast sovereign? A resounding voice erupted, momentarily leaving even Limadeo in a state of astonishment. To his surprise, it was indeed effective. Waves of palpable black energy surged forth from the colossal corpse, and as the darkness intensified, a gigantic shadow that mirrored the corpse emerged before Limadeo. Gagaga, Gigi, ha-ha. With the appearance of this figure, an array of voices echoed in Limadeo's ears, and soon, the surrounding corpses began to emanate black mist as well. Limadeo furrowed his brow tightly, his battle blade silently manifesting in his hand. From these tendrils of darkness, he sensed the fragmented essence of souls, intermingled with the aura of death and the forces of the laws. These were the malevolent beings birthed from this sea of corpses. Abandon your frail and feeble form. The great beast sovereign can grant you a dignified demise. At a brazen and unbridled voice arose, drowning out all other sounds. Boss, this body is far too weak, not even 1/10,000th of our ferocity. Better to leave it for the brethren to feast upon, for it has been far too long since we last savored living flesh. The figure coalesced beside Shun and I, though it was merely a conglomeration of residual souls without a physical form. Limadeo could still perceive two greenish glimmers flickering in its eye sockets. Indeed, boss, please show some consideration for the brethren. It is exceedingly rare to encounter the living in this forsaken place. Another voice of complaint chimed in as a shadow suddenly lunged towards Limadeo. Within that spectral mass, Limadeo could distinctly see its mouth and teeth. Third brother, you lack decorum. In the midst of the hurried voices. The figure that had just settled beside Shin and I also surged towards Limadeo. More urgent voices arose as several shadows appeared in succession, all rushing towards Limadeo, eager not to miss out on a share. Fools, return at once. Limadeo's battle blade ignited with a fierce glow, yet before he could act, Shinni's roar reverberated once more. In the next instant, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from Shinni's hand, sending the numerous figures rushing towards Limadeo, careening backward, landing behind Shun and a bunch of imbeciles. Shunni's voice brimmed with exasperation. Boss, do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? A defiant voice piped up. Eighth brother, silence. The voice of second brother interjected, cutting off eighth brother's words. Useless wretches. Shun turned his head. Limadeo glimpsed a palpable murderous intent emanating from one of the spectral figures. He realized that had second brother's warning been a moment slower, eighth brother would have likely met his end. Oh, you wish to remain here forever? He demanded with a fierce glare. Boss, do you mean to say we still have a chance to leave? Third brother's voice took on an urgent tone. Indeed, as he spoke, Shun and I transformed into a humanoid figure resembling a member of the human race, his imposing stature revealing he was no ordinary being. Since this little creature has managed to enter, we must have a way to escape. That a glimmer of pride flickered across his face, as if reveling in his grand notion. The boss, contemplating resurrection. Another voice interjected. Clever. Shun and I raised his head with an air of arrogance, awaiting praise from the others. Will we be lacking in blood food then? Boss is formidable. Truly, he lived up to his reputation. As anticipated, praises cascaded forth in abundance. Limadeo watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress the deepening darkness on his face. Was it truly acceptable for them to discuss how to bring about his demise in his presence? Moreover, did they genuinely believe they had him at their mercy, dismissing him entirely? Yet, boss, We are bound to our corporeal forms by that person's great magic. Can we truly leave? A voice of stark realism shattered the moment. Shunni's expression slowly hardened, and Li Medeo witnessed his face contort with rage, a palpable fury rising from him. You fool! With a swift turn, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending one spectral figure hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The atmosphere fell into silence, leaving only Shunni's heavy, labored breaths. Raising his gaze to meet the eyes of all the ferocious beasts, he growled, "Do you doubt your boss?" While the beasts remained silent. The implications were clear. Tell me, if we all reside within this little being, with our souls anchored, then destroy our corpses, can we not leave this place? Truly, boss, what a brilliant plan. Once more, waves of admiration erupted. However, boss, if we do so, we shall have no retreat. Second brother's steady voice broke through, clearly reflecting deep contemplation. You wish to exist eternally within this sea of corpses. Rather than that, we should stake it all. Shun and I gestured expansively. Stake it all. We still have a chance. But if we do nothing, we may never have another opportunity. Consider that world, filled with countless living beings like him waiting for us. Then we may take whatever we desire. Had it not been for that person long ago, that world would rightfully have belonged to us. Now, we merely seek to reclaim what is ours. You not desire it? Do you not wish to reclaim it? As Shunni's words resonated, a chorus of eager gulps reverberated, as if they too envisioned the splendid world Shun and I spoke of, awaiting their return. The desires of all the ferocious beasts swelled to their zenith. Enough! With a sweeping gesture, Shun and I silenced all voices, leisurely approaching Li Medeo. I recall the last time I savored blood food was during that encounter with the demon tribe. A glimmer of nostalgia and longing danced in Shunni's eyes, seemingly recalling the delectable flavor of the demon tribe. Slurp, that a sound of swallowing echoed from his mouth. Boss, you must exercise restraint. A voice from behind urged, unable to contain itself. This is the hope of our ferocious beast clan. Upon hearing these words, Shun and I lost interest in an instant. He turned around and cast a fierce glare behind him, roaring loudly, "Enough of your prattle. Do I not know the weight of my own words? How many times must I remind you? We are the proud descendants of the great chaos demon gods, not some mere ferocious beasts. Remember that." "Yes, boss," came the sparse replies from behind. Yet the leader had just moments ago been whining himself. Bah, worthless fools. Unbeknownst to Shun and I, he had overlooked this remark as he spun back around, declaring, "Those with wit should leave their corporeal forms. I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, once I take action myself, the outcome may not be as favorable." His voice resonated. An ancient, wild, and untamed aura emanated from him. Simultaneously, a pressure from the very essence of the soul bore down upon Li Medeo, intent on compelling him to submit. You truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Li Medeo replied calmly, his battle blade radiating brilliance. That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. What do you mean by having me at your mercy? You dare to utter such words." He wore a derisive smirk, his eyes filled with blatant disdain for insects. Let him witness the depth of our beastly lineage. With a grand gesture, a chorus of voices responded from behind him. "Yes, boss. Fear not, boss. Just watch." Accompanied by their words, a series of formidable auras surged forth from Shun and I, all converging upon Li Medeo. In the swirling black mist above, countless faces of ferocious beasts emerged. With a resounding hum, they surged toward Li Medeo's form. By the time Li Medeo sensed the impending threat, it was too late to avert the encroaching black fog, which enveloped him entirely, plunging him into darkness. This black mist was merely a fusion of soul energy and the essence of the laws. Ordinary means were utterly ineffective against them. Thus, in a moment of unawareness, countless tendrils of black mist had already infiltrated his being. That moment, Li Medeo was horrified to discover he could no longer control his corporeal form, a wave of panic and fury washing over him. "Are you prepared, weak little insect? The great lord of ferocious beasts is here to claim your body." With that proclamation, he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling toward Li Medeo's brain. Sensing that it was the key to dominating this insignificant creature, Shun Ni's eyes glimmered with avarice, envisioning himself seizing this vessel, returning to the primordial world, unleashing countless beastly souls and reasserting his dominion over this realm. The present primordial world was splendid. Under the rule of the ferocious beast clan, it would be even more resplendent. Meanwhile, Li Mu Dao could hardly muster any resistance. Thus, Shen Ni entered his body without obstruction. However, upon entry, he was rendered utterly astonished. What he beheld was not the sea of consciousness of a living being, but a boundless universe. "Welcome to my world," a resounding voice echoed. Following that, the universe gradually illuminated. A supreme throne materialized, with Li Mu Dao seated regally upon it. Figures emerged on either side, radiating overwhelming demonic flames, all ancient demon gods from times immemorial, standing in reverent attendance, akin to loyal subjects of Li Mu Dao. "What exactly are you?" Shun and I paused cautiously, never having encountered such a scene, his confidence wavering. With his discerning eye, he could perceive the extraordinary might of those ancient demon gods, human race's great emperor. Li Mu Dao rose, his voice resonating throughout the cosmos. A multitude of projections of ancient ancestors appeared in the universe behind him, growing in number until they filled the entirety of the cosmos, their murmurs and prayers resounding in unison. Shun Ni's expression shifted. He was now at a loss. Though recalling the events that had transpired outside this universe bolstered his confidence once more, just a display of sorcery. "Do you truly think I fear such antics?" As he spoke, a wave of demonic energy radiated from him. "What of your universe? Today, I shall still devour you." His figure grew colossal, ultimately mirroring the lifeless form outside. As he opened his gaping maw and inhaled deeply, he was certain this was Li Mu Dao's sea of consciousness, albeit peculiar. He prided himself on his keen discernment that if he could consume this universe, he would usurp Li Mu Dao's position. "Presumptuous fool, do you truly believe this is your domain?" Li Mu Dao bellowed angrily. Instantly, all the ancient demon gods turned to face Shun Ni, each bearing an enigmatic smile that sent chills down his spine. Then, realization dawned upon him, igniting a surge of indignation. "Insect, today you shall witness the might of the great lord of ferocious beasts." With that declaration, the gravitational pull emanating from his mouth intensified. That so?" Li Mu Dao, with a bemused smile, stepped down from his throne. With each step, he traversed the void, the ancient demon gods silently following him. Boom! With his first step, a golden bridge materialized beneath him, resonating with the sound of the great Tao. With his second step, a force of the Tao's laws emerged behind him. With his third step, yet another force of the laws manifested. Upon reaching Shun and I, 3,000 forces of the great Tao converged behind him, their thunderous resonance echoing through the universe. With a gentle step upon Shun Ni's head, he felt as though the entire universe was compressing upon him, rendering him immobile. "How dare a mere fragment of a shattered soul dare to boast before me? Did you truly believe yourself to be the lord of ferocious beasts of old?" Initially, he thought deceiving Shun Ni into entering his body would be a formidable challenge, yet he found him to be quite clever. Li Mu Dao gazed down at Shun Ni with a gleam of amusement, akin to gazing upon a treasure trove. "Do you comprehend how alluring the residual forces of the Tao upon you are to me? Who are you?" A fleeting flicker of panic crossed Shun Ni's eyes. He had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by such a diminutive entity from the very beginning. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you must realize your imminent demise. If you have any final words, speak swiftly." There was no trace of pity in Li Mu Dao's gaze. He understood that he had reached this juncture. Were it another person in his stead, they would likely be devoured by the remnants of these ferocious souls, leaving not even a fragment behind. Why stripping away the death aura from these remnants? The residual forces of the Tao would significantly bolster his strength. Thereafter, facing those saints would not be as daunting as it presently seemed. That I am the great lord of ferocious beasts, filled with my own pride. I shall never submit to you, even in self-destruction. Abandon such thoughts. Beneath Li Mu Dao's feet, Shun Ni seethed with humiliation and fury. How dare he, a mere insect, trample upon his noble head? Let him survive today, and he would surely rend this insect to shreds, extracting its soul and grinding it down bit by bit, subjecting it to unimaginable torment. Only if you can kill me. Otherwise, I shall seek vengeance upon you one day. His gaze seethed with hatred, nearly manifesting his tears, yet he found himself powerless to resist. As you wish, Limu Dao replied coolly, as a pitch-black force of the Dao descended upon Shan and I. This force spread through his body like a drop of ink in water, a chilling aura infiltrating Shan Ni's heart. What exactly did you just inflict upon me? The law of death that it will gradually extract the death aura from your mixed body. This is the first step in dismantling your soul. Li Medeo patiently elucidated that this was also his inaugural application of the power of laws, as he sought to discern the true strength of the law of death within him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my body be so easily dismantled by a mere fragment of law? The divine light in Shan Ni's eyes flickered back to life. He had initially presumed this ant to possess considerable might. Yet, it seemed that all was merely bluster. However, mere moments later, a flicker of panic crossed his visage. He could distinctly perceive the ebbing of his power, his soul continuously disintegrating, becoming increasingly unstable. No, this cannot be. It is all an illusion. The great lord of ferocious beasts cannot be vanquished by anyone. Is that so? Then pray tell, what is this? Li Medeo waved a slender black chain in his hand, all forged from the power of the law of death, an unknown length composed entirely of the death energy emanating from Shan in that instant. Li Medeo felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated acquiring the most arduous power of laws so effortlessly, a delightful surprise indeed. Should all proceed smoothly, he believed he could perfect several laws of power here. He even looked forward to the formidable strength he would eventually wield. At the very least, not inferior to that of so-called sages. Stop. Cease your actions. The great lord of ferocious beasts is willing to submit to you. I beseech you, halt. Sensing the waning of his power, Shen and I finally succumbed to panic. An overwhelming instinct for survival surged from the depths of his being. One desires to perish, and he was no exception. He was finally willing to lower his haughty head. Li Medeo cast a disdainful glance at him. From the outset, he had foreseen such an outcome. If Shan and I truly feared death, he would have perished long ago, rather than clinging to his fading soul and merging it with death energy, transforming into an unknown entity, struggling to survive. However, he did not require such a subordinate. They were of no use to him. It is too late. As he uttered this, he stomped heavily downwards, taking advantage of Shan Ni's momentary disorientation. Another power of law descended from behind him, merging into Shan Ni's form. Compared to Shen and I, he was far more intrigued by the power of law coursing through him. Moments later, Shen and I regained his senses. Feeling his body weaken further, the surge of violent emotion welled up within him. Since you wish for my demise, let us perish together today. He recognized that Li Medeo would grant him no mercy. Perhaps self-detonation might preserve his final shred of dignity. Waves of formidable power surged within him, expanding, threatening to explode at any moment. Behave yourself. Li Medeo furrowed his brow, pressing his palm down heavily. In an instant, 3,000 laws descended upon Shan Ni's head. Originally, he had not intended to resort to such measures due to the inevitable waste it would entail. Yet, since Shen and I was unwilling to cooperate, he had no other viable options. Agony assailed Shan Ni's soul. His body disintegrated and melted at a visible rate, transforming entirely into the powers of law behind Li Medeo. This torment persisted for a brief interval, and beneath Li Medeo's feet, a void emerged, as the once mighty figure who nearly shattered the primordial world finally vanished completely. Digesting Shan Ni's memories and sensing the rapidly growing powers of law behind him, Li Medeo felt an overwhelming exhilaration that nearly propelled him into the It turned out that prior to the calamity of the ferocious beasts, the primordial world harbored such formidable beings. Indeed, this world was far more profound than he had imagined. With a sigh of admiration, he opened his eyes once more to the center of the sea of corpses. all remnants of ferocious beasts fell into an eerie silence. Their gazes collectively fixed upon Limadeo. They awaited the awakening of their lord of ferocious beasts. They asked for failure. That was simply an impossibility. Limadeo gradually opened his eyes, and the sight before him nearly startled him. Nevertheless, being a person accustomed to grand spectacles, he swiftly regained his composure. "Boss, did we succeed?" A voice, tinged with hesitation, broke the silence. Here, Shinai was the ultimate authority. None dared to defy his commands, and anyone with dissent had long since been completely consumed by him. Extending his arms, Limadeo recalled Shini's voice and demeanor. "Come forth. This body now belongs to the great lord of ferocious beasts. Enter, for the vast primordial world awaits our conquest. I shall lead you to a place teeming with blood and flesh." Even the cycle of reincarnation lies there, as his words echoed. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Initially, several figures surged forward, merging directly into Limadeo's form, followed by an unceasing tide of silhouettes rushing into him. Observing the countless remnants and powers of law, Limadeo couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, good people are rare. He had encountered all manners of gifts, yet this was the first time witnessing the offering of the most challenging power of law. Though all were incomplete, constituting less than a tenth of their former selves, there was still utility to be found, and Limadeo held no disdain for that. Eventually, only swirling masses of black mist remained in the sky. These were the outermost remnants of the ferocious beasts, unable to even coalesce into true forms. Their genuine consciousness had long been lost. They were driven solely by primal desires, yearning to enter Limadeo's body. Yet they also feared Shun-Ni's aura, leaving them to hover indecisively, neither daring to depart nor remain. "Come forth, the great lord of ferocious beasts welcomes you." Limadeo once more spread his arms, beckoning to the swirling black mist above. With a resonant hum, they surged towards Limadeo's form. From this mass of black mist, Limadeo sensed an emotion akin to joy. Once all the souls of the ferocious beast had entered his body. He felt his physical form grow several times heavier, despite them being mere soul entities. The death energy surged within him, rising to an overwhelming tide. Within him, these souls lay dormant in a state of reverence, none daring to revolt. They all understood Shun-Ni's temperament. Disobedience would result in their instant obliteration. Limadeo couldn't help but smile. It seemed Shun-Ni held some value after all, requiring no effort on his part to suppress them. "Boss, what shall we do with the remaining bodies?" A voice inquired cautiously. The former second-in-command was now markedly more prudent. He was unwilling to witness hope extinguished by Shun-Ni again. "Destroy them all. Otherwise, we cannot possibly depart from this place." Limadeo stamped his foot, and flames erupted from him, igniting Shun-Ni beneath him, then spreading through the corpses around them. This section of the universe transformed into a fiery inferno. As the bodies burned, waves of weakness emanated from the souls, yet they endured in silence. From henceforth, they would be like trees without roots. They understood this was a necessary trial. Otherwise, they would never escape. Next, Limadeo did not hasten to depart. Instead, he settled cross-legged in the center of the inferno, the flames illuminating his entire being in a vibrant crimson. Everyone remained calm. "I shall first refine this death energy. Otherwise, we will surely be hunted down by all upon entering the primordial world." Limadeo called out to prepare them, and then within him, strands of the power of the law of death transformed into chains of law, connecting to the souls, extracting death energy, and converting it into his own strength. "Boss, speak, that I feel myself growing increasingly frail." The second-in-command could no longer contain himself. "I am aware," Limadeo brusquely interrupted, embodying Shun-Ni's usual demeanor. As his voice fell, the second-in-command fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. Once all the death energy from the souls of the ferocious beasts was fully extracted, the weaker batch began to show signs of instability. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Limadeo resolved to lend them a hand. Boomed at a vast and overwhelming pressure manifested within him, coalescing beneath his skin as the resonance of profound truths reverberated through his being. At this moment, his body resembled a colossal furnace, where the essence of enlightenment served as fuel, and his corporeal form acted as the crucible, destined to refine the souls of ferocious beasts, in an instant. Billions of anguished cries emanated from within him, transforming his insides into a veritable purgatory. In a fleeting moment, the unstable souls of the fierce beasts perished, leaving behind only fragments of laws that gradually sank deep into Limadeo's corporeal essence. Within a remarkably short span, Limadeo had amassed thousands of shards of law. Although each fragment was small enough to be easily overlooked, the act of genuine cultivation was akin to cheating. This was indeed the most effective utilization of waste. Waste repurposed. Limadeo's cold voice echoed, and the other ferocious beast souls concealed within him finally breathed a sigh of relief. It became evident that their leader intended to eliminate the useless, causing them to fear momentarily that he sought to annihilate them all. Yet in the next instant, their hearts fluttered once more. The scene within Limadeo shifted again. A golden Buddha sat cross-legged at the center of his inner cosmos, the resonant chants of Buddhism reverberating throughout his being. This golden figure radiated a pure and magnificent aura, starkly contrasting with the ferocious energies of the beasts. "Leader, what are you doing?" questioned another voice, tinged with unease. Today, Limadeo was far too different from the past, prompting doubts about whether he had been possessed by that previously weak creature. This thought briefly crossed their minds, only to be swiftly dismissed. The Lord of Beasts was the mightiest being in this world. How could he possibly be usurped by another? Those harboring such thoughts were momentarily amused by their own unreliable speculation. Across the vast heavens and earth, as a once great emperor, Limadeo had explored numerous paths, including the teachings of Amitabha. His doctrine bore similarities to the Western teachings of the primordial world, yet diverged in significant ways. This thing known as Buddhist law was inherently adept at restraining malevolent spirits. Thus, he was evolving his inner cosmos, seeking to subtly weaken and suppress them. Are you questioning the greatness of a Lord of Beasts? Limadeo's cold snort silenced all the ferocious souls hidden within him. That I discovered this technique from the memories of that weakling. Look at you. Either you are remnants of souls or steeped in deathly energy. Should you venture into that world, you would be recognized at a glance. Now, I shall purify your souls with this technique. Only then can we better conceal ourselves in that world, when our powers are sufficiently restored. We shall seize that realm in one fell swoop. That time, the entire world shall become our feast. As he uttered the final words, Limadeo's voice rose significantly, imbued with palpable greed. Having digested the soul of the divine rebel, he understood precisely what these ferocious beasts desired. Sure enough, in the next moment, they were heard swallowing audibly from within. Limadeo chuckled coldly. Although these beasts were powerful, their intelligence seemed rather limited, making them easily deceived. Yet, one could hardly blame them. They were born from the chaotic, malevolent aura that spilled forth upon the death of the chaotic demon god, and during the early days of the primordial world. Mere strength sufficed. There was no need for the intricate schemes present in the current primordial realm. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld that the myriad corpses of fierce beasts had been purified into nothingness, as pristine as if no burial ground for beasts had ever existed here. Influencing these ferocious beasts through Buddhist teachings was a lengthy endeavor. Thus, Limadeo resolved to continue his journey. The great Shang could not bear the delay. After traversing the burial ground of beasts, he found himself closer to the primordial world. Time passed uncertainly, yet he sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth growing denser, though it paled in comparison to the true primordial realm. For Limadeo, it marked a commendable beginning, a sign that he was drawing ever nearer to the primordial world at last. One day, he heard the sound of waves crashing, and before his eyes lay a vast expanse of azure sea. He had returned. Accelerating his pace, he caught sight of land. Although he was unsure of the exact location within the primordial world, he could already sense the position of Chowga City. With a firm stomp, a signature golden bridge materialized, the resonance of profound truths echoing once more as he crossed into this world. As he descended upon the skies of Chowga City, Emperor Xian had long awaited him outside a small courtyard. Emperor Xian, I humbly welcome the return of our ancestor. Although he was a sovereign among men, he still bowed in reverence. The ancestor was the foundation of the great Shang. Only with the ancestor's presence could he truly feel at ease. Leader, you have finally returned. We thought we would never see you again. Indeed, for the past 2 years, your presence was like a ghost, neither seen in life nor death. We nearly believed you had perished. In the next moment, 2 figures soared into the air, one to his left and the other to his right, their faces alight with excitement. Witnessing this, Li Medeo felt a wave of nostalgia. It was evident that he shared genuine bonds with Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. Leader, what treasures have you brought back this time? Upon seeing Li Medeo unharmed, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao's spirits lifted once more in the absence of Li Medeo over the past 2 years. They had grown despondent. It was not that they could not capture rare beasts. Rather, they lacked the necessary skills, having been spoiled by Li Medeo. Even Emperor Xian could not help but perk up his ears. The last phoenix meat had greatly benefited him, and he had amassed substantial progress in his cultivation. Now that the ancestor had returned, he felt invigorated, determined to strive further toward the limits of the physical realm spoken of by Li Medeo, hoping to attain greater combat prowess. However, it appeared he had spoken too soon. Li Medeo's expression darkened, and he kicked both men in exasperation before shaking the heavy bag slung over his shoulder. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas are all right here. His point, 3 simultaneous gasps of astonishment echoed. Leader, ancestor, are you playing such a grand game this time? No wonder the Dragon Kings of the 3 Seas had changed hands 2 years ago, and the entire Western Sea Dragon clan had fled westward. This was all orchestrated by Li Medeo. To go to such lengths for a meal was truly remarkable. In that instant, the 3 exchanged glances with newfound respect for Li Medeo. Leader, you are indeed formidable. Xiao Bao winked at Li Medeo, raising a middle finger, a gesture Li Medeo had taught him, signifying the highest form of acknowledgement. Yet, it seemed Li Medeo's expression visibly darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, scratching his head. Xiao Bao pondered. Had he truly done anything wrong? Although uncertain, he meticulously reviewed his actions since Li Medeo's appearance and found he had committed no offense. Yes, that was it. He steeled himself, meeting Li Medeo's gaze with determination. Reporting to the ancestor, after the incident at Chentang Pass, I have dispatched personnel to investigate the matter thoroughly. Li Jing has been stripped of his official title and demoted to a commoner. Emperor Xian spoke with a grave demeanor, detailing the ultimate resolution regarding Chentang Pass. Upon learning the entire course of events, even he was incensed. When had humanity become so subservient? A tiger, even if ruthless, does not consume its young. How could one trust a man who coldly cast out his own son to safeguard a city and its populace? Today, if one could sacrifice a Neza, tomorrow, should Chentang Pass face further threats? Would another be cast aside? The failure to address the issue of the East Sea Dragon Prince due to initial fear had culminated in an untenable situation. From every angle, Li Jing was unfit to govern a city. But what had become of the unfortunate Neza? Emperor Xian raised his head, feeling a sense of injustice for Neza's plight. Fear not, he shall come to no harm, but he is my disciple. Such trials are mere tribulations for him. Li Medeo spoke in a calm tone. Which formidable warrior has not emerged from the crucible of hardship? Without enduring sufficient suffering, one cannot forge a heart worthy of a true champion, especially the path that I, Li Medeo, tread. Only with an unwavering spirit, resolute in the face of adversity, can one ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The moment doubt takes root within one's heart, shrouded in dust, that individual shall forever remain blind to the breathtaking vistas at the summit of existence. Clearly, this time Neza has not disappointed me. Now that he has returned, it is time to grant him a fresh beginning. Upon hearing Li Medeo's words, Xian's face flickered with a glimmer of ecstatic delight. Thank you, ancestor. Very well, you all may withdraw for now. I require a few days of seclusion. Yes, ancestor. Xian turned and hurriedly departed. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement before leaving the small courtyard. The 2 of them had long since transformed from their former selves. Over the past 2 years, They had become the most beloved disciples in Chaoga City, under the steadfast authority of Investiture and their own influence. Chaoga City had remained tranquil, devoid of any troubles. However, compared to Investiture's ever-serious demeanor, their lively personalities naturally garnered greater affection from the populace. Thus, during these 2 years, they had become the most popular duo in Chaoga City. Seamlessly integrated into the human community. On this day, a swift steed galloped out of the Imperial Palace, heading directly towards Chantang Pass. Indeed, the current commander of Chantang Pass was none other than the former Lady Yin, now General Yindas for Li Jing's fate. Even Li Medeo could not have anticipated it. Even knowing that none of the historical events he was aware of had transpired, he still became the disciple of the vice-headmaster of the Chan sect, Ran Ding. On that day, as Li Jing rode an old horse out of Chantang Pass, burdened only by a simple satchel, a figure imbued with an ethereal grace descended from the heavens. Li Jing, would you be willing to become my disciple? The ethereal voice resonated, stirring Li Jing's restless heart. In the past, it was his unfulfilled yearning for the celestial path that had compelled him to abandon the West Kunlun and return to this mortal realm in pursuit of wealth and honor. Casting a glance back at Chantang Pass, decades had slipped by like a fleeting dream. Now he stood alone, with the celestial path laid before him. How could he harbor any reluctance? He could never forget the gaze with which Lady Yin had regarded him at Chantang Pass. All due to his lack of sufficient strength. If he possessed formidable power, who would dare cast such a look upon him? He could not forget. One day, he would reclaim everything, whether it be the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, Lady Yin, or even the entirety of the Shang dynasty, including the look of disdain from the Shang patriarch. These memories would forever linger in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounted with a thud. Disciple Li Jing, I am willing. The sincerity of his words resonated deeply, and at that moment, he felt a sense of bittersweet fulfillment. The celestial path he had long yearned for now lay before him. Within arm's reach, good, excellent. Ran Dang stroked his white beard with satisfaction, producing a radiant golden artifact from his palm. Good disciple, rise. This is a token of our first meeting. Take it and follow me to the mountain for cultivation. When the time is ripe, you shall descend once more to sever your mortal ties. Gazing at the precious pagoda he offered, a fleeting pang shot through his heart, yet he ultimately relinquished it. This artifact had been entrusted to him by the primordial heavenly sovereign and did not rightfully belong to him. If this artifact were to disrupt the sovereign's grand design, it would bring him nothing but harm, an unworthy exchange. The pagoda, as if imbued with consciousness, floated above Li Jing's head, casting down golden rays awaiting his acceptance. Thank you, Master. Bowing 3 times with deep reverence, tears nearly welled in Li Jing's eyes, but he understood that his master's kindness was genuine. Otherwise, how could he have bestowed such a formidable treasure upon him at their first meeting? This was an artifact he had never possessed before. With both hands, he respectfully cradled the pagoda, which, with remarkable sentience, nestled into his grasp before swiftly merging into his body. Indeed, this artifact is fated to be yours. Though this entire sequence was merely a calculated maneuver, a satisfied smile could not be contained on Ran Deng's face. Disciple, come along with me. Speaking thus, he draped an arm over Li Jing's shoulder, and a cloud of auspiciousness arose beneath them, along with the old horse, as they set off towards Lingjiu Mountain's Yiju Cave. All of this was in preparation for the impending calamity of the Fengshen. Li Jing was the disciple personally sought out by the primordial heavenly sovereign for Ran Deng, an insurance for navigating the tribulations ahead. The journey undertaken by Ran Deng had left both him and his steed thoroughly content. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Li Jing had just lost his position as the supreme commander of the human race. Yet the severed celestial ties were re-established by Ran Deng, who even gifted him a potent artifact, something he had never dared to dream of before. Ran Deng successfully accepted Li Jing as his disciple. Though the calamity loomed perilously, he no longer bore any lingering concerns. While he had sacrificed a treasure, in comparison to his own life, it was a trivial matter. Furthermore, the old horse now had the chance to alter its destiny due to this fortuitous encounter, a situation that brought joy to all involved. Such occurrences unfolded ceaselessly among the various human lords. Although the Chan sect practitioners had ceased their incursions into Chaoga City, this did not signify their abandonment of the human realm's fragmentation. For instance, Su Hu's son, Su Chuanzhong, had pledged himself to the tutelage of the Qingshu Daojinjuan, while Guang Chengzi had been forcefully ousted from the premises by Di Xian's father-in-law, even doused with tea. A myriad of such incidents transpired frequently. While the human realms of the 9 provinces appeared unchanged beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged, merely restrained for the moment, and one could predict when someone might raise their arm to call, leading to the eventual disintegration of the Shang dynasty and the loyalty of its remaining subjects. Of course, Li Medeo remained oblivious to all this. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Casting a barrier around the small courtyard to prevent disturbances, he commenced what he deemed a formal retreat. Turning his focus inward, he beheld the remnants of the past 2 years. Neza, once a mere shadow of himself, had now fully recovered to the form of a normal child. During this time, his physical stature had grown to an impressive 7 feet, resembling a robust young lad. Throughout these 2 years, Li Medeo's sea of suffering had echoed with myriad phenomena, a continuous display of wonders. Even amidst the fierce beast's burial grounds, fragments of the laws he had refined had merged into Neza's being. With a divine light in his eyes, he observed the various imprints of the great paths within Neza's body, nodding in satisfaction. Though 5 years had been squandered, he had laid a sufficiently solid foundation for Neza here, as a reincarnation of the spirit pearl. This time, he was certain to make an astonishing impression. Neza, if not now, then when? His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through the sea of suffering until it reached Neza's mind. The suspended Neza slowly opened his eyes, first filled with confusion, then his bright orb spun with life upon catching sight of Li Medeo. "Master!" His joyous exclamation seemed to defy gravity as he leapt towards Li Medeo, seemingly able to traverse the void. Although his physical form had matured, his memories still lingered on the last moment he witnessed Master S' arrival before Chintang Pass. "Do you blame me for coming late?" Li Medeo affectionately ruffled Neza's hair. No, Neza shook his head vigorously. He felt immense happiness simply because his master had come. Pausing momentarily, he hesitantly lifted his gaze to steal a glance at Li Medeo. And upon realizing he bore no anger, he continued, "But I did embarrass Master." The mere utterance of this sentence nearly brought tears to Li Medeo's eyes. How pitiful it is that Neza's memories remained frozen at the tender age of 3. How could such a young child possess such understanding? In that moment, Li Medeo could only lament his own tardiness, regretting that he hadn't seized the opportunity to rob a few disciples of the Chan sect at the time of Neza's birth, leaving him with more magical treasures. Perhaps then he would not have suffered as he did. "You are truly remarkable, indeed. You are the pride of your master, braver than I could have ever imagined." Li Medeo could no longer contain himself. He embraced Neza tightly. "From this day forth, I shall guide you in your cultivation, and no one shall ever bully you again. Do you consent?" Turning his face away, Li Medeo felt a slight reddening around his eyes, not wishing for Neza to witness this, as it would tarnish his image as a stern teacher. "I consent," Neza replied, breaking free from Li Medeo's embrace, nodding earnestly that in the future, I shall also assist ordinary people in vanquishing the demons that threaten our kind. He had always known he was different from others. What child could run and jump upon birth, naturally possessing 2 magical artifacts? He attributed it all to his extraordinary gifts. Yet he also believed he bore a responsibility to protect the common folk. This was a duty born of his innate talents. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He aspired to be someone as respected as his mother, for that feeling was truly delightful, more satisfying than tasting honey. As for that father of his, he preferred to forget him, having even forgotten what the man looked like after 2 years of slumber. Moreover, he had informed his father about the East Sea Dragon Prince's misdeeds. Yet his father had placed all blame on the ordinary citizens, and if they could have managed their children better, preventing them from venturing near the East Sea, such calamities would never have occurred. Though still young and lacking in wisdom, Neza felt this was unjust. Thus, he chose to take matters into his own hands as a disciple of the great Shang ancestor. Endowed with extraordinary gifts, it was his responsibility. "Good child, let us venture forth." indulgently ruffling Nez's hair. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Nez's figure vanished from Limadeo's sea of suffering. Shortly thereafter, the heavenly phenomena within the sea of suffering dissipated, returning to its original tranquility. Upon introspecting his physical form, Limadeo noted that very few fierce beasts remained with him, all having grown exceedingly weak. He would deal with them once he had the opportunity. The 3,000 paths of the Tao were nearing perfection, and he eagerly anticipated the power that would come with the completion of the path of death. Would he possess the strength to truly contend with a sage? Of course, one like Jinti was inconsequential, unworthy even of being regarded as a unit of measurement. Among the Taoist sages, there were 6. If distinctions were to be made, it would be between Junti and the other sages. In the small courtyard, a flash of white light appeared, and Nez's figure re-emerged into this realm. He bounced and leaped about, resembling a child filled with curiosity about the world, as indeed he was. "Master, where is this place?" "Chao Gu City. Is this where my mother's royal family resides?" Nez's voice brimmed with curiosity. At his tender age, he likely did not comprehend the significance of royalty. "Indeed," Limadeo replied, his gaze radiating warmth and kindness. One would never suspect that he had once been a decisive emperor of humanity. Once Nez's initial excitement subsided, he respectfully approached Limadeo. "Please, master, teach me the ways of cultivation." He bent slightly, striving to make his bow appear more graceful. Having witnessed others perform such gestures before, it was nonetheless a first for him. "Why must one cultivate?" Limadeo inquired, not immediately granting his request, but rather posing a question. "To protect my people," Neza stated resolutely. Lofty aspirations indeed. It seems Lady Een has taught Neza well. The reason for his notorious behavior in history must have stemmed from Tai Junren. Just as Limadeo was about to offer praise, he noticed Neza speaking again. As Limadeo fell into contemplation, he caught Neza's gaze, which seemed to radiate a hint of anxiety. Eliminate those old loathsome meals. If it weren't for them, how could I have been forced to sever my own limbs and carve open my heart? Neza's expression twisted into one of ferocity. It appeared he was not always the carefree child he seemed. "And for my mother, master, you cannot fathom how helpless I felt when I saw her stepping in front of me, willing to sacrifice herself. I loathed myself immensely, even began to question whether everything I had done was wrong from the very beginning." Neza's voice trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Master, I did nothing wrong. It is the East Sea Dragon Palace that is wicked, but why was I forced to that extent? Why is there no justice? No retribution for good and evil? Are the words of adults mere fabrications?" His voice rose in a roar, as if awaiting Limadeo's response. Yet even Limadeo was at a loss for how to address such a profound inquiry. As he pondered how to educate Neza, the latter continued, seemingly burdened with an overwhelming sense of grievance that he wished to voice all at once. "Ultimately, I have come to realize that notions of good and evil are inconsequential. What truly matters is that I possess sufficient strength," he asserted, his gaze fierce. Limadeo internally marveled at Neza's words. Truly, he embodied the mischievous spirit he had always imagined. However, since Neza was now his disciple in this life, he would ensure he would no longer suffer injustice. He was well versed in the art of persuasion, having often employed similar tactics himself. "So, master, when you inquire why I wish to cultivate, this is the most genuine answer in my heart." Neza's chest heaved violently, and after a moment, he regained his composure, fixating his gaze on Limadeo, eager to discern whether this answer met his approval and whether he would begin to instruct him in cultivation. His fervent desire was to stand before his mother the next time they met, shielding her from all dangers, ensuring she would no longer worry for his safety. "Master, are you willing to teach me now?" he asked cautiously, now aware of the importance of strength. His yearning had only intensified. "There is no rush," Limadeo replied calmly. "Why? Did I say something wrong, master?" Neza's hands clenched tightly. Clearly agitated, he longed for immense power. "The first lesson in joining my sect is not cultivation," Limadeo stated, seemingly oblivious to Neza's impatience. "What is it then?" Neza leaned forward, curiosity mingling with impatience. "Come, See what lies within this, as they conversed. Limadeo had already retrieved a tattered sack containing the 4 Seas Dragon Kings and slowly opened it. Old, loathsome eels. Neza leaned in, peering inside, and suddenly, a fire ignited within him that a palpable aura of killing intent emanated from the young child. Master, I understand now. You wish for me to eliminate them to test my courage to kill. Is that correct? As he spoke, Neza unsheathed the Chinquan circle from his wrist and hurled it towards the sack. This sudden act startled Limadeo, who quickly reached out to stop Neza, clarifying that this was not his intention. Master, what are you doing? Neza asked, confusion etched on his face. Do you not think that killing them in such a manner is too merciful? You are right, Master. Then how shall I dispose of them? Shall I carve out their hearts and dig into their bellies? Neza inquired, a childlike curiosity sparkling in his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to employ more brutal methods against the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. He simply only knew this one approach, which he had learned from them. Carve out their hearts and dig into their bellies. Is that the way? Limadeo rapped gently on Neza's small head, a dark line of annoyance crossing his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he continued to guide. What do you think about consuming them? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are indeed rare delicacies, both in heaven and on earth. These 4 are dragon kings. They must be even more delectable. Master is right, Neza replied earnestly, nodding. Eating them would also be a form of vengeance for myself. But a new question arises. But Master, how can we prepare them to make them truly delicious? As he spoke, Neza unconsciously let saliva trickle from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was still a child. His emotions changed swiftly from a visage of deep-seated hatred to a state of gluttonous anticipation before even the cooking began. Well, that is a question. Limadeo feigned deep contemplation for a moment, then under Neza's eager gaze inquired, how would you like to eat them? Steamed, braised, roasted. Truly, as expected of a disciple chosen by Limadeo, when it came to food. He was unabashedly enthusiastic, fingers counting off options while his mouth chattered incessantly. Yet, Neza appeared even more distressed. Master, may I try them all? His brow furrowed adorably. This statement elicited a hearty laugh from Limadeo. Of course. With a grand gesture, he extracted the East Sea Dragon King from his tattered bag. The East Sea Dragon King landed in Limadeo's hand. Appearing dazed, limp, and utterly bewildered, we have ample ingredients to experiment with. Since you cannot decide, today I shall take charge and start with a soup. As he spoke, Limadeo made a swift motion, causing the Dragon King to widen its eyes in pain, just as it attempted to cry out. Limadeo seized its neck, forcing the sound back down its throat. Its eyes rolled back, and it fainted once more. Witnessing this, Neza could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Master is indeed formidable. Without a second thought, Limadeo tossed the East Sea Dragon King back into the tattered sack, expertly preparing it by draining blood and removing skin, leaving Neza utterly spellbound. Good disciple, remember, the most important skill under my tutelage is to both prepare and consume, as this is part of cultivation. While his hands worked tirelessly, Limadeo spoke with conviction. This is called nourishment through food. This world is filled with countless extraordinary beasts, and we must consume them to transform their essence into our own strength. Pausing momentarily, he continued, of course, humanoid beings are an exception. Why? Is it because they are not tasty? Neza inquired, his curiosity piqued as Limadeo opened a door to a new world for him. No, it is mainly because they are hard to swallow. Limadeo replied seriously. He then added silently in his mind, at least psychologically, it presents a hurdle. The blood must be thoroughly drained. Otherwise, the broth will carry an indescribable, rancid odor, and a fine soup would be wasted. As he spoke, an inexplicable force resonated through his hands, a phenomenon Neza could not yet comprehend. Had it been someone else, they would surely have been astounded. This was the fluctuation of the power of laws. A luxury in its utmost form. Limadeo wielded the power of laws to extract the last traces of residual blood hidden within the dragon's tail. Wasting food is a disgrace, so every step he took was imbued with reverence. Only through such diligence could he create the finest delicacies without wasting a single ingredient.